This audiobook contains 3 censored sentences and 95 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. Good. Sir Lu nodded with a smile. Since they know the rules and agree, no one can complain to them afterward. According to the trial's rules, your battle will be exhibited to other participants at a price. 80 of the proceeds will go to the victor and the rest to us. Is that understood? Stop wasting time. Don't rush me. Sans lui comprendre. One last thing. Do you want to choose an environment for this battle or fight in the void? If this loser needs to choose an environment to give himself an advantage, I don't mind, Tian Xian said casually. The void is fine, Yifeng Ming replied. Anyway, everything will be destroyed, and unlike what his bastard of an opponent suggested, he did not need an advantage. Then, let this fight begin, Sir Lu announced. The people outside had already paid an exorbitant price for this fight, and through their token, they could watch it as if they were next to the fighters. As soon as Sir Lu uttered these words, Tian Xian and Ji Qingming started the fight with an aura clash. Tian Xian's cultivation has reached the first heaven, Wang Wei immediately noticed, but that was the least of his surprise. That aura, he's a Dao overlord. His aura was not of someone who used an outlaw Dao, but was granted an exception by Grand Dao, but that of someone who passed the outlaw trial. Well, it makes sense. If Grand Dao wanted someone to stop me, it has to be someone who can match me physically and intellectually. Wang Wei analyzed calmly as he continued watching this battle. The 2 participants started stacking their strength, and in a few seconds, they both reached 8-fold of the battle realm. As expected, this Ji Qingming is not simple, Wang Wei thought. Tian Xian's cultivation was higher than the latter. But Ji Qingming's battle realm reached the same level. More importantly, Wang Wei discovered one of the techniques the latter used for stacking involved obsession, and it was more refined than Su Shi's or his technique. Swish! The 2 teleported toward each other and punched forward. The energy wave created by their clash would have devastated worlds if not for their current environment, but no one cared about that. In this clash, Tian Xian remained in place while Ji Qingming flew back a few meters. I forgot you people are a bunch of savage gorillas who value your flesh over your soul. Ji Qingming sneered before using another technique, Spirit Essence Harmony. His powerful soul resonated with his body, fueling its ascension. So, in a matter of seconds, Ji Qingming's weak, fleshly body reached the level of inextinguishable paragons. Your clan still hasn't figured out the importance of the body. No wonder your founder failed. You take that back. Did I say something wrong? It's not my fault if you people inherited his stupidity, Tian Xian responded calmly. It did not help that he said these words with such a handsome face and an aura that his words were the laws or truths of heaven and earth. This guy is not stupid, so why is he antagonizing the Heart Desire Palace to such an extent? Is he really that confident about Grand Dao's protection? Wang Wei thought. His senses have already detected that the woman dressed in men's clothing was looking at Tian Xian with intense killing intent after what he said. Good, good, good. Yifeng Ming repeated Tritze. You dare insult my ancestor? Good. My name will no longer be Ji if I don't eradicate you from this mortal coil. Horror Soul, Ji Qingming used his unique soul and emotion Dao to artificially create a soul creature, and as soon as the thing appeared, everyone, including Wang Wei, was shocked. The creature was humanoid with an octopus head and red eyes. However, its appearance was not the shocking aspect, but its presence. Anyone who laid eyes on this creature felt an overwhelming sense of dread and horror that rapidly consumed their souls. Luckily, the trial activated their protection mechanism, or most of these participants would have become mad and killed themselves. That's Cthulhu, Wang Wei thought. The Heart Desire Palace must have studied Cthulhu's body to create this technique. Wang Wei has theorized the creature in the abyss was nothing but a projection or a follower of the real Cthulhu. Now, he had further proof for his theory. This revelation has so many implications. Wang Wei thought as he focused on Tian Xian. The latter's body was releasing an aura of revolt and disgust. It appeared that the horror creature summoned was the vilest and most disgusting thing between heaven and earth. These emotions are not from him, but his status as Grand Tao Sun Vessel, Wang Wei analyzed. My conjecture was correct. Cthulhu did not originate from this chaos universe, but was an intruder from Hongming or another chaos universe. That's why Grand Tao finds it so revolting. It represents the fact this universe has been invaded and contaminated by foreign entities. Wang Wei squinted his eyes. According to myths, the elder gods can create endless clones, so it's possible the one in this universe was one of Thulin's endless clones. Wang Wei rapidly confirmed and deduced many things from this one technique. I always knew and operated under the premise that the stories and myths from Earth were real or contained some level of truth. Now, I know for a fact that's true. This anomaly explains why Grand Tao is so interested in that world. But what is that so? Grand Tao is obviously not responsible for the uniqueness of Earth. Otherwise, he wouldn't need to summon a fate seed from there to enact Earth's ideas for the development of the chaos universe. It appeared that returning to Earth is more important than I thought, Wang Wei concluded. You foul creature, Tian Xian roared as he manipulated his destruction Tao to summon lightning bolts and fling them so intensely that people would think this was the immeasurable tribulation. Scream of madness, the horror creature opened its mouth to scream, releasing a black aura from its mouth that blocked the bolts of lightning bolts. Not affected, Ji Chengming thought. This technique was enough to destroy the will of some of the best inextinguishable paragons. But this person seemed completely fine. Then let's add to it. Nightmare Soul, another creature appeared. It was humanoid, but without a face or other noticeable features, since its body was composed of darkness. The creature had no legs and a floating cloak instead. As soon as it appeared, a resonance formed between the two creatures, and Tian Xian's body stopped mid-attack. A look of struggle flashed on his face, but he reacted swiftly by destroying all distractions and influence on his mind. Wrath of Heaven and Earth, Tian Xian waved his hand to manifest an enormous red dark hand that embodied destruction itself. The hand was large enough to target everyone on this battlefield, so it descended with the utmost impunity. Ji Qingming was about to respond with a technique on his own, but Tian Xian was faster. Resistance destruction by destroying his opponent's resistance. Ji Qingming and the two creatures stood by without moving. Even their minds operated at an immensely slow speed to prevent them from coming up with any countermeasures. Boom! The destruction hand annihilated everything in its path, or so it should have. The creatures were gone, but Ji Qingming was surrounded by a soul shield boosted by his Tao will. Wang Wei noticed something. His Tao will is alive. No, it's better to say Ji Qingming instilled independent emotions and desires into his Tao will, creating a pseudo-intelligent creature whose sole purpose is to aid him in battle and protect him when necessary. What a brilliant application of Tao will. Such a level of technique is what he would expect from a transcendent faction, and of course, Wang Wei will steal all of them and put his own twist on them. Nice try, Ji Qingming sneered, but your nightmare has just started. The destroyed creatures suddenly appeared once again, staring coldly at Tian Xian. Fierce Soul, Ji Qingming summoned a third creature, which was another humanoid creature, except it had thousands of eyes all over its body. Chapter 1449, Tian Xian versus Ji Qingming 2. Do you understand your purpose? The reason for your existence? Yes, I won't let you down. Too slow. Your progress is too slow. Wang Wei has passed his supreme outlaw trial. I won't lose to him. Good. You have proven your intelligence is on par with him. However, it's not enough. His 9-extremity foundation is almost complete, but you haven't even started it. I will get to it. How can you be so useless? You are the son of Grand Tao, born with the greatest blessing between heaven and earth. What did I do wrong this time? Wang Wei has become the second mortal emperor in the universe. If you want a chance at beating him, you must be the third. I will do my best. What? Are you satisfied that you proved the Tao before him? Well, I can tell you he became an immeasurable emperor, the very first in the universe, meaning your small achievement means nothing. How can I be an immeasurable emperor? It's too late for you. However, he is planning a way to bind his existence to the heavenly emperor era he is creating. Why don't you try copying him? He'll create an era even more glorious than him. You did a decent job. The next competition is the taboo battle realms. You cannot lose to him in those. I will not lose. A hole appeared in Tian Xian's eyes as he flew into the distance. The horrible pain had awakened him from the nightmares surrounding his greatest fear. He noticed his mind was once again slipping and reacted swiftly by destroying all negative effects on his mind, soul, or spirit. Tian Xian now had control over his body, but this attack severely injured him. His Tao was a nasty piece of work he analyzed. The combination of Tian Xian's Tao will and willpower manifestation could barely seal Ji Qingming's. And that's despite the fact is true, will contain some of the essence of his destruction Tao. Luckily, his soul was well protected by an excellent soul artifact and many other techniques, so it was not affected. A yin-yang symbol materialized next to Tian Xian, transforming his destruction Tao into creation. Then, a new and perfect replica of Tian Xian appeared in the symbol. Tian Xian then transferred his soul into this new body, thus perfectly healing his previous injury. It's useless, Ji Qingming said as his three summoned souls started resonating with each other for a second attack. Tian Xian controlled his former shelf as a puppet, forcing it to attack the three souls. Ji Qingming raised his hand to create 3 pillars full of grievances. He planned to seal this shell and buy enough time for his attack to hit. However, Tian Xian was ruthless and immediately exploded the puppet, releasing a devastating amount of pure destructive power. This attack wiped out everything in sight except for the protective measures around Ji Qingming. Swish! Tian Xian destroyed the distance between himself and his opponent, achieving a terrifying high-speed teleportation. He appeared behind Ji Qingming, holding a sword condensed for destruction. Die, he yelled. Do you think I would fall for such an obvious tactic? Ji Qingming sneered as a golden creature with wings appeared around him. His spirit of fortitude, condensed from one of the 7 heavenly virtues, was the ultimate form of protection. Swish! Tian Xian's sword passed through his defense like it was empty air before him, leaving a gushing wound. How is that possible? Ji Qingming was shocked as he distanced himself from his opponent. Tian Xian would not pass this opportunity and continued his aggressive approach. Ji Qingming reacted swiftly by recondensing his 3 souls, and each soul immediately created a universe to block Tian Xian's path. This approach was effective, as it took some time to destroy the nightmare, horror, and fear universe. Meanwhile, Ji Qingming took this opportunity to analyze why the previous attack failed. It's luck Tao. This bastard destroys all probabilities or possibilities that could block his sword, allowing it to accidentally pass through a flaw in my defense. Ji Qingming looked at the slash wound on his chest with gritted teeth. Luckily, these lowly people have a shoddy application of true will. It only took him a moment to remove Tian Xian's true will and regenerate. Swish! Ji Qingming moved his head to evade the destruction arrow before focusing on his opponent. Tell me, what is your obsession? Ji Qingming asked with a smirk. Tian Xian did not answer, but fired another arrow. The spirit of virtue slashed the arrow away with a sword of light. It seems you have 2 obsessions, and they somehow contradict one another, Ji Qingming continued. The first one seems to be to overthrow someone and stop living in their shadows. Interesting. There is actually someone who can make you obsessed with them. Tian Xian released a rain of arrows, but it was useless. The spirit of virtue condensed a shield, and with his sword, no harm came to its master. Your second obsession seems to be hidden quite well, so I can't even read it, Ji Qingming continued. However, we have plenty of time. He chuckled before going on the offensive. He first combined the horror soul with the fear soul, turning into a humanoid creature with 4 arms, an octopus head, and numerous eyes on all parts of its body. This new horror then looked at Tian Xian, and his body started mutating. His left arm began to grow muscles and tissues uncontrollably, turning into this large and grotesque red abomination. Tian Xian was calm. As a body refiner, this was not the first time he had faced such a situation, so he focused on regaining control. Sadly, this mutation was more aggressive and uncontrollable than the true power Tao realm tribulation, so he swiftly cut off his arm and regrew another. He teleported away, thinking this creature required sight to cast his technique, but he was only half right. The first attack required sight, but the subsequent ones used their karmic link, which Tian Xian swiftly detected and destroyed. However, what awaited him was Ji Qingming's fourth summons, the Soul of Regret. A bright red heart that was more than 20 meters in length and had a black dagger piercing through it manifested, and as soon as it appeared, the heart started to beat. Tian Xian, who was mid-attack, found himself in this white space with fog. His first instinct was to destroy everything, but he stopped himself when the fog condensed into the shape of a woman. Her face was vague, but the woman's contour indicated she was beautiful and had an aura of endless gentleness. Tian Xian calmly looked at the woman, and despite her lack of a visage, he could tell she was smiling. She raised her hand to him, and he unknowingly reached out. Unfortunately, before he could touch her, she collapsed before turning into another woman dressed in all black clothes with black nails, black and red eyeshadows, and dark lipstick. The woman was breathtakingly beautiful with her ancient aura of power and darkness. "Don't forget who you are betrothed to," she declared. "So, you gave up the love of your life for an arranged marriage? Is it your regret? What a cliché story." Ji Qingming sneered echoed in this dimension, plunging Tian Xian into a blind rage as he destroyed this spiritual realm. Unfortunately, what awaited him was not the freedom he sought, but a world of horror. Tian Xian found himself in this dark space with billions of arms coming from below, trying to drag him. The worst part was not these creepy limbs not attached to anything, but the sweet voices that came calling him. "Xianer, why did you abandon me? Was I not enough? Couldn't you have fought for us?" Tian Xian knew this voice, and now it no longer haunted him just in his dream, but followed him into reality. "Annihilate," Tian Xian said coldly, eradicating all signs of this dimension from the world. "Why in such a hurry? Yihengming Chekeld. We're just getting started? Why don't we take a look at your nightmare?" Tian Xian coldly looked in the distance, his eyes bravado whatever power confused his mind, and he looked straight at Ji Qingming. The heavenly Tao Eyes analysis is completed. Ji Qingming felt a chill down his spine, followed by a feeling he was naked and his opponent was seeing through all his secrets. "Let's copy the opponent's Tao, while mastery and mind protection," Tian Xian uttered. His body instantly released an aura that broke all of Ji Qingming's illusion spirit techniques. But Tian Xian was not done. He activated his awakening, condensing the supreme armor of destruction. A dark armor condenses on his body, with his hair breaking through the top of the helmet. Pure destruction energy rushed through the eye sockets and the connecting joint pieces of the armor, manifesting in a dark red shade. "It's time to end this farce," Tian Xian said coldly. Chapter 1450 Tian Xian versus Ji Qingming 3. I guess even being the son of Grand Tao does not mean a life of leisure and happiness, Wang Wei thought after peeping into Tian Xian's spiritual dimension. That woman in black. Did Grand Tao choose her as Tian Xian's wife to counter my relationship with Wu Hong? Wu Hong is, and will always be one of Wang Wei's greatest strengths. So it made sense Grand Tao would pair Tian Xian with someone of similar ability to prevent him from being tag-teamed by the two. If that is true, then she must be extremely talented and powerful for Grand Tao to choose her as someone that counters my Wu Hong, Wang Wei thought, remembering her name, since she would be an enemy. Wang Wei muttered when he saw the horror world Ji Qingming created. "I'm envious of this guy's background." He already realized that all of Ji Qingming's techniques were the cream of the cream, and it was not entirely due to his talent. The primary source of their powers and uniqueness is that he created these techniques after studying other perfect techniques. A transcendent from a G clan must have perfected countless techniques before allowing their descendants or members to use them. Using that solid foundation, the G clan and palace members have superb techniques of their own because they can stand on the shoulders of giants. That power, Heavenly Tao, is the tide about to change? Wang Wei thought. A sword enveloped by black flame appeared in Tian Xian's hand, and he raised it above his head. The sword suddenly grew in size, reaching a length of more than 20 meters and a girth of 5 meters. The aura of destruction released from Tian Xian's body was too intense and too abnormal, puzzling many participants. Only a few could detect this was not a regular attack using purely his Tao, but one boosted by a special destruction key from the source key space. As that terrifying flame sword descended, Ji Chengming's demeanor changed for the first time since the battle started. His spirit of fortitude appeared before him, releasing an intense light from his shield. Sadly, it barely worked. Ji Chengming's clothes had countless holes and tears, but he only suffered some minor scratches to his skin. However, this was not his only loss. His spirit and 3 souls were annihilated. The way his technique worked was these souls and spirits were immortals as long as he was breathing. However, Tian Xian's attack destroyed these techniques. In other words, Ji Chengming would need to relearn or recreate these techniques to use them again. That's how thorough the destruction was. "You bastard!" he snarled, but Tian Xian paid him no mind. A dark green silk materialized around his flaming sword as he filtered the purest form of time energy from the river of time and manipulated it to embody all destructive aspects of the concept of time. Tian Xian swung his sword again, and this time around, his attack was even faster. The time Tao he added allowed his attack to manipulate the time at which this attack would hit, arriving at a much earlier time than it would have. Virtue Spirit. Charity, a beautiful woman manifested before Ji Chengming as his face contorted. The woman was dressed in all white, with her black calmly lying on her back. Her face was youthful and pure, and her body emanated a faint golden light. Anyone looking at her would instantly think she was a saint walking the mortal world. However, this woman's purpose was far from saintly. Charity means having a generous heart and giving to others, especially the less fortunate. But what this woman was giving to people was all the damage Tian Xian was taking. To cultivate this technique, Ji Chengming has already chosen countless benefactors to share the damage for him. What a bunch of waste, Ji Chengming thought with gritted teeth. All the cannon fodders he selected died with this attack, along with his charity spirit. He glanced at his missing arm, and his anger elevated to a higher. Only peak paragons should be able to tap into such a pure state of destruction. How come this bastard did it, after just entering the realm? He complained. Ji Chengming's complaint was warranted. Under normal circumstances, Tian Xian would not achieve such pure power. However, after copying Ji Chengming's Tao mastery, the boost his true will can achieve has reached another level. Tian Xian attacked for the 3rd time, and Ji Chengming summoned another creature, the Soul of Hatred. A small face appeared above his left palm. It had no eyes and a mouth almost too big for its face, with 1,000 teeth and 100 tongues. Ji Chengming did not hesitate to swallow this ugly creature from a child's nightmare before the sword enveloped him. His intuition had warned him the enemy was not vanquished, and soon enough, his eye technique detected signs of life. A black fog suddenly left Tian Xian's body as if someone had stripped something from him. Then, Ji Chengming's body slowly condensed from the cloud. "You have a lot of hatred in you," Yi Chengming commented. "And this hatred is odd. At first, it looks like it's geared towards someone who appear to be in this trial, but there seems to be some underlying mystery to it." Ji Chengming looked at him coldly, not affected in the slightest. Instead, he chose to obliterate his opponent. Wait, this bastard was telling the truth when he said he copied my mental protection? Ji Chengming did not believe him and thought he was bluffing. After all, his clan took extreme care to protect his information. So how could any lowly techniques dare claim it could analyze and copy him? Unfortunately for the young Ji Qingming, this arrogance is why Tian Xian successfully analyzed him, and he did it in a very short period. Before being eradicated for the fourth time, Ji Qingming teleported the hatred soul outside of the trial before returning to the tower once the attack abated. He then gathered the hatred of the world to condense another body. A crown appeared floating above Tian Xian's helmet like an angel's halo. He had activated his status as the Earth Emperor. Death and destruction have always gone hand in hand. So Tian Xian used his karma position to siphon the purest of death power from samsara to combine with his destruction, adding a bit of white to the sword. I've grown to despise lowly scum like you who only play with the mind, Tian Xian said coldly. Zodi. Black chains rushed from his armor to enter the void, blocking all forms of teleportation or spatial navigation. He rushed to his opponent at such immense speed it appeared he had teleported before swinging his sword down. However, a glint flashed in Ji Qingming's eyes before the sword touched him. Soul Switch Ji Qingming made a calculated gamble. He bet that if he switched his body with Tian Xian, his mastery of Soul Dao would mean he would have a higher chance of controlling the latter's body before Tian Xian could control his. Then, he can use the latter's attack and power against him. Ji Qingming's plan worked. In a matter of milliseconds, he forcefully took control of Tian Xian's body and forced it to continue the attack. Meanwhile, his opponent had probably barely reacted to the sudden change. The sword hit its target, releasing a massive dark energy wave that annihilated everything in its path, including this tower's reinforced space-time barriers. For a brief moment, void tears leading outside appeared at the center of that explosion. The spirit had to work overtime to reinforce this arena since they did not expect this level of pure destructive power. Nice try, said a cold voice before Tian Xian's perfectly intact soul appeared without Ji Qingming's body. Unfortunately for you, I am destruction. His soul released a devouring power that attracted the armor, the sword, and all the destruction energy to condense a new body, leaving Ji Qingming's soul alone and open. Tian Xian raised his sword and summoned another power source that materialized as a dark purple orb that fused with his flaming sword. The power of primordial chaos. Ji Qingming looked at the black and white flaming sword with purple and green adornment, and his face turned ugly. The power of that attack had reached the peak of the Paragon realm, meaning the chances of surviving were extremely low. None of my souls or spirits can help in this situation, he analyzed. Despite death approaching, Ji Qingming remains calm. In his life, he has only felt fear once, and that was when he met the clan supreme elder. This situation did not make him fear. Instead, he felt frustrated. Do I have no choice but to use that method? Chapter 1451, True Purpose. A breaking sound echoed deep in Ji Qingming's soul, activating the protective mechanism left to him by his father, an enormous face that kept morphing into countless facial expressions to express thousands of emotions. The emotions varied, but they also had one thing in common: obsession. The obsession manifested in many shapes: the intense desire to survive, the intense anger to seek revenge by all means, and the rage of killing people who have wronged you beyond words can explain. It did not matter what the intense emotions, desires, or the obsessions were. It manifested in this singular face. Boom! Tian Xian's sword finally landed, but the effect could be described as ridiculously useless. Ji Qingming survived, but did not look happy. On the contrary, he seemed furious, probably because Tian Xian pushed him to such a level. Destroy him, Ji Qingming ordered. As soon as these words left his mouth, the obsession creature released a terrifying tower that shook the entire trial for a few seconds. This aura, Wang Wei thought. This face reminded him when he faced supreme unity. He squinted his eyes, waiting for what was to come. Besides, Tian Xian was the only person calm throughout the situation. Stop, Sir Lu said, and his words contained immense power as the face suddenly became immobilized. This is the second time you've broken the rules. Ji Qingming was not allowed to teleport outside the tower during his fight, but he still did it. However, Sir Lu had not reprimanded him since he returned immediately. "Get the fuck out of my way," Ji Qingming said coldly. Now that he was forced to activate his protective measures, he would annihilate his opponent for bringing him shame and humiliation. "Your actions have violated the rules, meaning you have officially lost this match," Sir Lu declared calmly. Tian Xian deactivated his awakening, returning to his former handsome face. Interesting, Wang Wei thought. It seems the trial spirits are using this opportunity to establish their prestige. Let's see where their confidence comes from. And? Yiheng Ming Snedit. What are you going to do about it? The rules are clear. Since you lost, you must die, Sir Lu replied calmly before snapping his finger to manifest a towering clear palm that descended directly toward Ji Qingming. The myriad-faced creature turned into a dark green shield to protect him. But its power was utterly useless before the palm. Then, for the second time in his life, Ji Qingming experienced genuine fear. "You are quite bold," said a gentle voice with a hint of laziness. The clear palm disappeared, replaced by a pair of eyes accompanied by a background of a universe full of vivid and bright colors like a rainbow. "No, you're the bold one, Jiliuyu," Sir Lu said calmly. "You know the rules, but you send your people here and expect them to break them or act as if they don't apply to them. Chang'er is young and brash, so it's normal if he makes a few mistakes," Jiliuyu replied calmly. "However, this does not mean you have the right to execute him. And what are you going to do if I insist?" The two stared at each other for a brief moment. "You know your situation? So why are you doing this?" Jiliuyu asked with a sigh. "It's not your time to judge what we do," Sir Lu countered back. "What do you want? Take your people and leave. Chang'er is the only one who broke the rules, so why are you exiling everyone?" Sir Lu frowned. He immediately realized these people would not give up. "Fine, but you must pay to take him away." "No problem," Jiliuyu answered before a crystal descended from the sky. With a wave of his hand, the thing disappeared before anyone could see or detect what it was. "Supreme Elder, I have no problem with your decision," Ji Qingming suddenly said before pointing at Tian Xian. "But I must kill this bastard." The horrifying eyes did not even glance at Tian Xian and asked, "What do you say?" "Nothing can happen to him as long as he's in the trial." "Why are you?" "Teacher, someone is threatening to kill me. Please help." "If not for my sake, for your face," Tian Xian suddenly bowed. A pair of golden eyes that embodied all knowledge and secrets of the world materialized above the battlefield, looking down on the rainbow, starry sky eye. "The little brat from the Ji clan, it seems you are still acting as arrogant as ever," the Heaven Cardinal said. "It's odd, given how Ji Dingxiang was quite the humble lad." "Lord Cardinal," Jiliuyu stuttered before regaining his calmness. "My apologies. I did not know he was your apprentice. Your palace should remember that you are not the primeval body mansion. You only exist due to the kindness of Grand Tao. Understand?" "I do." "Good." The Heaven Cardinal nodded. At his peak, Ji Dingxian was more powerful than him, so he had to give his descendants some face, especially since the bastard left some protective measures for them before his passing. He looked at his disciple, but did not say a single word. His eyes had communicated enough. Tian Xian nodded before bowing, and the cardinal left. "You little bastard," Jiliuyu cursed as he looked at Ji Qingming. He had to control himself. Otherwise, he would have annihilated this bastard for forcing him to experience such humiliation. Jiliuyu controlled himself because of Ji Qingming's importance and because he understood the latter. Ji Qingming did not act arrogantly because of his deep background. Besides the body primeval mansion, no faction dares walk arrogantly everywhere in the chaos universe, meaning the Ji clan knows how to raise their people properly. Although they are arrogant, it's not to the point of being mindlessly prideful to the detriment of themselves or their factions. Ji Qingming's situation is the result of a few things. Firstly, he was born with the highest concentration of their founders, Ji Dingxiang's bloodline, meaning he had a terrifying affinity for Soul Dao. Unfortunately, Their clan hasn't given birth to a transcendent in a while, and they are starting to worry. Ji Qingming was their hope. However, the Ji clan and the palace realized the limits of their bloodline, so they chose another approach. They allowed Ji Qingming to use their study of one of the taboos, the abomination, to add variety to his Tao and break free from the limitations of his bloodline. This approach has shown some success so far, but the backlash was that Ji Qingming's mind had become chaotic. They successfully suppressed most of it, but his pride, arrogance, and brash nature remained and even intensified. They sent him to this trial to use foreign means to become a paragon as soon as possible. Although their clans have similar methods, albeit not as effective as this trial, their methods also involved soul Tao, meaning it could aggravate Ji Qingming's situation instead of improving it. "Come with me," Ji Liuyu said before disappearing with Ji Qingming. However, as soon as he left, everyone, except Sir Liu, Tian Xian, the palace people, and the primeval body mansion people, immediately forgot the conversation they had heard or the fact that Ji Liuyu had appeared in the first place. Some paragons, like Emperor Kong, felt something extra had occurred but did not notice anything else. Only Wang Wei knew his memories were erased. What a pain, Wang Wei complained before teleporting to the first room in the Tao Tower. He borrowed the trial energy to condense a few needles he embedded into his acupoints and soul. Memories were part of his existence. It's the reason eternal emperors and above can revive themselves as long as someone remembers them. Wang Wei activated the part of his existence involved memories, and he remembered most of the conversation with a few blurry parts that he had to fill in the blank. "This is valuable information," he muttered, taking the time to analyze everything. "Something fishy is going on with Tian Xian," he muttered. Before he could even proceed further with his analysis, he detected something. Someone was using the trial's power to hide something in this room. The odd thing is that the object would reveal itself only if another Tao overlord walked into this room. Wang Wei waved his hand, and a piece of paper appeared before him. He carefully opened it to see the content. "I need to see you in secret. Use your heaven deception array and this trial's power to create a secure location, Tian Xian." Wang Wei chuckled. Things are getting interesting. Curiosity immediately got the best of him, and he did as the note said. After being blessed by the power of this trial, this array could probably be hidden from anyone or anything, including Grand Tao. Once everything is set up, Wang Wei Steelshong was methoed by resonating his 3-emperor position with Tian Xian's to summon his projection. Chapter 1452, a like author's note. Today is my birthday, meaning I'm 1 year closer to death. Sorry about the bad joke. Someone close to me used to make this joke, and I thought I would try it once. Anyway, please shower me with birthday wishes and words of prosperity. I live in the U.S. and am a person of color, so the past 3 months have been a nightmare. I've been trying to keep a positive mindset, but it's hard to do so when your country is descending into fascism and you're a part of the group that will suffer the most. I'm trying to remain positive, and having a great birthday today is the first step. I consider you guys part of my community, so I will include you in the celebration. That was quick, Tian Xian said. Before we get started, sign this karma-binding promissory note that you'll repay all the points I used for this meeting, Wang Wei said as he sent a red note to him. The information said you were cheap and refused to take a loss. I didn't expect it to be this extreme, Tian Xian mocked. Regardless of his words, he reviewed the note before signing it without any bargaining. You must be desperate that you didn't even bargain, Wang Wei said. I'm just showing you my sincerity. Wang Wei put the contract away and summoned a scholarly fan to fan himself, acting all pretentious. So what do you want to talk about? Tian Xian looked at him and shook his head. The information he knew said this man's personality was as weird, pretentious, and ever-changing as a woman's mood or a man's volatile anger. You did, didn't you? You removed the shackles on you, Tian Xian asked. What are you talking about? Wang Wei asked in confusion, his facial expression displaying genuine puzzlement and unawareness. No need to act, Tian Xian continued. The aura during your immeasurable tribulation was more than enough proof. Unlike the lower cultivation realm, there is no benefit to antagonizing Grand Tao during tribulation, unless you want to borrow its power. But what would you want to borrow its power for? Only one thing would make you risk your life to such an extent: your pursuit of freedom. Once I analyzed things from this perspective, many things started to connect. For example, what would you use your immeasurable emperor achievement for? You don't trust Grand Tao, so you wouldn't ask it to directly remove your shackle or trust any methods that he offered. So, the next best thing is to ask for a safe way to detect the shackles, then use the tribulation to eliminate it yourself. Am I wrong? The two stared at each other for a while before Wang Wei broke the silence by smiling. Interesting. Now, everything makes sense. Tian Xian frowned. I was wondering why your hostility toward me suddenly diminished after my tribulation. He continued. Ji Qingming wasn't an accident, was it? Even if he didn't challenge you, you would have antagonized and fought him. You planned to put him in enough danger to lure the transcendent behind him so you can contact your teacher. No, he's not just your teacher. He is your watcher. You wanted to distract him long enough to leave the contact note. The great part about your plan is that if you're caught, you could use the excuse that the note was an attempt at secretly spying on my secrets, since you knew I would use the first room. Wang Wei smirked. You want your freedom, don't you? It makes sense. After all, how can someone as intelligent as you accept being someone else's puppet? Wang Wei chuckled. I didn't expect you and I were alike in our pursuit of freedom. I never expected to hide the truth from you, Tian Xian admitted. He knew what to expect when communicating and planning against his kind, so this little demonstration meant nothing to either of them. I'm intrigued. Wang Wei smiled as he fanned himself. Your goal should be my observation method, but what do you plan on exchanging with it? How about your life and safety? This should be interesting to hear. You give me what I want, and I won't reveal you are the mad fate emperor from the all-seeing temple's prophecy. Tian Xian said calmly. Stop playing these useless games, Wang Wei countered. You uttered a word about me, and I will immediately contact Grand Tao and tell it what you're doing. He looked directly into his gaze. I reckon Grand Tao won't kill you after so many investments. But it shouldn't be an issue to change your personality by giving you a new set of memories and experiences. A glint flashed deep in Tian Xian's eyes. No one would want their personality to be twisted into someone else, not to mention the person deep in his mind he refused to forget. All right, but you should understand that I had to try, he said, shrugging. My offer is an alliance between us. That's it. I know many secrets that may be helpful to you. Like? Wang Wei asked, and Tian Xian stared at him. He knew this bastard was using the situation to get one free, valuable piece of information from him. He mulled it over briefly. How about something related to Ji Dingxiang? If you're going to mention how he's trying to revive himself, don't bother. You know, is it hard to deduce? Wang Wei sneered. He probably knew he might not survive and Grand Tao would completely erase him. So he tried the only way that could give him a way of surviving. The power of obsession. The Heart Desire Palace has spent so long studying obsession and desires in the hopes of reviving their ancestors. Tian Xian sighed deeply, not hiding his frustration. Is this the first time you've confronted someone of equal intelligence? No wonder you're inferior to me. Your cultivation experience is too curated, Wang Wei said. A wave of profound anger and hatred flashed deep in Tian Xian's eyes, but his facial expression and aura remained unchanged. Regardless, Wang Wei still detected it. He has great control over his emotions, Wang Wei thought. How about I tell you a secret about this trial? Tian Xian asked calmly. I'm listening, Wang Wei replied. Do you know what this place is? Probably a heaven and earth wonder. Exactly, Tian Xian nodded, already expecting he would have figured this much out. Do you know how heaven and earth wonders are created? I only know they were created by either heavenly or Grand Tao, Wang Wei admitted. True, but the crux of the matter is how they are created, Tian Xian added, and after seeing his expression of ignorance, he continued, they are created from the dead bodies of Genesis creatures. Genesis creatures? As in creatures from the Genesis age? Wang Wei asked for clarification. That's right. That would explain why they have abilities that break the rules and limitations, Wang Wei suddenly realized. Grandao was all about waste utilization and not being wasteful, so it made sense to recycle the carcasses of these ancient and powerful creatures to create something that would benefit the chaos universe. But is that it? That's the information you want to exchange? Tianxian stared at him. Your blood-sucking nature is quite unpleasant. My wife likes it very much. Wang Wei rebutted as he fanned himself even more, thus turning the pretentious level to a higher level. An anomaly has occurred, Tianxian added. The dead creatures made from this trial have regained consciousness, to be precise. A new consciousness has been reborn from the remains and memories of the previous one. I'm sure you've noticed the other transcendent factions. Their objective is to control or swallow that new creature consciousness. Is that why these trial spirits have encouraged people to use their points? Wang Wei asked. That's right, Tianxian nodded. The consciousness is still under Grand Dao's restrictions, so it cannot harm the participants. However, the more people that participate in this trial, the more of this trial's unique power can be condensed and utilized, thus accelerating his revival. Interesting, Wang Wei uttered as he caressed his beardless chin. What about Grand Dao's role in this? It should know, so why hasn't it done anything? What do you think? It's probably responsible for the birth of this consciousness, Wang Wei analyzed. And even if it's not, it won't care. The age of transcendence is coming. So it's about time to start manufacturing transcendent-level resources. This creature might be the beginning. Exactly, Tianxian nodded. Grand Dao has grown immensely since the Genesis Age and is well prepared for the upcoming Transcendent Age. This is terrible news for the cultivators, since that means more rules and less opportunity to exploit the established system. So what do you think? Tianxian asked. This information is only the tip of what I know. An alliance with me will benefit both of us. Wang Wei muttered, thinking deeply about it. I still expect my birthday wishes. Chapter 1453 Land of Exile. I'm afraid I have to refuse, Wang Wei said. Why? Tianxian asked while frowning. Is it because of the value of your technique? Who said it was a technique? Or come on, you wouldn't ask for an item since it's a foreign object and can be taken away. You wouldn't accept Grand Dao modifying your eyes, so that only leaves a technique you can use to study or discover any possible problem, Tianxian said, almost rolling his eyes. Wang Wei chuckled. The point is I understand the thing is valuable, and I don't have anything of similar value to exchange now, unless you dare cultivate my heavenly Dao eyes, Tianxian said, staring at him. After seeing his calm demeanor, he continued. My point is the information I know is truly the most valuable and unproblematic thing I can exchange. The problem is not the value of the technique. Well, to be specific, it's not the primary issue, Wang Wei stated. Then what is the issue? Well, first, there's the problem of trust, Wang Wei uttered directly. How do I trust you? You were raised, spending all your life being compared to me. Although you have great control over your emotions, you obviously hold a grudge against me for what happened to you. Do you expect me to ally with someone as untrustworthy as you? That's fair, Tianxian nodded. Which is why I'm willing to sign an existence-binding contract. A what? Wang Wei asked despite the name being self-explanatory. People above the Paragon realm do not trust heavenly or grand Dao contracts, and regular soul contracts or Dao-Os have little use on them. So, they created existence-binding contracts. The thing is hard to break, and even if someone tries, the other signer will know and can generate a backlash with terrifying repercussions. How do you have such a thing? Wang Wei asked, slightly curious. Tianxian pondered briefly. I guess there's no point in hiding it now. The teacher, enunciating intensely, sent me to a fortunate encounter to get the Book of Contract left from an ancient age. This thing is a pseudo-transcendent item with this ability. So, he randomly just gave you such a huge opportunity? I must admit, I'm jealous of you sometimes. Wang Wei sighed as he fanned himself. He didn't do it out of the kindness of his heart, Tian Xian sneered. The book was so I could enslave a sect on par with the Tao opening sect, so they would not intervene when I try to kill you. Your life truly evolved around me in all aspects. How sad. Wang Wei sighed. You said the trust issue was your first concern? Tian Xian asked, ignoring that comment. What are the others? Your plan is a little too flimsy for my taste, Wang Wei said calmly. From my perspective, you planned to fulfill your duty until after my tribulation. Then you saw hope and concocted this plan, but everything seemed to be hasty. I will not be surprised if Grand Tao immediately detects your betrayal after leaving this room and sends divine punishment on you, or your teachers come to fetch you for a new personality tuning. Wang Wei shook his head. Scheming against a higher entity is a complex issue that requires patience and carefulness. However, while brilliant, Tian Xian's plan came into existence and was executed in less than 500 years, leaving too many flaws or possibilities for failure. I've thought of this. Oh, as long as I can come to an agreement with you, I know your future self can hide my betrayal. Buy me a few moments of respite. Wang Wei's lips twitched. This bastard was scheming against his future self. However, that one statement revealed how much this bastard knew about him. Aren't you putting your hope in something illusory? I'm fighting against probably the most powerful entity in the chaos universe, and I have so little time to plan my escape, Tian Xian said calmly. I had no choice but to include luck and faith in my plan. Wang Wei sighed. Their kind is meticulous and usually follows logic, fact, knowledge, data, and deduction of all possibilities when scheming. However, on a few rare occasions, they have no choice but to rely on luck, faith, or belief. They usually refer to these moments as calculated risks. Let's say you are right, and my future self does buy you some time. What are you going to do with it? If Tian Xian is as important to Grand Tao as he appeared, there is no way to hide this betrayal for too long. He'll escape to the land of exile. And that is, it's a timeline or a group of them, and not really sure. That Grand Tao abandoned for some reason. Abandoned? Wang Wei asked. He knew one of the 13 taboos was the lost timeline, a timeline that Grand Tao had to wipe out from existence for some reason, but he had never heard of a group of abandoned timelines. If something went wrong with these timelines, wouldn't it make better sense to erase them than to abandon them, since that could lead to instability? Wang Wei analyzed. Unless it cannot erase them, Tian Xian finished. Things are getting more interesting. Wang Wei smiled as he fanned himself. What power or horror lay in these timelines for Grand Tao to have no choice but to separate them from the infinite trichiliocosm and grant them their independence? If I agree to this proposition, how will we exchange information? And please don't say nonsense like wait until you've already taken a step into the transcendent path to start our exchange. Tian Xian's lips twitched. We will choose a designated timeline to communicate. However, you must wait until I remove some of the shackles on myself first. That's fair. So you agree? Yes, but I have a condition. By all means. I want to directly give you the technique, Wang Wei uttered before raising his hand to stop Tian Xian from getting excited. It'll refine an artifact with the same effect. And you can have the technique after you've exchanged enough information that equals its overall value. Tian Xian groaned as he remembered this vampire would not suffer a loss under any circumstances. That's fine by me, but we must design a system to determine the technique's value. Of course. Is that it? Tian Xian asked. One more thing, but it's not a condition, but more of a question. Tian Xian motioned for him to continue. Why do I smell desperation in your actions? The way you move is not like I, who truly wants freedom because that is my obsession. No, it's more like you're running from something. No, try to prevent something. Tian Xian remained quiet for a solid 30 seconds before replying. In trying to save her. What do you mean? My teacher, and maybe even Grand Tao, has already noticed my hesitation. Tian Xian sighed deeply. According to calculations, their next training plan is to manipulate you into killing her. Once that is done, my hatred will be cemented, and I will accept my fate no matter what, just for the chance to avenge her. Aren't you? Please don't say some stupid and arrogant thing about not being manipulated. Tianxian cut him off. Grand Dao's intelligence is above you. It has more information and knowledge than you, and you're an ant compared to it regarding power. You can't stop it if it genuinely wants to manipulate you into something. Don't forget you still have 2 fate nexus attached to you, and those are the detectable ones. Fair point, Wang Wei nodded. He might be on par with Grand Dao in the future, but his current self was as insignificant as a bug on the street. His victories over Grand Dao so far have only been because it's a program that primarily acts within the confound of specific rules and limitations. Even his future self playing chess with Grand Dao using the Chaos Universe as a board may not be helpful. After all, chess is a 2-player game, meaning each person will take turns making a move. If Grand Dao is determined to make such a move, future Wang Wei may not be able to stop it. In fact, the latter might not even try, since it appeared he wanted to accelerate his past self's growth through adversity. I can sympathize with doing everything for the love of your life, Wang Wei sighed. Do we have a deal? Yes, but let me see the contract first to check if nothing is wrong. No problem. The two then started their work, beginning with checking and signing the contract, organizing a system for the value of information, and a system for exchanging said information through timeline traveling. Tianxian had a gentle smile hidden on the corner of his mouth after everything was done. It'll give you 2 pieces of information at no cost, Tianxian said. You probably know this already, but be careful of the Heavenly Book Paragon. If I guess correctly, he is the true enemy Grand Dao has prepared to eliminate you. Do you have information about him? Tianxian shook his head. I felt danger whenever I asked the teacher too many questions about him. I see. The second information is that there is a recruiting token for the Impermanence Society in the pure Inferno Chaos world. You might want to take it. Impermanence Society? A group of crazy scholars dedicated to studying and uncovering all kinds of secrets and mysteries of the Chaos Universe, Tianxian explained. You met Madman Chu, right? Yeah, he's one of their members. I see. Chapter 1454, Newly Acquired Ambitions. Dear, what's wrong with you? Sun Junyao asked. Ever since they watched that fight, he's been distracted, drastically reducing the efficiency of their hunt. That man called Tianxian. Something about him is odd. Well, that's obvious. No, I mean something about him has attracted me, Xiao Tiandi explained. What do you mean? Sun Junyao still did not understand what he was getting at. His physique, Xiao Tiandi explained. Every time he used any Daos besides destruction, I sensed a familiar aura. Are you saying he also has the innate Grand Dao Source physique? No, that's the issue. His aura was purer. Are you sure? All I sensed was the overwhelming power of destruction. That's also why I'm questioning my senses. Xiao Tiandi admitted, making his master frown. So, why did you bring this up? Do you have something planned? I was thinking if I could get my hands on his blood and strip the other powers, maybe I can push my physique to a higher level. I sensed an urgency in your voice, she stated, and Xiao Tiandi sighed. After watching this battle, I realized it may not be a good thing to rush into the Paragon realm, he commented. His cultivation was already 79 in such a short period, meaning it wouldn't take long for him to become a peak Empyrean. However, after seeing how powerful Tianxian and Ji Qingming were, Xiao Tiandi realized that rushing might not be the best choice. Sun Junyao uttered. Do you want me to fight him? Honestly, I doubt I would be his match even after becoming a Paragon. Not to mention, he's probably related to a transcendent faction, Xiao Tiandi added. Although he did not instantly realize his memories were missing, he could deduce part of the truth. Maybe we could team up against him. After all, our objective is to get his blood, not kill him, Sun Junyao suggested. However, by the time we both reach his realm, who knows how powerful he'll be by then. In that case, we need to use our head instead of our might. You want to ask Wang Wei? Sun Junyao realized, not hiding the dissatisfaction in her tone. I thought you were a staunch opposer to our constant reliance on him. It's obvious he's trying to break your love-fate line by constantly increasing his karma and karmic debt between you two. We might as well take this opportunity, since it probably won't last long, Xiao Tiandi shrugged. You have a point, she nodded. If Wang Wei did not crack the fate line, their relationship would have become much more awkward. Fate would make it so that they constantly met by accident, even locking them up in unique dimensions, fortunate encounters, so they could get to know each other. All right, you contact him yourself. Let's hope he's available. Xiao Tiandi uttered as he used his communication talisman. Did something happen? Wang Wei's projection asked. He had just finished analyzing everything that had happened with Tian Xian and was about to cultivate. I wanted to ask you something. Xiao Tiandi started the conversation before explaining observation and objective. Oh, you're talking about his myriad Dao physique. That's what it's called. I don't know, but that's what I call it, Wang Wei admitted. His senses were much higher than those two, so he detected even more information and deduced the rest. According to his analysis, the best Dao for Tian Xian was chaos, since it would allow him to use all Daos and make him a better vessel for Grand Dao. That's probably why he has the same physique as Xiao Tiandi and why he elevated it to a higher level. Tian Xian's first act of rebellion was choosing Destruction Dao and even morphing his myriad Dao physique into something that could be called Absolute Destruction Physique. He probably used some excuse that this Dao had the highest attack potency and was somewhat the antithesis of fate, which is all about control and versatility. So, can you help us? If you want his blood, just ask him and exchange something of equal value, Wang Wei suggested. Something of equal value? You mean my master's perfection? This, Xiao Tiandi uttered before looking at her. Aren't you putting me in danger? Sun Junyao showed her head and asked. Before coming to this place, she made a great effort to hide her perfection. It also helped that Wang Wei's history lock considered her existence one of the world's great secrets and further aided in the hiding process. Now, he was suggested to reveal such information. He already knows about you, Wang Wei revealed. How? Did you say something? And why would I do such a thing? But how did some foreign cultivator know such a secret? Sun Junyao asked. His situation is special, so he knows much about our world and its current state. Wait, does that mean he could reveal it to other chaos worlds? Xiao Tiandi butted in. It's possible, but don't worry about it. What do you mean, don't worry? He asked before understanding flashed in his eyes. You've already dealt with it? When would I have the time to do that? Then you have a plan then? Xiao Tiandi asked. Yes. Is this plan reliable? Wang Wei stared at him. All right. I've spoken too much. Xiao Tiandi backed down. HM, someone else is contacting me, Wang Wei stated. Anyway, I've already given you a suggestion. It's up to you whether you follow it or not. The chances of this trade proceeding were exceedingly high. Perfection contains some of the secrets or essence of Grand Dao, which is immensely valuable for Tian Xian in escaping his shackles. One more thing, Wang Wei added. No matter what, do not directly absorb his blood to improve your physique, even if you purified it 1 billion times. And no, I'm not exaggerating here. You can study and recreate his blood conditions to improve yourself, but under no circumstances should you directly absorb it. Is it that serious? Xiao Tiandi frowned. Let's say it in another way. If you absorb it, you will instantly become my enemy, and I hunt you down at any cost. I won't care about our previous friendship, nor will I give you time to grow. Xiao Tiandi felt a chill down his spine. All right, I get it. Good. The communication ended, and he looked at his master. Isn't it being too much? The good news is we can now deduce what kind of relationship these two have, Sun Junyao added. True. I'm telling you, our priority is to become a paragon, Lin Fan stated. You saw what happened in that fight. Wang Wei was right. Shenanigans have started to appear, so who knows how much time we have. I understand where you're coming from, but what is the point of becoming a paragon if we're the weakest group? Su Shi argued. Under normal circumstances, you would be right, but this trial is a heaven-sent opportunity. As long as we take the 4th or 3rd heaven spots, our high cultivation will compensate for the lack of high battle capabilities. I don't understand why you're so focused on reaching a higher realm when you know the significance of a deep foundation. Lin Fan sighed. Foundation can be made up, but this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You don't know if we can make it up or the price to pay to do so. And you don't even know how to enter the taboo battle realm, Lin Fan countered. Speaking of Didn't you see how the teacher did not wait? That's because he's under pressure and probably planning something, Sushur countered. But with his protection, we can take things slow and prepare for a better future. Lin Fan opened his mouth before closing them. He exhaled to calm down. How about we talk to him and get his opinion? All right. Soon, they immediately contacted Emperor Kong and explained the situation. I understand where both of you are coming from, Kong nodded. So, who do you think is right? You're both right. Do you know why the taboo realm is not common knowledge? Is it because the top lineages hide all information about it? Lin Fan replied. No, that's only a small part, Kong explained. It's because many people feel it's useless. How does that make sense? Sushur asked. It does, Lin Fan added. The time it takes to research and create a method to enter that stage might be longer than the time needed to reach the next realm. Exactly, Kong agreed. And there are no tangible benefits. The ability to fight above your realm is not as valuable as reaching that realm and acquiring that level of strength. But Wang Wei has insinuated many times to me that the taboo battle realm will have great benefit in the realm of the two suns, Sushur added. That may be true, but you have to remember that before they appeared, 99.99% of cultivators believed the Paragon realm was the peak of cultivation. And from what I gathered, even during the Second Origin War, many people did not participate or take the opposing side because they believed Qiyuan was messing around and his plan was nothing but nonsense. Chapter 1455 Invitation. So it's meaningless? Sushur asked. Not necessarily, Kong answered. My view is we should at least enter the taboo realm at least once, and after reaching that level, there may be a way to make up for it. I see. So what do you think we should do? Lin Fan asked. You can follow your own path, Kong said. Lin Fan can continue his spring to the Paragon realm, and Sushur can start planning for her battle taboo. But Master, we don't have the information on how to do it. Kong was momentarily quiet. With my current realm, I can probably deduce the truth, but it would take a while, so it would be best to ask someone else. They both sighed before Sushur uttered. They'll contact Wang Wei. Master, what exactly is your plan? Lin Fan asked. He knew of his master's temperament, so it was odd for him to rush to the Paragon realm at all costs. You will know in due time, Kong replied. By the way, where's my son? Brother Bai is still hunting. Keep an eye on him, and don't let him do anything stupid, Kong warned. He forbade his son from experiencing the immeasurable tribulation. Bai Han is not like his two disciples, who are blessed with immense, unique destinies and talents, meaning his chances of passing the tribulation after such a short period in the Empyrean realm were slim. So, he planned to train him to the peak of the Empyrean realm and get an entrance token to return to the trial once he was truly ready. Is there anything else? No. Be careful. Emperor Kong warned them before ending the conversation, leaving the couple alone. Are you sure you're not going to regret your decision? Sushur asked. Maybe I will in the future, but for now, I'm willing to accept whatever consequences await. Very well, Sushur said before kissing him on the cheek. She walked to the room next door to contact Wang Wei. She had noticed his decision was not simply due to a desire for power. There was obviously something more at play, but since he hasn't brought it up, she'll wait until he's ready to talk about it. Wang Wei ended his conversation with Sushur. Another one has awakened, he muttered. First was Xiao Tiandi and Sun Junyao, and now Sushur came along. He hoped more of his peers would realize the same, but he would not remind them himself. All right, time for a short retreat, Wang Wei thought. He closed his eyes, and 500 years passed. His cultivation reached the fourth heaven, or 94. This trial spirits are greater vampires than I could ever dream of, he complained. He acquired many points, but they only allowed him to increase his cultivation by 1. Tower spirit, are you there? Are you calling me? A small humanoid spirit in scholarly clothes, sitting on a large, open book twice his size, appeared before him. Yes. Normally, we don't respond to participants unless it's really urgent or something special has occurred, but it seems you're one of our high-value targets. So what can I do for you? Wang Wei's lips twitched. He exhaled to control himself. Is there any way you could make a refining tower? I would like to refine an artifact at the fastest speed possible. A tower to refine weapons and other stuff? A glint flashed in the spirit's eyes. What a great idea. Now that many paragons will be competing in the trial, a refining tower is an excellent idea. The Tao spirit immediately started to dissipate. Wait, is there any else? He asked in annoyance. Since it's my idea, can't you give me some credit? Give me a reward or a discount. Give me something. You have a point, the Tao spirit uttered as he rested his head on his palm. How about a 5 discount on your next tower? No, 5 is too much. 1? That's too little. I know, a 2 discount. How about it? 2 is too little. Give me at least 20. 2. Take it or leave it, the Tao spirit said lazily, making Wang Weiss twitch even more. How cheap are these guys? He complained internally. Fine. Excellent. The spirit released a light that entered his token before disappearing. Wang Wei shook his head before teleporting home. He immediately sensed a profound connection with someone and activated it. A shadowy figure soon grew out of his own shadow. You're healed. Yes, my lord, Red Mask replied while kneeling on one knee. And your strength? I'm officially a paragon and can borrow your strength for a short period. So, same as usual, Wang Wei nodded. Let's get to work. He sat on his futon while Red Mask handed him a talisman with detailed information about what occurred in the last 500 years. A few things caught Wang Wei's attention, including Tian Xian and Emperor Kong becoming inextinguishable paragons. Yin Jie was hurt? Yes. He was attacked by a chaos world called the Metal Supremacy World. Is Metal Dao the primary Dao of that world? Wang Wei asked. No, it's the second most cultivated Dao. The first is Weapon Dao. Oh, more importantly, they despise sword and saber cultivators, Red Mask continued. Yin Jie was not the only one attacked. Jian Wushuang, Jilan Fong, the Golden Sword Emperor, and everyone from the Sword Path League. A battle of destiny between Weapon Dao? How interesting, Wang Wei commented. He continued reading the information and soon finished everything. Your next task is to prepare for the spread of the Fate Shadow Guards to these participants' world. Here is what you need to do. He handed her a set of instructions before dismissing her. His next goal was straightforward. Hunt enough points to reach the 5th heaven and refine the artifact for Tian Xian. As for his Proving Dao artifact, Wang Wei had to admit he did not care that much. His mindset is similar to that of many cultivators in the Eternal Ascension world who don't like relying on external objects. That's why he rarely, if ever, used his Proving Dao artifact, unless for a Grand Dao boost. Of course, he won't abandon the thing. If used correctly, it can be a trump card to reverse a dangerous situation. So Wang Wei will wait until he's back home to add the finishing touch. The artifact had already been tempered and nourished during his ascension, so he only needed to fuse some rare materials to raise it to a higher level. Wang Wei left his mountain to hunt. However, less than 5 years into the process, he received an invitation from Mon Qi for a meeting, and the latter heavily implied an important guest wanted to see him. Although slightly confused, Wang Wei headed to Monk's Temple in the Safed Zone. As Wang Wei walked to the room with numerous signs of life, he heard a booming and confident voice. Mulei, right? It appeared you started with the giantification path and changed into the world body path. Your body has been well tempered. Your foundation is solid, and your spirit and willpower meet the requirements. However, there is nothing unique about you. You can be an ordinary member if you accept my invitation. If I remember correctly, Monk introduced you as Yin Ge, right? Let's see the Yin Qi path. Better yet, an extreme Yin Qi path that reverted to the extreme Yang path. Your body is tempered to the extreme, and your spirit and willpower are amongst the best I've seen. The most crucial part is you're an extremely pure body refiner. Not bad. Your only flaw is that there are too many hidden dangers in your body because of the extreme methods you use to temper it. But that's nothing the right resources cannot fix. Talents like you are what the mansion looks forward to, so you can start as an inner disciple. No, I like you. So let's give you some better treatment and start as an elite disciple. They'll think about it, Yin Jin said calmly. It's up to you, the voice said. And you are Su Dandan? What a beautiful lady. Wow, Not a single reaction. All right, let's take a look. Blood Key Path? I can't believe some people still have the patience to take that ancient path. How intriguing. Your foundation is solid, and the same could be said about your spirit and willpower, although nothing extraordinary. Your patience and meticulous nature of walking the Blood Key Path are valued by our mansion. I think Uncle Younghart will like you. Your life will be set if you can get his appreciation and become his disciple. If not, you can start as an inner disciple. Ian understand. Sudandan responded calmly. By the way, do you want to be my 1,234,876 concubine? No? How about my 12,574th noble concubine? Is that too low? You barely meet the requirement to be my 246th imperial concubine. That doesn't even satisfy you? Unfortunately, I'm only allowed 13 wives, and I've already got 9 of them. And you don't meet the requirements to be my wife. Sue Dandon just stared at him. Unfortunately, it seems we are not fated for each other. What a shame, the voice continued. Well, this should be everyone except the peeper. Why don't you show up? Wang Wei walked into the room. Looking at this nearly 3 meters man with tight martial clothes with short sleeve that displayed his bulging muscles, short hair, a handsome face with a scar over his left eye, blue hair, a gentle but confident smile, and golden earrings. You are? Chapter 1456 First, meeting. I don't sense any direct threat from him, meaning his cultivation or strength is on par or weaker than mine. However, there is still a dreadful feeling when I think about killing him, so he should have a similar level of protection as Ji Qingming, Wang Wei swiftly analyzed. You are? He asked. The name is by Longsheng. The muscular man introduced himself. You must be Wang Wei, right? Monk said great things about you. So let's take a look. A golden hue flashed deep in his bright pupils. What a strange technique. You started with an artifact body fusion path, but updated your technique to switch to the star body path using your acupoints. Finally, you changed into the bloodline path. Breaking the shackles of your human bloodline? So, you followed the same path as Uncle Bai Xing. But why would you use fiend gods as your target when chaos demon gods exist? Bai Longsheng shook his head. Such a pure and flawless body. How is that possible? Did you get your hands on primal heart water? That doesn't make sense, since only our mansion can make it. Wait, there's more? A spirit and willpower tempered to the highest level when you were just a mortal. Are you a freak? How could someone cultivate their willpower to such a level without sufficient cultivation, body, or soul? Madness. You dare use the power of nothingness and survive? Uncle Void Origin would sell his manhood to take you as a disciple and inherit his legacy. Is that a gate of ascension? Have you already recondensed yours? That's something I haven't done. Bai Longsheng's eyes shone brightly. He had found a supreme talent, so he must bring him back to the mansion at all costs. You are the perfect candidate to cultivate the primeval body art. You must definitely join our mansion. Wang Wei looked at him with a slight frown, thinking to himself, despite his joyful and charming appearance, this man is quite arrogant, but it's not the outward arrogance displayed by someone like Ji Qingming. No, it's the kind of pride and arrogance that is deeply rooted in his bones and soul. That's why he can invade people's bodily authority without asking or caring about the consequences. To him, that's just normal or something he has the right to do because of who he is. What's the primeval body art? Wang Wei asked calmly. The best body refining cultivation in the entire chaos universe. Bai Longsheng answered directly, not hiding his confidence behind this statement. Can I assume this was the technique your founder cultivated? You can say that. I see. Wang Wei nodded. Well, thanks for the offer, but I have no plans to join your mansion. Are you sure? With your talent, you'll receive the position of true disciples, meaning you'll be treated the same as direct descendants like myself. I'm sure. Wang Wei nodded without hesitation. Can I ask why? I have my own path to follow. Bai Longsheng looked him up and down. You're quite the arrogant fellow at heart, aren't you? Do you know what kind of opportunity you're giving up? Do you know how many people would die just to glance at this technique, let alone cultivate it? Anyone with a mindset that someone else's technique is the fundamental answer to their transcendent path has no future in the first place. You're an interesting guy, Bai Longsheng chuckled, but his facial expression displayed no humor. On the contrary, the tension in the room drastically intensified. Are you looking down on my mansion's most precious technique? I never said that, but your tone indicates you view our most precious technique as something not worth your consideration. Well, it's really not, Wang Wei replied truthfully. Even if the primeval body mansion handed him the technique, he would not even look at it, at least not in his current weak self. You better watch your next words carefully, Bai Longsheng warned with squinted eyes. Let me ask you something, Wang Wei said, also locking eyes at him head-on. How many true transcendents have your mansion cultivated again? Excuse you? Since you seem to think that technique is the greatest thing this universe has ever seen since the birth of Grand Tao, it must have given birth to countless true transcendents for your mansion. Am I right? Bai Longsheng stared at him. Am I wrong? Wang Wei smiled. Or maybe it's common sense with anyone with decent intelligence that the path of transcendence is a personal thing, and walking in other people's shoes makes it 1,000,000 times harder for success. And even if you succeed, there is a high chance you will become the puppet of the forerunners. It makes you wonder, doesn't it? What is your mansion's true purpose in finding talents capable of cultivating this primeval body art? You have quite the imagination, Bai Longsheng said calmly. And you also have quite the balls to dare slander our mansion like this. Oh, don't mind me. I'm just a lowly cultivator with a chaotic mind and big tongue, Wang Wei shrugged. Bai Longsheng chuckled at his words before laughing out loud, his booming voice echoing throughout the temple. Wang Wei seamlessly started laughing with him, their voices entangled as if they were former friends who have been through numerous trials and tribulations together. I like people like you, Bai Longsheng said as he summoned a token. My offer still stands, and I'm open to considering it. Wang Wei smiled as he put it away. Monk, don't forget you promised me your clan's best wine. Of course, Monk nodded. Bai Longsheng waved to the others before steadily walking out of the temple. Let's talk privately. Wang Wei nodded before saluting the others and stating to Su Dandan, wait for me in my mountain. She nodded, and he followed Monk to a private room, where the latter handed him a wine gourd after they sat down. I'm sorry about him. He seemed like a chill guy when I met him. It's fine, Wang Wei calmly said as he swallowed a mouthful of this fiery wine. The entire situation was under his control. As soon as Bai Longsheng started scanning his body, he could have stopped him by slightly modifying the armor around his existence to hide his information instead of protecting him. The subsequent conversation also proceeded as such on purpose to see what kind of person he was and to see if he could bypass the latter's information protection by riling up his emotions. And Wang Wei's approach was successful. He discovered Bai Longsheng's cultivation was weaker than his, but strength was probably only slightly weaker than his, at least based on aura alone. How did you meet him? I was hunting, and he approached me, Monk explained. We fought, and he read my talent like he did you and the others before introducing himself and inviting me to his palace. Then, we talked about the best body refiners we've ever fought, and I mentioned you and the others from our world, and he asked me to invite them for a meeting. I figured this might be an opportunity for our world, but I didn't expect he would react this way when he met you. People like us have massive egos, so it's impossible to truly get along unless someone is willing to bow down or control themselves, Wang Wei stated calmly. You've been low-key in the trial, so I thought you would control yourself. The trial is about to descend into chaos, and I plan to take part in the action. Bai Longsheng is one of the greatest variables, so I needed to know what kind of person he is to anticipate how he will act. I don't want any part of the chaos. Monk shook his head. The trial allowed him to continue tempering his body to the fifth heaven of the Elder Fiend God realm. And the Tao Tower is an excellent place to finish his great wisdom sutra. So, he is not prepared to risk himself, his wife, or possibly the future of the barbarian clan in this upcoming chaos. That's not a bad approach, Wang Wei nodded. So, what are you going to do with his invitation? Monk asked. I think you know it's unwise to antagonize the primeval body mansion, but you also make a great argument. I'm greatly interested in their library, Wang Wei admitted. He had a concrete plan to open the fourth gate, but still lacked the necessary knowledge to create a feasible, transcendent technique. The mansion should have the most extensive body refining technique library in the Chaos universe. However, I have no desire to join them, at least not until I've already walked my own fleshly body transcendence path. That makes sense, Monk nodded. What about you? What are you going to do? I must admit that I'm tempted, Monk said. A catastrophe is coming in our world, and having the mansion as a protective background might not be the worst thing. However, I'm also worried that their internal political systems will swallow us. That is a major decision, Wang Wei stated. Unfortunately, there is nothing much I can say or do to help you decide. I know, but if you choose to join, don't touch that primeval body art. You don't really think. The creator may not be malicious, but at his level, any connection to him might influence lower cultivators without him even noticing. So, for your safety, you better not even read that technique until you've walked your path and are confident you won't stray. I understand, Monk nodded. Regardless of his decision, he'll keep these words in mind. Chapter 1457 Warning marked the couple's new path by Longsheng teleported to his residence, which was odd by all standards for a man of his status. He did not live in some lavish palace composed of the best and rarest material of the Chaos universe. No, Bai Longsheng's residence was a small forest full of ferocious beasts and a mountain with a cave he dug with his hands. The cave was simple, with a small pond, a cultivation room, and a storage room. Bai Longsheng built this place because of its meaning. When he was 5, the mansion coldly sent him into this cruel world to fend for himself. For many years, he had to kill and eat these powerful and cruel blood beasts. The flesh and blood of these creatures were the best nutrients to nourish his body, polish his foundation, and awaken his bloodline physique, but it did not change the fact he almost died from a bear when he was only 5 years old. That experience affected Bai Longsheng in many ways. By the age of 15, without starting his cultivation journey, he could smash Tier 3 demons, Divine Altar Realm, with one hit and wrestle with Tier 3 demons, Supernatural, Realm 0, without much of a problem. However, strength was not the only lesson he learned in that experience. That cruel trial revealed to him that his status meant nothing without power. Bai Longsheng understood what he needed to do to ensure all the rights and privileges he was afforded before his 5th birthday. He was glad he had learned his lessons since, after the trial, he had to compete with countless others to guarantee his status and rights, and the ruthlessness he acquired became one of the keys to his final victory. Bai Longsheng soon arrived at his cave and sat beside the pond. Why did you want me to back down? Acting aggressively would have revealed more information and affected your image, said a deep and rough voice. That's it. No. More importantly, he has a warning mark on him. Warning mark? Isn't that something these transcendent factions would leave on their descendants to warn each other? Longsheng frowned. All right, he has a connection to some transcendent. Why would we care? The warning reached the level we had to care about. How high are we speaking of? The ceiling of the Chaos universe. Are there people on that level besides Grandao? Bai Longsheng asked. Who knows? The voice answered. The world is vast, and even our mansion only knows so much. Longsheng contemplated. Do you think I would lose to him? Why do you care? The voice answered. The question is, why were you acting so out of character? The voice knew Bai Longsheng was naturally calm and scheming. That's how he could achieve today's status. However, he was overly aggressive toward Wang Wei and even offended him. Didn't you hear the news about Bai Longsheng? Longsheng replied. I've been annoyed ever since I heard about it. More importantly, that bastard reminded me of the other unpleasant bastard. Bai Longsheng caressed the scar over his left eye. It's been so long, and you are the final victor. The voice encouraged him. Is he really dead? Bai Longsheng muttered before shaking his head. Don't think I didn't notice you didn't answer my question. If you consider aura alone, you only have a 30% chance of victory. However, your technique should be more refined than his by miles, and your actual chances of victory should be close to 80. But, Bai Longsheng asked, sensing more. He's a Dao overlord, and his fate Dao is known for its versatility, change, and adaptability. If you don't want to fight as soon as possible, he'll steal your technique to improve his, and your chances of winning will decrease to 40 or less. That bastard Ji Qingming should have already laid the foundation for him to know the importance of superior techniques, Bai Longsheng said with squinting eyes. I should warn you that you currently need more allies, not enemies. I know. Bai Longsheng nodded before closing his eyes. What do you think? Mu Lei said as he sat opposite his wife, their hands clasped together as they gazed intently at each other. I think you should join, Tong Ruobing replied without hesitation. You said it as if it were so simple. But it is. Mu Lei sighed. I talked to In General, he said while he's tempted. That meeting has instead ignited his desire to push our true essence lineage to the level of the mansion. I have to say, I'm inclined to agree with him. Those two are not mutually exclusive. You can use the mansion's resources to reach the level to push the true essence lineage to a higher level. Oh, honey, don't act so obtuse. Do you think the mansion would just watch a faction under them reach the same level as them? Do you think we can use their resources without being drawn into their dispute and maybe destroy ourselves in the process? I know this, Tong Ruobing sighed, but things are different now. Everyone already has an inkling that something significant will happen once the lock is broken, and we must prepare. The primeval body mansion can be our backup safety measure. Mu Lei mulled over these words. Tell me honestly, what is this about? What are you really thinking? Honestly, I'm tired of always being one step behind Wang Wei. Everything seemed to be about him in one way or another. This is how things are when someone is the most brilliant star of an entire era or more, Mu Lei replied. The golden era had Wu Hong, and now their era had Wang Wei, meaning it was a common thing for someone to outshine everyone else in the cultivation world. They had it worse since they had to grow with Wang Wei, while most of the powerhouses had reached their full potential during Wu Hong's rise, leaving only a few who were jealous or wanted her for themselves. Well, I'm tired of it, Tong Ruobing said. I want to be the shining star, and the mansion might be the boost we need. But what if Wang Wei also joins the mansion? You saw their clash of ego yourself. Tong Ruobing replied by shaking her head. Not to mention Wang Wei's mindset is more similar to In General. The man was loyal to his sect, and with his arrogance, Tong Ruobing did not see how he would join another faction. Even if you are right, do you think my joining can truly help us? Mu Lei countered. Bai Longsheng said it himself. I would only be a regular member. You don't have to worry about that. Oh, Tong Ruobing took out a blueprint. You remember how I started tempering my body after losing the Heaven Will battle? I remember you refusing my suggestion and started using the Power Grand Tao source to temper your flesh. It's a faster and more efficient method, so why wouldn't I use it? Tong Ruobing rebutted. Anyways, I recently learned that the Heaven Opening Emperor, one of the primal of the Myriad Clan Union, cultivated Power Tao and the true Power Tao realm. I thought maybe you could do the same and have been researching. You found his secret? No, but I think I may have found an alternative method, Tong Ruobing explained. Your body is like a universe, right? Mu Lei nodded. After reaching the true essence lineage, he changed his cultivation technique to the same one as the body ancestor. He collapsed his colossal beast star body into different aspects of the universe, like the stars, suns, moons, protective films, etc. In other words, Mu Lei's real body is no longer as enormous, but every inch of his flesh now contains the power of a universe. My plan is simple, Tong Ruobing said. I will refine these power talismans for you to include in your body, and the talismans will resonate with the Power Grand Tao source to give you additional boosts and access to the Power Tao. Mu Lei frowned. But you do understand that if the aura of the talismans infects me, I will lose my true Power Tao realm. No, my body would instinctively reject it in the first place. Not if the talismans are an artifact, which is considered a foreign object. Mu Lei's eyes lit up before they diminished. That would work, but it's still a foreign object that can be taken away or tampered with. That's where the issue comes in, Tong Ruobing explained. The best way to solve this problem is to change your Proving Tao artifact to combine Thunder Tao with Power Tao, but you understand the consequences. Mu Lei did. Changing his main Tao can have severe consequences, including the possibility of never improving again. In other words, if he follows this plan, his Emperor Qi path would have to be completely abandoned as he focused on his essence body tempering path. This plan may be feasible, Moulet uttered. It would not be a big deal if he were no longer a Qi refiner. He was only double cultivated in the first place because he was not fond of how little time Emperor tier body refiners had to live before opening the gate of power. Now that he no longer had to worry about his lifespan, abandoning the Qi path to increase his potential in the essence path was not too big of a sacrifice. Chapter 1458 Death News. How is Dulgun? Wang Wei asked, changing the topic. She's preparing for her battle taboo realm, Monk said with a smile. Oh, what method did she use? The clan prepared a purple Kylan for her, Monk explained. Purple Kylan? If I remember correctly. These creatures like to give all kinds of blessings to different people, including mortals, Wang Wei stated. Purple Kylan were also known as Good Fortune Kylan due to their ability to bless people with luck and wealth. However, this Kylan breed had many kinds of blessings, including improvement in the cultivation realm or battle strength. That's right, Monk nodded. They matched perfectly with her Tao, so the clan chose them. The plan is to raise the Kylan to the Paragon realm, and then Dulgun will use their soul connection to slowly absorb it into her existence. That's not a bad method, but she should be careful, Wang Wei warned. Even if the creature is bound to her, the instinct to survive will kick in once it's on the verge of death. If she's not careful, she might be swallowed instead. We know, and that's why we're taking our time. That's good to hear. Wang Wei nodded. Well, send her my best regards. The two chatted for a few more hours before Wang Wei left. He had a meeting with Su Dandan at his mountain, and she waited patiently for his return. Do you know why I wanted to talk to you? Wang Wei asked as he invited her to sit opposite him. It should be about the primeval body mansion, Su Dandan replied calmly. Continue. Do you want me to join? That's right, Wang Wei nodded. Our world is about to experience a catastrophe, meaning it's time for our sect to prepare an exit strategy in case we face extinction. Su Dandan frowned after hearing these words. Do you think I'm overreacting? Our sect is one of the most powerful overlords. How can we face extinction? You're now an inextinguishable paragon, so there are certain things you could be privy to, Wang Wei stated before condensing an information talisman to briefly explain the threat the world will soon face. Su Dandan's facial expression became graver with each passing second she read the information. I didn't expect so many secrets and mysteries to be involved, she exclaimed. The chaos and danger is an opportunity for us, but we also need to prepare for the worst, and that's where the mansion will come in. Su Dandan took a deep breath. I have no problem joining the mansion. She was part of the sect and was willing to contribute however she could. But do I have to, Oh no, you don't have to marry by Longsheng. In fact, the last thing we want is for you to be so involved with him, Wang Wei immediately stated. That's a relief, she uttered under her breath. Bai Longsheng might be handsome, charismatic, powerful, and from the best background in the Chaos universe. However, Su Dandan found it a major turnoff that he had over 1 million wives and concubines. Your objective in joining the mansion is for the sect's future, so the last thing we want is for you to get drawn into their internal competition, Wang Wei warned. After you get there, you must put the sect's benefit above anything else. No matter what decision you make, even if it means decreasing your opportunity, you must consider how it will affect the sect. If you can't decide, contact me, and I will help you analyze the pros and cons. I understand. Wang Wei looked her in the eyes. I know this is unfair to you, but what you have to understand is our sect has the potential to reach the level of the mansion. However, we are young and still have many things to overcome before we get there. So, no matter how many opportunities you'll miss, remember that the sect will make it up for you one day. I know when a sacrifice for the greater good, Su Dandan replied. Good, Wang Wei praised. When do I leave? It's best to leave after the lock, Wang Wei stated. Although Su Dandan could leave with Bai Longsheng during the trial, he felt it would be best to wait until she met the ancestors before leaving. The ancestors are a greater voice of authority for someone like Su Danda, so their brainwashing should be more effective than anything he says to her today. One more thing, Wang Wei added. Once the ancestors return, they should authorize all clans to condense their fiend god bloodline. Bai Longshang values you because of your pure path, so don't immediately condense your bloodline. Instead, wait until you reach the mansion and have a master to consult whether this path suits you. I will. The conversation ended, and Wang Wei went about his business. 3,000 years passed, and in this duration, his cultivation reached the fifth heaven, his body refining reached the fifth heaven of the Elder Fiend God realm, and he spent thousands of years fighting against the absolute killer. Something is wrong, Wang Wei thought after dying again. In the past 1,000 years, he has improved his skill to survive more than a year against this absolute killer, which was a drastic improvement given that he could only survive half an hour before. However, this man was too powerful for him to overcome after even 1,000 years. There are two possibilities, Wang Wei thought. First, these bastard spirits have raised his ability to ensure I continue using points. Secondly, I'm missing a piece of key information on how to defend against him. The absolute killer existed in the Soul Age, which is an unofficial age, as that period is more classified as the early period of the Paragon Age. I don't believe that in all this time, talents like my wife or my ancestors have not created a method to counter the absolute killer's ability. Heck, I wouldn't be surprised if the Heart Desire Palace created a method to avenge the humiliation their ancestors faced at this man's hands. Wang Wei squinted his eyes. The answer to this question was probably a combination of both. These spirits definitely increased the difficulty, but Wang Wei was also missing something. After the lock, the wife should continue training me. Better yet, I should probably learn from all the ancestors. Wang Wei looked in the distance as it was time for him to leave. The competition had ended, and the spirits had already contacted him that there would be a ceremony before the end of the trial. Additionally, Tian Xian has been contacting him non-stop to refine that artifact for him. But Wang Wei has been purposely delaying. The trial should end in less than 10,000 years. It's time to prepare, he muttered before leaving the battle tower. As soon as he returned to his residence, Red Mask materialized to give him a summary of everything he missed. So much bad news, Wang Wei exclaimed slightly. The first thing on the list was that Shirkian failed her immeasurable tribulation and died. The poor girl, Wang Wei sighed, but he was not too surprised. Shirkian lost her resolve after reuniting her family, so it was understandable she would die in the tribulation. However, the following news of death surprised him. I didn't think Hong Miling wouldn't make it, Wang Wei uttered. I wonder how the future wife will take it. Although Wu Hong never showed it, he did appreciate her somewhat. She just wanted her to meet a certain standard before pouring all her intentions into Hong Miling. Unfortunately, that was no longer possible. If Daphis' wife is dead? Wang Wei was immediately suspicious after hearing that news. Eve Daphis' wife, the noble serpent empress, had one of the most unique bloodlines among demons, the nine-serpent monarch bloodline. With the right resources and training, she should be one of the most powerful demons in existence. So, how could she die under the immeasurable tribulation? She was young and had to rush to the peak of Empyrean, but Yi Dafu and the demon race should have warned her. Plus, it's hard for someone with her destiny to die during a tribulation unless something goes wrong, Wang Wei muttered. He was now more convinced that Yi Dafu had somehow inherited son Wukong's spirit, and fate was guiding him to wreak havoc in the underworld. Wang Wei shook his head and continued reading as more people died. He stopped since the following list involved his people. The first person he had lost was the flesh demon. The latter failed his true power, Tao tribulation, and turned into dust. It's a shame, Wang Wei sighed. He had successfully molded the flesh demon into an ambitious body refiner. Now, everything was gone. The greater shame is Yang Wei's death, he sighed. The latter had just entered his servitude, and he even granted him a paragon pill to heal his mother. Yet, his investment failed before getting any benefit reward. And I still have to bring the news to his mother, Wang Wei grunted. Chapter 1459. Things are in motion. Poor woman. Wang Wei sighed. Her husband was a jealous, controlling jerk who died miserably. And now her son is gone. I hope she takes the news well. Wang Wei continued, overviewing the information. The people from the Divine Faith Haven were gone. Most of them were assassinated before even having the opportunity to enter the Tribulation Tower. The rest of their people had their trial tampered with by Red Mask to ensure they died during the immeasurable tribulation. In other words, it will be virtually impossible to detect whether someone did it. The Divine Faith Haven should expect assassination attempts, but they could not fathom someone messing with the tribulation. Of course, they will suspect something when all their members die. But the tribulation should have wiped out all signs of tempering. The other victims Wang Wei learned about were Paragon Jimin's people. Old Ma successfully became a regular Paragon, but the others died. Another sad victim was Shi Ruolin, the girl with the emperor bone physique. The girl was only a great emperor, but she somehow came here with the Souther Chu dynasty to participate in the trial. She entered the Empyrean realm with record pace, but died during the tribulation. Is this backlash for the Earth Emperor's actions? Wang Wei thought. The parasites did so much damage, so it's not out of the ordinary that their descendants paid the price for their actions. However, it's hard to say since the third prince is perfectly fine. It's probably more the fact she rushed her cultivation, resulting in a shaky foundation. Shi Ruolin could have taken the time to try to awaken her physique. Although rare, there have been records of the emperor physique awakening a second and third time, resulting in heavenly Tao, granting the owner heaven wills to use without becoming a heaven will emperor or any repercussions. Unfortunately, Shi Ruolin seemed in a hurry, resulting in her untimely death. The last news of death Wang Wei received was from his sect. Among the 9 people he brought, 4 died and 5 succeeded. Of course, there is also Yin Jie, who became a paragon. 6 out of 10 is not bad, he commented. And if he considered himself, their final statistic was 7 out of 11. Wang Wei moved on to other significant news, putting all these deaths behind him. Transcendent factions captured Feng Wang, Ao Shun, Zhen Biyu, and Jian Wushuang. That's right, Red Mask nodded. These factions had no interest in those casual cultivators and targeted people from high backgrounds. A few successfully escaped, but those were not so lucky. Those people were quiet before, but starting to move now, meaning my conjecture was right. They're about to take action, Wang Wei commented with a furrowed brow. He pondered briefly before asking his next question. What do you mean by putting Emperor Kong's name in the same place as this news? He has been contacting the other lineages to plan a rescue mission, Red Mask stated. I'm aware, Wang Wei replied. Her briefing included such information. His behavior is odd, Red Mask emphasized. Because he didn't contact me? That's right, she nodded. His character profile indicated that in such a situation, he would contact you first to get a feeling of what you plan to do. However, this time, he moved on and was very active. Now he's a paragon. It's normal for him to be more confident and treat me with more caution, Wang Wei uttered calmly. However, his behavior has strained away enough from the standard to warrant paying attention. Do you want me to observe him closely? Red Mask asked. Not now, Wang Wei replied. I see. Then, what about the kidnapped participants? They cannot fall in these people's hands. Even if we have to silence them, we must not allow that to happen, Wang Wei stated calmly. With these transcendent factions, it's only a matter of time before they break through Heavenly Tao's history lock. And these kidnapped participants know too much information about the world and, more importantly, about him. You can aid Kong in his rescue mission, but do it quietly without being noticed. As you wish, but what should I do if he fails? Then, he'll decide whether to rescue them myself or eliminate them. Red Mask nodded, and Wang Wei continued his reading. There was nothing much of value left. The poisoned demoness, Jia Ping, and the flame blacksmith had successfully become paragons, increasing Wang Wei's cards. The last thing he needed to take notice of was the final result of the competition. Tian Xian and Emperor Kong took the 2 spots in the 4th heaven. Lin Fan and Wang Fushuan took 1 position each from the 3rd heaven, and Sun Junyao took one place in the second heaven. A few of his acquaintances decided to take it slow and even started their battle taboo journey instead. No one from these transcendent factions appeared on the list. Things are slowly but surely intensifying, Wang Wei muttered as he placed the talisman away. He looked at Red Mask. How is your infiltration task going? I have chosen the loose cultivators to use as incubators to infiltrate these foreign chaos worlds. And you're confident your method will not be detected? Wang Wei asked. I've added the Heaven Deception Array to my methods. I've even tested it on these transcendent factions, and so far, they haven't detected anything yet. Good work, but you should not be cocky. I won't make such low mistakes. Wang Wei nodded. Tell me your plan in detail. I've planted seeds in these loose cultivators that can summon our fate shadow guards to their chaos worlds, Red Mask explained. Once they arrive, their objective will be to create a communication base to ensure your soul network can function smoothly in these worlds without interruption or detection. Wang Wei nodded. His soul network will be the best way for him to spy on these worlds and keep himself up to date for the upcoming catastrophe. And with these bases, he doesn't have to spend countless yuan epochs to establish a connection with one world. What about the chaos worlds of these transcendent factions? When they're slightly distracted toward this trial, I will send my best agents to build bases with the Heaven Deception Array to ensure we are not detected. No, I can't trust anyone else with this mission. You must do it yourself. But Lord, who will serve you if I'm gone? The Xie clan will serve me in your absence, Wang Wei said. Plus, I have another objective for sending you out. I understand. This is what you need to know and do for your mission. Wang Wei pointed at her brow to send the information directly into her mind. Red Mask bowed before disappearing into the shadow. Wang Wei mulled over his next plan, including preparation for the immediate future after the trial. Then, he summoned two people. Lord, the poison demoness and the flame blacksmith saluted. The two came amongst the loose cultivators, making this meeting their first since the trial start. You did not disappoint me, Wang Wei praised. Thank you, Lord, for this opportunity, the demoness said sincerely. Meanwhile, the flame blacksmith cupped his hands to show respect and thanks. I merely provide you with an opportunity. It's your talent and ability that you could seize it, Wang Wei replied casually. Enough with the formalities. I need you guys to do something for me. Wang Wei handed them a talisman containing designs, or better yet, requirements for a weapon and a poison. Can you do it? Under normal circumstances, this would be way out of my capabilities, the flame blacksmith analyzed. However, as you suggested, with the trial's unique power, I should be able to succeed. It's the same for me, the poison demoness added with shining eyes. As a poison master, she enjoyed nothing more than creating powerful but potent poison. And if she can refine this poison, it will be her greatest masterpiece. Tell me what you need. Wang Wei asked. I heard you can exchange materials in the new refining tower, so I will need a significant amount of points, the flame blacksmith replied without hesitation. I need to experiment before refining this level of poisons, so I will also need a lot of points, the demoness added. They'll take care of everything. Wang Wei reassured them before immediately investing the remaining points he had as the first investment. Then, he breathed in relief as he watched them leave. With them, the plan to eliminate the block has a higher chance of success. Wang Wei left his mountain to check on the princess of the refining tower. As expected, Tian Xian had left him a secret message. The latter was getting impatient. Wang Wei shamelessly asked him for points to finance his two employees, trying to reduce the cost he had to bear. He returned to his hunt after leaving the message. Chapter 1460, The Tipping Point, is approaching unedited. Chapter Tian Xian begrudgingly paid the money, allowing Wang Wei to reduce his hunting time by a decent margin. Then, he headed directly to the refining tower, paying for the best room. Wang Wei found himself floating on top of a volcano, sitting cross-legged with a screen projection before him, scrolling through their lists of materials. It's pretty extensive, Wang Wei commented. Wu Hong's library contained knowledge from the entire chaos universe. allowing Wang Wei to recognize most of the things on the list. Unfortunately, he never finished reading everything in the library, and there were also new discoveries and creations since Wu Hong last updated her library. Luckily, there were descriptions of the materials sold. The list of spiritual herbs seemed limited, Wang Wei noticed before sneering. He instantly deduced why. These spirits wanted people to use their trials to increase their strength, not rare herbs or pills. So, they added herbs that can be used to create poisons or destructive type pills instead of the ones that can nourish the body and soul. Wang Wei shook his head before choosing the materials he needed. However, he did not only buy the materials for Tian Xian's artifacts. He purchased materials for 3 artifacts, including a few rare ones for his Proving Tao artifact. He did not waste time and activated the Heaven Deception Array he placed in this room. He did not trust these spirits, so he hid the information on whatever he refined in the tower. Wang Wei changed the environment into a world of white flame. He then snapped his finger to manifest a projection of a library representing all the knowledge he had acquired. Books or scrolls rushed from the library into the flame, slowly turning it into the color green. After the flame transformation ended, Wang Wei placed in or at the center of the flame that resembled a black ostrich egg. The skill, or also called the Knowledge Absorber Steel, was the core of Tian Xian's artifact since Wang Wei wanted the artifact to have the same ability as his technique. He could have used regular flames to melt it, but Wang Wei's refining Grand Tao source was only in the Emperor realm, meaning he needed innovative ways to bring out the full effect of the materials. While the skill, or melted, Wang Wei focused on the other primary materials. The first was the magnifying wood, which will work with the skill, or to ensure the artifact accomplishes the task of observing the existence. The second was the silent crystal, which would reduce the chances of others noticing the spying. Under normal circumstances, Wang Wei would have not put this material in, but since he chose an alliance with Tian Xian, he decided to be generous. The third primary material is the Order Disorder Sand, allowing him to place certain conditions on the artifact. Wang Wei added this thing to prevent Tian Xian from breaking down the artifact to learn his technique. Although their contract stated this was not allowed, Wang Wei also wanted to put in a backup measure in case he was betrayed. Wang Wei had to create separate environments to melt these primary materials while he dealt with the secondary materials the old-fashioned way. Then, he proceeded to the second stage of the refining by condensing a cauldron with his Proving Tao artifact. He fused these ores together before molding them into the shape of an eye. This process should have taken you on epochs, but as is the theme of this trial, the tower made everybody's life easier by accelerating everything. Wang Wei then moved to the third step, rune engraving. He chose a simple path for this process, since his refining level would limit his achievements by engraving the observation rune and the heaven rune. He did not even use the method most non-refiners used when making an artifact called stacking. Stacking is based on using numbers to make up for the quality. In other words, Wang Wei should have engraved billions, if not more, of these 2 runes to make up for his Grand Tao source. However, he did this because he had another approach. What Wang Wei lacked in ability or technique, he made up for his affinity for the power of the Grand Tao source. The next step of the refining process was the nourishment of the Grand Tao source, and that's Wang Wei's expertise. He siphoned an unparalleled amount of power from the source to nourish his 2 runes, allowing them to reach a decent quality level among Paragon artifacts. Finally, Wang Wei calmly watched the artifact experience its tribulation. Bolts of lightning descended from the sky, but Wang Wei never interfered. The limited consciousness he provided the artifact activated, and it fought for its life. Luckily, Wang Wei was a typical cultivator of the Eternal Ascension world and did not create an artifact spirit. Otherwise, the artifact would have an additional tribulation called the Spirit Nurturing Tribulation. Maybe Tian Xian will build an artifact soul and deal with that tribulation, but by then, this will no longer be Wang Wei's problem. The clouds in the sky disappeared, and the black eye with silver designs slowly floated to his palm. A level of 95 and an excellent quality. It's not too bad. Paragon artifacts are rated based on which cultivation realm can utilize their full potential and standard quality of inferior, mediocre, normal, good, excellent, perfection, and ultimate. Wang Wei waved his hand and teleported the artifact away to the Dao Tower. As the first on the list, he had the power to use 2 towers at once. Wang Wei would not pass this chance by, so he left a clone in the Dao Tower to use its power to analyze Ji Chengming's techniques and update his own. Once he's done, Tian Xian can enter the first room and take his artifact. However, Wang Wei was not finished. No, he immediately started refining a second artifact. He even activated all his Grand Dao boosts to ensure he was at his best to refine this artifact. For the first step of this artifact, he summoned the River of Time's projection, using countless destiny and fate-related materials, along with materials that complemented the Heaven Deception array. However, it was apparent he was not using them to improve his Proving Dao artifact. Additionally, Wang Wei created an artifact spirit, and he modeled it after some aspects of his existence, including the parts about his fate seed status. Wang Wei held the artifact that resembled a seed in his palm, and his eyes shone with brilliant light. 100 and excellent. It seems I can't achieve perfection without the right Dao. He shook his head before putting it away. He left the tower, immediately calculating how long had passed. More than 7,000 years. Wang Wei thought as he looked at the sky. They are about to move. Everything looked ordinary on the surface, but he detected turbulence in the River of Fate, which signaled the upcoming turmoil. Wang Wei knew time was of the essence, so he teleported home. As usual, Red Mask showed up to report to him. There's nothing much to report except for a few people's success. I see, Wang Wei nodded. How is Kong doing? He's waiting for the chaos to erupt to enact his plan. That's a smart move, Wang Wei nodded. How are your preparations? Everything is ready. With one word, I can depart. Good. You only need to do one more thing for me. Once you're done, leave immediately, Wang Wei said as he transferred the knowledge into her mind with his divine sense. Red Mask bowed before disappearing. Wang Wei contacted the surviving members of his sect. He uttered as he looked at one of the survivors. Her name was Tang Lihua. The Tang clan had a fascinating history. Their ancestors were once the leaders of the Eternal Dream sect, one of the Dao opening sect's most loyal allies in the lower dimension. Their clan was on the verge of extinction, and the sect intervened to save them. The rulers of the Eternal Dream sect then decided to merge into the Dao opening sect, becoming one of the main clans. Wang Wei noticed Tang Lihua because he realized she attempted Battle Taboo Realm and failed, just like Wang Tashuan. However, despite her failure, she also came close, and her foundation was more solid than ever. She did not have that level of prospect. Wang Wei contemplated and immediately read her fate line to learn the truth. Tang Lihua killed a loose cultivator and discovered a dream technique that was very suitable for her. This technique was created by someone who wanted to enter the Battle Taboo Realm and failed. Tang Lihua thought she could succeed and tried. Is she lucky, or is this a trap? Wang Wei observed her existence, and, as expected, it was a trap. He waved his hand, and she flew to him. He pressed numerous acupoints around her body, and Tang Lihua fell on the floor, crying in agony. Chapter 1461, an important target sued Dandan, Xie Shaolai, and the remaining survivors looked at Tang Lihua on the floor in shock, wondering what she did to piss off the primal seed. They also asked whether such a cruel punishment was necessary, given how harsh her screaming voice was. However, Wang Wei did not explain his actions, despite the fact they raised the tension in the room. Then, after a few minutes of wrangling her body in agony, Tang Lihuan opened her mouth to cough out a black gas. Wang Wei was ready and immediately sealed it inside a cube barrier, neutralizing it. He observed closely as the gas slowly transformed into a black and blue caterpillar. Isn't that the first stage of a source dream butterfly? Someone asked. Source dream butterfly was a spirit creature born from the power of dreams. It's considered the best companion for dream and nightmare Taoist cultivators, as it can boost their cultivation and aid them in battles. No, this is not just an ordinary source dream butterfly, Wang Wei muttered. Someone modified it to serve as a parasitic entity. But why? Su Dandan asked. Do they want to infiltrate our sect? Wang Wei did not answer her, since her analysis was the most surface level. This butterfly was one of these transcendent factions' responses to his history lock. The lock prevented information leakage to foreign entities and not citizens of the Eternal Ascension world. The butterfly's purpose was to slowly analyze Tang Lihua's existence under the guise of helping her cultivate. Once the butterfly understood enough, it could mask itself as a citizen of the Eternal Ascension world and learn any information from Tang Lihua without her even noticing or the lock taking effect. I knew these factions had a way to bypass the lock, but I didn't expect them to come up with it so soon, Wang Wei thought. The situation was more dire than he thought. He knew it was only a matter of time before these factions learned about the Eternal Ascension world situation. But he felt he had more time than this. Wang Wei shifted his gaze to these people, checking all of their existence. Luckily, it seemed Tang Lihua was the only one targeted. Listen, Wang Wei said calmly. From now on, do not trust any fortunate encounter you have. If something good happens to you, report it to the sect for someone to check. Understand? Everyone looked at each other, their eyes asking whether this was necessary. Forget it, Wang Wei said. After I return, everyone will be checked. There will also be new rules about reporting your fortunate encounter. The situation was about to change, and now was no time to be careless. So, Wang Wei decided to target the problem from the core and change the sect's rules. But the sect's rules have always been personal fortunate encounters belonging to the individual, someone said. No one is asking you to hand over your encounter. The sect will only check your body to ensure someone was not treating you as pawns, Wang Wei explained calmly. He also realized he needed to refine a second artifact to hand over to the sect. Otherwise, he'll waste a lot of time with security measures. But our sect is about to experience a catastrophe, and this level of caution and security is required, Su Dandan cut in. You need to change your mindset and start thinking of the overall situation. Indeed, a few of these people have not changed their mindset. Now that they were paragons, they were the grand elders of the sect, and their mode of thinking needs to change. All right, there will be plenty of time for you to adapt, Wang Wei said. I called you here for something else. It's time for you to leave. You mean now? Immediately? Yin Jia asked. Yes, Wang Wei nodded. He immediately noticed some of them had their own reservations and understood why. Although the competition ended, some of these people were also body refiners and wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to reach the fifth heaven of the Elder Fiend God realm. The trial is no longer safe, meaning it's time for you to leave. The Tao opening sect participants did not argue with him since he was the leader. Even if some of them had grown a little arrogant after becoming paragons, they knew what kind of monster they were facing without Wang Wei doing anything. The next step is to check on the remaining survivors, Wang Wei thought. He used his soul network to meet with all the surviving members of the Eternal Ascension world. Officially, this meeting was to warn them to leave early since the chaos was coming. However, his real objective was looking for people whose existence was secretly tampered with. And, as expected, he found more than 7 individuals. Wang Wei did not immediately deal with these people. Instead, he secretly placed his acupoint technique on their bodies and delayed the activation until they returned home. He did not want to alarm the enemy by removing all their spies with such swift movement. All right, it's finally time to get to my business, Wang Wei thought before teleporting to a temple in the corner of the safety zone. The temple was located the furthest distance from the most populated area, and it released the power of a formation that made people instinctively ignore it. The temple was built with gray marble material and pillars all around. The first thing Wang Wei noticed was the statues and engravings, which all involved the river of fate or people worshipping it. At the top of the temple was a single blind eye, which was the symbol of the all-seeing temple. A bit on the nose, isn't it? Wang Wei thought before activating the Heaven Deception Array engraved in his sea of consciousness to the limit. Then, he casually walked through this temple's defense. All the arrays and defensive protections were deceived and thought he did not exist. So, Wang Wei casually strolled through this temple, heading directly to the room where he sensed the sign of life. "Damn these bastards from the Eternal Ascension world," said an elderly woman. Wang Wei saw she was looking at a mirror with gritted teeth while swallowing pills like crazy. From the residual aura in the room, he deduced she had just attempted to divine information about the Eternal Ascension world and failed, suffering some level of backlash in the process. "I don't believe I can't crack your method," the elderly woman said with gritted teeth. A third eye appeared on her forehead as she jammed her fingers into her heart, drawing 5 drops of golden blood. "I can't have you dying or weakening." "Who's there?" The elderly woman turned her head before stumbling 5 steps back. She saw what could only be described as the embodiment of nothingness, an all-encompassing force that is the origin of all things and the end of all Taos. Wang Wei slowly approached her, and with a thought, the golden blood returned to her body. He then summoned the previously crafted seed artifact before planting it inside her body. "Done," he muttered as he watched the seed fuse with her on a fundamental level. Wang Wei has been worrying about the all-fate calamity prophecy, planning how he can increase his chances of not being discovered. He created many plans, including putting an act with the Heaven Deception Array that he had lost his fate Tao. He also planned on using the Paradox Ceremony to change the information people knew about him. However, he ultimately decided that these plans were too complicated and could, in fact, increase his suspicions instead of decreasing them. After a long process of elimination, he finally concocted a plan. The core of his issue is the prophecy, so he decided to start from there. He decided to add his own prophecy to protect himself and point people in the wrong direction. "Let's see what the all-seeing temple is about," Wang Wei muttered as he reviewed the information he got from the elderly woman. Firstly, her name is Grandma Ju, and she became a paragon. Her status in the temple was elevated from second-class to first-class seer. If she can become a peak paragon, she could become a supreme-class seer, and above that is the primal seer. However, in the temple, there is only one primal seer, and she's the one who made the all-heaven fate calamity. "That means I will have to raise her to be a primal paragon," Wang Wei complained. Grandma Ju's cultivation was only 91, which was a long way to go. The good news is she was now linked to Wang Wei through the artifact, so it should not be an issue to swiftly manipulate her to reach that level as long as he reaches it too. "I want to spread a new prophecy as soon as possible. I guess that's impossible unless I could secretly take down that primal seer," he thought while shaking his head. Chapter 1462. Someone made the first move. Wang Wei continued reviewing the knowledge or information he received from Grandma Ju's soul. Many had restrictions, and although he could remove them, it was best to do it slowly to prevent accidents. The all-seeing temple has existed for a long time, and its influence is known throughout most of the Chaos universe. The amount of information they've had access to is unimaginable. They will be another source of information, Wang Wei contemplated before continuing. These guys are filthy rich. The temple is known for asking exorbitant prices, allowing them to amass a fortune during their long existence. Why hasn't anyone slaughtered these guys? Their temple only had one primal paragon, so why hasn't anyone been interested in their wealth or information? If it was before the ultimate taboo, reputation could protect them, but now, the temple has helped many people, so when in danger, they could have asked for help, and numerous factions would gladly help to repay their karma. However, after the ultimate taboo, the game has changed, and there are beings who could ignore both the physical and societal rules. Wang Wei searched the memories and found something. It's not even a secret, as the all-seeing temple released the news as a deterrent to the world. Their temple has something called the Fate Ring of Punishment. In their early days, their founder knew they wanted to build a faction for diviners or seers from across the Chaos universe. The founder also knew that even Paragon Realm diviners had to pay a price for certain divination, So they created this fate ring to bear the brunt of most backlash. Over the years, the fate ring has absorbed backlash from countless seers, turning into a potent fate weapon that even transcendents must be weary of. Punishment from fate, Wang Wei muttered. He reckoned these half-step transcendents were not so much afraid of the power of this fate ring, but the implication. If they get hit by it, they might survive, but the thing would leave a mark on them, a mark that the river of fate would use to control or mess with them. This fate ring operated similar to how karmic sins used during the mortal stage of cultivation, except at an even higher level. These half-step transcendents have broken off from the rules and restrictions of the chaos universe. So the last thing they would want was to garner the ire of the river of fate. And it's not just the river of fate, Wang Wei pondered. There is also the fate cardinal. He would not be surprised if, in the history of the all-seeing temple, a transcendent has tried something, and the fate cardinal used that as an excuse to turn them into a pawn. However, this ring is good news for me, Wang Wei thought with shining eyes. While the backlash was a punishment to most others, it was the best nourishment for someone like him, especially if he was prepared. However, I'm not the only one. Wang Wei could think of a few others who could ignore this fate backlash, including other fate seeds. However, his greatest worry is the person with the fate Grand Dao position. The question is, why haven't those guys taken action yet? He did not believe he was the only one thirsting for the temple's information network or their wealth. I should be on the lookout, Wang Wei decided. He finished her memories before coming up with a preliminary plan on how to convincingly map out Grandma Just Rise in the temple without suspicion. She had a master who was a supreme seer, hence why she was the one granted the opportunity to attend the trial. However, the temple is like any other faction with people, meaning competition and strife are abundant. Grandma Ju might be punished once her mission fails, making it harder for Wang Wei's plan to come to fruition. Something should happen in this trial that is valuable enough to use as information. Let's use that to offset the mission's failure, he thought. Wang Wei took one last glance at Grandma Ju, checking for any problems with the artifact and the fusion. He checked his connection to the artifact spirit, since it would be the medium through which they could communicate. Everything looks set, he muttered before disappearing from the temple. Grandma Ju continued his actions of weakening herself for divination before rushing to the life tower to save herself. Meanwhile, Wang Wei returned to the refining tower to make the second existence observing artifact. 1,500 years passed, and the artifact had long been refined. Wang Wei was using the Dao Tower and the Battle Tower to improve his skill. He suddenly stopped as he sensed something. He did not hesitate to absorb his clone before leaving the tower. There were plenty of participants, and there remained another 1,500 years before the trial officially ended. Most of the Eternal Ascension World's participants left after Wang Wei's warnings, but a few stayed for different reasons. Wang Wei looked in Emperor Kong's home, which was a scroll library. He seems ready, Wang Wei thought before focusing his attention. He had to wait another month before something occurred. Someone appeared in the sky to manifest a black pagoda shining brightly with stars and the power of mystery. The pagoda released an intense aura that sent chills down Wang Wei's spine. Numerous participants were forced onto the ground, embarrassing themselves before their peers. That aura, Wang Wei thought. Try to remember where he had sensed it before. Given his memory and potent soul, this should have been an easy task, but it took him a few seconds to remember. The stargazing pavilion, Old Man Tianji, was the first to make the move. Wang Wei slowly teleported away from the central area where the pagoda was located. Then, he watched as the towering artifact crashed on the trial with the explicit intention of destruction. However, the destruction he expected did not arrive. Instead, a light golden barrier manifested in the sky and blocked the pagoda. That pagoda should be a genuine half-step transcendent artifact, and yet it was so easily blocked, Wang Wei observed with squinted eyes. He did not utter a word nor move, but continued observing. As expected, more people started moving as 3 more weapons manifested in the sky, putting more pressure on the trial. Then, Sir Lou appeared. "Dear participants, there have been slight hiccups with the trial, so we will have to cut things short," the spirit said with a smile. He appeared calm, as if there were not four entities beyond words, beyond simple description, trying to annihilate them. "You already know the final winners, so let's just hand over the prize," Sir Lou continued, and with a wave of his hand, countless motes of lights flew in different directions. Wang Wei looked at the 5 tokens in his hand, shaking his head. "If the trial is destroyed, these things will be useless. Now, if you would please head to the nearest portals near you," Sir Lou continued as portals appeared in different trial areas. Countless people flew to these portals, running as if their lives depended on it. The aura of one of those artifacts was too much for most of them, so they did not want to wait around to see the outcome. Of course, Wang Wei did not leave, and he was not the only one. Many people were brave or stupid enough to wait for the outcome, thinking they could use this opportunity for themselves. As soon as most participants left, cracks started manifesting everywhere in the trial. "So, they can't hold on already?" Wang Wei thought with a frown. He thought the trial would last longer than this. It's still too soon to tell. He turned his head in the east direction. Tianxian left. Unlike the others who used portals to return home, Tianxian entered the River of Time to head for the land of exile. "I hope he succeeds," Wang Wei thought. Tianxian's plan hinged on his future self, buying him more time. And the fact that Grand Dao hasn't punished him for his betrayal showed this plan was a success. However, the crucial part is his escape to that forbidden land that Grand Dao has lost control of. Boom! Cracks spread from the trial's light golden barrier, manifesting more void cracks. Can't they hold on? Wang Wei was once again premature in his judgment as the barrier healed itself. Then, another player took action. This time, it was a colossal umbrella with the top paintings of thousands of colors. "The Desire Heart Palace has taken action," Wang Wei thought. "This umbrella symbolizes that the big players are making their move." What about the primeval body mansion? Wang Wei looked around and saw Bai Longsheng spectating like himself. He frowned. His demeanor indicates he is not going to take action. Anyone looking at Bai Longsheng could tell he was enjoying himself watching this event unfold. Is he truly a spectator, or does he think these people are clowns and want them to waste their efforts before sweeping in and taking everything for himself? Wang Wei could not tell, so he waited and observed. Chapter 1463, An Act of Kindness. The umbrella released a rainbow that pierced through the light golden barrier, heading directly to the trial. The remaining people's hearts shook as this attack was enough to annihilate everybody present, Wang Wei included. A few people immediately ran away, but Wang Wei and a few others did not believe the trial would fail so easily. 9 lights rushed into the sky, followed by the appearance of 9 spirits. Sir Lou was in the front, followed by the Tao spirit sitting on his scroll, the Bat spirit with his armor, the Soul spirit who was transparent, the Heart spirit who was a metallic elemental creature, the Luck spirit who was a small golden dragon, the Tribulation spirit who had lightning for eyes, the Essence spirit who was muscular and red skin, and lastly, the Life spirit who wore a dress made from tree branches and flowers as a crown. Each spirit released a golden light, reinforcing the golden barrier and rendering the attack useless. The 5 artifacts trembled as they released more power, but it appeared they were outmatched. Everyone waited with bated breath, wondering whether the tide had shifted. However, confrontations on this level are rarely simple. Ji Jingjing, the true participant of the Heart Desire Palace, and the Umbrella's controller chanted an incantation, and the others followed. The 5 transcendent artifacts started resonating with each other to combine their attacks. The other artifacts stopped attacking individually, and the rainbow beam released from the umbrella increased its intensity. Things are not looking good for the trial, Wang Wei thought, and he was not just stating the obvious. This sudden change is proof that these transcendent factions have been planning this event together, meaning they will cooperate to achieve their objective before dividing the trial like a piece of pie. No time to hesitate, the battle spirit yelled, and Sir Lou nodded. A loud explosion occurred in the second hunting area, and all the bestowal creatures died violently before turning into a beam of light that rushed to the barrier. The second hunting area rapidly shrunk until there was nothing left. Ji Jingjing, who was more beautiful in her man clothes, calmly looked at the situation. She frowned slightly. It seems we alone can't handle the situation. Although she looked calm, she and the other artifact users were under enormous pressure. Their souls were literally screaming due to the effect of using such potent transcendent artifacts. Ji Jingjing raised her head to look in the distance. Since there's no response, we can push things to the next level. She summoned a token and crushed it. 5 powerful eyes or entities descended on the trial as soon as she finished. Bai Longsheng and his people recognized one of them, since it was Ji Liuyu, and Wang Wei recognized one more person, Old Man Tianji. These 5 entities, who could be considered higher conceptual beings, looked at the trial, and with one gaze, the barrier crumbled. Terrifying pressure spread through every corner of the trial, and everybody on the ground except Bai Longsheng exploded into a blood pool and lived in the form of consciousness. A creaking sound echoed between heaven and earth from the trial, sounding more like a painful scream. Sir Lu looked at everything with gritted teeth before yelling, "Lord, are you going to let us be destroyed?" The atmosphere immediately shifted. It was as if these transcendent beings stopped holding their breath, forcing the space-time continuum in their surroundings to stop working. A pair of golden eyes that embody all truths in the universe manifested on the opposite of the 5. "Little boy G, I don't appreciate having to see your face twice in a few seconds," the Heaven Cardinal uttered. Ji Liuyu calmly looked at him without responding. "What? Have you become cocky because of your little friends?" The Heaven Cardinal sneered, not hiding his disdain for the 5 transcendent beings. "Respected Cardinal, we have not broken the rules," Old Man Tianji said. "Do you think the rules can restrict me?" "Can't they not?" responded one of the eyes that contained a sharpness to it. "You ants are getting more arrogant without knowing your weight," Heaven Cardinal said as he glanced at the eye. Far in the distance, a swordsman sat atop a mountain of swords in a world called the Raising King world. He suddenly opened his eyes and vomited a large mouthful of blood. He shook his head before closing them again. His eyes remained as determined and defiant when glancing at the Cardinal. The Heaven Cardinal sneered, ignoring those defiant eyes. To him, this was nothing but the bark of a dog trying to hide its fear. His gaze shifted to Sir Lu and the trial. "Lord, please save us. Technically speaking, the heaven and earth wonders are under my jurisdiction and should help you," the Cardinal said. "However, you lost all your rights when you chose not to report the birth of the trial's new consciousness." "Lord, it's not. You don't have to explain yourself," the Cardinal cut him off. "You felt a sense of connection to it and thought this was your chance and new life. As creatures with sentience and intelligence, it's understandable why you made this choice. However, you must live with the consequences. We are willing to continue serving you," Sir Lu responded with gritted teeth. "Even if it means the main mind is enslaved, I just hope you don't let it fall into these people's hands." "It's truly fascinating," the Heaven Cardinal uttered. Faye was known for her kindness during her time, especially for her spirit. Years later, even after her death, a new mind born from the remnants of her memories can use that kindness to affect you to this level. After hearing the word Faye, Sir Lu and the other spirits felt a profound sadness. They did not know its source, but the feeling was so intense that it almost crushed their minds. "Lord," the spirit yelled with tears in their eyes, "what about your work? You are not as important as you think," the Cardinal said. "Plus, your fate has long been determined in the grand design. We will do anything." "All right, my decision is final," the Heaven Cardinal replied calmly. "However, I'm not completely heartless. The Cardinal is in charge of creating chaos worlds and establishing orders. So he has seen countless times the influence one life can have on an entire world, let alone a race." The Cardinal looked at the 5 eyes. "You cannot directly interfere in this matter." He shifted to the still floating Bai Longsheng. "The same goes for your mansion." Bai Longsheng bowed politely. "As you wish." The cardinal took one aside look at Wang Wei's conscious state without anyone noticing before disappearing from sight. The other eyes looked at each other, secretly communicating. The cardinal words have many implications, insinuations, or hints. They must communicate how to proceed. The spirits controlled their emotions before opening a portal to an unknown location. The transcendents reacted swiftly as they came up with a plan. Then, under their orders, Ji Jinjing and the others took out their artifacts and opened another portal to follow. Wang Wei's body condensed again, and he exhaled deeply. "Fellow Taoist, do you want me to take you?" Wang Wei looked in the distance to see Bai Longsheng approaching with a gentle smile. "Thank you for the offer, but I have my own way." "Are you sure?" "The inner core of this trial is not something anyone can get into." "I understand that, but there is no need." "As you wish." Bai Longsheng smiled before leaving. He gathered his people and disappeared from sight into another portal. Bai Longsheng was correct, as ordinary means could not grant entry into this place. However, Wang Wei had two means of entry. The first was the fact he tasked Red Mask to infiltrate his spirit particles into one of the Transcendent faction members. The second was the fact this trial was technically a living creature. Wang Wei planned to observe the trial's existence to find an entry point. Under normal circumstances, this might not work, but his chances were high, given the creature was severely injured. Has Kong taken action? Wang Wei thought when he sensed the formation activation and spatial ripple from a distance. It seems Red Mask has secretly helped him. That's good since I don't have to take action. Wang Wei activated his technique, trying to take this opportunity to glance at the core of a transcendent being. However, not even a second had passed when a menacing figure appeared before him. He calmly looked at this red-skinned man whose head was constantly twitching and sighed deeply. His past was catching up to him. Sadly, this was not the time. But that decision was not up to him. "Who are you, and why are you blocking me?" Wang Wei asked despite having guessed the answer. The red man chucked, but his voice had no humor, only endless hatred and anger. Chapter 1464, A Blast from the Past. "You don't recognize me?" "Well, of course you don't." The red-skinned man uttered. "You killed everybody I love and care for, but then you get to reincarnate like nothing happened, living a life of happiness and great success. I have killed many and ruined many people's lives, so you have to be more specific," Wang Wei replied. Hee hee. The red-skinned man chuckled a second time. "My name was Dong, and the N is written with the character for being peaceful. My father named me as such because that is all he wanted for my life, and he ensured that." The red-skinned man's eyes turned a shade of black that would make Vanna Black look like the shunning sun. "My world, aptly named True Serenity, was a small chaos world that gave birth to only one paragon every few billion yuan epochs. My father fought desperately for that position, becoming our world's protector. He fulfilled his oath to my mother by giving me a peaceful life." Dong gritted his teeth. "But everything changed when you invaded. I still remember that day. My father's desperate plea for me to run away. The scream of my people as you destroy their flesh to absorb their soul. My fiancée's last scream as you took her away. The scream of my world's heavenly Tao as you tore it apart. I remember everything." Wang Wei groaned softly as he massaged his temple. "Would it help if I told you I was not in the right mind and acting purely on instinct? Do you see my skin? Do you know why it's red?" Dongan asked. "Before I died, I made an oath that I would kill you no matter the price. The oath resulted in the blood of my world staining my skin red. I've been through countless reincarnations, and two things have remained constant: my skin color and my hatred for you." Wang Wei sighed. He knew it wouldn't work, but he had to try. "Listen, Dong, and you don't have to do this. You don't have to let the anger and hatred consume you. The name is Serenity's Ghost." Dongan rebutted. "And I will have my vengeance." Swish! He appeared in front of Wang Wei and punched him, releasing a jet of dark red flame. Karmic flame? Wang Wei thought as he calmly invaded the attack. Is his Tao a muted flame Tao that combines a small portion of karma? Dongan did not stop with one attack, but a barrage of punches. "Listen to me," Wang Wei said as he evaded. He moved his body to the side, and Dong An's flaming foot passed him. "There's a way to see your father and world again." Wang Wei's words did not help as he wanted, but instead drove Dong into an even higher level of madness. Dong and condensed 2 lightning bolts and threw them. Wang Wei tried to evade, but they followed him everywhere. So, he punched them away. Dong and appeared beside him with a ferocious attack, Fist of Justice. A golden light enveloped him, trying to purify him of all his past wrongdoings. Unfortunately, Wang Wei's heart was harder than steel, meaning even if he felt some guilt for his actions, they were not enough to affect him in any shape or form. It also helped that he had complete control over his karma, and this attack could not judge him based on that. "So, you are still the ruthless man who massacred my world," Dong sneered. Wang Wei resisted the urge to counter that there was no way Dong could have become a paragon without stepping on the lives of countless others. "You're a paragon now, meaning you can travel through the infinite trichiliocosm," Wang Wei stated. "Find a timeline where your world was not destroyed and your family is still alive." Dongon Budi visibly paused. He had never thought of this approach. No, in his long life, he never thought he could regain what he had lost. Driven by his hatred and desire for vengeance, he focused all his thoughts and emotions on finding the man responsible for the greatest tragedy of his life. As he mulled over Wang Wei's words, his facial expression and eyes conveyed a look of longing. Then, a tiny smile crept into the corner of his mouth for the first time in countless Yuan epochs. Dong sighed before shaking his head. "I'm glad you reminded me that there's a version of me out there who does not share my tragic fate. However, his family, fiancé, and world are not mine." Even if Dong followed through with this plan, what then? Would he have to kill his other self and take his place? Assuming he was ruthless enough to do so, could he bear it once his father and fiancé find out? Could he bear to inflict the pain of losing a loved one on them? Dong knew that pain, and he would never do such a thing to his father, even if it's an alternate version. "Okay, you don't like this plan," Wang Wei uttered, "but there are other ways. You say these powerful entities that showed up? As long as you can reach their level, reviving your family and world is only a matter of snapping your finger. You don't have to say any more," Dong stated. "Today is your death day, and nothing you can say will change that fact. So, that's it. I've offered you hope and a solution to end your suffering, and your response is to choose your vendetta." On that day, Dong the lazy and underachiever prince loved by his people, died, and the ghost of serenity was born. Wang Wei looked him in the eyes, and he saw a man sustained only by the desire for revenge. He could deduce that Dong Serenity's ghost, would probably end his life after killing him. "I understand. It'll free you from your misery. You'll be free once you're dead." Serenity's ghost moved his body to attack, but Wang Wei was faster than him. Before he could react, Wang Wei appeared before him and put a large hole through his chest. However, this attack was instantly proved useless. His well-trained true will was instantly removed by another will, and his enemy regenerated. As I thought, Wang Wei contemplated. The obsession of many people who died in the true Serenity world fused with him. This information had significant implications as it revealed Serenity's ghost had achieved a form of true immortality. Wang Wei reckoned the latter would still be alive even if he found his time mark and killed his past self. The obsession of the people of the true Serenity world will not allow him to die until he fulfills his oath. Wang Wei casually used his palm to block a breath beam attack before attacking Serenity's ghost on the left side of his pec. His true will worked on a micro level, attacking a tiny and specific area, causing the latter's heart to explode. Serenity's ghost had a cultivation of third heaven and a body refining level of elder fiend god fifth heaven. However, for some reasons, maybe because he was in a rush to cultivate a mutation of his body due to all the obsession, or because he did not care, the latter did not cultivate limit indestructibility, meaning after becoming an inextinguishable paragon, he had at least 12 flaws. Wang Wei only discovered 9 flaws, which could be because Serenity's ghost had already fixed 3, or his senses were not enough to find the others in this short period. But regardless, his attack on the flaw was to test something. Under normal circumstances, once a body refiner's flaw is attacked, that part becomes permanently injured, a weakness that must be healed with high-level resources. More importantly, their willpower will be reduced, making breaking their will immortality and killing them easier. The obsession will not only keep him alive, but also keep him in top fighting shape. Wang Wei analyzed as the flawed wound that should not be regenerated returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. This is annoying, Wang Wei thought. Although he was vastly stronger than his opponent, this meant nothing if he could not kill him. Which of the future wife seals is best for obsessions? Wang Wei planned as he evaded the upcoming attack. He has been researching obsession by studying the Grand Mist Gang Lord, but his results so far were nothing compared to his wife's library. Wang Wei stopped evading the attack, preparing to go on the offense to secretly implant the sealing runes. However, as soon as his kick hit, it bounced and returned on him with even more power, forcing him to use his force control skill to unload most of the attack's force. What goes around comes around, Wang Wei thought. So, his Tao is retribution, quite fitting for an Avenger. Chapter 1465, Inevitable Fate. Wang Wei quickly came up with a plan for the situation and executed it. He condensed his proving Tao artifact into a whip before teleporting before his opponent and whipping him. The Serenity's ghost's face contorted in pain as this whip affected him in a way he had never experienced before. "What have you done?" Wang Wei frowned as he observed. The effect was not as potent as he wanted. The Serenity's ghost released a tornado of flames of retribution, but Wang Wei's bolstered defenses rendered this attack useless. Instead, he continued whipping the enemy with his whip of freedom. His purpose was to free Dong and from his obsession, thus separating all these souls' spirits from his body. Unfortunately for him, in this chaos universe, obsession was a power that defied common sense, and most means of purification were useless to them. Of course, Wang Wei did not stop despite the subpar results. This was a good opportunity to understand this power and gather more data. The Serenity's ghost roared in agony and anger before going on the offensive. Mortal retribution. His eyes suddenly turned golden and illusory, and before Wang Wei could react, he received a spiritual attack. Wang Wei found himself before a towering and intimidating figure dressed in all black. The figure looked at him. "How do you plead?" "Plead for what?" "For all the atrocities you've committed," the figure reported before showing him a display of all the crimes he had committed in his life. "Is this a joke?" Wang Wei asked. "You think I would joke about something so serious?" "I thought we had already established I had no remorse for my actions," Wang Wei asked. "So, you admit you're someone without any morals?" "I thought that was very clear," Wang Wei rebutted. His desire for freedom was absolute, meaning he wanted to transcend morality. In other words, this was a fancy way of saying that the difference between him and the worst of society was his whim. He believed in no gods for his morality, cared for no societal rules, and had absolute control of his empathy, meaning his mortality was more logical than emotional. "You scum of the world," the judge-like figure roared before a blinding light descended on Wang Wei. However, the thing was worthless, and his spirit returned to his body. He opened his eyes to Serenity's ghost regenerating his fist and understood what happened. The latter had attacked him while the other technique worked. Unfortunately, he could not bypass Wang Wei's first layer of defense that he created based on his skin flesh ability. An innate magnetic shield once protected his skin, and now, Wang Wei recreated it with an innate emptiness shield. Anyone who attacks him will not only have to destroy the protective layer, but also have to fight against the erasure of the power of nothingness. When Serenity's ghost punched him, he lost his fist without even putting a dent in his protection. Liberation of idea, Wang Wei waved his hand to summon a pillar of light that bombarded Serenity's ghost. The latter screamed as a force was constantly trying to force him to abandon his grudge and vendetta, but the obsession in his body would never accept this outcome. Serenity's ghost fought back with his own technique, society retribution. Cultivators had rules and laws they had to follow, and their primary difference from mortals was that they did not hold each other accountable. It was Heavenly Dao's job to keep them in check. So with this technique, Serenity's ghost essentially summoned the power of the law to punish Wang Wei. Divine punishment, Wang Wei thought as he looked at the dark clouds above. Should I use this opportunity to remove more of my fate seed status? However, he immediately abandoned this idea since that thunder was not enough. Additionally, it was not the time to be doing something like that. Numerous thoughts flashed in his mind. He had plenty of ways to deal with this attack, with the easiest being using his freedom Dao to escape all punishments or laws placed on him. However, he had a better idea. Boom! The lightning bolt descended from the sky, and Wang Wei fought it. He screamed in agony as the thunder scorched his body, burned his soul, and sundered his mind. A massive yin-yang symbol materialized above his head to protect himself, but it was useless. Wang Wei's screams echoed between heaven and earth. Yes, 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 Serenity's ghost said. This beautiful sound of pure agony. I've been waiting so long to hear it. He waved his hand to cast another spell, Pain Penalty. Wang Wei's lips secretly twitched. For all his life, he has been the one who increased people's pain, not the other way around. Regardless, since he was performing, he had to make it believable. So his voice increased by a few octaves, and his body started twitching uncontrollably in certain places. Serenity's ghost was not finished, as he added a few more penalties to Wang Wei, ensuring he suffered to the fullest extent. By the time he stopped, Wang Wei wasn't wholly acting as the pain had reached the threshold of his willpower. You might be an amoral piece of shit who thought no laws could judge you, but you were wrong, Serenity's ghost said as he approached. There is justice in the world, and retribution always comes for people like yourself. Wang Wei knelt on the ground with his black and white robe tattered and his hair disheveled. He glanced at his enemy with hatred, anger, and regret. Is that regret I sensed? What? Regret what you've done? I regret. I didn't kill all of you, Wang Wei answered with gritted teeth. Good, good, good. Serenity's ghost uttered. My greatest fear is you would be a coward that asked for mercy, that begged for his life. It would be too disappointing if you were this weak-willed. Serenity's ghost smiled before holding Wang Wei by the neck. He cast the technique Divine Retribution, Life Absorption. All energy and power from Wang Wei's body left his body, turning his potent fleshly body into skin and bone. I'm so glad I came to this trial. Otherwise, killing you would have been a pain, Serenity's ghost said. The rules of the trial still applied to them, meaning dying here was permanent death. In all his life, this was the first time Serenity's ghost became a paragon, so he had never trained his chronospirit battle skills. It's almost as if destiny had been waiting for your demise. Serenity's ghost continued with a gentle smile. Now, then, enough with the chit-chat. He crushed Wang Wei's body and soul. As he watched the remains turn into dust scattered in the void, a single tear dropped from Dong In's right eye. It's finally over, he muttered. Father, Finger, everyone, I can finally join you. An intense aura emanated from Dong In's body to release myriad black floating faces. So it's over? It appears so. Meaning we are free? Yes. Does anyone feel something is wrong? What do you mean? It felt too easy? Or maybe we missed something. You think he is faking his death? I just checked. His Dao imprint is gone. All his karma is gone. I can't sense his name in the book of life and death. His fate has been severed. You're worrying too much. It's obvious that he's gone. You guys are right. It seems like I worry too much. You've always been like this. Boy Dongin, are you sure you want to do this? There's no point in convincing me, Dongin answered. This has always been the plan. But that bastard had a point. Maybe you can see everybody again. Yes, we might be done, but it doesn't have to be the same for you. Dongin shook his head. He had died that day. and his current self was only the stealthy embodiment of his desire for revenge. So, he took one last look at these obsessions. Thank you for accompanying me all this time. You made the journey less lonely. Dong truly smiled for the first time in probably hundreds of millions of yuan epochs before destroying his vitality and soul. Unlike his first death, or the countless others, this one was peaceful, and Dong died with a smile on his face. Do you think we did something wrong? Someone asked. No, we did not. We were born for only one reason. Our objective must be accomplished no matter the price paid. You're right. All right, it's time to end this wretched existence. As the obsession disappeared, a gravitational force pulled them into one place, which soon revealed to be an orb in Wang Wei's palm. That was exhausting. He went above and beyond to fake his death. First, he found a flaw in Dong's soul to weave the illusion before hiding himself with the Heaven Deception Array. Then, he had to remove his Tao imprint and hide it with the same array. He used his fate Tao to change his fate to being dead, hid all his karmic lines, and even used his death Tao to make it even more believable. The sect must be freaking out, Wang Wei thought. During this deception, his soul flame should have been extinguished. Even worse, people with deep karma with him should have felt he was dead, including his future wife locked in a dark truth. Let's hope she won't blame me after finding the truth. Wang Wei smiled. Although he went to extreme lengths, it was worth it because of the gain. He looked at the orb and muttered, Your obsession is to kill me. But what if I could change that obsession to keep me alive? Dong's immortality was something worth all that hassle. Although Wang Wei did not know whether he would succeed, it was worth trying. I'm already late, so let's hurry. He immediately started checking this creature's existence. However, Wang Wei was immediately confused. The blueprint already looked like the nonsense graffiti of toddler, so he usually used his body as a reference to examine people. However, he realized this aspect was almost useless for this creature since their life level was on another scale. It's like a two-dimensional life form trying to understand a three-dimensional creature, Wang Wei complained. For now, he could only memorize this thing for later use. As for the inner core area, he had to try another approach. He used the spirit particle that was already inside to find the area in the blueprint to correspond to the inner dimension of this place. Luckily, his space Tao was high enough, so he soon found what he sought. Wang Wei did not enter with his actual body, but sent a puppet controlled by his spirit particle. Let's hope I'm not too late. Chapter 1466, the inner core Wang Wei was about to close his eyes to share senses with the clone when he sensed something, so he looked in the distance. His eyes did not just see the void with cracks. Instead, his spatial sense saw a large sphere surrounded by smaller cubes. All personal dimensions are blocked? That's good news for Kong, he thought. The sphere was the internal dimension of the trial's creature, and the surrounding cubes were the space ring personal dimension of the people who entered. The factions that took Huafeng Wang and the others sealed them before locking them in their personal dimension or space-related artifacts. Normally, breaking into these dimensions is extremely arduous, but Kong succeeded. First, he used a variant of a void-breaking array combined with his transformation Tao. The array can analyze a space and transform or adapt to the correct properties to ensure maximum space-tearing capabilities. However, that was not enough. Emperor Kong took a page out of Wang Wei's book and used a ceremony. Ceremony is a unique form of magic that some consider a subcategory of array. While arrays are better at utilizing the power of concrete Taos like the five elements, yin-yang, and space-time, ceremonies are better when using non-concrete Taos like commerce, friendship, or loyalty. Of course, the primary use of ceremony Tao was to communicate with higher and unknown entities to use their powers. Emperor Kong used the history lock in his ceremony to levy the power of heavenly Tao to help him break through these dimensions to save these people. His idea was ingenious, and with the chaos outside, the rescue operation proceeded smoothly when he saved Huafeng Wang, Ao Shun, and Jin Biu. However, a problem occurred when he tried to save Jian Wushuang. Kong got greedy and tried to take something in the personal dimension, which triggered a warning system. Soon, a swordsman appeared, and they started battling each other. His strength has reached 100, but his boost is only six-fold, Wang Wei analyzed. Emperor Kong's cultivation was 94, and with the six-fold increase, he also reached the peak of the Paragon realm, but he was still at the bottom, even worse than Wang Wei. His opponent is way stronger than him, especially since he is a pure swordsman with the highest attack potency, Wang Wei thought. However, Kong's transformation Dao, in combination with his superb mastery of array Dao, provides him with great versatility. However, his greatest advantage is that his opponent is an extreme path swordsman with a weak body, while he is a body refiner that has reached Elder Fiend God's 5th level. If Kong plays his card correctly, he should win this battle. Of course, his opponent looked like someone with ample experience, so the latter should know his weakness and how to deal with body refiners. However, Wang Wei will still bet on Kong for a simple reason: luck. The only issue is how fast this battle will last. It has been more common for battles at the peak of the Paragon realm to last years, even in Yuan epics. It's also possible for them to end in seconds, forming two extremes to show the vast difference between two individuals' peaks. Forget him for now, Wang Wei thought before closing his eyes to focus on the clone inside. As soon as Wang Wei entered the portal, he sensed grave danger, and his body moved instinctively. However, when he checked his previous location, he saw nothing. Then, his senses went on overdrive as everywhere indicated danger. Wang Wei turned into a gray light as he moved around with unparalleled speed. What's going on? He thought, observing everything closely. He used all observation abilities before noticing this room did not contain some invisible entities, but creatures so small they could be described as quantum size. Well, that's embarrassing, Wang Wei thought. He hadn't yet weaponized his quantum virus for use at a higher level, but he met an opponent who already had. He shook his head as he flew away. He sensed the spirit participle attached to the people ahead and flew in that direction. Wang Wei stopped an intersection in another area. He observed a profound darkness in the distance, which was not his primary concern. He saw two bodies floating in the void. It seems they floated from that area. Wang Wei looked at them. In their faces, it looked like they saw some kind of horror. He frowned and hesitated briefly before moving ahead. The silence was eerie as Wang Wei immediately sensed someone watching him. The constant whispers he could not remove from his mind did not help. Wang Wei did not say much and continued his flight. Something attacked him, but was repelled by his innate emptiness shield. However, he still did not detect the attacker with his senses or reaction time. This is annoying. He complained before rushing with an even greater haste. He faced numerous attacks, but all of them were useless. However, midway through his journey, he sensed something was wrong and increased his focus. He looked down at his arm, and numerous pieces of his flesh were missing. The creepy part was this was self-immolation, meaning he did it to himself. My senses are duller than normal, and the influences of the whispers are subtle and almost undetectable, he calmly analyzed before increasing his speed. By the time he reached the third area, he had even more self-immolated injuries. This is a defense mechanism, he analyzed. The trial creature does not want anyone to reach its core, so these measures are to kill all intruders like a human's immune system. There should be more people dead in that black area, but Wang Wei could not notice it because of the circumstances. I'm also lucky because the creature should now be focused on the vanguard. If he had not delayed, the intensity of the previous areas would have been drastically higher, and he may not have been able to pass. Wang Wei flew into the third area and saw nothing but an endless white and black space. The concept of color seemed to have been absent in this area. He instantly raised his alert to the highest level. Then this area mechanism materialized. A group of black and white humanoid crickets with 4 arms and holding spears materialized. Wang Wei's expression immediately turned ugly. The leading cricket man had a terrifying aura that he was slightly similar to a primal paragon. Additionally, all the hundreds of crickets behind all had peak paragon strength. But that was not even the worst part. His senses told him an even more terrifying being was hiding in the shadows, waiting to appear. Wang Wei did not hesitate to activate his nothingness wheel to enter an intangible state. Now that he had reached the emptiness stage of his nothingness technique, he could remain intangible for an extended period and survive even more potent attacks. He flew to the area, and a bombardment of attacks reached him. Wang Wei made the wisest choice and focused on evading the ones from the primal ant and ignoring the others. However, one of them hit him. Damn it, based on the situation, only 5 attacks are needed to break me out of my state. The clone had 99 of his strength, meaning this data was not so far from his actual body. He knew the difference between peak and primal was vast, but now he had a small taste. Wang Wei activated his ancestors' evading technique. Although his Tao did not allow him to use this technique to the fullest of its capabilities, it boosted his evading abilities immensely for this escape. And just as he was about to enter the next area, a sense of doom overwhelmed him. Wang Wei was decisive as he blew up his body, using the force from the explosion to push his soul to the next area. And even after entering, he did not stop flying in case the enemy followed him. This area was odd. Numerous debris scattered in all directions, and they seemed to be lagging. One moment, they looked normal. The next second, they disappeared. Then, they appeared to have aged by 1,000,000 years, or they suddenly charged into black and white. Additionally, Wang Wei sensed a few different transcendent auras. These people had enough of this area and used their transcendent artifact to obliterate this area, Wang Wei analyzed. Such news was great for him, as that meant less trouble. It should not be far. He sensed his spirit was closed and rushed to the next area. He did not immediately enter, but used his nothingness wheel a second time to enter an intangible and invisible mode. Nothingness was invisible in the first place, so he only needed to copy that characteristic. Then, he entered the next area. Wang Wei sensed he passed through a film before reaching the true inner core of this creature. The first thing he heard was the sounds of roaring, fighting, and chains clinking, so he looked at the source. Chapter 1467, The Hinted Solution. 1467, The Hinted Solution. Wang Wei's first order of business was to secretly recover his spirit particle and read the memories of the voyage. The initial host of the particle died, so it had to sneakily find a new host to ensure it could reach the inner core. And once inside, it had to stay out of the way to hide its presence. Once he retrieved it, Wang Wei glanced toward these people. A white deer more than 5 meters tall with purple horns and a purple crystal on its forehead stood at the center, with chains all over its body. It fought desperately, but the chains, which were attached to the transcendent artifacts, were unbreakable. Ji Jingjing and her people formed a circle around the creature. Meanwhile, Sir Lu and the other spirits floated in the sky, hurling attacks at the aggressor, trying to stop them. This should be the new consciousness, Wang Wei thought as he glanced at the deer. The creature's eyes were confused and panicked as it tried to fight for its life. However, the way it moved indicated it was a new life and had little to no experience. "What kind of eyes?" Wang Wei commented. As he glanced at the creature's eyes, he felt a strong desire for protection. It was as if this creature was his child, and Wang Wei had a motherly instinct to protect it. He had to steel his mind to regain his bearing and observe impartially. Madman Chu told me every creature from the Genesis Age had their own power capable of breaking the rules of the current era, Wang Wei thought as he focused intently, trying to feel the power of this creature. He sensed an old, archaic power with a similar origin to the Grand Tao's source, but utterly different in its essence. The power of nurturing, Wang Wei thought. This creature can nurture all things. That's why it can help people reach a higher level. It nurtures the body, soul, mind, and even comprehension of law. The heaven and earth wonder that Emperor Kong used had time-related powers. The one from the Golden Era had a birthing power or a subcategory of yin-yang, and this trial had the concept of nurturing. And even if there is no such thing as transcendent herbs that can help them reach a higher level, some of these factions should have used flawed abilities from the ultimate taboo. They should definitely be able to refine a transcendent herb that helped them become true half-step transcendent, Wang Wei analyzed. This revelation meant he could not allow them to take away this creature. If these people become more powerful, then it will be easier once they try to invade the eternal ascension world in the upcoming catastrophe. There is also the fact that Wang Wei also wanted to use this power for himself one day. The issue is, how should I help? A direct intervention was out of the question, but Wang Wei believed there was something he could do to solve the current situation. Have they noticed me? Princess, there's a problem. Qin Jie, what do you mean by that? Ji Jinjing asked through divine sense. Everything was proceeding accordingly. Then, out of nowhere, the fate of this creature became uncertain. Qin Jie replied as he pushed the power of the pagoda to the limit. Yi Yinying frowned. Qin Jie was one of the heirs of the stargazing pavilion, even escaping the burden of the old man Tianji name. So, if he said something was wrong, then something was wrong. Do you think Bai Longsheng finally decided to act? She asked. All signs show he will only act if we fail, Qin Jie replied. Then, what is the source of this anomaly? Monk Damadina asked as he controlled the golden prayer beads. I don't know. Do you think there is an intruder? The Supreme Thrust Paragon asked. Someone who came after Bai Longsheng. I didn't detect anything, Monk Damadina replied as he activated his mind-eye technique to scan the area. Unfortunately, there was nothing in sight. Qin Jie, can't you divine or calculate anything? Asked the fifth member, an odd-looking man wearing a tattered black robe and bandages that covered every inch of his body. Everyone called Death's Breath. All I see is this all-encompassing nothingness, Qin Jie replied in a strange voice. It's vast, beautiful, and a place all things, including all Taoists, will eventually return to. I can feel its embrace. It's calling me. I must return. It is where we come from and where we will return. Bang! His pagoda trembled, releasing a slight light that instantly woke him from his strange daze. Damn it, Qin Jie said with gritted teeth, angered for many reasons. His divination failed, and he was embarrassed by his peers. A deep fear flashed in his eyes before he exhaled to control his emotions. Are you all right? Monk Damadina asked. I'm fine, Qin Jie replied bluntly. Whoever the intruder is, he has mastered a profound counter-divination method. Do you think it's someone from the All-Seeing Temple? Death Breath asked. Are you insulting me? Qin Jie asked. You might look down on their temple, but you should not ignore the fact they have some extraordinary means. I know the temple's means, and it's not them. The others looked at him, but no one believed him. Qin Jie can act out his disdain and prejudice against the all-seeing temple, and they would not make such a mistake. Regardless, we must be on the lookout for a sneak attack or other means of interference, Ji Jinjing said. That was closed. Wang Wei thought silently to himself. He had never worked so hard for a counter-divination attempt in his life. Usually, his fate physique and fateless status meant almost no one could divine information about him. However, that person from the stargazing pavilion was so close to success due to being boosted by a transcendent artifact. Luckily, Wang Wei reacted in time and used his emptiness power to hide his information. Wang Wei gazed at Sir Lu and the other spirits and communicated with them. Hello, Sir Lu. Do you remember me? Sir Lu frowned before answering. I don't know how you got lucky and came here, but I warned you to leave this place as soon as possible. That's mighty kind of you, but I came here to help. Boy, you're probably one of the most talented individuals this trial has ever cultivated. You have a bright future ahead, so don't ruin it here. This battle is beyond your capabilities. I know this fight is beyond my physical capabilities. But Sir Lu, you seem to have forgotten what my greatest asset is. You're a Tao overlord. Now you're following. Do you have a solution to the current situation? Tell me quickly. I may have an idea, but Sir Lu's lips twitched. What do you want? One question first. Did you artificially inflate the difficulty of the battle tower? I'm sorry about that. Sir Lu responded in embarrassment. The only way to accelerate the growth of the main mind was to have you guys spend more points. So what was my real record? Wang Wei asked. 10 years. That's not long, Wang Wei murmured. In just a short 10 years, the absolute killer would have bypassed his chrono spirit and discovered his time mark. Now, can you tell me? Before that, we must negotiate my price. First, I want to use the trial until my cultivation reaches the Paragon Peak, Wang Wei stated. I'm afraid that's not possible, Sir Lu replied. Don't get us wrong, it's not because we don't want to. We've used much power to fight these people, but the remaining is insufficient to support your cultivation to the peak. Then how far can I go? Probably the 7th heaven, maybe the 8th if we pushed it. Wang Wei frowned. What if I only train my soul? Your soul is already on par with the 8th heaven. We can probably raise it by another one. Sir Lu responded, but his expression indicated that such a concession would hurt them. That's fine by me, Wang Wei nodded. He had many ways to increase his realm after the lock, including the merit head received. With the trial, he can get his soul to 99 before taking a true soul pill. Although this pill usually takes more than 50,000 yuan epochs to absorb, it can directly elevate Wang Wei to a peak paragon soul. My second request is unlimited access to this trial. Once again, that's impossible, Sir Lu swiftly countered. We will spend much time repairing the trial if we survive this ordeal. Wang Wei just stared at him. You already have 6 tokens, correct? He'll offer an additional 4 exclusively for you. Once we are barely operational, you can send 10 people to train, but they can only reach initial heaven, 90. Wang Wei stared at him for a few seconds. After reading his facial expression, he said, Fine, but there is still a third and final request, and this one is non-negotiable. I want the purest power or essence of this creature's nurturing power. Additionally, I want its understanding of that power. The greatest asset of this trial is that nurturing power, which Wang Wei has numerous plans for already. Sir Lu gritted his teeth. I can give you the power, but knowledge is out of the question. Wang Wei squinted. The main mind has retained little knowledge from its predecessor, Fei. Sir Lu immediately explained. That's why it's in such a bad state. It cannot control its power. I see, Wang Wei muttered. Very well. It'll grant you access to my personal dimension. Put my rewards inside, and it'll tell you how to save it. You want us to pay first? After your previous immoral business practices, you think he'll trust you? Wang Wei countered. I guess that's fair, Sir Lu smiled wryly. Wait a moment. A few minutes later, the clone received information from the main body that he had received payment and nodded. The Heaven Cardinal already hinted at the answer to your problem, Wang Wei stated. Fei was a kind creature, so you need to bank on that. Send a call for help to all the creatures you've helped nurture through this trial. One of them might have become transcendent and willing to help. But even if that's not true, you can still try to contact the spirits of those creatures from the Genesis Age. If Fei had been as kind as the Cardinal had said, she would have helped many of them. Their bodies and souls might have been erased, but they will linger in the chaos universe, and they should respond to your plea. Chapter 1468, The Trials Resolution, 1468, The Trials Resolution, and I noticed a plot hole. Wang Wei and the others could have used the trial to cultivate their secondary Daos, like pill refining or array, to the Paragon realm. So, one of the rules is they can only use the trial for their primary Dao. Why didn't I think of that? Sir Lu said as he palmed his face. The spirits chose the main mind over the Heaven Cardinal because they felt Fei's all-encompassing goodness and kindness, and they were moved to the point of betraying their lords. Now, with Wang Wei's reminder, Sir Lu saw hope to save themselves. Young cultivator, thank you for your help, Sir Lu said. But you should leave this place since it's dangerous. You don't have to tell me twice, Wang Wei said. However, remember that what you pay me is not enough for the karma of saving your life. We understand. Wang Wei nodded before collapsing the clone's soul and the spirit particle. The real Wang Wei opened his eyes outside the inner core, and he immediately checked his storage dimension. He first checked the tokens before looking at the other rewards. An illusory tower that resembled the Soul Tower floated in the sky. Wang Wei checked and nodded in satisfaction. Then, his eyes shifted to a glowing green crystal the size of an ostrich egg. As soon as he laid eyes on the crystal, he felt an immense desire to swallow it. Every cell, tissue, organ, and system of his body screamed the desire to swallow this thing. It was not just his body. His soul released a desire even more intense than his dream to see his wife, the current version, in a bunny outfit. Wang Wei gulped his saliva. If I swallow this thing, my body should reach beyond the peak of Elder Fiend God 10 Heavens. I may even immediately achieve a primal paragon tier, fleshly body. No, that's an understatement. My body might be on par with those pseudo-transcendents, as I called them. The temptation was beyond words Wang Wei could describe, but he resisted the urge and controlled himself. Although this thing would allow him instant power, it would be a significant waste since he probably cannot fully absorb the effect. I need to think long-term, Wang Wei reminded himself. The best use of this thing is to create an artifact that can convert other energies or powers into the trial's power of nurture, Wang Wei thought. He still had to look forward to Malikia's soul energy reward. If he can turn this crystal into the correct artifact, he can use that soul energy to create nurture power that will help him even after becoming half-step transcendent. Wang Wei calmed down after thinking about the future. Once he builds his nurturing artifact, he won't have to worry about the energy needed to open his fourth gate and other cultivation in the transcendent realm. This nurturing power might also be the key to building my Zerg army, Wang Wei thought. This crystal resembled endless possibilities as long as he fully utilized its power. Wang Wei immediately placed countless seals around the crystal to prevent any power from leaking. Although he couldn't sense anything, he did not want to take the risk. Wang Wei looked in the distance to check on Kong. It appeared their battles had ended, and Kong was the victor. Wang Wei did not say much and looked at the inner core one more time. There was no way the Heaven Cardinal said these words without reason. Was it he giving me, or were the spirits the hint? It seems more like he was talking to me. But why? Is he preparing for his future? He would not be surprised if the Heaven Cardinal was planning on choosing his side in the confrontation with Grand Dao. At the very least, the latter prepared for Grand Dao's possible failure. Wang Wei raised his head as his intuition warned him of incoming danger. It's time to go. He first killed the kidnapped, loose cultivators before entering the River of Time, heading directly to the Eternal Ascension world. Wang Wei was careful since he was once attacked while swimming in this place. Not long after leaving, countless mighty conscious descended into the trial, alarming the 5 transcendents. They immediately stopped these people after guessing their objective. However, a being on par with the 5 showed up, directly confronting them. Unfortunately, he was alone against 5, making his approach useless. Sir Liu was on the verge of ripping out his hair. The appearance of these paragons and that entity brought them hope before these 5 bastards crushed it. A look of despair flashed in his eyes before things suddenly took an unexpected turn. A bunch of ancient and primordial wills seemed to have awakened, alarming countless powerhouses throughout the chaos universes. These primordial spirits of a time long gone cast their gaze on the trial. Ji Liuan, Old Man Tianji, and the others paused as they sensed these ancient and powerful entities. They glanced at each other, secretly communicating. They soon realized these were the spirits or thoughts of creatures long dead, meaning their powers were only a fraction of their peak. However, they might suffer if they continue this fight. Do we just give up like that? The above heaven Swordmaster said. We can still get a piece of this thing if we fight these old things. Old Man Tianji sighed. Don't you understand? This is just the Cardinal using the rules to stop us. Ultimately, if we take down this creature, we will offend him. So, the question is whether it's worth offending him. The awakening of these creatures marks the opening of the Transcendent Age, Monk Ananda said. There will be plenty of other opportunities, so this poor monk will not offend such a being before I'm certain. The corpse-selling sect has been increasing their offensive against us, so I cannot be injured here, Deathmark said. Everyone looked at him. They were suspicious that his death cult had some relationship with Death Reverence and the corpse-selling sect, so they did not wholly trust them even with these words. Jiliu, how about you use one of your clan's foundations? Old Man Tianji suggested. What foundation? Ji Liuyu asked in an exaggerated manner that made everyone roll their eyes. However, he did not care. The clan or palace's trump cards can only be used for life and death matters, or things genuinely worth the price. This endeavor to the trial mainly was his private affair. Since that's how everyone feels, let's consider this matter a failure, old man Tianji said calmly. The above heaven sword master snorted coldly. You'll remember these people. He left immediately without saying another word. The other then ordered their talents to retreat. Ji Jinjing frowned after receiving the order, but did not dare contradict the Supreme Elder. She felt it was a shame since success would mean guaranteed backing in the clan and palace. But now, she was not sure what fate lay ahead for her. Everyone then followed, leaving only by Longsheng. "We are safe," said the soul spirit. "Yes, we are," Sir Lu nodded, and everyone started rejoicing. "Now is not the time to celebrate," the life spirit yelled. "It's time to heal." "Oh, you're right. We also need to thank our benefactors," the heart spirit added. Everyone looked at the sky and bowed to everyone who came to their rescue. An intense gaze looked at the main mind, which immediately worried the spirits as they did not know what was going to happen. Then they heard a voice, Faye. The voice was booming but contained the gentleness of the earth. "I'm glad you can live again, even if it's in this form." The voice contained a deep melancholy and joy that passively infected all the spirits without noticing. "Little guys," the voice continued as it focused on the spirit. "Take good care of her, and if you need something, don't hesitate to ask. We will help you even beyond the grave." We will do our best, Sir Lord, Your Excellency," Sir Lu said, his face red in embarrassment. He couldn't help it, as this was a natural instinct of lower life forms when confronted with higher dimension creatures. His mind was not working correctly, and coming up with words was harder than cultivating from a mortal to the pinnacle of the Paragon realm. The booming voice chuckled. "What a funny little guy. Well, see you again." The spirits remained in their bowing position for a good 30 minutes after these spirits and consciousness disappeared. "All right, guys, I think they're gone. Let's start the healing process." Everyone nodded with a word before moving to repair the trial. The mortalhood tried, immediately flipping through his book. Pages after pages were filled, and Heavenly Book every word with great concentration. He then chuckled. So, he chose love instead of being a pawn? I want to say that was predictable, but I didn't think he had it in him. Heavenly Book did not have all the information about Tian Xian, but from the crumbs he deduced, he thought the latter would compete with Wang Wei due to his sense of inferiority. He believed he would want to prove himself to be better than Wang Wei, thus soothing the voice in the back of his mind that was constantly telling him he was not good enough. "I made the right choice by not intervening," Heavenly Book thought. After Tian Xian's defection, Grand Dao has to rely more on him. In other words, his value was just raised in the eyes of Grand Dao. Heavenly Book chuckled as he also understood why Grand Dao insisted on him intervening. The latter must have felt something about Tian Xian and wanted assurance. The book's new update soon finished, and Heavenly Book analyzed all the latest information. The most crucial news is the fact that the Eternal Ascension world will soon be accessible. There's also a chance I won't need to fulfill the deal with Supreme Unity. However, I can use it as a trump card if necessary. And now, there were other ways to access the Eternal Ascension world, which the Heavenly Book wanted to prepare. Now that he's suffering, there's a chance he might be desperate and try to contact or attack me. So, I need to be careful when I move. He opened a portal to a chaos world called Furious Dao World, directly above a man whose aura oozed sadness and desperation. The man, dressed in all black, including black finger paints, was named Ling Li, and he was cursed to be disregarded. Ling Li has lived numerous lives, but it's always the same. He cannot be seen or touched. This phenomenon is not just for mortals, but cultivators alike. No, his curse was more horrifying than that. Ling Li wanted a cure to his curse, so he cultivated to the peak of the Paragon realm before searching for an answer. He did then realize to the extent he was invisible, the extent he was ignored. The Book of Life forgot his name, meaning not only does he have no status in the world, he cannot even die. Fate does not have a string for him, meaning his fate should be his own, but it's not. Time cannot wash away his youth or longevity. Everything in the world has discarded Ling Li, except for one thing, the Grand Tao Source. His connection to it and his ability to cultivate it are his only sources of tetheredness to this universe. However, Ling Li has discovered that even such a truth was slowly changing. Although it's really slow, he knows it is only a matter of time before the Tao also abandons him. Heavenly Book appeared above Ling Li, and with a wave of his hand, the depressed young man turned into a black coat. Can this thing be considered a failure? He called it the Heaven Disregard Robe, and it's significant to his plan. It will need a significant boost before it can be complicated. However, it's enough now to hide in front of these half-baked transcendents, he thought before putting the robe over his shoulder. Heavenly Book immediately entered a state in which all things in existence instinctively or naturally disregard his existence. Let's move. The all-seeing temple was an artifact shaped like a gray temple with motifs of the river of fate floating in primordial chaos. Today, the Destiny Council, a primal, supreme, and first-class seer meeting, occurred due to Grandma just returned. The meeting had a strange atmosphere, especially if viewed from an outside perspective, followed by another group in black. Although everyone stood in line on the right and left of the primal seer, there was a slight gap between the gray and black seers. Meanwhile, Grandma Ju was at the end of the lines, in the middle of the room about 20 meters from the primal seer, kneeling on the ground with her head on the floor. I did not expect the Eternal Ascension world to be so prepared, the primal seer uttered in a melodious voice full of vicissitude. Temple Lord, I have done my best, Grandma Ju stated. I can see that, the primal seer nodded. Although you failed your mission, you have brought valuable news. This merit will cancel your demerit. Thank you, Temple Lord, for your immense generosity, Grandma Ju swiftly said. The primal seer nodded before looking at a middle-aged man in gray to her left. You don't have to say anything. It's good that we have a new first-class seer in the temple. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth before nodding. The primal seer then looked at a gray-robed woman on her right and said, You did an excellent job cultivating such a seer for the temple. You know where to receive your reward. It's my duty, the woman replied as she saluted by cupping her hands. The primal seer looked at everyone. The entire chaos universe has eyes on us, waiting for more news about the all-heaven fate calamity. If we cannot provide more news, I'm afraid some people will get desperate. Time is running out, so our focus should be on this. As you wish, Temple Lord, everyone said in unison. Bai Longsheng teleported home. Bai Longsheng could see zones of destruction scattered everywhere. There were volcanoes, heavenly flame regions, intense wind regions, ice tantrum that could go past absolute zero, gravity zones that could reach beyond the limit of physiques, poisons worlds that contain strains from every world in the chaos universe. In-key graves, collapsing star black holes dimensions, chaotic spatial temporal areas, chaos sectors, nothingness manifestation lands, etc. This place had everything, and in all these locations, body refiners were using them to temper their flesh. Bai Longsheng took a deep breath, absorbing the energy in the environment. This was not Tao Qi, but the purest essence Qi. Any mortals living in this environment would grow up capable of lifting a dozen tons without exercise, and any body refiners would sacrifice one of their testes to live in this place. Bai Longsheng looked at a palace located at the center of this chaotic world. The palace was all black and looked normal. It was hard to tell whether it was luxurious or what kind of materials it was made of. Bai Longsheng flew to the palace and landed on his feet before entering. He headed directly to the mission hall. A man with a bare upper body sat on the floor, looking intently at a transparent. His muscles seemed to contract with the same rhythm of the flame's flicker. Onkel Dragonroot Bilonshing Baut. Report. Dragonroot said directly, and Bai Longsheng told him everything, including how he behaved when he met Wang Wei. We predicted that the Tao opening sex destiny would run out after Qiyuan or flourish unlike anything before. It seems it's the latter, Dragonroot muttered. What should we do about Wang Wei? It doesn't matter. Although his talent is one of a kind, it's not the first time we've encountered someone like him. And it probably won't be the last, Dragonroot said calmly. Plus, if he is important enough for someone to put a warning mark on him, he might be more trouble than he's worth. I see. If you want to be the mansion lord or the clan patriarch, you must demonstrate the ability to rally people behind you. Strength is not enough. You must demonstrate charisma and leadership skills. I understand, Uncle Dragonroot. Dragonroot nodded. You still did an excellent job, so it will be marked on your record. Bai Longxing knew this conversation had ended, so he saluted his uncle before leaving. His shadow morphed into an entity, staying in the room to communicate with Dragonroot. Eternal Ascension World. Wang Wei returned home, and he was immediately on the highest alert, fearing someone would sneak attack him. However, after not noticing anything, he relaxed slightly. He looked around before teleporting home. A bright smile plastered on his face as he returned to his transcending fate mountain. However, his peace did not last long as Wang Qi and Yu Kai rushed toward him. Chapter 1470, A Mother's Love, 1470, A Mother's Love Patriarch. You're okay, right? Wang Qi said before running around him, touching him to ensure he was real. I'm fine, and stop touching me. Wang Wei controlled him, so he remained standing before him. You disappeared after the others returned, so we thought something had happened to you, Yu Kai said with relief. I'm glad you're all right. Wang Wei was about to say something when numerous talismans suddenly rushed from the void. He received all of them, and they were from his acquaintances all over the world. They also noticed the disappearance of his karma and its reappearance a few minutes later, so they wanted to know what had happened. Wang Wei waved his hand to send a return communication to everyone. You're quite popular, aren't you? Wang Kitist. Should the madam be worried? Wang Wei ignored him and asked Yu Kai, did the ancestors contact us during my death state? No, but a depressing atmosphere loomed over the sect during that period. I reckoned it was them, Yu Kai explained. I see, Wang Wei nodded. What exactly happened? Yu Kai asked curiously. I met a troublesome opponent and had to fake my death, Wang Wei replied truthfully. And how strong are you exactly? Strong enough to be a supreme elder. Yu Kai my Wei Li. Although I expected it, I was still surprised. Yu Kai Sai. The man was worthy of his position as a primal seed. In such a short period, his strength has reached such a realm. Patriarch, the people in the lower dimension must be freaking out about your disappearance, Wang Qi warned. I know, but there isn't much I can do now, Wang Wei sighed. The lower dimension is still one of Heavenly Daos' last bastions of resistance against supreme unity in case it loses this war. This also means access from the upper dimension is wholly cut off. Your soul flame should have been relit like ours. So it should be fine, Yu Kai reassured them. Hopefully. The three let the silence linger before Yu Kai spoke again. Now that you've returned, what do you plan to do? Wang Wei did not immediately answer him, but looked at the sky. It's time to end this era. Yu Kai's eyes sparkled. Many people have been waiting for this moment for too long. Do you need anything? I'll ask if I do, Wang Wei nodded. Yu Kai did not overstay his welcome and soon left. Not long after, Grand Elder Yin Shui came to check on him, but the latter only stayed a few minutes. Wang Wei and Wang Qi soon arrived at the manor. Wang Wei did not enter, but headed for his garden and fishing pool. How long have you been gone? He asked. 9,789 years, Wang Qi replied. The ratio to the trial is not too bad, Wang Wei nodded. Anything happened that I need to know? There are a few things, Wang Qi reported. Firstly, a few loose cultivators tried to use this opportunity to cause trouble. Did they think the peak lineages sent all their best powerhouses and now were vulnerable? Exactly. Were they eradicated? Wang Wei asked. Not exactly. Oh, Paragon Jimin interfered. He also used this opportunity to recruit many of them into his new faction, the Thousand Faces Valley. We've always known Jimin was ambitious, so it made sense he would use this opportunity. I would wager he probably secretly instigated them in the first place. Wang Wei calmly commented as he played with a deep blue flower. You said he interfered. How? He first tried to mediate on behalf of these cultivators and used the fact he was the only surviving paragon left in the world. Threats, huh? Wang Wei muttered. I thought he would be more tactful than that. He knew whom to threaten. Wang Qi emphasized. Jimin threw his paragon weight to the overlords, but did not dare threaten them. So, he's smart, Wang Wei nodded. What else happened? The divine Faith Haven threw a fit after learning their people died. Wang Qi continued. They said some nasty words publicly against us, and even sent an ambassador to ask for an explanation. Did the sect deny it? Of course, we even fought back by saying we won't take kindly to unsubstantiated rumors. That's the right approach, Wang Wei nodded. Although he planned to eliminate the divine Faith Haven, he still had to act innocent to the public eye to preserve the sect's reputation. In this world, reputation equates to luck and destiny, and although their sect has reached the point in which rumors have little effect on them, they still have to keep appearances. Someone tried to free-time Eater, Wang Qi said, making Wang Wei pause his flower gazing. Don't worry, the operation failed, but we did not capture the culprit. He's indeed an instability, Wang Wei uttered, his brow furrowing deeper. Lastly, Du Song wants to see you. He's not dead? Wang Wei asked. Du Song was the leader of his new mortal civilization. His lifespan limit of 10,269 years should have expired by now. It's the least I can do, Wang Wei replied. His next focus should be the lock, but based on Mithraya's previous warning, he still had plenty of time. However, Time Eater's looming presence has motivated Wang Wei to kickstart things as soon as possible. Before I check on him, I need you to fetch 2 people for me. Yang Wei's mother and the Xie clan matriarch. No problem. A few minutes later, a middle-aged woman dressed in simple blue robes walked toward Wang Wei. She had an ordinary face, but green eyes as bright as the stars. Her aura showed a calm woman of wisdom, but she was also someone who had experienced much in life. My son is dead, isn't he? Fu Yang Gang gasped. I'm sorry, Wang Wei said, looking her in the eyes. And I'm guessing you have no intention of reviving him? She continued. No, but I can protect your safety and well-being. She took a deep breath and exhaled. Thank you for the offer, but there is no need. Wang Wei furrowed his brow, wondering why she was being so headstrong. There is something you can do for me, Fu Yangqing continued. You want to cultivate to the Paragon realm in your next life to revive your son? Wang Wei asked. That's right, she nodded. After her husband sold her to one of the moons, Fu Yangqing had only one person she could count on, her son. Now that she has lost him, she'll do anything to get him back. You do understand that by the time you become a peak Paragon, so long would have passed that the difficulty of reviving him will increase by an astronomical amount? And that's only if you ever become a peak Paragon? Wang Wei questioned. I do, but it doesn't matter. Does it? The firmness in her eyes was unwavering. A mother's love transcends all, and nothing can stop this woman from embracing her son again. I guess it doesn't, Wang Wei nodded. Wang Wei explained. With this knowledge, you only need to become a peak Paragon and use existence reconstruction to revive him. Thank you, Fu Yangqing said sincerely, her voice even choking briefly. She bowed fully to display her thanks. She knew how valuable this information was and how much time and effort she would save. In fact, she had no idea how valuable Wang Wei's information was. Existence reconstruction is vague and not detailed because the person doing the reconstruction cannot directly observe the blueprint like Wang Wei. But if they could, Fu Yangqing would be capable of perfectly reviving her son to the state before the tribulation. Although Yang Wei would lose his cultivation progress, he would also have another opportunity to become a Paragon again. Of course, that's only if Grand Dao allows this level of existence reconstruction. All right, let's get to it, Wang Wei said. In my name as the fate-dominating emperor, as a boundless Paragon, as the three-realm emperor, as the immeasurable emperor, I grant you the titles of the one blessed by wisdom and the mother who defies fate. A golden light enveloped Fu Yangqing, purifying her soul. Her multicolored key luck dragon manifested before the horns turned white. Wang Wei condensed a black jade talisman to hand to it. Wait until the lock is gone to activate the talisman, he instructed. Although it was fine for her to reincarnate now, since the lock only blocked communication to the underworld, not reincarnation itself, he did not want her to take the risk. I understand. Chapter 1471 Du Song's Farewell. 1471 Du Song's Farewell. Wang Wei calmly watched Fu Yangcheng fly away, sighing deeply to himself. A mother's love can be like an endless abyss. He hoped for the best for her, but did not have much hope. Even with his blessing, Fu Yangcheng's chances of becoming a paragon were slim, let alone a peak paragon. There is also the fact that she will face more trials and tribulations because of those blessings. Come out, he said, looking at a tree near his location. A thin elderly lady walked out behind the tree, wearing tight black clothes that almost reminded Wang Wei of ninjas. He immediately noticed a few anomalies as he glanced at this old woman. She made no sounds when walking. Her body had no odor even with his extreme senses. Her vitality was undetectable, her aura non-existent. Light did not refract on her. She had no shadow, and even as Wang Wei looked at her, it was as if no one was before him. The Tao of concealment, and she's cultivated it to the extreme, Wang Wei analyzed. Xia Huan replied immediately. Don't be too quick to agree. Wang Wei raised his hand to stop her. I've modified the Lord's Shadow technique to allow someone to be my temporary shadow. However, once I separate from the shadow, they will enter a period of weakness of at least 100,000 yuan epochs. Xia Huan frowned after hearing this. The good news is the technique will allow you to experience the strength, mindset, and even Tao application of a paragon, which will be immensely helpful to your paragon tribulation. Then, I'll accept, Xia Huan said without hesitation. That's good to hear. Wang Wei nodded as he manipulated a shadow to take a humanoid form. Then, the shadow condensed a black crystal to hand to Xia Huan. Wang Wei also gave her a token. This should help you control my fate shadow guard. I will do my best to serve you. Xia Huan bowed deeply. Wang Wei dismissed her before looking in the distance. He teleported to a small, isolated village in the central origin domain. A young girl was pushing an elderly man in a wooden wheelchair. The elderly was old, too old, so old that the stench of death oozed out of him. As soon as Wang Wei appeared, the young girl took a defensive stand. A black and slim armor materialized on her body, followed by two shadow daggers. Shiner, be at ease, Du Tsong said, raising her hand to signal her to back down. Lord Guardian, I'm glad you came to see me before I leave this mortal coil. It's the least I can do after everything you've done for me, Wang Wei replied. The mortal civilization no longer had to hide and spread everywhere under the Tao opening sex territory. Under Du Tsong's leadership, their civilization has thrived and prospered. With a quick check, Wang Wei knew they developed to the point of escaping under the threat of a one-leaf immortal venerable. Shiner, can you give us some privacy? The young girl hesitated, still looking at Wang Wei warily. Du Tsong chuckled. You've read the history book and seen his pictures. Do you think you need to worry about the Guardian? A look of realization flashed in the girl's eyes, and she bowed to Wang Wei and Du Tsong before entering the shadow and disappearing from sight. Come, let's have a chat, Wang Wei said as he summoned a table. Do you want to drink tea or wine? This is probably my last minute in the world, so let's have some wine, Du Tsong said, and Wang Wei poured him. After a sip, Du Tsong sighed deeply. We've improved so much in all aspects, but we are still being in everything. Wang Wei answered. Grand Tao has established that cultivation is a long and tedious process. It is one of the prices cultivators have to pay for their strength, and the system exists to manage the infinite lifespans of cultivators. Paragon. This would mean you can achieve the pinnacle of power relatively quickly. Grand Tao will not allow that. After becoming a paragon, Wang Wei had a better understanding of heaven and earth, so he could comment on the situation without reservation. Can't Grand Tao just remove the limit on our lifespans? Make it harder and longer for us to build more powerful armors and constructs. Du constated. In that case, you would just become cultivators, Wang Wei explained. To be precise, you would become an alternate, refining Tao cultivation path. So in the end, everything comes down to the fact we are mortals, Du Song said with gritted teeth. That's right. In Grand Taoist design, there needs to be a hierarchy with mortals at the bottom and cultivators at the top to motivate people to climb up. What shit system, Du Song cursed. All that suffering, all the pain, all the inequalities, all the injustices, it was all to motivate others? How is that fair? Why can't everyone be immortal? Why can't everyone choose whether they have the ambition to climb the ladder or just want to calm? Wang Wei said as he shrugged his gourd. Yes, but you have no desire to change it, do you? Du Song said as he rose to his feet. Like what? Wang Wei asked. I've laid the foundation for your civilization, provided ideas and resources, given you room to grow, shown you respect and loyalty, and protected you from harm. What more do you want from me? Wang Wei asked. Do you expect me to fight Grand Tao to change the system for you? Why? Why not? Du Song said as he sat back down, his shoulder no longer as upright as before. I have never hid who or what kind of person I am, Wang Wei said. The reason I kept a distance from you guys and gave you so much autonomy was that I did not want you to see me as your savior. If you want to fight for your freedom and ideal world, I will not stop you. On the contrary, we'll be more than happy to support you from the shadows. But do not expect me to share your plight. I have my own goal and path to follow. Du Song let these words sink in, and for a moment, he wished he could draw himself in the wine. Do you think it's possible? Do we have a chance at winning and changing the system? That, I don't know, Wang Wei replied. What I do know is nothing will change if you don't try. Du Song was silent for more than 10 minutes, drawing himself in the alcohol during the entire time. Time is up, he muttered before looking at the sky. My only regret in this life is that I won't live to see the bastard responsible for the plague suffer for their crime. If it makes you feel better, I may not live to see that day too, Wang Wei joked. No, it didn't make me feel better, Du Song said honestly. Can I ask you something? What is it? Reincarnation is real, right? It is. You want to try this endless battle that may be pointless? Wang Wei asked. You said it yourself. I won't know if it's possible without even trying. I must admit, I admire your dedication, Wang Wei said. He raised his hand to release a black and white light into Du Song's body. The old man smiled before slowly standing up. He fixed his robe and took one last look at the distance and the sky before slowly dissipating between heaven and earth. They'll see you again. See you later, Wang Wei saluted. Chapter 1472, The Four Pieces, 1472, The Four Pieces, author note. A reader reminded me of a plot hole. I said only 2 factions have the word Tao in their name, the Tao opening sect and one faction long lost. However, I've been using the Skilled Tao Association for a while. So, from now on, their name will be the Occupation Skill Association. Am open to better name suggestions. Lastly, I would like to apologize to that reader. It's been 4 months since they reminded me, and only today do I remember fixing it. Limbo, I'm glad the kid is okay, Kiyuan said. I told you he had a hard life and wouldn't die so easily, Desolate added. You were the one freaking out the most, Yanhai sneered. Said the person who almost cried because he would lose the opportunity to tease Wu Hong, Desolate countered. Do you even care about the kid? It's not my fault if his greatest achievement in my eyes is getting together with her, Yanhai answered casually. It's good that he's all right, Battle Maniac nodded. Yes, the plan can continue as normal, Kiyuan sighed in relief. Are you sure about this plan? Yanhai asked. Normally, she doesn't question his plan, but this one was too simple. You didn't see it during the taboo, but I saw a glimpse of her power. We only need to give her the opportunity to use it, Kiyuan reassured. If you say so, we should focus on the future. To be precise, how we will return to our peak, Battle Maniac suggested. The kid brought enough memorialized luck for all of us to return to the Paragon realm. But the rest have to rely on us. What about your proxy avatars? Desolate asked. We can't use those, Kiyuan immediately answered. Before entering the ultimate taboo, they took a few of their proxy avatars and left one in the world. After so long, it wouldn't be surprising if those transcendents found those avatars and tempered with them, Qiyuan continued. Proxy avatars are supposed to be almost impossible to find, but not impossible. So, it would be foolish to risk their lives and use these things as a means of their revival. That makes sense. Desolate nodded. Should we warn the others? Battle Maniac asked. They should figure out themselves, and if they don't, that's their problem, Qiyuan said calmly. Although they worked together, ultimately, they were competing factions. If you say so. Eternal Ascension World, Central Origin Yellow Tree Village. Wang Wei calmly looked at the new grave he had constructed himself. The young girl, Shiner, stood behind him, trying and failing to control her tears. Non-immortal cultivators can only reincarnate 9 times before their souls are recycled to create a new soul or life with a completely different existence. As for mortals, less than 0.1 can retain the memories of their past selves, meaning they are recycled after 1 reincarnation. Du Tsong's soul as an enlightened human is different, meaning he may survive 2 or 3 reincarnations if he's lucky, but that's his limit. This is the first hurdle in your endless battle. If you cannot overcome this obstacle, then you better give up this fight, Wang Wei thought. Du Tsong's situation is reminiscent of Sage Duan Ru from the lower dimension. The only difference is Sage Duan Ru's soul will be nourished by his mortal Tao art. Maybe these two's lives will be intertwined, Wang Wei suddenly thought. He turned around and looked at the young girl. What is the protocol for his death? Although the teacher disagreed, it's already been decided that a civilization-wide funeral will be held, followed by a day of mourning that our people will forever celebrate for as long as our civilization exists, Shiner replied. It seems Du Tsong was more loved than I knew. Wang Wei commented. He dedicated everything to the cause, even stopping himself from forming a family because he did not want them to have too much power and ruin the foundation of our civilization. His family might suddenly become a royal family in a mortal civilization, ruining the democratic process that runs the civilization. This fact also shows Du Tsong's determination. If he wants his fight to succeed, he must become the civilization leader in each generation, which will not be an easy feat unless he reveals his identity. If you don't mind, he'll participate in the funeral, Wang Wei stated. It will be our honor. Wang Wei nodded before sending out 2 communication talismans, one of which was to Jiaping. If there was one person who cared as much as this civilization, it was the former second prince. So, the 2 participated in the funeral, followed by the day of mourning. After the ceremony, Wang Wei and Jiaping were about to leave when Shiner rushed to see him. She knelt on the floor, with her head deeply imprinted on the ground. Lord, Guardian, please help me. There is no need for all that, Wang Wei said as he gently helped her up. Tell me what you need. I want to cultivate, Shiner stated after a brief hesitation. Oh, and why is that? I want to live long enough to see the teacher and protect him in all his reincarnations, Shiner said, her eyes more determined than they had been in her entire life. Are you sure about this? Wang Wei asked. If you do this, your people will consider your action a betrayal. There is also the lure of the power of cultivation. Once you become an immortal, there is a high chance you will abandon your original goal to pursue a higher realm and power. I want change. Really? Wang Wei asked her, looking directly into her eyes. Can you promise to serve a weak and lowly mortal for the rest of eternity? Can you promise your heart won't waver as you watch him grow old and die over and over? Can you promise to remain unwavering as he fights a battle that is probably fruitless? I promise. Wang Wei looked at her. Although I could, I won't bind you with any spells to keep your oath. It'll leave the judgment to your heart. He pointed his finger at her, manifesting her fate line. Then, Wang Wei changed her fate, granting her a talent for cultivation. Finally, he handed her a token, Gotom Insect, and they will train you until the Great Emperor realm. Be mindful you won't receive any exceptional treatment. How far you can go depends on how much you're willing to fight for. I want to build a dynasty with enlightened humans and their rune technology, Jiaping said. That's fine, Wang Wei nodded. Although he granted these people free-range development, he still has access to all their products and developments. That's the intersection between our sex territory and the divine faith haven. It's obvious to me that the Lord has some plans for the divine faith haven, and am willing to be the vanguard, Jia Ping said seriously. I like people who take the initiative, Wang Wei smiled. I'll send the poison demoness to help. If you need anything, ask, and the sect will provide it. Thank you. Jia Ping bowed before teleporting away. Wang Wei stood alone in the sky, looking distracted. It's time to destroy this prison. He's been feeling uncomfortable ever since his return. The dichotomy between the trial's environment and the eternal ascension world was too vast and noticeable. Wang Wei has only returned for more than a day, and he can already feel his mood changing. He was not the kind of person who could be caged or restricted, meaning every second he spent in this world was tortured. So, he did not want to waste another second in this place. For my plan to succeed, I need 4 pieces, Wang Wei thought. Sun Junyao is one, but she needs to work with another piece. However, I should give her time to prepare. He waved his hand to send her a communication talisman. Of the remaining pieces, that blood is the easiest to get. Hopefully, that remains true. He had already sent a courtesy warning to the Occupation Skill Association about his upcoming arrival. So, he only needs to wait a while before heading there. Chapter 1473, the first piece 1473, the first piece. While Wang Wei waited for the association to receive him, an invited guest came to see him. Prime Minister Zhu, what brings you here? Wang Wei asked as he sipped his tea. Are you here to make another deal? Where's Honghua? Zhu Qingwang asked directly. Why are you asking me about your people? Wang Wei asked back, not hiding his confusion. This is not a joking matter. Where's she? Watch your tone, Wang Wei said with squinted eyes, sending chills down the latter's back. However, the Prime Minister did not back down. I can tell you honestly that we are prepared for an all-out war for her, Zhu Qinghuang warned. First of all, you are accusing me of something that I haven't done, nor do you have any proof of, Wang Wei said calmly. But if you want a war, I can give you one. How about I take this opportunity to slaughter all of you? I probably couldn't get through your dynasty's main array, but it should be no issue slaughtering all your citizens and ruining your luck, Wang Wei stated calmly, and Zhu Chenghuang stared at him with flaming eyes. You see that? That's how you make a threat. Wang Wei continued before slowly sipping his tea. He let his words marinate, increasing the pressure on the Prime Minister. The last time we spoke, you were confident, nay, arrogant. You could protect her. You come barking at me like a mad dog. How does that make sense? We know you did it. Besides you, who could remove our tracking method? Su Chenghevang counted. As much as I'm flattered that you think so highly of me, haven't you received the information of what happened in the trial? Wang Wei asked. There are so many factions with powerhouses on the level of the two sons. You don't think your method can hide from them, right? From what you know, Honghua might have surrendered to them in exchange for her freedom. Or worse, someone noticed your so-called tracking method and was interested, so they captured her. Khan would have rescued her if she was captured. Zhu Qingwang fought back. That's true, Wang Wei nodded. So, she left of her own volition? Well, I can't blame the poor girl. Zhu Qingwang took a deep breath to calm down. I'm going to need you to hand over Hua Shui. Let me tell you what's going to happen. You'll stay here as our guest until your dynasty comes to get you. The Prime Minister was about to display another bout of outage, but found himself unable to move or speak. Sect Master, Wang Wei called out, and Yu Kai's projection appeared before them. Send news to the Qin court that their Prime Minister has wrongly accused us of something we have not done and, in the process, offended a paragon. If they want his return, they must pay remuneration. Our sect's face cannot be trampled like that for no reason. I understand, Yu Kai nodded. How much are we speaking of? We only want to save face and show our attitude. So 1 piece of Paragon tier material is enough, Wang Wei said. But you can negotiate for more. Just don't go too far. It will be done, Yu Kai bowed before dissipating. Wang Wei's gaze shifted to the Prime Minister. You're lucky I'm not putting you in a prison. He waved her hand to send him to the Ambassador Mountain reserved for the Qin dynasty. But this time around, the mountain was isolated by arrays to display his status as a prisoner. Once Zhu Qinghuang was out of sight, Wang Wei forgot about him. He knew how to play the political game of these overlords. As for the Qin court's remark about war, he believed it was a bluff, but even if it were real, Wang Wei would still not back down. The only advantage the Qin court had over the Tao opening sect was Hong Jun's butterfly jade pendant, which is supposedly a transcendent artifact. As long as they planned for that, the only result of an all-out war would be Qin's destruction, where things would develop into an all-out war of the overlords, forcing everybody to come to the table to make peace. A few days later, Wang Wei teleported to the Rune Source Domain, the location of the Occupation Skill Association's headquarters. Unlike before, when the overlords hid their headquarters in hidden dimensions, they were now in the open. Tong Ruobing led a small team of delegates in receiving him. The Empyrean Battle Taboo Realm? Wang Wei commented as soon as she saw him, and Tong Ruobing sighed to herself. She tried to hide it and all her other information, but it was useless. It kind of happened, Tong Ruobing said. When she was helping Mu Lei become unique to increase his status in the primeval mansion, she thought maybe she could also benefit from his improvement and thought of a method of Tao companions to share life and death together. While trying to devise such a method, Tong Ruobing discovered a rare yin-yang material from the refining tower and used it. The result was that both couples managed to share their foundation, allowing them to link their existence and benefit from each other's advantages. In other words, Mu Lei and Tong Ruobing entered the Battle Taboo Realm before becoming paragons. It seems like luck was on your side, Wang Wei commented. A few of his peers were also lucky as Tong Ruobing, including Xiao Tiandi and Sun Junyao. The rest, like Jian Wushuang and Ao Shun, were not so lucky and became paragons first. And you could have figured it out yourself, Wang Wei replied. We are no longer heaven-chosen competing for one chance at immortality. By now, you should know the importance of being slow and steady. Isn't that hypocritical coming from you? How so? Wang Wei asked, quite confused. You become a paragon in record time, while also but you still have all the advantages and preparation of someone steady. That would be a fair point if I portrayed myself as just an ordinary cultivator instead of an anomaly, Wang Wei said, not trying to brag but telling the truth. I forgot how frustrating it can be to talk with you. Tong Ruobing sighed deeply. All right, let's get this meeting started. Wang Wei shrugged before following her for a brief tour of the association before directing him to Destiny Peak. Wang Wei noted she did not take him to the primary mountain, the association president's ruling area. It seems that women still have immense power even after the association master has become a paragon, Wang Wei thought. Elder Chun and countless others received him before starting a banquet. The food and wine were out of this world, especially since they were from the cooking and winery mountain. Although these professions were not so famous, the association still trained a few talents, especially in the wine department. Many people dabbled in wine as a secondary Tao, with swordsmen being the majority. Then, after a few hours of tedious conversation about nothing, the real talk started. So, what brought you here for this visit? Elder Chen asked politely. I'm here for the abomination creature's blood, Wang Wei said. An Empyrean elder approached from another table and opened a wooden box to show a purple liquid shining with golden light. As you can see, we've spent much effort to purify it. Not possible, Wang Wei answered without hesitation, and his refusal made the previous joyous atmosphere slightly tense. We understand you plan to utilize it to destroy the lock, Elder Chun said, her soothing voice easily eliminating the tension. You know a lot, Wang Wei commented casually. We just want to know your plan and see how we can help. The answer is still no. So you don't trust us? The president asked. Now you are getting it, Wang Wei replied, and the president was slightly shocked by such a direct answer. Listen, I've only survived so long despite being its target. Wang Wei pointed at the sky. Is because I'm overly cautious. I don't know your association and whether you have been infiltrated. The mere fact that I showed up so openly puts me in grave danger. How can you say that? No, he has a point, Tong Ruobing added. We cannot be too careful when dealing with beings on that level. The president wanted to say something, but remembered what happened during the Ji Qingming and Tian battle. I understand your point of view, Elder Chan stated, but you have to see ours as well. This conversation is meaningless. Wang Wei replied, your faction wants the merit and destiny for participating in the lock's destruction, but the distribution is not up to me. But the plan is yours, and you can give us a greater role. Like I said, I don't trust anybody with this matter, so the plan relies almost entirely on me. Wang Wei continued, however, if things do not go accordingly and I need more help, I will be more than glad to ask your association. Can I take that as you giving us your word? You can, Wang Wei admitted. If things reach such a point, Wang Wei could guess how dangerous subsequent plans would be. If the association wants to offer him aids, mainly cannon fodders, he'll take them. Good. I know you have a reputation for keeping your word, so I won't ask for anything in writing, Elderchin said. I'm sensing a but, Wang Wei sighed. Yes, before we hand the blood over, we would like to discuss our luck artifact. Chapter 1474 Sage Rune Halo 1474 Sage Rune Halo. And the people on my Discord did not like the name Occupation Skill Association. So, the new name is Skill Path Association. There will also be a brief explanation in this chapter for the name's explanation. Your luck artifact? Didn't you retrieve it from the Southern Chu dynasty? Wang Wei asked. According to them, you and the barbarian race's heir raided the storage room and took most of the Chu dynasty's treasures. As I said to you, we did raid their treasury, but your treasure was not here by the time we got to it. Wang Wei replied calmly. The artifact was powerful and unique, meaning he needed to wait for someone of miscellaneous skill level to copy it. In other words, he must buy as much time as possible. She saw nothing but an innocent man confused by the situation. For such a potent artifact, don't you guys have a way to track it? Wang Wei asked. We're ashamed to say our method has been futile, Elderchin admitted. I would offer my help, but since you guys seem to suspect me, I think that would be a conflict of interest, Wang Wei said. We don't suspect you, but as you know, this treasure is important to us, Elderchin said in her soothing voice. I suspect you, the association president added. That artifact is the lifeline of our association, and we must retrieve it at all costs. The Tao Path tablet was the key to their association's rise. During the Golden Era, their founder, Sage Rune Halo, successfully refined what could be described as the first primal artifact in that era. The news was leaked, placing Sage Rune Halo before the eyes of the Overlord's faction, who were in the initial stages of their creation. The sage knew that with his talent for refining, the only fate awaiting him was to be captured and integrated into these factions. The ability to create primal artifact meant he could mass-produce more than one of the three primary requirements to become a primal paragon. Sage Rune Halo did not want this fate. He wanted to be one of the overlords. So, he ran and hid himself. He thought he would not have this opportunity until an ancient rune opened, the rune of the Eternal Tao sect. Any sect capable of using the word Tao was unique, but to also have the name Eternal, the same as this world's name, had greater implications than anyone knew in that era. Little knowledge from this sect remained in the Golden Era, but people started scrambling for information. The resulting information indicated that the sect appeared in the Second Era, or the era corresponding to the beginning of the Paragon Age. They grew into a faction that dominated the entire Eternal Ascension world alone. In other words, at its peak, the Eternal Tao sect achieved something that all overlords desired: absolute control. Of course, it's hard to say whether that faction was more powerful than the overlords of this era. After all, the Golden Era was the pinnacle of luck and destiny of the Eternal Ascension world, meaning the Eternal Tao sect was most likely lucky and ruled during an era without much competition. Regardless, everyone was excited for the rune of such an ancient and powerful lineage. Many people benefited from that expedition, including Sage Rune Halo. He discovered the refining hall of the Eternal Tao sect, recuperating lost knowledge and inheritance. More importantly, he found a small piece from their luck condensing artifact. He used it to build the Tao Path tablet, inheriting a small portion of the Eternal Tao sect's key luck. Ever since that, his destiny has changed, and he rose like a comet, securing his spot as one of the overlords. In the universal Tao language, the character for Tao can be translated as avenue or path. Depending on how you write, these words can also serve as synonyms. I understand how you feel, Wang Wei answered. He almost lost control of himself as he realized the president and Elder Chun were using the tactic of good and bad cop that he used to watch in Western movies back on Earth. But as I said, your artifact is not in my hands. You said the Southern Chu dynasty might have handed it to the Qin court. Elder Chun asked slowly. More like claimed, the president added, not hiding his suspicions. According to our information, you confronted the human emperor's projection from limbo. Elder Chun continued. Was it over the artifact? No, it was over Shu Ren's nether hell. Why would the human emperor want such a thing? I don't know, but the fact he was willing to appear from limbo showed how much he valued it. Wang Wei said truthfully. And do you have proof of that? The president asked. Ido? Wang Wei nodded. But I want to show it since this meeting is starting to feel like an interview I did not sign up for. Wang Wei squinted his eyes. Suddenly, but do I have to take it myself? The chill behind these words made everybody's hair stand straight. Elder Chun acted swiftly to defuse the situation. There is no need for all that. It's just that this item is too important for us. I understand this, but I think I've been quite forthcoming with your inquiry. Wang Wei responded. And if I have to be honest, I don't understand why, back then, your association succumbed to Time Eater's pressure and handed over the artifact. It's your fault you're in the current situation. The president immediately lowered his head. His, and the association's greatest shame, was handing over that artifact. Back then, Elder Chun had just injured her existence to fall to the Empyrean realm, and he was a young and inexperienced association president. So, when Time Eater and the others showed up, pressured him with their cultivation, and even used the two sons' names, he crumbled under the pressure and gave them the artifact. Elder Chun was enraged after she left seclusion, and if not for the further instability the association would suffer from a sudden change in power, he would have long been replaced. Over the years, the president has worked hard to prove himself, and Elder Chun saw it and rewarded him by not firing him. However, from that day on, his power was at an all-time low in the association. We indeed have ourselves to blame, Elder Chun sighed. She motioned her hand, and someone approached to deliver the blood to Wang Wei. He checked it before placing it away with a nod. Thank you, and my words from people still count. We appreciate that. Tong Ruobing escorted Wang Wei out before returning to the banquet room. The atmosphere was depressed since they did not achieve any of their set-out tasks. You know him better than us, Elder said as she looked at Tong Ruobing. What do you think? He took it. Tong Ruobing replied without hesitation. Are you sure? The president almost rolled his eyes. Wang Wei's nature is greedy, but it's a calculated greed, Tong Ruobing stated. When he does something, it's usually for two purposes, benefiting himself or benefiting his sect or the people he cares for. As soon as he learned of the artifact's existence, he would have planned to get his hands on it. But doesn't he know this artifact is the kind of thing that we are willing to war over? The president asked. Are you saying he's willing to force his sect into a war for greed? How is that benefiting his sect? Oh, he knows, Tong Ruobing replied. And with his political savvy, he knows the ramifications of his actions. He knows better than to break the balance between the overlords. Tong Ruobing shook his head. Although the Tao opening sect would decimate the association in a war, the other overlords would not allow this to happen, since the foundation of the association would only increase the Tao opening sect's overall strength. Then what's his purpose? He wants to copy it, Tong Ruobing answered. He did the same with the Enlightening Emperor Academy's Tao tablets in the lower dimension. Can that artifact be even copied? The president asked. Yes, it can, Elder Chun said. With miscellaneous skill, ample resources, and a bit of luck, they might do it. That's why he's denying it, Tong Ruobing continued. He's buying time to wait for their returns. The room was briefly quiet until the president asked, So what do we do now? Chapter 1475, a little restless 1475, a little restless, since we know he has it. Can we demand its return? An elder asked. Don't say such a stupid thing. We know he has it, but where is the proof? So, that's it. Do we have to wait until the ancestor returns to get it back? But even then, will he hand it over before he copies it? No, we must do something, Elder Chin said before looking at Tong Ruobing. How strong are you compared to Wang Wei? His strength has always been higher, and given that his cultivation is much higher than mine, I doubt I have a chance at winning, Tong Ruobing replied truthfully. What about if you have a primal weapon? Elder Chin asked. Do we have such a thing? We were forced to seal it during the moon's reign, but can still be used, Elder Chin admitted. Tong Ruobing pondered. Does the Tao opening sect have a similar weapon? Or one close to that level? They should, Elder Chin answered. Then, unless you can prevent them from using, it won't make much of a difference, she analyzed. That is a shame, Elder Chin sighed. Tong Ruobing was their most powerful fighter, and even if she were at her peak, Elder Chin did not think she could defeat her. So that's it, the president asked. Diplomacy has failed, and force is not an option. There is nothing we can do directly about the artifact. She sighed deeply. Directly? Meaning there is something we can do? The president swiftly asked. There are currently countless loose cultivators whose pride and sense of self have been inflated after becoming paragons, Elder Chin muttered slowly. It's only a matter of time before one of these imbeciles thinks they are strong enough to challenge an overlord given our current weakened state. If these people discovered we were missing our luck artifact, they would think we were weak and emboldened to choose us as their target. We need to nip this kind of thinking in the bud. You want to stage a demonstration of strength? The president asked. That's right. Who's the target? The Southern Chu dynasty. Elder Chun answered calmly. We have the perfect excuse, so why not use it? But our research revealed some connection between them and the Qin court. What if they intervene? It would depend on Binger, Elder Chun replied, looking at Tong Ruobing. Are you more powerful than the Qin court's new paragons? There was one prince who was slightly talented, but I doubt he would be much of a problem, Tong Ruobing answered. Good. You only need to assess the situation. If you think you can win, be aggressive and teach the Qin court a lesson. Don't push it too far, since we are only sending a message. However, if he's a real problem, you can back up a little and give them face. I understand, Tong Ruobing nodded. Do you want me to deploy now? No, wait a little while, Elder Chin uttered. The trial has just ended, so let's observe the situation a little while before we move. In that case, call me when you think it's appropriate. Wang Wei slowly returned home. With each step he took in the void, he would teleport millions of light years away. While traveling, he was deep in thought about the meeting. All this talk about the luck artifact reminded me of this treasure's origin, Wang Wei thought. By now, people knew how the association inherited some of the luck of the Eternal Tao sect. It also reminded me of the fact the Sword Path League has also used a synonym of the word Tao in their name. There are no records of their association with the Eternal Tao sect. So which destiny did they inherit that Heavenly Tao did not punish them for using that name? Wang Wei remembered the League's request to Yanhai and how they seemed almost desperate. At first, I was a little tempted to convince the ancestor. But now, I'm starting to think a greater secret is at play here. Wang Wei shook his head. He decided to tell the ancestor everything since the choice was not up to him in the end. The future wife said she participated in the Eternal Tao sect's ruin, Wang Wei contemplated. During that time, the First Origin War had long ended. A few of the older generations were already primal. And Wu Hong was a young and promising paragon. She said she received a book that was a comprehensive analysis of runes, but she didn't mention any luck, Wang Wei analyzed. However, given her relationship with the Skill Path Association, there is a chance she also inherited a small part, hence the primary source of their confrontation. Wang Wei's eyes lit up. If that's true, she may be able to absorb the association into the Origin Seal continent. If Wu Hong becomes the catastrophe's first transcendent, she will need to increase the foundation of the Origin Seal continent. And what better way to do it than swallowing the Skill Path Association? I'm sure she's thought of that, and maybe even planned for it, Wang Wei thought with a smirk before rushing home. As soon as he arrived, Wang Wei did not rush to utilize the blood. Instead, he turned invisible and undetectable before approaching the flame blacksmith. Without the latter's awareness, Wang Wei cast a spiritual hint into his soul to slowly forget about the existence of the Tao Path tablet. After all, regardless of anything, the flame blacksmith was a boundless paragon, and Wang Wei's soul, Tao, had not reached the paragon tier yet. After ensuring there were no issues, he returned to his manor. He snapped his finger, and a shadowy figure appeared before him. Matriarch Xie Huan had chosen someone to serve him until she completed her cultivation. Tell your matriarch that her first job is to keep an eye on Flame Blacksmith. As you wish. The shadow disappeared, and Wang Wei started his work. He observed the blood intently, and had to admit the association did a great job in the purification process. They used numerous methods, including purification arrays, source cleansing talismans, transformative artifacts, and flame purifying pills. There are even signs of other profession, Tao methods of purification, Wang Wei observed. However, it's not good enough. At the existence level, Wang Wei still noticed some hidden sections of this blood. For example, he learned that whoever is the original source of this blood can use it to spy on others. In other words, Tulhun can spy on all its believers or people who are tainted by its power blood. We can't have that, Wang Wei muttered before starting his own purification. He has discovered the best way to affect or influence the existence is through acupoints techniques. However, this was a pile of blood with no acupoints. It took a moment to devise a method. He plans to create an acupoint technique that uses the Bodis atoms. This should work, Wang Wei thought before trying. He locked himself in the room, trying to purify this blood to the best of his ability. However, less than 5 years after his retreat, he sensed something and looked into the distance. Kong stood opposite Paragon Jimin, and they were about to clash. The loose cultivators attacked the academy as well, and if I remember correctly, Jimin did not give them much face despite knowing Kong had a high chance of also becoming a paragon, Wang Wei analyzed. Now it's revenge time? He observed these two closely with squinted eyes. No, I have a feeling that it's not that simple. Ever since the trial, I have this feeling that Kong is slightly restless. The battle was anticlimactic. Kong easily suppressed Jimin and Old Ma, forcing the prideful paragon to ask for help from Shu Niwanzu, the current ruler of the Southern Chu dynasty. The former third prince came to repay his karma, but his presence made no difference. Kong defeated 3 paragons in a shocking display of power. Furthermore, he even kept leaving the third prince to run away and hide under the protection of his dynasty's key luck. Kong did not run after him, but made a public declaration. He first apologized for his actions, revealing why he acted in such a bold fashion, unbecoming of his character as a scholar. He followed that by inviting all the loose cultivators who had proven the Tao to become paragon to a seminar held by his Emperor Enlightening Academy. He told them there were many secrets of the paragon realm, which these lineages kept to themselves, and he was willing to educate everyone. He's definitely planning something, Wang Wei thought to himself before snapping his finger to summon his shadow. Activate our spies in the academy. I need to know what he's planning as you order. Wang Wei continued his work, but less than 2 years later, another major fight took place. Tong Ruobing flew to the Southern Chu dynasty, destroyed it, and captured Shunyanzu. After these 2 events, more small-scale confrontations occurred all over the world. The lock hasn't been removed yet, and these people are already fighting each other. Wang Wei shook his head. He wanted to ignore them, but couldn't. He needed to ensure supreme unity was not secretly sowing discord as a last desperate attempt to return to the world. Chapter 1476 The Steelers Lin Fans Woe 1476 The Steelers Lin Fans Woe Emperor Kong teleported to a hidden jail underneath the academy. He slowly walked toward Paragon Jimin's location. The latter was hung in the air, with 2 chains connected to his left and right hands. Jimin was in a terrible state, but his aura remained fierce and steadfast. Well, have you changed your mind? Kong asked calmly. However, the only answer he received was a mouthful of spit that was wiped away by the prison's protective barrier. Kong remained composed. He was not rattled in the slightest by the latter's action. Your follower, that old man, Kong continued. Isn't he? Why don't you reward his loyalty and follow in his footsteps? Jimin stared at him. He was not surprised that old Ma would bargain for his life. However, that old man was used to serving others all his life, so his choice was understandable. He did not bow down to the moons or the two suns, so he would not bow down to Kong of all people. Oh, Jimin, you are an ambitious man who wants to rise to the top of this world with your own talent and effort, Kong stated in a strangely eerie but calm voice. Unfortunately, you are a wild cultivator with little to no knowledge or foundation. Look what's in my hand. Kong's palm contained a strange rune design that was releasing the aura of time. Jimin's eyes turned red. Yes, it's your time mark. It took a little while, but your ability to protect is subpar, to say the least. Kong was not only cultivating during the trial, but also training. After knowing the Battle Tower's ability, he used that opportunity to make up for his academy's lack of knowledge regarding battles between paragons. Things don't have to go this far, Kong explained. You will be a grand teacher in the academy with immense power. And if you want to be the headmaster, I have no issue allowing you to compete. I can even have it in writing to give you a fair opportunity. Together, we can build a lineage that will take its place at the top in the upcoming catastrophe. Unfortunately, all this grand soliloquy got Kong was a second round of spit, making him sigh deeply. So, you would rather die than surrender? Even those two beings beyond our scope of understanding didn't make me bow down. And you think death will? I'm offended you thought this would work, Jimin sneered. Oh, I knew the chances were small, Kong admitted. However, Jimin did not appreciate his calmness and felt a sense of foreboding. I only thought I would try one last time. If you're going to kill me, do it and stop all this talking. It's getting boring. I can't kill you, Kong said in a gentle voice. My academy has just started to prosper, so I can't bear the backlash of killing the first paragon of the previous era. At least, not yet. So, you want to torture me until I give in? Jimin sneered. And while torture is one of them, it will not be my approach, Kong continued. You said all this talking was boring. In that case, how about I show you? He snapped his finger, and the surroundings changed. Jimin realized he was at the top of the pagoda with millions of arrays forming a path underneath him, leading to the lower rooms in the pagoda. At the bottom was a young man cultivating. His body was releasing an aura that he could not mistake even in his dream. That's you. Meet the Academy's first stealer, Kong stated with shining eyes. Created from your Tao of thievery, they will become an elite dark force, stealing resources, knowledge, information, identities, and life. You mother bastard, Jimin yelled. How dare you? How dare you treat me like this? It's heartbreaking, isn't it? Kong asked with a scoff. Knowing that I never needed you in the first place. You would have been the final jewel on my crown. But your existence was only to make things appear more authentic. Emperor Kong shook his head before calmly walking away. Once someone meets the requirement, they will swallow everything you have, including your luck and destiny. Only then will you truly become useless, and he'll grant you your wish of death. Kong's parting words echoed in the pagoda, even suppressing the sound of rattling chains. Those spies are getting annoying, Su Shi sighed. The Academy currently has 4 boundless paragons, technically 5, including her. Her teacher is the headmaster and is busy with his affairs. Paragon 9 Death was sent out to contact other factions and send invitations to the upcoming seminar, leaving Su Shi and Lin Fan to protect the Academy. However, Lin Fan has been distracted, leaving all the work to Su Shi. She flew to their residence, where she saw him staring into the distance with a daze. Su Shi frowned before approaching. All right, I can't keep silent anymore. I thought I should give you space, and you would come to me when you were ready to talk. But now, I think I made the wrong choice by not being direct. So what is going on? Lin Fan looked at her beautiful face. He has seen it for over 10,000 yuan epochs, but still finds her as stunning as the first day they met. He sighed before taking Su Shi into his embrace. I can feel it. She's about to ascend. You were in this state before the tribulation. Yes and no, Lin Fan answered. My hatred for her was almost exploited during the tribulation, but it only fueled my drive and hatred for her. Su Shi did not want hatred and rage to drive him, but she understood that some things cannot be forgiven. Is that it? Is that why you've been acting differently? I know you hate her, but if you let her existence affect you so much, I'm afraid it won't be long before you develop a heart demon. It's incredibly difficult for people of their cultivation realm to develop heart demons, but it will be a nightmare once they do. The heart demon will literally turn Lin Fan into a mad devil cultivator driven only by his desire to kill Suya. And if he succeeds in this endeavor, he won't magically turn back. He will blame someone else for his problems instead and transfer, trying to fill an emptiness in his soul for all of eternity. The teacher already talked to me about that. Lin Fan shook his head. So what is it? During the trial, I've been thinking about my child, Lin Fan said, tightening his embrace slightly. I was looking forward to the Paragon realm because it meant I could see her again. However, I had a prophetic dream that something terrible would happen to her after the revival. Her brow furrowed deeply. Prophetic dream? My intuition warned me of something wrong, so I tried to look into the future. After failing, I considered combining dream and time Dao for a better divination. What did you see exactly? It was vague, but I was fighting desperately to protect someone. I could see what the person looked like, or I was fighting, but I knew she was my daughter. You were also there, fighting by my side, but I couldn't see anyone else. Su Shi's brow furrowed deeper. I'm afraid things are not so simple. Remember what Wang Wei said about your connection with the Chaos Demon Gods? Are you saying they've been influencing me? Lin Fan asked in a severe tone. All signs have shown that the upcoming catastrophe will involve beings on their level, meaning this is the best opportunity for their return, Su Shi analyzed. And what better way to prepare than to start activating their pawns? What better way to control you than through your hatred of Suya and love for your daughter? Lin Fan clenched his hands so tightly that the space around him twisted. Su Shi even felt some of the power. Luckily, they were both body refiners in the Elder Fiend God realm. Calm down, she said as she turned to face him. She gently caressed his face. Getting angry and losing control will not help us. I know, Lin Fan sighed, but what am I supposed to do? I can't just suddenly let go of my hatred. I can't just pretend I don't want to see my daughter. And no one is asking you to do that, Su Shi reassured him. The catastrophe will be dangerous and chaotic, meaning many variables will exist. Variables mean opportunities. Opportunities for us to triumph over our fate. Lin Fan looked her in the eyes before gently placing his forehead on hers. I don't know what I would do without you. I've asked myself the same question many times. The couple chuckled before sharing a passionate kiss. 1477, the second piece Wang Weiss Adam acupoint technique was successful, but he was not satisfied with the final outcome. He noticed a few places in the blood's existence that he could not understand, let alone remove. Things never go as planned, Wang Wei complained before thinking of Plan B. Numerous magic circles materialized in front of him before entering his body. The best solution to this problem was to sacrifice his body. He will accelerate the effect of the blood from his soul before abandoning his body and recondensing a new one. 3 million years passed outside, but Wang Wei spent 30 million years with this project using the sect's best-time acceleration array. Of these 30 million years, he only spent 2 million years purifying the blood, and the rest was spent placing magic circles on his body to isolate the blood's effect on his soul. Now everything is ready, Wang Wei muttered as he walked out of his cultivation room. As soon as he left, 2 people came to see him, Wang Qi and Shi Huan. Let's start with you, he said, looking at Wang Qi. Is everything prepared? Yes, the sect has prepared a grand source pool for you to condense a new body. Grand source pool? I thought they would use some key from the source key space, Wang Wei commented. Grand source pool can only be artificially created by Emperor Path cultivators by gathering and preserving the power from the Grand Dao source. It's the purest form of energy power in the world, but it takes too long to make these pools. Only the best for you, Wang Qi replied with a smile. Good. What about the unsoiled body pill? It's ready, Wang Qi nodded. But what do you need that for? Wang Qi only recently learned this pill was something supreme. What about you? Anything to report? A few noteworthy things, Xie Huan answered. Our spy could not get much information from the Academy, since Kong has kept everything tight. We know that Old Ma has surrendered, and he captured Jimin for a grand plan, but that's all. I'm getting intrigued about what he's planning, Wang Wei commented. Isn't it obvious? He's trying to build his academy, Wang Qi commented. That's just surface level. Wang Wei shook his head. He has something planned that will make achieving his goal easier. He did not have enough information to deduce something concrete, so Wang Wei was left with simulating thousands of possibilities. How did the seminar go? He asked. By all measures, it was a success, Xie Huan answered. He recruited many loose cultivators, and the rest owed him a karmic debt. The Academy's luck thrived afterward. Did anyone try to interfere? Yes, there was a small disruption, but Kong showed his might by easily suppressing it, Xie Huan replied. Were there people behind the disruptors? Yes, but they left no traces, Xie Huan continued. The way there was absolutely no trace does indicate that it was likely one of the 13. In any other era, they would not allow Kong to so easily spread knowledge that can improve the overall strength of these loose cultivators, Wang Wei commented before sneezing. Especially the Limitless Exchange Hall. Kong's stunt has prevented them from exploiting these loose cultivators with that knowledge. Isn't Kong worried about offending so many people? A shuffle is coming, and the overlords, especially the weaker ones, are wary of any faction with potential to reach their level, Wang Qi said. They will be wary of him whether he likes it or not. So why worry? Wang Wei chuckled. On the contrary, now that the overlords are in a weakened state, it is the perfect time for him to act with impunity. Are you saying he'll do even more? Wang Qi asked. Most definitely, Wang Wei nodded. He's just waiting for the right time, which I'm about to give him. He's waiting for you to be occupied, Wang Qi said with shining eyes. If I guess correctly, his next target should be the weaker academies with little to no affiliations. And if he has the balls, he'll also target the large academies. But those are affiliations of the Grand Sect Alliance? Wang Qi asked. It's a calculated move, Wang Wei said. The Grand Sect Alliance will need to recuperate after the lock. Their primals will take some time to return to their peak, time that Kong will need to become a primal. That seems a little too bold. Wang Qi frowned. Even if he succeeds, he'll only be one primal against 5. He alone is enough, Wang Wei replied. As long as he used the threat of possibly joining another overlord, especially us, it should be enough to stop the Grand Sect Alliance and buy him enough time. However, a bolder approach would be for Lin Fan, Su Shi, and Nine Death to become primal around the same time as him. Wang Wei's brow furrowed as he caught an inspiration. He remembered the conversation he had with Kong at the academy. So, that's what he is planning. That explains why he was so eager to rapidly increase his realm or save these people. He wanted to build momentum for his case. Have you figured it out? Wang Qi asked. Well, what is it? Wang Wei did not answer him, but looked in the distance instead. Want to fight with me? Lucky for you, I never planned to continue holding that burden again. Wang Qi wanted an answer, but he knew the patriarch long enough to know when he's willing to talk and when he won't. So, he could only sigh to himself. Lord, do you need me to put more people in Kong's academy? Yes. Wang Wei nodded. He wanted to give Kong the illusion that he knew nothing of his goal and wanted to find out at all costs. Anything else to report? But it appeared war might immediately start after the lock. Those two factions know destiny has arrived to finally determine victory between them, Wang Wei sighed. However, it's a stupid move to start fighting before we know what the upcoming catastrophe is. Wang Wei realized he may have to play peacemaker between these two. Although he also has plans to eliminate his competitors, that's only after knowing what the sect will be facing and how to survive. Wait, I don't have to play peacemaker since their ancestors will return and should understand the current need for peace, he realized. Ever since the lock, his mind has been functioning based on taking on all the world's burdens. However, after the lock, there will be plenty of people capable of helping protecting the world. I remember the association destroyed the Southern Chu dynasty. What happened to the third prince? He escaped, Xie Huan replied. Escaping from Tong Ribing's hands? Was she sloppy, or is he that capable? Wang Wei muttered. Did the Qin court hide him? Our spy did not send news of any changes in the court. Xie replied truthfully. Keep an eye out, Wang Wei ordered. Since they had nothing else to report, Wang Wei dismissed them. A few minutes later, Yu Tsung came to report to him about the Qin prime minister. The Qin court bowed their heads and paid to get their prime minister back. Yu Tsung even successfully negotiated 3 times the asking price Wang Wei set. After dealing with these affairs, Wang Wei finally had some free time, and he waved his hand to summon a prisoner, Wrath. After the latter proved the Tao to become a paragon, he captured and imprisoned her. Wrath looked at him coldly. I'm doing this for your own good, Wang Wei said. How is this for my good? Because I know you're still a person who acts emotionally despite your cultivation realm, Wang Wei replied. Don't tell me you didn't plan to rush into that woman's lair and try to rescue these people despite knowing her strength. I'm not weak anymore. At worst, I can escape. You've proven my point, Wang Wei sighed. All right, I'm in a hurry, Wang Wei said. Your adopted father should have left a means of protection for you in case I didn't keep my word to protect you. It's time to use it. Wrath stared at him, but Wang Wei did not care. Instead, he handed her a talisman containing his power of nothingness and an information talisman. I hope we won't need it. But just in case, this talisman contains Plan B in case negotiation fails. Wrath read the information, and her eyes immediately shone brightly. When do we start? After I'm done dealing with a pest, Wang Wei replied. He'll be waiting. Wang Wei granted her access to his manor and mountain, but she was still not allowed to leave. He still did not trust her. Then, he headed directly to the second piece he needed to remove the lock, Time Eater. Chapter 1478, The Battle of Time Wielders begin. 1478, The Battle of Time Wielders begin. Void Battlefield. Mithria and Supreme Unity's vessels were crashing, but suddenly stopped. They simultaneously checked on the Eternal Ascension world, watching as Wang Wei flew toward Time Eater. It has begun, Mithria said with a smile. To be exact, Monk Wuji was the one who smiled, but his demeanor or mannerism was that of his teacher. What? Unwilling now that you're about to lose the game. No one knows who will be the final winner until the end, Seven Cauldron replied coldly. You have lost this game, and you know it, Monk Wuji said, glaring at the cracks in Seven Cauldron's face. Wang Wei has done many things that he does not know whether they were useful, but they are. For example, he killed Seven Cauldron's son, the first son, out of paranoia and to prevent Supreme Unity from having another vessel. This was the best choice he could have made. Being a vessel is complex, especially for higher dimensional beings like themselves. Not everyone can be a vessel. Feng Heng and Wuji became Mithria's vessels due to their high spiritual attainments and their deep karma with her. Supreme Unity chose Seven Cauldron because she was his descendant and was created by him. However, after pushing her body and soul to the limit, Seven Cauldron had reached her limit. She could no longer sustain Supreme Unity's essence. Normally, the first son would have been his backup, just like Monk Wuji was for Mithria, but Wang Wei had the latter assassinated, leaving Supreme Unity with no choice but to try his best to preserve Seven Cauldron for as long as possible. Seven Cauldron stared at him without uttering another word. However, Monk Wuji did not care. What a terrible fate that poor little girl has endured. All she wanted was your approval. After knowing the connection between the two, Mithria checked on Seven Cauldron's past. That's when she learned Supreme Unity created Seven Cauldrons during his search for his transcendent path. The resulting experiment granted Seven Cauldron such a pure power of yin-yang that her sex was fluid, as she could change between man and woman. However, the fact that she could not control this power as a child also meant she was a failed experiment, so Supreme Unity essentially abandoned her after a few million years of observation, moving on to the next experiment. Seven Cauldron had no direct relationship with her father until the Moon Council. Before that, she tried her best to become powerful enough to gain his approval, but sadly, after becoming a paragon, her talent had dried up and she made zero progress. So, when Supreme Unity, she readily agreed, despite knowing he probably only needed someone he could control. Seven Cauldron thought they would gain Supreme Unity's acknowledgement as long as they did a good enough job at the council. But the next time they met, their father had fused with heavenly Tao, becoming even colder and more indifferent. After everything, her fate is to be used by you before being discarded. In the end, the poor lad could not escape the sea of suffering known as this world. Monk Wuji sighed. Are you done? Seven Cauldron asked coldly. Yes, and it's time to end this. Mithria knew she had made a mistake in how she handled everything. However, a small part of her is not sorry for the decision she made. The sense of dread she felt after realizing that Time Eater would bring catastrophe to the world is something she would never forgive. The only reason she regrets her decision to put all her focus into searching the infinite trichiliocosm is that she failed to find the source of that danger. Regardless of how she felt about that decision or the consequences, Mithria knew she had to focus and ensure she made no mistake from now on. So, she glanced at Seven Cauldron, no, Supreme Unity, and rushed in. She had one goal, to force this vessel to its end. Supreme Unity knew what fate awaited this vessel and tried to turn the situation, but it was useless. Even his desperate attempt to take Mithria's vessel with him failed. As Mithria watched, Seven Cauldron's body disappeared, followed by her soul and existence. She sighed in relief. Then, a look of grief flashed in her eyes. I'm sorry, disciple, but I must also sacrifice you. Her only objective for preserving the vessel was to help Wang Wei with his plan to destroy the lock. Wang Wei arrived before the seal. He saluted the guards before looking at the enormous creature before him. Two enormous eyes opened, glancing at him, a battle to determine the fate of the world. I'm not the kind of person who chases after excitement, but I must say, this is quite exciting, Time Eater chuckled. The amusement on his face strengthened his calmness and confidence. We can all use a little theatric in our life. Once in a while, Wang Wei replied. True. So what are you waiting for? I know this is pointless, but I must try. After all, I consider myself a man of words before actions, Wang Wei stated. Is it too late to ask you to stop all this nonsense? There is still a chance you can save your life. Confident, aren't you? Time Eater smiled. Unfortunately, I know I won't lose. Are you in too deep? Tell me what you did, and maybe there is a way out. What's with all this talking? Let's get this fight started. Wang Wei frowned. All right, how about a different approach? Let's make a wager. If I win this fight, you tell me what you did. You're an expert at fishing for information, Time Eater laughed. Unfortunately, your methods are useless to me. Is that so? Wang Wei sighed. Communication was useless, so that only left fighting to resolve this situation. Wang Wei slowly flew into the seal, facing Time Eater directly. The two titans released their aura, and the clash sent shockwaves and energy waves in the shape of lightning. His existence is foggy, Wang Wei thought, instantly raising his alert to the highest level. Time Eater was only a regular paragon with an 8-heaven cultivation. So how come he has the technique to hide his existence? No, that's not even the crux of the problem, Wang Wei analyzed. So why was no one suspicious of him then? Supreme Unity would never have trusted someone he could not see through to rule the Moon Council. Even more so for Mithria. The only explanation is that whatever disguise he used before could not be kept for whatever reason. The seal should not have this effect. So what did this bastard do? Whose pawn are you? Wang Wei suddenly asked. The Genesis Age creatures? The Chaos Demon Gods? People from the Lost Age? The failed transcendence of the Old Ages? He did not wait for Wang Wei to continue speaking and went on the offensive. Time Eater teleported before Wang Wei and punched him. Wang Wei felt a tremendous pressure and he evaded. Elder Fiend God 10 Heaven. He hid deeply, Wang Wei analyzed. He used a technique to boost his fleshly body strength before clashing directly with Time Eater. I am so envious, Time Eater said. Do you know how hard it is to thrive in the world when destiny is against you? Their clashes opened the earth, tore the sky apart, destroyed the environment, and crushed all signs of civilization. Luckily, Time Eater Seal removed all the inhabitants living in his domain to prevent him from using them to escape. Without any life to worry about and the seal isolated their battle to one area. These two fought without restraints. "What happened to no more talk?" Wang Wei asked. "I can't help it. I've held so much in for so long, and now that everything is about to come to fruition, I can't help but release some of the pressure." Time Eater replied, "Don't worry, I'm still in control. I won't release any useful information." Wang Wei sneered to himself. Unless they have personal and deep experience, most people, even extremely intelligent ones, cannot fathom the true horror of a Tao overlord. What people perceive as useless information can turn into the most profound mysteries or secrets in the hands of a Tao overlord. So, if Time Eater wanted to talk, he would not stop him. Chapter 1479 Tit for Tat 1479 Tit for Tat. His fighting skills are weird, Wang Wei thought. Are they from another chaos world? Chaos worlds have different cultivation systems, and even after Tier 10, where everything blends together, the influence of the mortal stages of cultivation has not disappeared. That's why Wang Wei felt Time Eater's skills were odd. It's as if he had spent most of his time influenced by a foreign cultivation system and skill set. No, I've seen other worlds' fighting skills, and by their standard, there is something still odd about Time Eater, Wang Wei analyzed. How can I describe it? It would make sense if those ancient powerhouses trained him. Wang Wei's theory that he was one of these creatures' pawns is getting more attractive. The clashes continued, each individual analyzing the other. He's powerful with well-mastered skills, Time Eater thought. However, it's apparent that he's young and lacks fighting experience. The number of worthy opponents he's faced in the same realm can be counted on one hand. He's made up for his lack of experience with his ability to learn and adapt to any situation, meaning the longer this fight goes on, the lesser chance I have at winning. Now that Time Eater had an inkling of his opponent's capabilities, it was time to stop testing the water. He waved his hand to manifest time chains that surrounded Wang Wei, with each string capable of aging the essence of their target. In other words, Wang Wei's body and soul will age, thus weakening him in the process. Wang Wei calmly watched the chains, deciding his next course of action. Instead of evading, he chose to counter, or to be precise, bouncing and Time Eater countered his counter, even increasing the string's potency in the first place. Wang Wei changed tactics to evading, but the chain's number drastically increased and instantly cornered him, leaving no room for any escape maneuver. So, he used Tao freedom to be free of any chains, shackles, or restraints from time. Wang Wei's reaction was excellent, but not good enough. Right before the chains touched him, they suddenly changed their properties. They switched from a pure Time Tao technique to a physical technique powered by Time Tao. The chains became tangible materials powered by the energy from the river of time. Wang Wei's body flew a few meters away, but before he could hit anything, or even react, another chain hit him. For a few seconds, his body was swung away worse than children playing with rag dolls. How terrifying was the weight of the river of time? Wang Wei did not know. But given how easily it tore apart his nothingness skin shield and devastated his body, it was a terrifying number. Despite his terrible situation or the pain, Wang Wei's mind did not falter. Since the opponent could use the weight of the river of time, couldn't he too? Wang Wei went even further and added the river of fate in the equation. With one punch, he tore apart these chains. The intensity of his attack did not stop here as it rushed toward Time Eater. The former ruler of the Moon Council displayed his mastery of time. He channeled twice the amount of power from the river of time than Wang Wei to counter this punch. While doing all this, he also condensed new time chains to entangle Wang Wei, who copied him by creating time chains of his own. The chains confront each other, sending temporal waves with devastating effects on the surrounding environment. Trees suddenly aged and withered. The temperature changed due to a sudden change in season. Houses suddenly disappeared after being lost to time. New landscapes materialized out of nowhere. In time echoes of different eras, he remained calm since he expected this to happen. A sword condensed before him, and Time Eater took a stance for a quick drawing strike. He then moved so fast that he resembled an intense, white light cutting through heaven and earth. Time Eater manipulated time so that it had one purpose: to reach his destination as fast as possible. Did he manipulate his surroundings to a time in which there was no friction to hinder endless acceleration? Yes. Did he skip into the future to arrive at his destination? Yes. Did he gather kinetic energy across space-time to boost his speed? Yes, he did. His technique used time in all ways that could increase his speed. Time Eater moved so fast that Wang Wei could barely perceive him, but even that did not matter since his body could not react. However, Wang Wei had seen his father's battle with Ji Langfan and had the experience on how to deal with these speed freaks. As soon as Time Eater's acceleration reached a level beyond his reflexes, Wang Wei's body, like a program, instinctively released. Time Eater's sword shaved off the left side of his hair, but the sword did not damage him in the slightest. However, what Wang Wei saw was not surprising or a thoughtful Time Eater thinking of his next move. He saw a smirk. Do you know why my title is Time Eater? Well, I guess you'll find out soon. A terrifying sense of dread enveloped Wang Wei, and he wanted nothing but to distance himself from his opponent. His body even tried to move on its own to protect him, but it was useless. A large mouth materialized from Time Eater's body and ate a mouthful of white clouds from Wang Wei's body. Time Eater was not playing around. As soon as the creature succeeded in its sneak attack, 13 white swords more than 15 meters tall materialized above the sky, positioning themselves in what appeared to be a ceiling formation. Wang Wei looked at these swords, panic flashing in his eyes. What should I do? What should I do? Is this an attack or a seal? Which is it? And how do I respond to either? As the panic was about to settle in, his intuition, not the one built from his long cultivation journey, but the innate talent he had even back on Earth, kicked in, and he realized something. His thoughts were weird. Wang Wei believed in his situation, so he calmed down and analyzed his thoughts. Then it hit him. Damn it, this bastard ate my experience. Time Eater's attack essentially ate all of the battle experience Wang Wei had gathered during his cultivation journey. Such a subtle manipulation of time and history was truly brilliant, mainly since it targeted one of Wang Wei's weaknesses. Skills and techniques at his disposal, but he did not know which was the best to use in any situation. What a frustrating feeling, Wang Wei complained. He knew time was running out, and he understood he should have a way to deal with the situation, but his mind immediately became chaotic when he tried. He became indecisive and full of fear of making the wrong choice. Since I can't decide, let's rely on my intuition, Wang Wei thought. His body moved on its own as he activated his Fate Shackle innate talent, putting a shackle on Time Eater's maw, changing the fact that it ate his experience. Instead, the mouth took his lifespan. Due to the nature of this chaos universe, lifespan is both the most important thing and the most useless. It's crucial to the mortal stage of cultivation, and all sentient beings fight desperately for it. However, at the immortal stage, it's useless. Wang Wei knew this and took full advantage of this fact. His action was correct for the situation, but there were repercussions. His hair turned gray-white. His body became thin, almost like a mummy. Age spots materialized all over his body, and wrinkles appeared on his face. Even his eyes became slightly murky. Additionally, his action only dealt with the time-eating technique, not the time-sealing swords heading toward him with unparalleled speed. Wang Wei calmly raised his head to look at these swords. His eyes seemed to contain endless wisdom. Was he wise, or just the result of his current appearance? Well, it didn't matter. All things must come to an end, including time, Wang Wei uttered. The sealed domain turned black, and the 13 swords slowly dissipated. Creators thought Chapter 1480 Intensifying Battle, 1480 Intensifying Battle Time. Eater's face changed. His attack. Why is it so potent? Has he already developed a unique skill? He observed the darkness around, along with the dissipation of his attack. No, he hasn't reached that level yet. Cannot escape death. A colossal scythe materialized between heaven and earth, descending toward Time Eater to reap him. What a joke, Time Eater sneered. I've transcended time, let alone death. Time Eater summoned a projection of the river of time above him before transforming into an enormous fish with a wingspan of 30 kilometers. He flew into the river, which morphed into armor around the fish. The scythe and fish clashed, releasing a devastating energy wave. A roar echoed between heaven and earth. But it was not from the fish. Instead, the voice was a combination of millions, if not billions, of voices. On the ground, numerous undead creatures materialized as a result of the death energy wave and roared at the sky before the power of time aged them into oblivion. Boom! Time Eater's body crashed on the ground, annihilating everything it came into contact with. He transformed into his human form as the scythe disappeared. He frowned as he sensed the scar across his chest, releasing a dark and nasty aura. An almost perfect combination of Death Tao with true will, Time Eater analyzed. In other words, a prototype of a will-unique skill. A hint of envy flashed in his eyes. However, this was not the time for these emotions, not only because they had no place in the battlefield, but because Wang Wei's next attack was coming. Wang Wei used the concept of death is inevitable and always arrived to teleport behind Time Eater. And just like he previously experienced overwhelming speed, Time Eater had the same experience. Wang Wei also understood his opponent had a high battle IQ and plenty of experience. So the first thing he did was target his will to resist. His body released a dark aura that instantly killed Time Eater's desire to resist. Then, Wang Wei released a second aura containing the purest and most concentrated power of death. Time Eater's expression became calm and docile, almost as if he were not on the verge of death. Luckily for him, he had prepared automatic defensive measures for an exact situation as this. Past self-protection, a past version of himself that is not in mortal danger, will materialize to protect the present version. Time substitute. An alternate version of Time Eater will suffer the damage sustained in the attack. Embrace of time. For a brief period, Time Eater becomes the darling of the river of time, allowing him access to its infinite time energy to mold into a defensive barrier. With all these defensive techniques, Time Eater should have survived this attack, but that was not the truth. The power of death overwhelmed everything in its path to send him to the afterlife. This technique has reached the level of a unique skill, Time Eater thought before dying. His death was calm, with his body and soul intact. There were no wounds or injuries. He just died. Meanwhile, Wang Wei's complexion was pale, and in a matter of seconds, he lost all his hair and his body became thinner than a mummy. That was closed, Wang Wei thought. He sacrificed most of his lifespan to boost his attack to that level, meaning he was currently a kindling on the verge of extinction. The irony is that his current state was the best way to use Death Tao, but that would be playing with his life. Everything Wang Wei does was calculated, so he followed up by opening his mouth and swallowing Time Eater's essence to replenish his. His body slowly returned to its normal state while Time Eater's dissipated. As expected, there is some profound means of control deep in his existence, Wang Wei thought. His reckless approach had many purposes, the primary of which was gathering more information. His chronospirit skills are superb, maybe even too good, Wang Wei thought, feeling annoyed at how complicated things would be. Time Eater was one of the keys to removing the lock, meaning his death was essential. To be precise, his time powers and his main body as a time beast are the key to Wang Wei's plan. I can't mess around anymore, Time Eater thought. As the most powerful of the moons, he had access to the most resources, meaning he should have the highest number of longevity resources. However, that was not the case, at least not anymore. Time Eater had to use most of his life during his infinite trichiliocosm travel, and the one he just lost was the last. A golden crown with a red gem at the center manifested in Time Eater's bun, instantly changing his aura. He became noble, majestic, and regal. The surroundings became brighter, as if his existence was the world's light. Luscious trees even appeared on the ground, replacing the world of death and rumble. The power of destiny, Wang Wei frowned. Yes, I am now the son of the eternal ascension world, Time Eater declared in a confident, borderline arrogant line. Besides the two sons, he had the most luck and destiny during the Moon-Sun era. If not for his act of betrayal, his life would have been smooth sailing and prosperous. Previously, all this luck and destiny was wasted on Time Eater, but now, bridging the gap with Wang Wei's techniques that he improved by studying Ji Qingming, Wang Wei observed the world. As a chosen one, the son of an era, he thought he could use his status to reduce Time Eater's luck and destiny, but the latter left no room for him to intervene. At the moment, Time Eater has access to the majority of the world's luck and destiny. Now I understand how he was able to cause a worldwide catastrophe, Wang Wei analyzed. Having access to such a quantity of the world's luck and destiny meant he had a certain authority, which Time Eater could use to cause severe damage. It also did not help if Heavenly Tao was secretly supporting him. Wang Wei did not hesitate to respond. He used his life and death Tao to create a unique mythical creature from his past, black and white impermanence. Samsara, or the underworld, is a well-developed system throughout the chaos universe, meaning the process of leading souls to the afterlife is automatic and does not require a group of creatures for the job. The only exceptions are a few worlds with a ghost cultivation system. In this case, Samsara has ghost messengers to fight these souls and forcefully bring them to their judgment and subsequent afterlife. Wang Wei was inspired to create the black and white impermanence technique after reading about the messengers in his future wife's library. Black and white impermanence was a duo, one dressed in all white with pale skin, and the other in all black with a similar skin color, proving why it was the judge, jury, and executioner of the River of Time. However, despite being on the losing side, Wang Wei was not discouraged as this battle inspired him. The Time Wrath was an instrumental part of the River of Time. It could be argued that it was part of its ecosystem. So, what if he could modify his black and white impermanence to be the same for Samsara? Unfortunately for him, Time Eater knew his greatest asset was his learning capabilities and his adaptability, meaning he would not give him time to analyze the Time Wraith and learn from it. Chapter 1481 pushed to the limit. Time Eater snapped his finger to manifest chains, but this time his target was not Wang Wei, but the Time Wraith. The creature gave him the dirtiest look, its facial expression indicating Time Eater was committing an act of blasphemy on par with Wang Wei. However, Time Eater ignored him and continued his actions. The Time Wraith struggled, but it was useless. Wang Wei ordered his white and black impermanence to interfere, but Time Eater used his Grand Mist Wheel to create layers of universe as blockage. Everywhere the impermanence passed, these universes died. But it was still useless as Time Eater achieved his objective. The Time Wraith turned into a small gem embedded into his forehead. Time Eater's aura became more ancient, primordial, and noble. His connection to the River of Time had reached the highest level. His strength is reaching the limit of peak paragon, Wang Wei thought. He knew he could not be outdone, so he also started artificially boosting his strength. He first fused the white and black impermanence. In many of their iterations, these two are a single individual, so the concept of unity was already built into the technique that created them. Then, Wang Wei summoned his Earth Emperor crown before putting on the new white and black impermanence. Let's call this false Yama King, Wang Wei thought as he swallowed this artificially created Yama King. However, this was not the end. Since Time Eater could increase his connection to the River of Time, couldn't he do the same? Without hesitation, Wang Wei summoned his future Buddha self before using them as a medium to access more power or authority of the River of Time. No, you won't, Time Eater said before making a slashing sign with his fingers. A terrifying cut rushed toward the future Buddha self. Wang Wei teleported before the slash and summoned a hungry ghost to swallow it. However, the attack suddenly became intangible by entering a parallel dimension, leaving a projection. Wang Wei reacted, trying to use his time Dao to intercept the attack, but it was too late. The slash cut off the future Buddha self's connection before turning into a seal that blocked Wang Wei's future action of synchronizing to the river of time. Wang Wei was angry, but this emotion lasted less than a microsecond before he controlled it. Instead, he materialized a black gate behind him, and once the thing opened, an ocean of dark red blood rushed out. The Azura Slaughter Ocean contained numerous powers: death, killing, slaughter, and corruption. Wang Wei controlled it to drown Time Eater, but the latter responded by manipulating time to return the ocean to its point of origin. However, Wang Wei showed him that two could play at this game. Before the latter's attack could activate, Wang Wei used his Freedom Dao to make the blood free from any time effect. The blood swallowed the Time Eater, but he reacted by protecting himself with the power of destiny, preventing his body or soul from being affected. However, Wang Wei's target was not him, but his connection to the river of time. Although he did not want to admit it, Wang Wei knew his connection to samsara was not as deep as Time Eater, so he chose to reduce the latter's. Wang Wei's approach was successful. The Azura Slaughter Ocean was created from all the killing of the Azura race throughout history, meaning it also contained the resentment and unwillingness of all these creatures killed. That resentment is the ultimate corrosive, and Wang Wei used it to corrode Time Eater's connection. "It's still too much for my taste," Wang Wei complained. Time Eater is a time beast infused with a time wraith, meaning his affinity with Time Dao was probably on par with Wang Wei before removing his Fate Seed status. But now, the ocean corruption has decreased Time River's affinity and connection by a few percent. Time Eater did not focus on his loss since it was pointless. Instead, he went on the offensive. He snapped his finger, creating a strange echo of the past. Time around him appeared to rewind, with trillions of yuan epochs passing in less than a nanosecond. Once the process ended, a strange creature appeared in the world, and linked through a strange green nerve more than 1 meter thick. The creatures glanced at Wang Wei, and its eyes turned red. It appeared as if he was about to release an I-beam. Is that a Genesis creature? No, it doesn't have that ancient and primordial aura that is slightly different from the Grand Dao source. Wang Wei thought. Well, it did not matter whether it was a Genesis life form or something from later on. Wang Wei treated it as such. He used a technique called Grand Dao's Wrath. At one point, Wang Wei asked himself, how would the destruction of a Genesis age come to an end? His first inspiration was from the Western Bible, with how God destroyed the world with a flood, but instead, Grand Dao would use numerous catastrophes to kill everyone. Then, he thought about it and decided that was an inefficient approach. Grand Dao at that time should be young, simple, and direct. Wang Wei thought it would either happen instantly with no signs, or a giant eye or hand would descend from heaven and earth and destroy everything. For this technique, Wang Wei chose a hand. A dark hand that embodied darkness and death materialized between heaven and earth, heading toward Time Eater, who was forced to control his one-eyed creature to fire the beam toward the sky. The two techniques, one using death and the other destruction, clashed harder than an unstoppable object clashing with an immovable one. Wang Wei and Time Eater had to move out of the way so as not to get hurt from the shockwaves. Wang Wei raised his hand to condense a black crystal above his palm. Time Eater's face turned ugly as he realized the latter was gathering the energy released from the clash of these two techniques and condensing them for his use. So, he waved his hand to disperse the energy instead. However, Time Eater realized his opponent had the advantage because Wang Wei took the initiative and superb talent for key manipulation. This move should have ended Wang Wei's advantage, but Time Eater saw the smirk on the ladders and knew he had overlooked something. And he was right. Wang Wei's use of the energy was a misdirection. His real chess move was the source key space. He did not just use the key inside to boost his attack. Time Eater was much older than him, and even with access to his future wife's key vault, they might only be on the same level. As soon as his plan succeeded, Wang Wei did not immediately attack. Instead, he rewrote the order disorder of this seal. Order. No one can ask for foreign aid of any strength to aid them in winning or surviving this battle. Disorder. If they do, the person with the least amount of link to a grand construct will suffer grand Daos wrath. The person with the highest link to a grand construct will suffer heavenly Daos wrath. Time Eater calmly looked at the chains of law embedded in this battle zone. He read Wang Wei's order, and he remained calm and composed. But only he knew what was going on internally. Grand constructs, also named grand framework, is not a major secret to paragons, so Time Eater knows them. It is what people of their level refer to when speaking about the grand Tao source, the river of fate, the river of time, samsara, the source key space, and primordial chaos. Things like heavenly Tao, normal, and source chaos worlds, spirit key between heaven and earth, branches of samsara of the rivers of fate and time, are considered minor frameworks. He's linked to the source key space and samsara, while I only have access to the river of time, Time Eater analyzed. And that's not mentioning he should be able to access the river of fate. Wang Wei's move irked him since he had eliminated Time Eater's last desperate trump card. In the end, he'll have no choice but to use that approach to ensure the mission is completed. Time Eater sighed to himself. He took one more glance at Wang Wei before summoning an artifact, which suddenly grew to an enormous size. Wang Wei's brow immediately furrowed. Is that his Proving Tao artifact? And tell me if you prefer Grand Construct or Grand Framework. I prefer the latter, but open to changing my mind. Chapter 1482 trump cards what appeared before Wang Wei was a massive copper ship that resembled, but the information he knew about Time Eater said his artifact was a time ruler. Surprised, are you? Time Eater said, but this is just the beginning. Time Eater disappeared by teleporting to the ship, which trembled slightly, a sign of its activation. A projection of the river of time manifested under the boat, followed by a complex magic circle. Bang! The magic circle released a white beam that traveled so fast that Wang Wei barely had the chance to move, resulting in the left side of his body disappearing. The thing is drawing such a tremendous amount of power from the river of time. Wang Wei was in the process of regenerating his body, but discovered the process was slowed down at an alarming rate. Normally, it would be instant, but now he found it would take more than half an hour to regenerate that missing part. Damn it, this artifact is a primal artifact, and what's worse, it's a Tao, will focus one, Wang Wei thought before immediately swallowing the unsoiled body pill. The pill released an unknown power that instantly forced out the Tao, while combined with time power out of Wang Wei's body, before temporarily modifying his body to be immune to Tao will attacks. Bang! Another attack rushed toward Wang Wei, and he raised his hand to summon numerous black gates to block the attack. The beam pierced his defenses, giving him enough time to evade. The ship moved its position before firing again. No, something is wrong, Wang Wei thought as he used another technique to defend himself. My intuition tells me this ship is capable of even greater destruction, but all these attacks seem to be measured, controlled, and with a purpose. Numerous thoughts flashed in his mind, analyzing the previous beams. In the meantime, Time Eater did not stop moving and attacking, slowly pushing Wang Wei to a corner. Damn it, his target is not me, but the seal Wang Wei figured out. He immediately did something wild by creating an order disorder that affects the ship. However, Wang Wei knew there would be a backlash because of the difference in strength between himself and this artifact. So he ensured the backlash was suffered by both him and Time Eater, and the target was their willpower. Wang Wei held his head due to tremendous pain, blood dripping from his nose, with everything spinning uncontrollable. However, this did not stop him. He used this opportunity, where everything is paused, to send a communication talisman to the sect, asking them to contact all other factions. They had one objective, to reinforce this seal. You annoying pest. Time Eater roared. All I wanted was to finish my mission while ensuring my safety, but you had to ruin everything. Go to hell, you bastard. The boat's magic circle started again, but the intensity of the light was even brighter than before. The light beam rushed with far greater speed than usual, not even giving Wang Wei the time to move. Luckily, his mind was faster than his body, allowing him to use one of his life-saving techniques, death immunity. He did not die, but his immunity did not mean immunity from injuries. Wang Wei coughed a mouthful of shining blood, which was in fact soul blood. My soul cannot withstand such intense usage of high-potency spells, Wang Wei thought, almost laughing at the irony. All his life, he never had to worry about his soul, but now, when he most needed such ability, it was no longer usable. I have to do something, and I have to do it fast, or I'll die in this fight, Wang Wei thought. He sensed numerous Paragon tier auras approaching, which reassured him. Now that he did not have to worry about this bastard escaping, he could focus all his effort on ending this battle. Wang Wei first summoned 13 peak Paragon defensive artifacts and put them into an array. Time Eater was not having this nonsense and started bombarding him. However, Wang Wei was strategic and chose artifacts with spirits and ordered them to burn themselves if necessary to buy him enough time. Then he summoned his 13 Fate Palaces and combined them into his false river of fate. A ball of string flew out from his forehead or his sea of consciousness before the strings attached themselves to this false river of fate and to the real one. Wang Wei had connected to another grand framework. However, this was not the end of his trump card. He linked himself to his Origin Seal Continent's River of Fate for an additional boost, amping him up to a level of power he had never felt before. Wang Wei did not let this power get to his head. Instead, he focused on the task at hand. Receive fate's judgment, he uttered. His false river of fate trembled before becoming a little less illusory. It had materialized a bit more. Then, it released a gray light toward the ship. Time Eater fought back. The river of time underneath the boat also became more tangible before fighting back. The two beams clashed, releasing a pure destructive force that tore apart the void. In a matter of seconds, Wang Wei and Time Eater found themselves in all white space with no matter, no energy, gravity, and no space-time. The winner of the clash was obvious. Wang Wei had connections to 3 frameworks, while Time Eater was holding on purely based on skills or excellent applications of his only framework. So, after a brief clash of about 3 minutes, the Fate Beam started overwhelming the Time Beam. This will not end so easily. Time Eater roared before transforming into his Time Beast form. He moved swiftly to access the power of the Origin Seal Continent's River of Time and Samsara to boost his attack and overwhelm his opponent. The attack reached the ship but did not destroy it. Instead, everything, including Time Eater, was placed in suspended animation. Wang Wei calmly watched the outcome and sighed in relief. However, he almost fell from the sky as a terrible sense of weakness overwhelmed him. It's been a while since I've felt this tired, he thought as he swallowed a mouthful of pills. While recuperating, Heavenly Tao rebuilds the surrounding temporospatial structure. However, this place was now barren and would be so for a while. Wang Wei slowly flew to the boat. He could still feel this artifact fighting against his fate seal, which raised his alarm. However, his focus was soon directed to the chained Time Eater. You look calm for someone about to die, Wang Wei said. That's because this is not the end. On the contrary, this is just the beginning, Time Eater replied calmly. I can't tell whether you're delusional or you have something to rely on, Wang Wei said truthfully. This will not be the last you see of me. Time Eater sneered before his eyes turned fierce. And when you do, I will be a brand new man. I promise you. I will cut off your head and use your skull to make a wine cup. Not that you said this. I remember I promised to turn you into an artifact before making your consciousness into my dog, Wang Wei stated. It's a shame I need you for something else, or I would have kept my promise. Mark my words, Time Eater said with gritted teeth before terminating his soul. Fate's shackles appeared in his sea of consciousness, trying to prevent this, but it was useless. However, Wang Wei was not surprised by this outcome. From how Time Eater spoke, he knew he had something else up his sleeve. He was also protecting himself from a last-minute act of desperation. Wang Wei observed for a while before approaching the body. A white crystal flew from Time Eater's forehead, and he used his divine sense to check. Most of the important memories are missing, Wang Wei sighed. As he was about to put the memory crystal away, he sensed a tremor. Wang Wei instantly thought before putting the body and boat away and flying away from the seal. Despite his weakness, Wang Wei used the Origin Sea Continent's fate powers to divine what was happening, but it was futile. What did he do? He muttered. Did you sense that? Monk Wuji said, talking directly into his mind. Yes, but what exactly happened? Wang Wei asked. I don't know. What do you mean you don't know? You know my control and influence over the world is at an all-time low. And whatever he did, the power used is on par with mine, if not greater, Mithria explained. Does Supreme Unity know? Wang Wei asked with furrowed brows. I'll ask and see if I can get some information from him, she replied. Chapter 1483, Spiritual Epiphany, Primordial Chaos. Near the Eternal Ascension World, Mithria stopped her attack and distanced himself from Supreme Unity. After noticing he was not attacking, she spoke. Did you sense that? Unfortunately, she receives a blank stare as a response. Something has obviously happened to our home, and you're the only one capable of knowing what it is. Supreme Unity did not respond to her. Instead, he looked in the distance. His facial expression was as if he had facial paralysis, rendering it virtually impossible to glean any information. You should understand how weak we are. If something goes wrong, we will only become resources to these ancient and mighty beings, Mithria continued. So, if you know something, tell me. You may not care what happened to everyone else, but you should care about your safety. Supreme Unity glanced at her. He knew something, but not as much as she believed. Heavenly Tao has regained most of its power because of that bastard Wang Wei. So Supreme Unity was only able to detect a foreign thing, or maybe an entity had invaded the world, but nothing more. Do you really not care anymore? Mithria asked with gritted teeth. She was not frustrated, but the terrifying sense of foreboding she felt before had returned after Time Eater's death. Mithria practiced Buddhist ideals of kindness, compassion, and empathy. Due to her spiritual practice, her spirit was sensitive to others' emotions. The forewarning about the upcoming catastrophe was not just a warning of danger and possible death, but of the devastation and pain that the entire world was about to face. Mithria could sense the suffering the entire world mortals or cultivators was about to experience in the catastrophe. What will happen if I help you? Supreme Unity asked. Will we suddenly start working together for the betterment of the world? Mithria's body jerked slightly. If you stop your actions and make a few binding promises, I don't see why not. Supreme Unity looked her in the eyes. After everything, you can still preserve a pure heart of compassion. I don't know whether I should praise your virtue or mock your stupidity. However, your answer is meaningless. You may have the capacity for forgiveness, but the others won't. In other words, the only logical course of action left for me is to continue this course and win. Supreme Unity knew he only had a few moves left to play, and they were not the best moves he could use in the current chess game. However, Time Eater's actions, while extremely dangerous, represent a new variable that could increase his chances of winning. Mithria looked at him. She mulled over his words before memories of everything they've experienced together flashed in her mind. Then, she thought of the upcoming catastrophe and realized something. I've always thought the world was a sea of suffering. As a paragon, I was helpless to do anything and accepted my fate. After acquiring this power, I thought I could change things, that I could help or save everyone. However, the reality was the opposite. I spent too much time keeping the balance while the world's suffering continues. Then, I was distracted and the suffering intensified. My approach from the very beginning was wrong. I cannot save everybody, at least not at my current strength. That is a fact and something I must accept. A second fact I must accept is that some things are inevitable, so I should not try to change them forcefully. My way should be to help as many people as possible within the limits of my ability while pursuing independent self-improvement. When I have escaped the sea of suffering, we'll be able to help all sentient beings to escape as well. Mithraea's body released a golden hue before immediately returning to normal. Her natural peaceful aura became more ethereal and all-encompassing, and her eyes became brighter. A bright eye is usually a sign of a higher spirit, so Supreme Unity immediately caught all those signs. An epiphany, Supreme Unity thought, and with how bright her eyes are, her spirit should have improved, which means her soul will also improve. If she fixes the flaw, no. Even if she makes up a small part of the flaw, her strength will outshine me by miles. Their strength was relative, but if Mithraea had enough time to digest her epiphany and improve her soul, then the only thing awaiting Supreme Unity would be death. Knowing this, he immediately attacked her. Cultivating in their realm, especially for flawed individuals like themselves, requires time and high energy for improvement. So, he only needs to continue this fight to prevent her from improving. Regardless, time was no longer on his side. After Mithraea's voice disappeared, Wang Wei started to search the void for Time Eater's palace. To be exact, he was searching for the hidden dimension of the treasury. These kinds of places usually have a spirit to activate the array for protection or even move the dimension in case of an emergency. So he believed it should have survived, unless it stayed at the center of the fate and time clash. It took him a few minutes, but he found what he was looking for. Wang Wei used a time spell to freeze all the arrays and people inside before barging in. This bastard is indeed the richest of them all, but something is wrong. He scanned the treasury and soon had an answer. There was not a single ore, metal, or refining wood above tier 11. Wang Wei discovered many spiritual herbs, weapons, or finished materials of tier 12, but no ore or metal. As soon as he noticed this anomaly, he realized the cause. Time Eater used them to build something. Wang Wei first thought the latter used it to build the boat, but it made no sense given the ship size. So, unless Time Eater had failed the refining process 10,000 times, it could not explain why all these materials were missing. Wang Wei waved his hand to cast Time Extraction, trying to recreate past events to see what materials Time Eaters took from his treasury. He hoped that by knowing the material, he might deduce the latter's goal. Sadly, his spell failed as Time Eater left no traces. Wang Wei did not immediately give up. Instead, he used his Fate Dao. He changed this rune's fate to a book containing everything that has occurred. Wang Wei held a blank book in his palm before sighing deeply. He was extra careful. He shook his head before putting the treasury away and leaving the seal. His next task was to thank all the people who came to reinforce the seal, but before he could get to it, he sensed a drastic increase in his luck. Wang Wei closed his eyes, feeling the changes in his body. The invisible or illusory part of his key luck dragon increased by 10, meaning he had acquired more transcendent luck. However, Wang Wei did not care for this reward. As he said to Bai Longsheng, the transcendent path must be walked alone, meaning he would not trust or rely on something like luck. It may help, but it will never be his priority or primary focus. When Wang Wei opened his eyes, a swamp of paragons rushed to meet him. He recognized many acquaintances, but the vast majority were loose cultivators, who Wang Wei believed showed up because they believe an opportunity to gain merit was here. Thank you all for showing up and providing your aid, Wang Wei said before cupping his hands to salute. The other paragons saluted in return. Although not everyone knew Wang Wei, his aura and intense residual energy power from the previous battle made these paragon fearful. And before anyone asks, yes, you will be rewarded by heavenly Tao once the lock is gone, Wang Wei said. Although his words were slightly blunt, these people were all thick-skinned and did not care for such a minor faux pas. Lord Wang Wei, do you know when the lock will be gone? There are a lot of things needed for the process, but you can expect a solution in the next 20,000 yuan epochs. Wang Wei replied, that's good to hear. Wang Wei was about to send everyone on their way when Sun Junyao suddenly said, I sense a tremor between heaven and earth. What was that about? Wang Wei glanced at it. With her perfection essence, Her senses were sharper than ever, so it made sense that she would notice. However, he did not want to spread news about the catastrophe before the lock was dealt with. It was Time Eater's last desperate attempt, Wang Wei explained. He tried using the power of his chess master. Wang Wei emphasized the word chess master to get his points across, and I stopped him. I see. Sun Junyao nodded. Only the power of the two suns could affect the entire world. While she was satisfied, the others who did not feel the tremor had a puzzling look on their faces, and a few people who knew Wang Wei did not completely trust his words. However, he did not explain. Chapter 1484 Time Eaters past Wang Wei had a brief chat with the people he knew before watching them leave. The Tao opening sect paragons waited for him, but Wang Wei did not immediately leave. Instead, he took the time to deal with the sage seal previously used to imprison Time Eater. He did not allow the seal to dissipate. Instead, he used his power to nourish the devastated central time domain. Wang Wei knew Heavenly Tao might use a little bit of world source to return life to this area, or it might leave it a desolate zone. So, in a mindset of waste utilization, he used the sage power from the seal to return the area to life, acquiring a small portion of merit in the process. Let's leave, Wang Wei said to everyone before teleporting home. As soon as they returned, the others saluted him. Wang Wei asked one paragon, called Yin Buhai, to remain. Go and summon all the sect's best professionals, Wang Wei instructed. All of them? Yin Buhai asked as her flaming hair danced in the wind. Yes, even the sealed individual, Wang Wei instructed. Very well. Yin Buhai flew away, leaving Wang Wei alone with matriarch Xie Huan. I noticed Kong did not come to reinforce the seal. Where is he? Wang Wei asked. Lin Fan and Su Shi showed up, but there was no sign of Kong. Your deduction was correct, sir, Xie Huan answered. As soon as you entered the seal, he and Nine Death went on a warpath against the weaker academies, forcing them to surrender. Meaning one wrong move means the end of everything he holds dear. His actions showed he was risking everything to ensure his academy's prosperity. Did anyone intervene to stop him? Not openly, Xie Huan replied. Someone tried to assassinate him, but failed. Was the assassin captured? No, it escaped. Quite capable, Wang Wei nodded. How is the flame blacksmith situation? All signs show he's slowly forgetting about the Tao Path tablet. He's probably leaving after the lock disappears, meaning we don't have much time, Wang Wei muttered. His master is a primal, so we must do a good job erasing the information. I can replace the agent looking at him and accelerate the process. Go ahead. Xie Huan left for a new task, and Wang Wei talked to Wang Qi to receive reports. But not long after they started, Yu Kai came to see him. I've heard you've ordered the unsealing of some of our people. Powerful sects like the Tao Opening Sect have sealed individuals for various reasons. Some are on the verge of death, and no pills or power can save them. So they enter a seal for a last desperate attempt at survival. They also do so to become the sect's foundation by becoming suicide bombers during times of war. Some people seal themselves because the endless day of living without making progress is draining mentally, and they need a break. Last, the sect also faked the deaths of many people, turning them into hidden forces. These people cannot be seen on the outside unless absolutely necessary, and they often hide their identities, but some choose to seal themselves. I need the advice of experts, and it's of the highest priority, Wang Wei explained. It's that serious? It may be, Wang Wei replied. Is that why you're here? No. Iu Gai Sweepli et Lai. Wang Wei had this kind of authority, so he would never come question him. I came here because of that artifact you handed to me. We've detected several spies, and our people with something wrong in their existence. I wonder what you plan to do with them? Wang Wei thought about it. He could purify them, but it might be better to use the knowledge that they are compromised. Have you already captured them? Capture a few weak ones as spies, and leave the rest alone. All right. Oh, and give me a list of the people compromised, Wang Wei added, and Yu Kai condensed the talisman with the information before leaving for his duty. Wang Wei soon finished his affair with Wang Qi, and Yin Buhai was still not ready. So, he started analyzing Time Eater's memory crystal. Long ago, Time Eater was a regular cultivator. He was slightly talented since he became a pseudo-eternal, but everything else about him was ordinary. But his fate soon changed not long after proving the Tao. He had a fortunate encounter in which he found a map and the diluted blood of a time beast in a hidden dimension. The blood allowed him to cultivate time as a sub-Tao, but what truly changed his life was the map. Time Eater, who at that time called himself the Mountain Sea Emperor for his cultivation of earth and water Tao, did not hesitate to travel the infinite trichiliocosm as a small and weak emperor. The journey was perilous, and to this day, Time Eater believed he only survived through sheer luck. But he found a fortunate encounter in a dark timeline with a captured and preserved time beast. Time Eater did not hesitate to take the creature's body and soul. His luck did not end here. When he was returning home, he encountered a group of bandits who wanted to take his wealth. After killing them, Time Eater found a superb technique from one of the bandits that allowed him to condense a perfect human avatar to hide his time beast's true body. Wang Wei's brow furrowed after seeing the memories up to this point. From then on, the memories are only pieces with jumps in time, counted in the thousands, sometimes millions of yuan epochs. He combed through it and only learned 2 slightly valuable news and 1 significant one. For the somewhat valuable news, it was the fact that the hidden 8th moon, the disaster paragon, ran away. Secondly, Time Eater killed Monk Twinflower. He even hid the vision of his death. The valuable information was something Time Eater muttered in one of the random memories. He said, "My deduction is correct. My boundless path is possible." That fortunate encounter was a trap to lure Time Eater into becoming a pawn, Wang Wei analyzed. Unfortunately, he still could not determine who was being everything or their objectives. Wang Wei assumed these people wanted to return to their world, but that could be true, or he could also be missing something. Time Eater spent a lot of time traveling throughout the infinite trichiliocosm. Was he searching for a way to change his fate and become a boundless paragon? Numerous thoughts flashed in his mind. He said that all he wanted was to finish his mission while protecting himself. Did he encounter the event that turned him into a pawn during his travels, and was forced to act on these people's behalf? No. His hope of becoming boundless might have also been a plan to lure and control him. Wang Wei could picture Time Eater's life trajectory. The time beast body granted him a high enough talent and allowed him access to an outlaw Tao. It also allowed him to cultivate in the Paragon realm without much issue. However, Time Eater wanted to make up for failing at the Eternal Path and started searching for a method, probably inspired by the Dusk Emperor. However, little did he know that his very ambition and search for a method was a bait used to lure him into a trap. Time Eater then tried to accomplish his task while also accomplishing his goal. He was probably planning a way of escape once he became a boundless paragon, but Wang Wei killing him might have ruined his chances. Wang Wei shook his head. Time Eater thinks he had ruined his plan, but the bastard probably did not understand what terrible fate awaited him. Heavenly Tao would not allow him to live long because of his betrayal. Of course, Time Eater could have survived if he had willingly sold his soul to Heavenly Tao, acting as a double agent for the other people who were treating him as a pawn. The information in his memory is not much, but it's not entirely useless. Wang Wei thought. With more information, he could see the larger pictures and know what to expect in the catastrophe. He also believes Time Eater's words that they would meet again. All right, let's see if I can get more information from the boat, Wang Wei thought before leaving to meet Yin Buhai. Chapter 1485. Wang, Bo, what's taking so long? Wang Wei asked as he teleported to an area of the sect called the Unknown Graveyard. The name was apt since it was filled with coffins, forming an eerie atmosphere. I'm removing the main seal, and it's harder than I thought, Yin Buhai explained, her face turning the same shade as her hair. It was the first task the primal seed handed to him, but she was failing. Main seal? Wang Wei asked. Oh, you're talking about the Sun Seal. All top factions will hide their forces, meaning that during the ultimate taboo, not all paragons attended. So, even after Time Eaters, the other moons, and Mithriya, and supreme unity cleaned the world, they could not eliminate everyone unless they barado the inner secrets of these factions. Supreme unity, no doubt, wanted to eliminate these people, but Mithriya was adamant about not going too far. So, they compromised and sealed these existences, preventing them from influencing the world and their subsequent ascension. "Let me take a look," Wang Wei said as he approached. An invisible magic circle hung above the sky, affecting every coffin on the ground. The seal is designed so that only a fifth heaven paragon can break it, but the process would be slow. You only needed the professionals, so I've targeted the area affecting them, thus reducing the time needed, Yin Buhai explained. "Don't worry, I don't blame you," Wang Wei reassured. His words made Yin Buhai secretly sigh in relief. Wang Wei then proceeded to help her by tearing apart the seal. "I can understand why the future wife is mad at Mithriya, but I'm also grateful for her existence," Wang Wei thought as he watched the magic circle dissipate. Without Mithriya's existence to balance that hateful Taoist, who knows how much his sect or the entire world would have suffered at that maniac's hand. Simultaneously, Mithriya pushed many lines of morality to achieve success. Although she came from a good place, her actions still had many disastrous consequences. "Is there anything else you need?" Wang Wei asked. No," Yin Buhai replied before remembering something. "Do you want me to wake a few more people to take charge?" She had learned from the sect master that a few supreme elders were secretly sealed and could be awakened in a time of need. "No need, just the talented and experienced professionals," Wang Wei replied. If a few supreme elders were awakening, Wang Wei would have to deal with a new power dynamic, but he did not have the time and patience for that now. Once the lock is removed, the ancestors can revive and take charge. "All right," Yin Buhai replied with a small, but not well-hidden grin. As one of the few paragons active in the sect, she now has a lot of power, and if she uses it correctly before the ancestors return, she can get enough benefit to help her future cultivation. Wang Wei had to wait another hour before meeting these people, since many of them needed time to acclimate from the long sleep. As soon as he appeared, all eyes shifted to him, observing and even testing him. Wang Wei did not hide his natural aura. The last thing he needed was for these people to underestimate or use their seniority to fight with him. In the cultivation world, strength was respected, so no one could say anything else after realizing who they faced. The world is about to experience a catastrophe unlike anything it has seen. "I have found a clue to this catastrophe and need your help to analyze it," Wang Wei declared. These old cultivators frowned after hearing his words, not hiding their confusion or skepticism. So, they began to deduce or divine the truth. Wang Wei snapped his finger, stopping all of them. He then used his divine sense to transfer knowledge of the era and the lock situation. He did not stop them when they tried to observe the lock to verify the truth. "What a terrible era," an elderly man uttered. He was dressed in a casual black robe, and the odd thing about him was his missing front tooth. "Boy, what's the evidence you speak of?" "You are?" Wang Wei asked. "Wang Bo Yur's sage origin rune," Wang Wei said. "That's the stupid name that Boy Qiyuan forced me to take," Wang Bo responded as he started picking his nose. "It's an honor to meet you, ancestor," Wang Wei said, bowing deeply. "This man's name may not be popular, but that's because he doesn't like fame. But even in the lower dimension, he is a legend in the Tao opening sect. When Ancestor Kun started the sect, Wang Bo was the person responsible for building the foundation of the sect's professional Taoists. In other words, he built the alchemy halls, weapon mountains, and so on. And when Qiyuan ascended, he took Wang Bo with him. He first reincarnated to walk the Emperor path before slowly crawling to the Paragon realm, and redoing the same for the upper dimension branch. Unfortunately, Von Bosch's talent was lacking. After an assassination attempt during the First Origin War, he received a Tao wound, which is a permanent wound to the existence that cut off his Paragon path. As a result, he could not move further than the third heaven and decided to seal himself. "You're quite polite, aren't you?" Vank Bochukov. "Based on your face and demeanor, I thought you would be a stuck-up little brat. I have a lot on my plate and am currently in a no-nonsense mood. Otherwise, I'm a fun person to be around. Wang Wei replied truthfully. Yes, Wang Bo said with narrow eyes. I can see the burden of destiny on you. Just like that brat Qiyuan back then, and just like Patriarch Heaven even before that. Heavenly Tao should really stop burdening our clan. The sect history never mentioned this old guy was a Wang Wei uttered. Let's not talk about this. Let me show you what I found. He waved his hand to summon the ship, immediately drawing Wang Bo and everyone else who was listening in silence. They surrounded the boat and started discussing animatedly. Is that Blackheart bamboo? No. It resembled source steel bamboo from the Twin Peak world. Someone spit on the ship and observed, no, it's not source steel bamboo. Don't discount it yet. It may have been modified with runes or mixed with something else. They discussed countless possibilities, but each was rejected after analysis or testing. Finally, when everyone was frustrated, someone said, I don't think this is from our universe. Are you stupid? Did the long sleep dull your mind? Yes. What nonsense are you talking about? If it's not from our universe, where is it from? Damn you bastard. I mean, it's not from our timeline. Oh then, why didn't you clarify? You guys just attack me before I even finish. It's not our fault you speak so slowly. We thought your brain was as slow as your speaking speed. Damn it, they'll fight all of you bastard. None of you has shown me respect, even though you know I'm the best around. The best? Now I know something is wrong with your mind. All right, let's have it out. We'll have the primal seed as the witness. Focus, people. Don't forget what is at stake, someone yelled. That's right. Yin Zi is correct. The material is probably from another timeline. Does anyone have any experience in that matter? The only time I've traveled to another timeline was to find materials that were rare in our timeline. I've never studied whether they have their own unique or fauna. Me too. I've never even been to another timeline. Yeah, I never saw the point. I've only been there once to save my beloved Pinger. Alas, I still lost her a second time. Since we don't know about the material, let's focus on the refining process. I have something. The flame technique used is a combination of our world and a technique from the wood cradle world. Isn't that where the venerable pill sage lives? Now that you mention it, I had the honor of watching the venerable pill sage refine an elixir, and the flame technique does resemble the one used on this ship. Are you saying the venerable is connected to this thing? Not him, but his home world. Isn't it a little too early to say that? Maybe not, Wang Bo suddenly said. Most of the runes and techniques used on this ship differ from our timeline, but if you look closer, you will see that they share a similar root to the refining technique from the wood cradle world. Are you saying the technique used on this ship is from an alternate world of the wood cradle world? Wang Wei asked. Exactly. Something must have happened to deviate the technique from our timeline, but their roots are similar, Wang Bo nodded. That is something, Wang Wei said with a furrowed brow. Chapter 1486, The Boat's Implications. Wang Wei thought that by learning of the wood cradle world's history and a few visits to unique timelines, he might get more clues about what's coming. The sect's library has a section dedicated to knowledge, information, and history about foreign worlds. Once he analyzed that information, Wang Wei would need to send someone to investigate or do it for himself. Boss Bo, come look at this, suddenly said an elderly man with a gray beard that touched the floor. Anyone with a decent sense could tell this sage-like aura was artificially created, which in fact reveals much about this person. What is it? Wang Bo asked. Wang Bo realized with shining eyes. Exactly. Liwen nodded while fanning himself. Mass production? Wang Wei asked. In other words, there are many of these boats, probably even legions. Yeah, Wang Bo nodded before clicking his tongue in wonder. This is a powerful artifact, and for someone to standardize it, I cannot fathom their level of skills. Time Eater used this artifact to manipulate the river of time. Given its shape, it's fair to say its primary use is navigation. To be precise, travel through the river of time, Wang Wei analyzed. If the people behind him have legions, it means they can travel to any chaos worlds or any timelines with relative ease, making them a well-cultivated force for grand-scale invasion. His words instantly made the room quiet. Everyone imagined how the sky turned dark as millions of these ships suddenly appeared in their world before releasing numerous powerhouses that started to slaughter and plunder. Is there a need for fear-mongering? After all, we don't know that for sure, someone said. Yes, there is no proof of any legion or invasion. There is proof. Wongbo cut them. The primary runes used for the refinement are indeed for navigation, specifically the utilization of the River of Time. Primordial chaos is vast, and one of the reasons that only paragons are recommended to travel is that they can bend the River of Time to teleportation, allowing them to cover the distance between worlds at a relatively fast pace. Otherwise, any emperors or empyreans might spend 1 billion yuan epic traveling through primordial chaos without finding the nearest world. Boy, now that you know the situation, what do you need us to do? Wongbo asked. I need you to reverse engineer this boat's design. Wang Wei replied without hesitation. Boy, I'll be honest with you, unless you can ask for Venerable Armament Sage or Venerable Rune Sage to study this thing, I doubt anyone else in the Chaos universe can reverse engineer this thing. Wang Bo said plainly, meaning Wang Wei frowned. These two held the Grand Dao source position for refining and Rune Dao, and they were not even from the Eternal Ascension world. So, how could he ask them for help? Wait, there's someone else who might be able to do it. Oh, Empress Wu, Wang Wei said confidently. Who? Wang Bo asked. That little rising star? Li Wen asked. Has she become so awesome since I went to sleep? He has a point, someone else said. Although Empress Wu has the Grand Source Seal position, her understanding of runes might not be inferior to the Venerable Rune Sage. Those are bold words, Wang Bo said, looking at the person who spoke with intense scrutiny. Not really. From what I know, they met during the Second Origin War and had a discussion. There is a rumor that they had a competition, and from the way the Venerable did not like to talk about the meeting, it's implied she defeated him. I didn't know such a great talent had appeared in the world, Wang Bo muttered. All his life, he had one goal, the Rune Grand Source position. Unfortunately, he failed, leaving his dream to his beloved disciple, Miscellaneous. Sadly, the latter's Tao involved the study of countless subjects, and Rune was just one of them. So, Wang Bo's dream was left to his second disciple, Yin Shurong. I hope that little bastard is all right, he thought. Yin Shurong had only reached the 9th heaven, 99, by the time the ultimate taboo arrived, but he insisted on participating. Wang Bo hasn't heard any news, so he's a little worried. It's good that there is someone with such skill. But will she help us? Wang Bo asked. The fate of the world is in the balance. She has to help, Li Wen said. She doesn't have to do shit, Wang Bo said. You should not say something so naive. The essence of cultivators is and always has been to pursue their own interests. So, let me rephrase my question. What kind of price are we willing to pay for her aid? And if she refuses, how far will we go to get what we want? Don't worry, she'll help us without any issue, Wang Wei said with a smile. I wonder where your confidence comes from, kid, Wang Bo said before he suddenly realized something. He gently caresses his unkempt beard. I recognize those eyes. Are you trying to catch her as a wife? Wang Wei's lips twitched, making Wang Bo snicker. I'm glad you found love. I spent years convincing that boy, Qiwen, to pass on his gifted bloodline, but he was never interested in romantic relationships. It was the same for that Yin girl. Meanwhile, that Li boy forsook love after that woman chose someone else over him. It was such a waste for these youngsters not to pass on their strong bloodline. Wang Wei smiled to himself. He did not expect to learn this many juicy details about the ancestors' love life. It was great to meet someone with even more seniority than them, especially someone who knew them when they were young and knew all their embarrassing moments. Well, I'm glad you have some relationship with her, Wang Bo nodded. So, when are you asking her for help? She's currently sealed, for lack of a better word, so you have to start without her. Do the preliminary study so that she can finish the task early. Also, even if you cannot reverse engineer the ship's blueprint, start designing countermeasures to deal with them. Countermeasures? Huh. They don't have to be perfect, as an initial plan will also do, Wang Wei explained. Although the catastrophe is coming, there is still time to prepare. We can do that, Wang Bo nodded. You can also try to build a cheap copy. The catastrophe is something the whole world has to deal with. So we can sell those cheap copies to others at an exuberant price to amass more resources to cultivate our people, Wang Wei added. Wang Bo chuckled at these words. It seems you're more greedy than Qin and the Patriarch. I like it. Greed is kind of my thing. Anyway, you can start. And I don't think I need to remind you to get anything you want for this project. We know, Wang Bo said before waving him away. Wang Wei nodded and turned to leave. Then, he suddenly stopped and palmed his face. How can I be so stupid? Everyone looked at him oddly, but he ignored them. He slowly took out his primal seed token before teleporting an item. Is that, or at the very least, get started and wait for him to finish it. Wang Bo raised his hand and immediately caught the tablet, looking at it more intensely than a harem protagonist who sees a jade beauty. Kinwei, you can use it as much as you want, but don't neglect the work for the replica. Wang Wei nodded. Thank you, Wang Bo said sincerely. With unlimited access to this thing, maybe there's hope for him. Wang Wei glanced at him and only nodded. He knew about the latter's Dao injury, but he did not know whether his acupoint technique could save him, so he did not say a word so as not to give him false hope. He'll try when he has time, but he won't make any promises. Wang Wei teleported away, returning to his mansion. However, he discovers Yu Kai is waiting for him. Why are you here again? Time Eater's treasury, you took it, right? Do you know what you're going to use it for? There's no need to ask in such a roundabout way. My original plan was to hand it over, Wang Wei replied. No, it's not. Don't worry about it. Don't just hoard it. Once the lock is broken and everyone can cultivate, we will enter war mode. Are you serious? Yu Kai asked. War mode means all resources will be cheaper and more accessible. Wait for the right time and we'll discuss everything, Wang Wei said. Yu Kai nodded before leaving with the treasury. Chapter 1487, the fourth piece. Wang Wei sat cross-legged in his retreat room, thinking about the previous conversation with Wang Bo and the other professionals, trying to figure out if he missed something. Wang Bo reminded me, I need to start preparing for Li Jun and Yin Liling's ascension. He needed to prepare the resources for these to cultivate the Empyrean Peak as soon as possible. Then he would hand over one of the trial's tokens to them. Yin Liling might want to try Wang Bo's legacy trial, Wang Wei thought. Wang Bo left a trial to select disciples, and so far, 2 people have passed, Miscellaneous and Yin Shurong. Although these people have probably never officially met or spoken to Wang Bo, they are his disciples. Wang Bo's seniority and achievements has granted significant influence on Qiyuan and power in the sect, so it's a good idea for Yin Liling to become his disciple and guarantee her position in the sect, Wang Wei thought. With power and influence, she'll have access to more resources and can cultivate faster. Wang Wei hopes he'll make some progress in creating his all-nurturing artifact from the source he received in the Mortalhood trial. He'll never be able to compete with the trial until he becomes a transcendent. His ambition is to reduce the time needed from millions of yuan epochs to hundreds of thousands. He doesn't know how long the catastrophe will last, but he knows it won't be short. Suppose the Dao opening sect and maybe the Eternal Ascension world have a method of rapidly cultivating paragons. In that case, they'll be able to recuperate their loss of upper echelon fighters and last longer in the catastrophe. Wang Wei shook his head to remove these thoughts. He then muttered, I wonder how little June and Linger are doing in the lower dimension. It's been a while, and he thought of them. However, Wang Wei knew this was not the time to be nostalgic and reined in his thoughts. Just as he was about to close his eyes to recuperate from the battle with Time Eater, Matriarch Xie Huan sent him a talisman about a matter that may be urgent, so she summoned him. What's the matter? A devil-loose cultivator slaughtered a small mortal dynasty at the far end of our territory, Xie Huan reported. Is something wrong with the cultivator? I felt something was wrong and investigated. I discovered an almost disappearing trace of incense in their soul. You think this is the divine Faith Haven's retribution for what I did to them? Wang Wei asked. The proof is almost non-existent, but it looks like it's the case. Wang Wei ran his hand through his head as he mulled over these words. They only sent an Empyrean to the seal, correct? He remembered that the divine Faith Haven's participant tried her best to remain inconspicuous among all these paragons. Yes, although she brought a paragon artifact, she was indeed just an Empyrean. Spread a rumor that their faction has secretly surrendered to the enemy and is working in secret to destroy any plan involving eliminating the lock. That's why they didn't send a paragon, Wang Wei ordered. What's the point of that? They can wash away their name as long as they reveal they had no active paragon, Xie Huan asked. Such an admission will embarrass them slightly, but it won't affect them in any meaningful manner. These loose cultivators are restless after acquiring power. They also know there is an intense power vacuum with the disappearance of the ancestors, and it won't be long before things return to normal once the lock is gone. What do you think they will do after hearing the divine Faith Haven admitting they had no paragons? Even if they don't admit it, the rumors are enough to embolden them, Wang Wei explained. He understood why Tong Ruobing destroyed the Southern Chu dynasty and why she did it in such a public and grandiose manner. The weaker overlords have a higher chance of being attacked, and Wang Wei's actions are just to give them a target. I understand, Xie Huan said before bowing down and disappearing into the shadows. Wang Wei proceeded with his recuperation. Most of his injuries were minor due to the protection of the unsoiled body pill, but his soul was heavily drained and burdened, so he needed to alleviate the issue. It took a few pills and 250,000 years, but he finally returned to peak. After exiting his retreat, Wang Wei swiftly learned of what happened during his absence. Kong became bolder after realizing Wang Wei was not paying attention to him. About 50,000 years ago, a group of cultivators invaded the divine Faith Haven and successfully retreated with one person severely injured and the others with minor injuries. Their attempt appeared unsuccessful, but the idea that they escaped from one of the overlords emboldened the other loose cultivators, prompting them to start testing other factions. Over the past 50,000 years, more incidents have occurred worldwide as the loose cultivators' actions had domino-like effects, affecting everyone else. Wang Wei did not focus too much on these affairs. Instead, he summoned Wrath. Are you ready? I am, Wrath nodded. And you know the risk? Don't worry about me, she reassured. Good, let's get started. She shrunk herself to be smaller than a quark before attaching herself to Wang Wei. Wang Wei found Yu Kai to get another unsoiled body pill before heading to get the fourth piece for his plan, the Primogenitor Devil's broken transcendent artifact. He sent a request for his visit before teleporting to the Heavenly Serpent Empress domain, waiting for an answer to the request. As soon as Wang Wei arrived, his senses saw a world of pink due to all the intense emotional and lustful aura energy of this place. He understood why people describe this place as where one can experience the most beautiful or vile form of pleasure the mind can concoct. As Wang Wei slowly visited this city, he could not describe what he saw. He thought he was pretty open-minded as a modern person, but what he saw challenged this notion. Even without the internet, people were sexual deviants, and adding cultivators' godly power is a recipe for disaster. In one corner of the street, he saw a young couple sweet-talking with each other by making poems, but after walking a little distance, he saw people partaking in blatant sexual activities. Some were flying in the air, others were transforming into different animals and races to test out possibilities. Not far from this area, a young emperor watched his partner enthralled in the passion of love with a flame elemental creature. Wang Wei only knew they were partners because the woman kept asking excitedly, "Husband, can you see me?" And the young man kept nodding with a grin on his face. "You look like someone who understands endurance through hardship. Are you interested in visiting our toughness training hall? You can deliver the strikes or have someone else deliver them to you. The choice is yours, but if you do choose the former, you sign a contract not to harm our trainees. We've spent a lot of resources training them. Of course, it won't matter if you bring your own partner. What kind of strange practice is this in the cultivation world? I've officially seen it all." Wang Wei thought speechlessly to himself. "No, thank you. Are you sure?" the man asked, looking at him strangely. Wang Wei walked away, thinking what it said about him, that this man thought he was this kind of person. Well, he knew what kind of person he was, so it didn't really matter. I should bring Honger here one day, Wang Wei thought as he walked away. Unlike me, she's not too into public displays of affection, so she'll probably reject the offer. However, I may be able to convince her to recreate this place. We can use clones to reenact all these vile things. That should be an experience. Wang Wei could not help smiling as he thought about this future. He had to find a regular and arrest because he had never received news from the Empress. On the contrary, he had to wait 10 days before someone contacted him. A power play, huh? Wang Wei thought. Such blatant disrespect has revealed much, and it appeared the meeting was starting on a bad leg. He calmly looked at the woman before him. What did you say your name was again? Chapter 1488, An Uncomfortable Meeting. You can call me Madame Shun, said a beautiful woman with bodacious curves. She did not fit the mold of the typical beauty of the cultivation, which favors thin women with pale skin. She was not fat. Instead, she was developed in all the parts that mattered. Wang Wei looked at her up and down before focusing on her tight clothes. If Li Jun was here, he would say he envied her robe, he thought. Madame Shun, it's a pleasure to see you finally. I'm sorry for the delay, but Her Majesty was occupied with something important, and we had to cut off contact with the outside, Madame Shun said with a wide smile that showed all her white teeth. To compensate for our mistake, we will offer you a 1,000,000-year free pass to the City of Sin, Madame Shun continued. The City of Sin was where people could experience their wildest desires without judgment. For many cultivators who are bored with their endless life, or cultivators who use lust and depravity as their cultivation source, this place is a heaven. However, it is not free. On the contrary, most ordinary cultivators cannot afford a 1-year stay in this place. So a pass for 1,000,000 years was considered a great reward. He'll accept the compensation, Wang Wei nodded, and he immediately detected surprise from Madame Shun's eyes. Not expecting me to accept? I must admit I didn't. Most outsiders who came here find this place disgusting, even though many visit secretly under different names and appearances, Madame Shun admitted. I'm not the type of person to refuse something valuable offered to me. Plus, even if I don't use it myself, I'm sure I can exchange it for a hefty price if I found the right user, Wang Wei explained. As you wish. Madame Shun handed him a token with a character for 1,000,000 before waving her hand to manifest a blue portal. Now, follow me. The Empress is waiting for you. Wang Wei slowly stood up to walk through the portal. He found himself in this large, dynasty-esque palace with numerous people walking in and out. The first thing he noticed was the perfect balance of woman and man. In most palaces, women are servants and are rare and few, but in this place, it was an ideal balance. However, Wang Wei noticed that all the people in eunuch uniforms were men. Throughout history, eunuchs were forced to undergo a disqualifying procedure to prevent them from claiming the throne in case they usurped it, and to stop them from being involved with the emperor's wives and concubines. Is that why she chose only men? She didn't want anyone tempting her husbands and concubines? This heavenly serpent empress is a character, Wang Wei thought as he followed Madame Shun to somewhere deep in the palace. He noticed the color palette of this palace was purple. Is her favorite color also purple? If so, maybe I can use that as a conversation starter, Wang Wei thought. The walk lasted only 5 minutes, but they soon arrived. Madame Shun pointed to a room, and Wang Wei gave him a strange look. He only entered after she nodded. A woman lay on a bed, surrounded by black, transparent drapes. A small table with food and wine was strategically placed about 5 meters from the bed. The heavenly serpent empress slowly exited the bed, revealing her long legs and jade skin. If Wang Wei did not have incredible willpower, his nose would have immediately started bleeding. The empress was not wearing a hanfu, but what could be described as a barely transparent red sleeping dress made of unknown silk with floating appendages. Her black nail polish, red clothes, and purple hair with black tips somehow perfectly matched to elevate her unearthly beauty and unworldly sexiness. Wang Wei did not shy from looking, but while he was enjoying the view, he was also observing. As expected, there is a slight, transcendent power protecting her. No, It seems to be hiding her true strength. You won't even hide the fact you're peeping? The heavenly serpent empress asked. If your majesty is willing to show, am willing to watch and appreciate it. Bold, aren't you? She chuckled. So I've been told. The way you looked at me, the heavenly serpent empress said, her eyes and mouth appearing to be smiling. So please don't mind, Wang Wei replied. Bold and funny, aren't you something? She smiled charmingly. Tell me, are you also daring? I do like to think I am. Then, show me. Come closer and let your boldness speak for itself. Wang Wei's mouth opened for a few seconds as he stared motionlessly. He smiled wryly. As tempting as that is, I'm afraid I have to decline the offer. So, you're not as daring as you claim? Maybe not to this extent. The heavenly serpent empress' eyes became more tender. A man who can admit his fault? I'm liking you even more. Come sit and let's talk. Wang Wei accepted her offer and sat at the dining table. The heavenly serpent empress poured him some wine before filling her cup. You're Wang Wei, right? That's right, your majesty, Wang Wei nodded. Don't be so informal. Call me Si Mei Wei. Better yet, call me Hugh, she replied in a gentle voice. I thought her name was Lu Chuntao. Is she trying to hide her identity from the old era? Or does she have the knack of changing her name every so often? Wang Wei thought. I wouldn't dare call you so intimately. So how about we compromise and I call you Lady C? Lady C, huh? I've never been called that. I think I like it, she replied before sipping her wine. So Wire, what do you think of my kingdom of sin? Wang Wei's lips twitched. Can this woman be more shameless? Regardless of his thoughts, he still responded. It's a great idea. So many cultivators are sexually repressed, so I'm glad there is a safe space for them to explore their fantasies. Otherwise, heaven knows what these people would do. This has been one of my objectives from the beginning, but everyone else looked down on him, and some of these scholars even tried to label me as a devil cultivator. The heavenly serpent empress smiled. I'm glad we think alike. The literary way has done irreparable damage to the world's culture and development. Wang Wei nodded. Confucianism has fundamentally dictated China's cultural identity for thousands of years, and in this world, the literary way did the same thing. It seems you get it, the heavenly serpent empress replied as she gently moved her hair behind her ears. Back to the topic. Is there something that caught your eye during your visit? Something you would maybe want to try? Wang Wei sipped his tea while cursing his life and existence. This conversation is every protagonist's dream come true, but he has to control himself because of an undetermined relationship. I feel so aggrieved. He mentally slaps himself. Come on, Wang Wei, your mother raised you better than that. Controlling yourself and not cheating is the bare minimum in a relationship. There are quite a few things that intrigue me, Wang Wei replied. I'm hoping to convince my wife to try them. Oh, and do you think it will work? The heavenly serpent empress asked with a slight smirk on the corner of her mouth. You say? Is she open enough to try new things? She asked while looking him in the eyes and slowly sipping her wine, making sure he noticed. She's pretty set in her ways about that kind of thing, Wang Wei hurriedly said. She's even willing to go to extreme lengths to prevent me from getting with other women. Aren't you the man of your relationship? Can't you just order her to do it? The heavenly serpent empress insisted. Sadly, she's the one wearing the pants in the relationship. I'm working hard to regain my manhood, but I still have a long way to go, Wang Wei admitted with pure eyes, making the heavenly serpent empress body paused. Honesty is the best way to live life, Wang Wei replied. If only that were true, the heavenly serpent empress sighed. It appears you're not interested in spending a memorable evening with me. It's your loss, since it would have been an unforgettable night. I'm sure it would have been. Tell me, why are you here? The heavenly serpent empress said, while looking at him directly as her eyes turned reptilian. However, her allure was gone, replaced by the majesty of a terrifying ruler. Chapter 1489. Negotiation, here it comes, Wang Wei thought, feeling a headache coming. In his short conversation with the heavenly empress serpent, he could tell what kind of person she was. Unpredictable. She does not follow societal norms and can change her mood as if she were changing her clothes. Crazy people and her kind are the two types that Wang Wei least likes to deal with since it's challenging to map out their behaviors. I'm here for the primogenitor devil's weapon, Wang Wei revealed, and the atmosphere immediately became even more tense. I had a feeling this would be the case, the Empress replied. It is the last key to remove the lock, so I must get it. However, I understand this is your property, so I promise to return it upon succeeding my goal, Wang Wei explained. How do you know it's in my hands? She asked. She has kept that secret for countless Yuan epochs and even hid the weapon from the two sons. So, how did this little brat know about it? Wang Wei thought about how to answer. I met the primogenitor in the lower dimension. After promising to save the remaining members of his clan, he told me about it. Isn't he dead? Oh, it should be an obsession, the Empress nodded. Your Highness, what's on your mind? Wang Wei asked. Now that it's business, I'm no longer Lady C. Si Meihui rolled her eyes, making Wang Wei roll his eyes. Who was the one who made the atmosphere tense and stiff? Sadly, he had to control himself and retain his business smile. Well, unfortunately for you, I can't do that. Why not? I believe everyone, including you, does not want to live forever in this cage, right? Wang Wei asked. You have a point, but my answer remains the same. Lady C, be reasonable. The lock's destruction will benefit everyone, including you. If you give the weapon, Heavenly Tao will reward you with purple merit. Reasonable? Why does everyone want me to be reasonable? Does it look like I want to be sensible? I go out of my way not to be reasonable. She snapped back. Wang Wei could see the madness seeped through as her nail elongated and her hair dancing behind her like living snakes. What you're saying is you purposely act unreasonable. It sounds like you allow other people's view or criticism to affect how you behave, Wang Wei swiftly said. Si Meihui spoopil dilated. Her snake hair paused, and her aura diminished slightly. The state lasted a few seconds before she suddenly smiled, acting like the previous volatile state was someone else. I guess I never thought about that. You're right. I could be reasonable. I'm glad to hear this. I promise to return the weapon and willing to sign a binding agreement, Wang Wei said as his body relaxed a little. Come back in about 500,000 yuan epoch, Si Meihui nodded. Pardon me? Almost making Wang Wei lose his composure. He controlled the urge to call and ask if she was mad. Do you understand the consequences of waiting for so long? All the advantages we have so far will be gone. 250,000 yuan epoch is enough time for that bastard to recuperate and concoct another fucked up plan. By then, we will all be doomed. You are underestimating the people of the world, Si Meihui replied while dismissively waving her hand. The world will suffer, true, but we will survive and become stronger afterward. Wang Wei glanced at her, realizing she truly believes these words. He did not know whether she was stupid or too confident in the members of her generation. Why does she want to wait so long? Could this be the time needed to reach the half-step transcendent realm? It's unlikely since she took the primogenitor devil's descendant to use their blood to control the weapon. The greater possibility is she needs time to completely wash away the primogenitor's mark and gain absolute control. It's good you have this level of faith, but I can't take the risk, Wang Wei stated. So, the weapon must leave with me. And how are you going to take it? Si Meihui said, looking him in the eyes. I can tell that no amount of words will convince you, Wang Wei said. He had plenty more words of persuasion, including blackmail by revealing to the world the weapon was in her hands or other threats. However, he knew all of this would be pointless. So, he swallowed the remaining wine in his cup. So, let's decide this with our fist. Fighting and slaughter are primitive concepts that we should have long evolved past. But they've become one of the fundamental truths of our society, Si Meihui said as her eyes turned into a serpent and her nail polish turned red. Let's find an isolated place for this fight, Wang Wei suggested. And give up my advantage? She sneered as countless magic circles appeared above the sky. Wang Wei calmly looked at the array above him. If you don't want to lose everything you've worked for, I suggest you accept my proposal. What does that mean? Si Meihui asked. Before coming here, I told my sect that in 2 hours, if I don't return, contact them, or be seen fighting somewhere, They should bring more than 1,000 Paragon artifacts to destroy everything in this domain. But it's hard to say about your little kingdom of sin. Simehui looked at him before slowly licking her luscious lips. Your ability to switch from a diplomat to a cold and calculating murderer is so seductive beyond words could describe. It's one of the many things my wife found attractive about me. Wang Wei replied calmly as he slowly stood up. She's a lucky lady, but it doesn't matter. Once I defeat you, you'll be my spoil, Simehui said. If you want to seek your death, go ahead. The Empress chuckled. Choose your battlefield. Wang Wei did not hesitate and opened a portal to a desolate star field. A few seconds later, the Empress followed him, but she was now completely different. Her night dress was gone, replaced by a green outfit. Of course, Simehui did not wear regular female armor, but one with a skirt and revealed too much skin. Such armor would usually be impractical. But with the proper refining technique, those exposed areas have the same level of protection, invisible shields, as anywhere else. That aura, Wang Wei analyzed. Is that Earth Tao? It's been a while since I had a decent battle. Don't disappoint me, young lover, she uttered as a trident materialized in her hand. She raised it above her shoulder before throwing it. Wang Wei immediately felt a terrifying pressure looming over his head. The trident was fast, and before Wang Wei could barely react, it had reached his destination. With no other choice, he raised his hand to catch it, resulting in him flying into the distance, crashing into countless planets, stars, and gas giants. The weight and density of the trident were too much. How strong is Wang Wei? When he was a young mortal, he used to carry planets and stars as a way to cultivate his body. And at this stage, his strength cannot be comprehended by the mortal mind. Yet, this trident was too heavy for him. The weight of the earth, Wang Wei thought as he finally stopped the trident. This attack was not based on her strength or accomplishment in the realm of body refining. Simehui's technique allowed her to use the weight of the eternal ascension world, which could be described as a finitely expanding world created by fusing countless other infinitely expanding worlds. Swish! Simehui appeared at the end of the trident and punched him with a rock fist encasing her hand. Wang Wei raised his hand to materialize an yin-yang symbol, using its power to divert the strength from the attack. A booming sound echoed between heaven and earth, resulting in countless planets, suns, systems, and galaxies turning into cosmic dust due to the force and vibration of the attack. Most of the redirected attack was towards Simehui, but she casually absorbed the force and vibration before pulling the trident from Wang Wei's hands and stabbing him. Her attack released an earthquake of unparalleled magnitude, creating void tears in the surroundings. Luckily, this part of the star field was now an empty zone after the previous attack. Wang Wei was ready for an attack and reacted swiftly by teleporting out of range. Simehui followed him like a hunter that had found her prey, but before she could attack, he said something that stopped her. Wait, what? Are you surrendering so soon? The Empress asked with rage written all over her face. You're not Simehui, are you? Wang Wei asked. Chapter 1490-1490. Reality check, unedited Chapter C. Mehui paused briefly before smiling at him. Who am I if not Simehui? You're the Serpent Boulder Empress. Li Chuntao, but that's not your only identity, right? Wang Wei asked. Keep going, her smile intensified. You're probably one of the most unique cultivators I have seen, Wang Wei commented. It's one of the few ways someone can instantly re-establish their foundation, re-walk the eternal path, or change their Tao, as its blessing allows a cultivator to experience a unique form of samsara similar to rest without any punishment or side effect. You must have found a remnant of the heavenly nether serpent and combined it with your 9 serpent monarch bloodline. You've even noticed that? I met someone with the 9 serpent monarch bloodline, so I'm familiar with it, Wang Wei replied. He had secretly observed and studied Yi Dafa's wife, the noble serpent empress in the lower dimension. What else did you see? Lu Chuntao asked, her smile remaining the same. The way you perfectly combine these powers is brilliant. You use the concept that names have power and cultivated name Tao. Each name you choose is a different personality, individual life experience, and unique Tao created from the unique samsara of the heavenly nether serpent. You also choose a unique bloodline. Lu Chuntao was created from the primordial earth serpent and uses earth Tao. Si Mei Hui should be the personality who has cultivated the lust Tao. If I guess correctly, she should have a primal lust serpent bloodline from the 6 desires, 7 emotions serpent family. You were able to learn and deduce all of this in just a few seconds of battle. Your brilliant mind makes me want you even more, Li Chuntao said with burning eyes of passion. Unfortunately for you, your attempt at stalling and secretly trying to influence my soul to a more agreeable personality is pointless. They are all me, and I am them. They are not different personalities, but more like alternative versions of myself with one mind and serve one purpose. Well, I had to try Wang Wei's side. Assuming she was a primal paragon, he could not approach this battle as he did the others. So, without hesitation, he popped the unsoiled body pill and summoned the weapon the blacksmith flame and the poisoned demoness made for him, a purple spear. Additionally, he also connected to his grand constructs, Source Key Space, Samsara, River of Time, and River of Fate. So, you want to get serious, huh? Fine by me, Li Chuntao said as her body changed, leaving a trail of lightning in her path. As soon as Leia Huang reached Wang Wei, she slashed her saber with unparalleled force, forcing him to hold his spear with both hands to block her. His body was forced a few meters into the sky, but he held on. The devouring lightning serpent bloodline, Wang Wei complained. It was another primordial life, form-born in primordial chaos, with the power of primordial lightning and a bit of devouring Tao. With that one attack, Wang Wei felt a bit of strength was devoured, weakening him slightly. Is this the strength of a primal? He thought. He noticed that Leia Huang did not need to manually connect to other grand constructs like him. It was natural for her. Additionally, while he had a connection to 4, she only had access to 2, primordial chaos and the grand Tao source. Lei Wang's way of acting was that of Saberman, aggressive. As soon as Wang Wei was on the defensive, she took advantage of the momentum. Wang Wei had learned from the first clash and drastically increased his speed and reaction time by replacing his nerves with strings from the River of Fate. So, when the saber reached him, he had plenty of time to release his attack. Domain of Death. Unfortunately for him, Lei Wang's purple lightning tore apart the pseudo-death world he encased her with. Wang Wei stabbed the spear, timing his attack to match perfect for when Leia Huang leaves the domain. He wanted to place a shackle of fate on her bloodline, restricting access to others and limiting the current one. Unfortunately for him, a serpent head materialized around her and swallowed his chains. Leia Huang then made a grabbing motion, and Wang Wei lost control over his body and flew toward her. What the hell? Electromagnetism? He immediately realized her attack worked similarly by resonating with the electro impulses in his body and controlling them. However, primordial lightning functioned more as a pure destructive force, meaning she would need subtle control and application to achieve such a feat. More importantly, she easily bypasses all of the defenses of Wang Wei's fleshly body. Wang Wei pushed his space Tao to the limit as he tried to escape this grasping technique, but it was useless. Leia Huang punched him in the stomach, sending him flying away. However, before he could fly far, he sent his spear toward her using one of his most potent attacks, Fate of Tao, pure destruction. Inspired by Tian Xian, he created this superb technique by using his Fate Tao to control the destruction Tao. Then, he added all his other Tao to the power of destruction, using the chaotic mix as a form of destruction to boost it. Leia Huang raised her hand to block the attack. Her skin was protected by a thin film of dense lightning acting as armor. They confronted each other for a few seconds before Leia Huang was the winner. She caught the spear before checking her palm, smiling at the small amount of blood. You're not bad. Although your cultivation is only 95, you've developed many pseudo-unique skills. A pseudo-unique Tao will skill and your ability to protect your chronospirit has also reached the threshold, she commented. There are 3 basic requirements for someone to become a primal paragon. The second requirement is a unique Dao will skill that can remain unremovable inside a peak paragon's body for at least 10 minutes to facilitate their easy death. Lastly, a primal paragon must be able to find the time mark of a peak paragon within 24 hours of their death to eradicate them completely. Once all the requirements are met, the paragon will receive a blessing from heaven and earth to establish their status and give them certain benefits. Of course, all these requirements are the bare minimum to become a primal. There's a difference between primals. Things like how many unique skills they have, how they use them, and their control over grand construct determine how powerful they are when they face each other. Unfortunately, you have too many weaknesses. Leia Huang shook her head. Your soul is incomplete, meaning you'll be drained after using such potent techniques. And even if your soul was complete, without the nourishment from heaven and earth for the primal title, you probably couldn't use more than 10 attacks. You're still far away from mastering a unique technique at finding others. The spear is a primal artifact and should have boosted your techniques, but it's obvious you're not used to using weapons to fight, preventing you from using its full power. Little boy, you're no match for even an ordinary primal paragon, let alone me. Leia Huang admitted she was a late bloomer. She became a primal near the end of the Second Origin War and hid the truth to protect herself. However, her time during the Seven Moon era immensely benefited her. While her cultivation had reduced in the early stages, she experienced her last samsara and used this opportunity to build a personality dedicated to creating unique techniques to increase her strength among primals. Wang Wei looked at the spear. The flame blacksmith is nowhere near the level of building such a weapon, but he succeeded with the nourishing power from the trial. However, Lei Wang's words were correct, at least partially. And one more thing, Leia Huang said gleefully. Did you really think you could poison me? Her robe changed to a dark green, and her lipstick and nail polish changed from a light pink to dark purple. Leia Huang, or no. Now, the poison consort opened her mouth to swallow the invisible and undetectable poison in her body and the surroundings. Whoever made this poison is talented, but their cultivation is weak and relies on foreign forces to boost its potency. Unfortunately, their understanding of that foreign force is also limited. Wang Wei sighed. He could admit he now had an understanding of how powerful primal paragons were. Let's hope Plan B works. Chapter 1491. Prononce? Wang Wei could feel it. His breathing was laborious. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and a few parts of his body ached. His body was acting as if he were immortal. Only one attack, and I'm already breathing heavily, he sighed. His attack was powerful, and in the battle with Time Eater, he could use a few of them. But now, after being boosted by the primal artifact, he already felt drained. She's right. Without becoming a true primal, using such a power is too much of a burden on my soul. After experiencing the nourishment of heaven and earth, a primal paragon's soul will be optimized, allowing them to use their unique ultimate technique with as little burden as possible on their souls. Wang Wei looked at the poisoned consort, and the playful nature in her eyes almost riled him up. However, he controlled himself. Since the enemy wanted to play around and give him a chance to come on top, he would take it. He raised the spear and pointed it at his forehead. The artifact fused with his body, and his aura increased exponentially. Wang Wei clenched his hand, feeling the power coursing through his veins. He looked at the poisoned consort and punched. The attack was simple, with no lights. No manipulation of concepts, just a punch. However, the power was beyond what a mortal mind could fathom. Under that single punch, the stars dimmed, the galaxies shrank, space-time bent into a singularity, the laws of heaven and earth creaked in pain as if reality itself was screaming. Finally, fate lost its power for a brief moment under the power of that punch. The poisoned consort smiled as she watched the attack reach her. Your strength finally reached that level. He vomited a large mouthful of blood. What a potent poison, he thought before using the power of nothingness inside his body to swallow the poison. Meanwhile, the poison consort appeared a few light years away from him, but she wore the previous armor. She had now switched to the Li Chuntao personality. Wang Wei teleported before her and kicked her. He controlled every atom in his body and used his grand mist wheel to create a universe inside the atoms. He burned these universes to power his attack. Li Chuntao encased her body in rocks before turning her trident into a shield, blocking the punch. Lu Chuntao's body slid in the air, her footsteps creating void cracks in the process. Wang Wei's eyes lit up before firing a heat vision attack. Li Chuntao raised her shield to block. But this attack was blessed by Freedom Dao, and it was free from any defense or blockade. So, the heat passed through the shield to hit Li Chuntao's head. Sadly, it did no damage. She was connected to the death, and Wang Wei's attack was akin to him trying to destroy all the soil, mountains, or earth of most of the Eternal Ascension world. Damn it, he cursed. He realized she chose this persona because it had the highest defense, and the Empress wanted to wait until he was tired to capture him. Wang Wei used his 2 fingers as a blade, blessing it with his Karma Dao to cut off the connection between Li Chuntao and the earth. Unfortunately, he had to experience the mental torture of fighting a master of defense. Although you hide it very well, I can feel your frustration, Li Chuntao giggled. Wang Wei ignored her as he summoned countless strings of fate, trying to strangle her. His strings entangled her, but it did nothing. Li Chuntao became as sturdy and unchangeable as the earth, to the point that even fate could not affect her. Wang Wei could feel the strength rapidly sapping out of his body, meaning he had to finish this as fast as possible or find a way to buy more time. "How long do you need?" he asked. "Sorry, there is some complication, so I need a little longer." Wang Wei did not show any expression, but he was not in a good mood. Despite his best effort, he greatly underestimated the strength of a primal paragon, and now, Plan B was delayed. He exhaled, thinking of his next move. The answer came to him immediately, and he stopped attacking. "What? Already tired?" Li Chuntao asked, but Wang Wei did not answer. Instead, he took out a few soul-replenishing pills and tried to swallow them. "Not on my watch," Li Chuntao said as she instantly teleported before him. She attacked him with the shield, not caring that it was a defensive weapon. However, Wang Wei was only baiting her. As soon as she came close, his body released a terrifying level of power of nothingness, annihilating everything in its path. "She's too quick," Wang Wei thought with gritted teeth. At the last minute, a burst of lightning surrounded the Empress, and she moved away from the center of the attack. Although it touched her a bit, it was nothing for her. Boundless Paragons are better than regular Paragons because of their passive defense and regenerative ability, because of the eternal characteristics in their existence. Boundless Paragons heal faster from normal injuries, and they have a higher immunity to Dao will attacks, making it harder for these things to barato or stay inside them. And if the Boundless Paragon happens also to be body refining, these abilities are further amplified. As such, Li Chuntao's injury was healed instantly after removing Wang Wei's true will and cutting off the part of her body connected to the nothingness power. Wang Wei looked at the Empress, who had switched to the Si Mei personality. Her eyes and red, luscious lips oozed lust and passion, and with one glance, Wang Wei's spirit was ensnared as he found himself in a harem of beauties that all looked like Si Mei. "She went for my weakness," he thought. His soul was weak compared to hers, so she immediately targeted it. Wang Wei did not hesitate what he learned in his training with his wife and from the trial. Protecting his soul, he successfully blocked her power of lust, but his spirit could not escape this illusion. The world favors balance and cycles. Wang Wei spent all his life bullying others with his powerful soul, and now it was his turn to be bullied. "Your plan is useless," Si Mei said with a gentle smile. "What?" Wang Wei asked. "What you don't know is that Mo Yuan was only a peak paragon when he started his grand war of unification. The spirit imprint and backhand methods he left on the artifact are only powerful because of the artifact itself, not because of him, she explained, her eyes not hiding the playfulness. After all these years, although I haven't removed them due to the artifact's power and nature, I've sealed all of Mo Yuan's power. So, even if he were to revive, he cannot take back control from me. Wang Wei stared at her. What? Feeling despair that your plan will fail? Only lesser men will feel despair during times of failure or stress. And you, Wang Wei, is the farthest thing from a lesser man. So what's your next plan? He had a plan C, but that was a last resort with too many possibilities for something to go wrong. He really did not want to use it. That's why he tried the diplomatic first, followed by battle, and wrath was his last assurance. There is no point in hesitating now, Wang Wei thought as he prepared to summon from his space ring. However, before he could move, a terrifying consciousness descended in this spiritual space, shattering it and freeing him in the process. Wang Wei recognized that consciousness, so he only showed a slight surprise. However, Si Meihui had an ugly expression on her face. Mithria, why are you meddling in people's affairs? Si Meihui yelled. A deep sigh echoed in the void, followed by a voice with a natural ability to calm down the mind. Li Chuntao, you are wise, so why are you acting like this? Give him the artifact, and I guarantee, in my name and honor, he'll return it to you. Si Meihui looked at the sky with gritted teeth. If it were just Mithria's vessel, she was confident she could deal with it using the small amount of power she could use from the artifact. However, Si Meihui knew she had no chance if the real body showed up and used her power. Fine, but I want a guarantee, she replied before waving her hand to teleport someone wrapped in chains. Shall remain with me until the sword is returned. Wang Wei looked at the captured wrath, and his lips twitched. What do you say? Mithria asked. All right, Wang Wei sighed. You can't. Wrath yelled. What choice do I have? Wang Wei asked. You promised to protect me. Are you breaking your words? I promised to do my best, and that's what I have done, Wang Wei replied. And, aren't you safe? Don't you understand what's at stake? Wang Wei asked, wondering what had happened to her. In a lower dimension, she was so mature and wise, but ever since ascending, ever since she had successfully fulfilled her mission to protect and revive the devil race, she had lost all that maturity and wisdom. Are you really going to hand me over? Wrath asked. Wang Wei looked her in the eyes and understood what was happening. After freeing herself from her duty, her mentality revived to a childlike state when she was with her master, the primogenitor devil. But he was gone, and Wrath wanted someone else to take that role, someone else to make her feel the previous sense of security. So, she chose the most powerful and reliable person she knew, Wang Wei. It also helped that he had made a promise to her previous master. Unfortunately for her, Wang Wei was not the primogenitor devil. Do we have a deal? Wang Wei asked Si Meihui, who giggled as she looked at both of them. No problem. She waved her hand, and a black orb materialized in Wang Wei's palm. Si Meihui took one last look at them before teleporting with Wrath. Chapter 1492. Attacking the lock, Wang Wei ignored the sad and pitiful look Wrath gave him, acting as if she was a puppy that her owner abandoned. Mo Yuan gave him news about his artifact in exchange for looking at her. However, one artifact was someone else's property, and the other was probably already taken by Heavenly Book, meaning Wang Wei gained nothing in that deal. Despite knowing this fact, he went above board to help her, so he felt no guilt toward anyone. In fact, he plans to cut off his karmic connection with her once he returns the artifact and she's safe. He slowly observed this black orb, feeling the immense power it contained. A message entered his mind, and it was from the Heavenly Serpent Empress teaching him how to borrow the strength of the artifact. She's careful, Wang Wei thought. Without her key, he'd have to use his own means of controlling this thing, which would mean fighting with the Empress and the dead Mo Yuan's means of control. Wang Wei placed a temporary soul imprint inside the artifact before using the Empress key to activate. The orb floated before him, transforming into different weapons under his thought. All the pieces are in place. So let's move on to the plan. Despite his words, Wang Wei did not immediately act. Instead, he returned home to recuperate. Even with the best soul pills available, Wang Wei's soul only returned to his peak after 1.5 million years. During this time, he also handed the artifact to Boss Wang Bo and the others to study and record as much information as possible. Once he finished, Wang Wei contacted Yu Kai to get him the best enlightenment pill in the sex reserves. At the Paragon level, such a pill is beyond priceless, but Wang Wei took 5 before leaving. His next destination was the Heavenly Beauty Palace. "You're here," Xiao Tiandi said in a strange tone. Wang Wei nodded while observing him. He never had a chance to observe Xiao Tiandi's change after they asked him about Tian Xian, which allowed him to enter the Empyrean Taboo Battle Realm. He also awakened a few abilities, Wang Wei thought. This transformation made sense since Tian Xian's physique was an evolution of the innate Grand Dao Source physique. "Why do you sound like you don't want to see me?" Wang Wei asked. "Your plan? Is it dangerous?" Xiao Tiandi asked. "What do you think? Does she have to participate?" "It has to be her," Wang Wei nodded. "Can you guarantee her safety?" "I can't even guarantee my own, let alone others," Wang Wei replied, almost rolling his eyes. "However, if you want, I can give you my place. You will let me take the reins? Wouldn't you feel secure if you were in charge? After all, it's the woman you love that is in the line," Wang Wei replied. "What are you talking about?" Xiao Tiandi swiftly answered as he looked around to see if anyone was eavesdropping. "Don't say this kind of nonsense here. Love doesn't have to be romantic," Wang Wei said with a grin, making Xiao Tiandi stare at him. "All right, they'll stop teasing you. Lead the way." Xiao Tiandi led him to a mountain spring where Sun Junyao was drinking tea beside a pavilion. "Welcome," Sun Junyao said. Wang Wei observed her and was slightly surprised as he realized she had achieved the taboo battle realm like him through a transcendent foundation. Did Tian Xian give her his heaven and earth foundation technique? Tian Xian did not use a perfect foundation, but used something of a similar effect called the heaven and earth foundation. After observing Sun Junyao, Wang Wei noticed she had used the perfection essence already existing in her body to achieve an effect similar to his perfect foundation. Her chances of becoming a transcendent has increased. Wang Wei thought, the effect of the transcendent foundation is as the name suggests. So, although Sun Junyao's method was not as effective as his or Tian Xian's, it was leagues above everyone else who didn't even have such a foundation. Some people are truly born blessed, Wang Wei sighed to himself. How much effort and risk had he taken to establish that foundation? He imagined it was the same for Tian Xian, but Sun Junyao was born with the materials for such a foundation and only needed an idea or direction. "Are you ready?" Wang Wei asked. "Straight to business, huh? Time is running out," Wang Wei replied as he summoned the artifact that had now morphed into a black sword. "I understand." Sun Junyao nodded as she slowly stood up. She gave a reassuring look to her disciple before casting a spell. She disappeared into a mode of light that entered the weapon, becoming the weapon's temporary spirit. Remember, you only need to temporarily perfect the artifact's flaw. Once you're done, remove all the improvements you've made. His petty self will not return the artifact to see Mei Hui in better shape. Although Wang Wei did not take the loss to mind, he did not enjoy the process of instantly being teased throughout the entire ordeal. Lastly, this is an opportunity. If you can study or just remember the artifact's power, it will benefit you immensely in your transcendent path, Wang Wei continued. "I understand," Sun Junyao responded. "After this event, there should only be a thin barrier on our fate line. I probably only need to deal with her once in a major way, and I can be free from this shackle," Wang Wei thought, trying to hide his excitement. A wooden box materialized in his palm, and without hesitation, he injected the purple blood into his body. Wang Wei's aura immediately started to skyrocket, but he did not pay attention. Instead, he focused on the protection or isolation he placed on his soul to prevent the residual or hidden power from the blood from entering his soul. So, he not only used all the magic circles he had engraved, But he also used acupoints on himself to protect the area of his existence correlation to his soul, providing it extra protection. Wang Wei's focus was then finally directed to his body, and he was shocked. Is that the fourth gate? The previous three gates had fused into this new gate, but it was illusory and hard to observe, let alone open. However, despite the current state, Wang Wei was more than excited. The essence of the abyss creature's blood was indeed transcendent tier, and by purifying and injecting it into himself, Wang Wei's strength had temporarily reached that level. More importantly, this situation allowed him to peak at that level early, allowing him to prepare for when he's ready. Without hesitation, he popped all 5 enlightenment pills before dividing a few of his spirit particles and using his 3x3 cells art. You know your job, correct? Wang Wei asked his other self. Don't worry, I won't let you down. Good. Wang Wei nodded before isolating that part of his soul into his sea of consciousness. The next step of the plan was the use of the time beasts. Wang Wei had already processed and turned it into a time core with immense time energy and, more importantly, the unique blessing or authority of time beasts for being born from the river of time. This blessing or authority may not be as high as time wraiths, but it was still better than 99 of time Tao cultivators. The core was green, and with one thought, it orbited around the transcendent artifact, forming a pseudo-parasitic relationship. Wang Wei took a deep breath before teleporting to the sky, glancing directly at the lock. His mind was filled with knowledge of the lock. He had studied this thing for years with marginal success. Luckily, Mithria provided plenty of knowledge on the subject, saving him plenty of time and effort. One last step, Wang Wei thought. The last thing his plan required to ensure maximum possibility of success was luck. So, he did not hesitate to activate his transcendent luck to improve his odds. Wang Wei glanced at the world beneath him. He had prepared everything. And if everything fails, he won't complain since he did his best. I bet she'll cry if I die, he thought with a smile. However, he gave himself a mental slap to focus. Now is not the time to have doubts or be sentimental. Wang Wei's eyes became firmer as he regained his cutthroat and ruthless mindset when facing adversity. He raised his sword, and the green core shone with brilliant light. With one swing of the blade, a projection of the river of time manifested, and its target was the lock. Chapter 1493. Liberation or more imprisonment. The river of time released an immense power, and this tremendous lock that seemed to have bound everything between heaven and earth started to become illusory or transparent. The lock fought back as the sounds of chains rattling echoed across the world. Everybody listened to the sound, wondering whether it was good or bad news, and the answer was soon revealed. Volcanoes started erupting, releasing an inferno in the world. Worlds or universes of water flooded other areas or domains, drowning buildings and voices of despair. Vacuum zones appeared randomly, including in highly populated areas. The earth shook, destroying everything in its path. Forests suddenly lost all their vitality, turning into dead zones, or started growing uncontrollably from the earth, ravaging everything in their path. The world felt the wrath of Mother Nature, started with the 5 elements losing control and their balance. But this was just the beginning. The 5 elements laws were not the only ones affected. The moon and sun rose and fell as yin-yang laws were broken. Tribulations and divine punishment descended out of nowhere on random cultivators as the thunder laws trembled. Gates from samsara opened, releasing ghosts and unknown creatures as the laws of life and death became the next target. People had their lives instantly drained from them as the secrets of fate became transparent to them, and they could not resist peeping. Some areas suddenly reverted to ancient times. Space portals opened, connecting random areas or domains. All these disasters were catastrophic to cultivators, but the one who suffered the most, as always, was the mortals. He allowed his body to bear all the brunt of using this artifact, or his soul would probably explode if it were part of the equation. He observed the result with great concentration. Wang Wei's plan was inspired by how the universe dealt with isolating time mark and killing someone from the past. He used the authority of the time beast to send the lock and its effect to an alternate timeline. The primary purpose of the blood and sword was to boost his strength to that level and boost the power of the time beast. He also chose to use the River of Time because it was Mithria's domain and where supreme unity had the least control or authority. Wang Wei concentrated to provide ample power to his sword. Time was running out, but he knew that as long as the lock was weakened to a sufficient level, Mithria could use her authority from the River of Time to accelerate the process. So, the only issue was whether he could last long enough to reach that point. The lock continued fighting and became even more transparent. New changes happened in the world. People started to regain connection to the Grand Tao source and other grand constructs, such as the source key space. The Immortal Path cultivators almost cried as they saw hope for their Immortal King path. The others also did not hide their excitement. Unfortunately, the weaker cultivators were too busy surviving to care about such a thing. Almost there, Wang Wei thought as beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. However, things would never go so smoothly. A cry echoed from the lock before a shadowy figure with a pair of cold eyes appeared. Wang Wei stared at those cold eyes with furrowed brow. This should be his last protective measure. Sage Lin Qi, it's your time to shine, Wang Wei muttered as his breath became more rugged. A golden scroll appeared in the distance, and after a few seconds of releasing its holy light, it transformed into the gentle and kind Sage Lin Qi. The latter nodded to Wang Wei before rushing to confront the lock spirit. The battle was instantly intense, but Wang Wei also immediately knew Sage Lin Qi had no chance. His brow furrowed deeper. This timeline banishing spell, cast using a semi-completed transcendent artifact and false transcendent power, was draining him at an exponential rate. If not for Sun Junyo's spirit helping him manage things, he wouldn't have lasted more than 10 seconds. But on top of everything, he still has to worry about other things. Wang Wei's mind went on overdrive, trying to think of a way to deal with the situation. But before he could come up with a solution, a golden body of merit flew from the north and fused with Sage Lin Qi. Tong Ruobing? Wang Wei thought as he recognized that golden body. Following her actions, a few more golden bodies showed up to aid Sage Lin Qi, proving that more of them hid themselves and did not answer to Wang Wei's previous call. Better late than never, Wang Wei thought, still secretly complaining. He focused on his task, relieved now that Sage Lin Qi could last longer. Unfortunately, his relief did not last long. The lock released a strange vibration that echoed between heaven and earth. Wang Wei sensed something and looked in the direction of the pre-March Origin Temple. Numerous auras flew out of the temple, all Tier 12. Heaven Primarchs, Wang Wei muttered. Primarchs were the darlings of heavenly Tao, and the only reason they could fight on par with Paragons was due to their blessing. Supreme Unity, now controlling heavenly Tao, activated his trump card by calling these Primarchs to his service. These traitors, Wang Wei said as he sensed more of them appearing, with the demon race providing the second largest number. Wang Wei reacted swiftly by yelling and ensuring his voice could be heard worldwide. Anyone who wants merit needs to stop these traitors immediately. Heavenly Tao, who was completely silent during this ordeal, suddenly moved by releasing a vision. An enormous scroll materialized after the vision, with blank lines labeled 1 to 5 and a title of merit contribution list. No one was stupid and immediately understood Heavenly Tao's message. Paragons worldwide rushed toward these heaven primarchs, trying to kill as many of them as possible. Even members of the pre-March Origin Temple or the tribal sacred mountain turned on their own kind and chose to destroy these primarchs. Without distraction, Wang Wei focused on his task. He took advantage of the lock's weakness to access the source key space and took the energy from Wuhong's vault. Ancestors, give me access to your vaults, Wang Wei yelled, and a few seconds later felt a connection to a few more vaults. He did not hesitate to use their energy to boost the sword and his spell. The rate at which the lock disappeared suddenly accelerated, with more than 60 of it already exiled into an unknown timeline. A golden palm suddenly manifested between heaven and earth, heading directly for the lock. "They'll take it from here." Mithria's voice graced the world. A black and white hand appeared opposite her, trying to stop her actions. However, right as they were about to clash, the black and white hand disappeared, teleporting above Wang Wei's body and attacking him. "I know a bastard like you would not accept all your plans being ruined by someone you see as an annoying ant," Wang Wei thought with a sneer. As soon as the hand approached, he used his acupoint technique to activate and aggravate the parts of his existence that he could not understand or find fishy. Then he exploded his body, releasing whatever horror was in his body into that attack. Wang Wei watched as his body turned into a purple blood mist that enveloped Supreme Unity's actions. The hand disappeared, but he did not know whether it caused any trouble. He looked at the sky, and as expected, without interference, Mithria forced the lock into the river of time, banishing it forever. Wang Wei closed his eyes as he felt the connection to the Grand Tao source. Although this was common during the trial, this time somehow felt different. It felt better. He took a deep breath. Is this the taste of freedom? I like it. A wide smile was plastered on his face. In this brief moment, he was happy, even though the world was in shambles. Wang Wei connected to his spirit particle and asked, "How was it?" "I'm sorry, but it's only 13 done despite my best effort." 13 is an excellent result, Wang Wei replied. It was tasked to analyze the fourth gate and create a technique to replicate it. Although this technique was only 13 completed, it was a significant achievement as it marked the beginning of his transcendent path. Most people are still in the idea phase of that path, but he already has a technique that is 13 done, and he's not even a peak paragon yet. Yes, we have a long way to go, and this is a great start. The particle nodded before reuniting with the soul. Wang Wei exhaled. My work here is done. Next, it should be their turn. Chapter 1494-1494. The Empress Might Wang Wei looked at Heavenly Tao's list. Although it was only a short period, these cultivators did their best to kill the Heaven Primarchs. Kong was the first in the list, followed by Jian Wushuang, Huofeng Wang, Wang Fushuan, and Lin Fan. He glanced at Kong and Lin Fan's names in the first and fifth spots, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. The skies suddenly changed as a vision covered heaven and earth. Then, golden merit descended from the sky. The first to be rewarded were not the people on the list, but the sages who previously helped Wang Wei. Once these people were rewarded, those who contributed to the lock's destruction received rewards, including the Skill Path Association and Sun Junyao. Finally, the people on the list received their rewards. However, everyone had a strange expression on their faces. The person who contributed the most to the world's liberation, Wang Wei, received no reward. Wang Wei remained calm in his soul form. Now that the lock had broken, he could use divination as freely as he wished. So he knew Heavenly Tao didn't reward him because the latter had prepared something special that it wanted to reward him privately. So he focused on something that was occurring in the sky. Heavenly Tao was reviving Sage Lin Qi, and his golden body of merit rapidly rose to the third level. The pure golden light from the sky faded, revealing the gentle elderly man with a heart of gold. "I'm glad that fellow Taoist is back," Wang Wei said. Although he was cruel, he admitted he would feel guilty if Sage Lin Qi could not return. Such a kind soul deserves all the blessings and prosperity of the world. "I'm also glad to return," Sage Lin Qi smiled. He once saw the future of mortals from Wang Wei's concept of mortal civilization. However, before he could experience the growth of this idea, he had to sacrifice himself. Now that he has returned, Sage Lin Qi plans to continue his work. "How about you, fellow Taoist? Your situation? No need to be concerned," Wang Wei reassured. "If you say watch out," a shadow suddenly appeared behind Wang Wei to stab him. However, he calmly teleported behind the attacker and opened his mouth to swallow the person's body and soul. With this nourishment, he replenished all his previously consumed soul energy. They say birds die for food and humans die for profit. These words have never been truer, Sage Lin Qi sighed. The poor man probably thought Wang Wei's weakness was an opportunity for profit, but lost his life in the process. Wang Wei shrugged. He did not blame that loose cultivator for taking the risk. After reaching the Paragon realm as a loose cultivator, further advancement will become 100 times more challenging. So it's understandable to take risks when presented with an opportunity. It's about to start, Wang Wei suddenly muttered as he looked in the distance. As expected, a beautiful woman with a birthmark on her chin and a bamboo on her waist materialized in the sky. Everyone who looked at her felt a sharp pain in their eyes, shocked by the sharpness of her sword will. Yin Hai glanced at everyone before taking a deep breath and spreading her voice through every corner of the world. Heaven and earth above, the world is on the verge of freeing itself from a tyrant in an era of pain and suffering. I represent the will of all the overlords, the bearer of luck and destiny of the old era, to request the manifestation of the human destiny sword. 13 multicolored dragons materialized above Yin Hai's head, representing each of the overlords, including the Origin Seal continent. Although Wu Hong could not be contacted, her disciples and subordinates in Limbo represented the Origin Seal continent and gave their consent. Holding a golden sword with a dragon symbol on one side and the characters for humans on the other. The sword flew into Yin Hai's hands, and her vision changed. She saw a world of runes, but these runes seemed to be infected by an aura. The heaven laws of the eternal ascension world. And that aura should be Supreme Unity's imprints, Yin Hai thought. She did not hesitate to swing the sword, instantly eliminating those auras. However, the core imprint located in Heavenly Tao itself remained intact, except it was dimmer than before. This is the best I can do. The sword has granted her immense power, and she could probably fight those two for an extended period. However, this was not enough to completely eliminate Supreme Unity's influence. All right, the next step. Yin Hai gazed toward the dark truth. The power barrier preventing anything from entering or leaving the world remained. She swung her sword a second time, tearing it apart. A woman dressed in red slowly walked out of the gray fog. She embodied the words beautiful, graceful, and noble, and as soon as she appeared, she instantly stole the spotlight from Yin Hai. It's your turn, Yin Hai said as the sword flew from her hands into Wu Hong's. She caught it, and a message entered her mind. So, that's how it is, she muttered. The word turned into a light that entered her forehead, leaving a small jewel that accentuated her beauty. Wu Hong then looked at Wang Wei and gave him a quick smile before disappearing. Her destination was obvious, primordial chaos, or to be precise, the battlefield between Mithriya and Supreme Unity. When she arrived, Mithriya had the advantage. Supreme Unity seemed distracted, trying to remove an unknown power from his palm, which cost him all the initiative. They'll hold him off, but don't try to kill him. Seal him instead, Mithriya communicated through divine sense. Why? Although the sword temporarily raised your power to our level, the essence of your being, or your existence, is still lower than ours, meaning you can't kill him. The only thing you would do is destroy his current body and soul, and give him the chance to revive somewhere else, Mithriya explained. I understand. Wu Hong nodded before removing the seal in her sea of consciousness, accessing the 3,800 primary seals. She chose one of them, and a rune materialized in this soup of primordial chaos. She waved her hand, and the rune rushed toward Supreme Unity, who showed an expression of rage and hatred. So, you can feel emotions, Mithriya sighed before blocking all his escape paths. Wu Hong's seal rune turned into a yellow barrier that slowly encircled him. That power, Supreme Unity muttered as if he had understood something. He looked at Mithriya as he understood something. The first person Mithriya went to see was Wu Hong after her transformation. He previously thought it was because of their former friendship, but now he understood she was trying to hide that power from his sight. You noticed, huh? Mithriya muttered. Although it's incomplete, the essence has reached our level. Her talent is truly unparalleled. This is not over. You know that, right? Supreme Unity asked. But it is, Mithraea responded calmly and confidently. Even if he escapes this seal, the others will have caught up by the time he does, and Supreme Unity won't be much of an issue anymore. We'll see. Thank you, she said to Wu Hong, but the latter seemed distracted by something. Is there something wrong? Wu Hong was about to answer when she received a communication from Wang Wei. Hey, love of my life, are the people in Limbo watching what just happened? Who's the love of your life? And yes, they are watching. Wu responded. Can you still use your power? Yes, why? Quickly seal and remove their memories of what you just did, including my ancestors, Wang Wei said. Wu Hong frowned after hearing this. It's not that I don't trust them, but it's better to be safe than sorry, he explained. It's not that. I noticed a hidden gate in our world, and I can only use my power once, and I was planning on sealing it. Hidden Gate? Is this what Time Eater was working on? Forget the gate and wipe these people's memories, Wang Wei said without hesitation. The catastrophe is inevitable, and your seal will only delay things. Your safety is a priority. Wang Wei did not trust these people to start targeting Wu Hong after seeing how capable she is, or even worse, sell the information to the catastrophe enemy to use their hands to remove a competitor. Tell Mithraea the gate's location and deal with these people. All right, no need to nag, Wu Hong said before casting a new seal, removing the memories from the Watchers' minds. However, her expression became severe once the act was done. What's wrong? Wang Wei asked. The technique failed for two people. Who? Dugabatian and the Human Emperor, Wu Hong replied. Ying Zheng has the jade butterfly pendant, which could explain it. But what's so special about this Duga Tianbai? Chapter 1495. Long-awaited reunion. It may be related to the ultimate taboo now that I think about it. The Grand Sect Alliance suddenly became interested in a prisoner I have who is related to the Desire Heart Palace. Duga Tianbai may have discovered something related to them, or something related to the power of desire and obsession, Wang Wei explained. So, he has become more dangerous? I know, I should have acted more petty and tried to kill him during the taboo, Wu Hong stated. Well, there is no pill for regret, so no point in complaining now. Come see me as soon as you're available. No problem, Wang Wei replied before ending the conversation. Meanwhile, Mithraea sighed after what Wu Hong did. Was that necessary? She asked. You have the luxury of trusting these people, but I don't, Wu Hong replied coldly. You have a point, Mithraea sighed. Listen, this is for you, Wu Hong said before throwing her talisman. What's this? An unknown portal hidden in our world. I believe it is the source of the upcoming catastrophe, Wu Hong. You found it? I've been worrying about the sudden change to the world ever since Time Eater's death, Mithraea said as she used her divine scan to find the location pointed out by Wu Hong. Are your senses that terrifying? Mithraea asked as she realized that even if her primary body searched for this thing, the result would have been the same as the vessel. So, the fact that Wu Hong could find this thing is further proof that she will be miles ahead of Mithraea and Supreme Unity once she reaches their cultivation realm. You're overthinking things. I designed the Hong protective system, so when I sensed a flaw in our defenses, I checked and discovered this thing. Wu explained. The previous power did allow her to sense something wrong with the world, but even then, she could not find it. It was only after using that power with the protective system that she succeeded. If even you couldn't sense it, that means the person or persons who designed this thing are powerful beyond my capabilities, Mithraea said with furrowed brows. The future is indeed bleak, Wu Hong nodded. But it's also an opportunity. Maybe. All right, I'll check on this gate, but once I'm done, I have something to talk to you in Wang Wei. All right, Wu Hong nodded before teleporting away. Recent events had numerous applications, and she needed to oversee things in the Origin Seal continent. Once she returned home, the human destiny sword flew out of her body and into its altar before disappearing between heaven and earth. Meanwhile, back in the Eternal Ascension world, Wang Wei condensed a temporary body from the Tao Qi from the surrounding. He wanted to rush desperately toward the Origin Seal continent, but knew now was inappropriate. Instead, he returned to the Tao opening sect with ancestor Yin Hai. The two teleported to Origin Mountain, which was the place where elder meetings used to take place. As soon as they arrived, the power of luck rushed into the mountain, slowly condensing into numerous figures. Wang Wei noticed the memorialized luck he created from the sect for all his achievements in the lower dimension went to 3 people, and he guessed who they were. He waited with bated breath for the process to finish. What? In a hurry to see your wife? Ancestor, this is not the time to be teasing me, especially since an eternal single person such as yourself cannot understand the yearning and loneliness I've had to live with. Yin Hai's lips twitched. Boy, did you get a little arrogant after becoming a paragon? Do you want a taste of my bamboo? Ancestor, I'm just joking. Can't you take a joke? Wang Wei smiled wryly, and Yin Hai snorted coldly. The revival of these people from limbo took a few hours to Wang Wei's distress. The final result, with the help of a small amount of merit from Yin Hai's actions, was that the 3 primals, Qin, Battle Maniac, and Desolate, returned with a peak Empyrean realm, and the rest were either great emperors or lower. The world of the living, Qin muttered as he took a deep breath. It feels so good to be back alive. So true, Desolate replied, opening his mouth to swallow Qi from the source like a whale drinking water. Battle Maniac stretched his body before making a short martial arts punching routine. Thank you, Qiyuan said as he held Wang Wei on his shoulders. For everything you've done for us, the sect, and the world. I was just doing what I'm supposed to, Wang Wei replied politely. Heavenly Tao has burdened you with great destiny, but you rose to the occasion and even exceeded expectations, Qiyuan smiled. The kid is not trying to hear all this. The only thing on his mind is to reunite with his wife, Yin Hai suddenly said, making Qiyuan and the others chuckle. In that case, we won't hold you up. We still have to recuperate, and you also must heal. There will be plenty of time in the future to talk and get acquainted. Wang Wei nodded before flying in the distance with ungodly speed, and as soon as he was out of the formation range, he teleported away. Oh, love, Miscellaneous sighed deeply. The others rolled their eyes at him. Qiyuan focused on Yu Kai and Elder Yin Shui. Should we say something? Battle Maniac asked. Based on how Wu Hong was behaving, she was distracted by something, and someone reminded her to erase our memory. Most likely him. He knows when to put her interest above ours, and when to put ours above hers, so there's no need to worry, Qiyuan replied. I'm starting to think you have too much faith in him. Desolate said. I concur, Battle Maniac added. Add me to this list of concerns. You've been different since the taboo, Yin Hai added. To be precise, you've been acting odd since you saw the kid in the lower dimension. I've told you before, I know I've reached my limit. I've been worried about the future, but now I've found someone who can break my limitations and lead us to a better future. I understand passing the torch, but for many of us, it looks like you've retired and even given up, Desolate added. Maybe I subconsciously haven't fully accepted my new role despite what I say. Who knows? But to reassure all of you, I have not given up. I know he's young and has a lot of room for improvement, and he'll need my help to hold the reins until he's ready, Qiyuan replied. That's all we wanted to hear. Battle Maniac patted his shoulder. After this brief conversation through divine sense, the group focuses on the remaining sect people. Welcome, ancestors. You two did an excellent job keeping things together during that tumultuous era, Qiyuan praised. It's all Primal Seed Wang Wei's effort, Elder Yin Shui said. That's right. Without his guidance, we may not have survived the Heavenlock. Yu Kai swiftly added. You don't need to give your credit to him, Desolate added. Although we couldn't intervene, we watched all your efforts, sacrifice, and humiliation to protect our legacy. You will be rewarded for your achievements. Thank you. Origin Seal Continent. Wang Wei stood less than 2 meters from Wu Hong, looking at her captivating eyes. Everything around faded, leaving only her presence. He wanted to rush into her arms, but hesitated. However, Wu Hong had no such scruples. She flew into his arms and kissed him passionately for a good minute. What was that for? That's for all the days I spent thinking and missing you, Wu Hong replied. And that's for letting me think you died. She pinched his waist, and Wang Wei winced in pain. I really had no choice but to fake my death, Wang Wei sighed. Anyway, did you miss me? I did, Wu Hong nodded. After succeeding in her perfect foundation and discovering she was sealed, Wu Hong distracted herself with other projects while occasionally thinking about him. However, when she felt their connection severed and realized he may have died, she felt a great pain in her chest that was almost unbearable. When he revived, she felt her gray world had regained its color. This experience made her realize she was in love with this man who embodies unpredictability, contradiction, and hypocrisy. It's just that her previous experience with a bad relationship and his weird relationship with the clone have prevented her from fully accepting him. How about you show me how much you truly miss me? Wang Wei asked, and Wu Hong happily reached for his lips. However, she suddenly stopped midway through and started smelling him. What's wrong? Your soul. Why does it have the smell of another woman? She asked. What? There's a unique aura from when someone has intense, lustful thoughts toward you, and it's in your soul. Based on the intensity, it's not from someone who admires you from afar, but someone you had close contact with. So, who is the other woman? You can detect such a thing? Wang Wei looked at her with an absurd look. He realized that if the cultivator world were monogamous, men would never get away with cheating. Are you trying to deflect the question? Wu Hong asked calmly. No, I'm just baffled why you have such an ability. Still haven't answered. It's from the Heavenly Serpent Empress, Wang Wei replied. Who? You may know her as the Serpent Boulder Empress, or Lu Chuntao. Oh, her, Wu Hong realized. So, what's your relationship? Transactional, Wang Wei replied. You reminded me I should return her artifact. Sun Junyao had already left before Yan Hai took action, but the broken transcendent artifact was still in Wang Wei's hands. It seems a lot has happened while I was away. How about we talk about it over tea? Wu Hong offered as she led them to the dining area. Wang Wei sighed. That bastard C, may we ruin the moment they were having. This woman is slowly becoming the bane of my existence, Wang Wei thought as he walked with her. For the next hour, he explained everything he had experienced since she entered the dark truth. Chapter 1496-1496. The conversation unedited. Chapter. Wang Wei lay his head on Wu Hong's lap, and she gently played with his hair. He finished recounting everything he had experienced. See how much I have suffered? I understand. She nodded. Any relationship with heavenly Tao is almost like a curse. So? Wang Wei asked. So what? Why don't you rush over and teach that woman, Si Mei Hui, a lesson? Wang Wei asked. You should avenge your own grievance. Don't you know I'm a feminist, so I don't hit women? Wang Wei asked. Say that to Lu Meishio, Mo Xingyun, Tong Ruobing. All right. And wouldn't being a feminist mean you have no problem hitting women and men? Wu Kunteld. Now, we suddenly care about the definition of words. Wang Wei rolled his eyes. If the situation were reversed, you would expect me to beat the other guy. Of course. Wouldn't you want to show me how strong and masculine you are? Wang Wei replied, asking with an innocent voice and eyes, making Wang Wei's eyes twitch. Fine, you win. I don't know why I tried to argue with you in the first place. I thought I was the two-faced one in the relationship. Little brat, you're still a few epochs too young to argue with me. Wu Hong sneered. As soon as she uttered these words, she regretted them when she saw the glint in Wang Wei's eyes. She knew he was about to make a sexual innuendo or joke about their age difference. Wash your words, she immediately warned. You're no fun, Wang Wei scoffed. There's a saying back on Earth that marrying a daughter-in-law 3 years older than the groom will bring prosperity to the family. He was lucky to find a daughter-in-law billions of years older, but he couldn't take full advantage of this fact. How egregious. Now it's your turn. Wang Wei changed the subject. What did you experience inside the fog? Things started as he said. After sitting down, the materials appeared, including a few not included in your experience. Wang Wei nodded. Wu Hong was a former primal, so it's expected that the process of establishing a transcendent foundation would be different or more challenging. The process was more dangerous than expected. Grand Taoist consciousness descended, trying to force me to experience a tribulation for the process. So, it has started regulating these foundations? Wang Wei asked. It appeared so. It makes sense since it regulates everything. Continue. I finished the process and tested my new strength. But then, I realized I was sealed. Wu Hong continued. And before you ask, yes, I'm more powerful than before. It'll catch up and surpass you soon, Wang Wei said through gritted teeth. It's good to have dreams. Wu Hong lightly tapped his face. Now that I had more time, I started working on the 12 and 13 foundation. However, as soon as I closed my eyes, I realized I could remember some events of the taboo. Oh, in the last trial, I met a woman standing in this white space that seemed to be the origin of everything. She first showed me the alternate timeline you mentioned. Really? Wang Wei was immediately intrigued. The alternative timeline he saw focused mostly on him, and the Wu Hong he saw was already grown and established. So, he did not know much about her. According to that timeline, I should have ascended during the Devil Race's War of Conquest. That's even earlier than the First Origin War, Wang Wei commented. That's right. The destiny to kill the primogenitor devil was mine after he had made my life a living hell, Wu Hong explained. The woman then revealed she was a version of me, and she cared deeply about losing one of her disciples. So she rewrote the timeline to erase the latter's existence. Erased? Why not just change it? I had the same question, and she said the disciple was the karmic manifestation of her pain and suffering. She saw countless timelines, and in all of them, the latter dies, and she suffers devastating emotional pain. So, she took the opportunity to erase her. That sounds harsh, Wang Wei commented. He suddenly remembered the only time he saw lower dimension Wu Hong cry. But what opportunity was she talking about? I asked, but she only answered with a smile. Wu Hong shook her head. Of course she did, Wang Wei sighed. What else? I didn't just see the other timeline, but experienced it. I experienced all the trials and tribulations of the devil race eradication, the First and Second Origin War, and the tribulation from our relationship. Wang Wei was silent. Did you know that after you created that clone for Sun Junyao, I spent billions of yuan epochs fearing you were the clone, and she had your real body? I would never do that. I know, but I could not remove that irrational fear from my mind, and it became a deep insecurity for me, Wu Hong sighed. Didn't I try to appease you? He did. But only years later, when I couldn't hide it anymore, Wu Hong replied. Well, it's his fault he took so long to notice. Don't worry, one day, they'll search for him and beat him for all he put you through. Now is not the time for your cheekiness, Wu Hong said with a smile as she pinched his handsome face. And Wang Wei gave her puppy eyes. After experiencing that timeline, she asked me to choose. Choose? As in choosing a timeline? Wang Wei asked. Yes, she wanted me to choose which timeline I wanted to be the primary and secondary, or whether I wanted only to remember one, Wu Hong explained. Since you're here, I'm guessing you chose her timeline? Not exactly. I fought with her. You what? Wang Wei asked. Not physically, but verbally, she explained. Why? Wang Wei asked with lips twitching. Our timeline is obviously better, but it's only because she meddled in it and changed things. I'm not too comfortable with her changing things and messing with my life. But she's you. She mentioned that. Wu Hong nodded, meaning you would make the same choice if you had her power. She also argued that. Wu Hong continued. So, you agree with her? While she was correct, I still don't like the fact that she meddled. You realized how absurd that conversation was from her point of view, Wang Wei commented. She was communicating with an alternate version of her past self that was technically still her, but that self disagreed with decisions she made. To be precise, decisions that self will eventually make. Well, maybe not make the same decision since the alternate self now has different experiences and preferences. I'm getting a headache just thinking about it, Wang Wei said. We figured as much and had a laugh, Wu Hong chuckled. Wang Wei imagined the beautiful sight of two of these beauties laughing and chatting and had a smile on the corner of his mouth. He only woke up when someone pinched his side. So what did you end up choosing? He asked. I asked her whether that choice was important, and she told me that at her level, it was only a minor thing. However, She also explained that the slightest change or improvement is extremely precious at her level. A world in which the little things matter because everyone is too powerful and can do everything. I guess it makes sense. Wang Wei nodded. I chose this timeline, but I wanted to remember the other timeline as well. So, she removed their influence on my memory, Wu Hong sighed. The meeting with her future self was the first time she had met someone so powerful. She now understood why Wang Wei accepted events related to his future self. The power difference is too vast, and the only thing you can do is accept and hope. I'm glad you had such a wonderful experience. My future self is a jerk and never speaks to me directly, Wang Wei complained. She had a message for you, Wu Hong continued. Oh, did she want to remind you that our love is eternal? Just because she's me? Don't think I won't consider it cheating if you get with her, Wu Hong warned, making Wang Wei speechless. Wu Hong chuckled at his facial expression before becoming serious. She said to be careful of the time nexuses. Time nexus, Wang Wei muttered. These words sound familiar. He suddenly sat straight on her lap with an ugly expression. Did you think of something? The other you. She warned me of the same thing, but I forgot. How could you forget something so important? Unless someone placed a spiritual hint on me to ignore such an important warning. Wang Wei said with an ugly expression. Who? Who else can it be? Grand Dao, that bastard, Wang Wei said with gritted teeth. Wu Hong warned him around the time of the Heaven Will battle, just before she dissipated. Afterward, Wang Wei had direct connection to Grand Dao when proving the Dao, which should be the time he was under that spiritual hint. Chapter 1497. Wrath's Choice. Wang Wei exhaled to calm down. His relationship with that bastard Grand Dao was never good to begin with, so it's understandable why the latter would act against his interests. The question he wanted to know was why. What's a time nexus? Wang Wei asked. I don't know. I know some people use it interchangeably with fate nexus, Wu Hong replied. Fate nexuses were inevitable events of a cultivator's life imposed on them by the river of fate. Some historians also refer to important events of history as time nexus, and they will be careful when using the river of time to travel to those eras to observe, but I don't think she meant that, Wu Hong explained. Could it be something that is going to happen to me? But she could have called them fate nexuses. Maybe they have nothing to do with fate, but things that happen due to your actions. There's also the fact that these events are technically in the past from her point of view, hence why she used time nexuses, Wu Hong commented. You have a point, but I don't like all the uncertainty for something so crucial, Wang Wei groaned. Didn't the other me tell you the details? Oh, well, I remember she was being all careful when she told you. You remember? Wang Wei immediately asked. You removed the seal? Well, I realized you accepted the fact I wasn't her and treated me as such, so I removed the seal, Wu Hong replied. And Wang Wei looked at her, smiling like an idiot. Focus. Then, stop being beautiful and cute, Wang Wei countered, making Wu Hong roll her eyes. Methria said she wanted to speak to both of us. You can ask her if she knows the meaning of time nexus, Wu Hong uttered. That's a good idea. Wang Wei nodded before exhaling deeply. He looked in the distance. It's time for me to return. Indeed, you're in terrible shape, and I have responsibilities to attend to. One more thing. Will you revive that girl, Hong Miling? I don't know. She had potential as long as she removed her obsessive veneration for me. However, in the upcoming catastrophe, spending 1 million yuan epochs reviving someone is unwise. So, I may wait until I reach that help to revive her. Maybe I can preserve her potential, Wu Hong explained before looking at him. Why are you staring this time? I just realized I never experienced your master-apprentice side, except when you're beating me. You mean teaching? Yeah, teaching, Wang Wei said with air quotes. Unlike you, I enjoy raising and molding the next generation, she replied. That's too much work, and they usually become a burden, Wang Wei scoffed. Unless they are family or people with great talent. I'll only do the bare minimum if tasked to train them. You know, sometimes you have such a binary way to see the world. Okay, now we are attacking people's flaws. Are we? Do you really want to go down that path? I don't think you want to get into this. Oh, really? What are my flaws? She looked at him intently. Don't listen to my stupid mouth. You're perfect and flawless, Wang Wei immediately answered. I think you're talking about Sun Junyao, Wu Hong countered, almost catching Wang Wei off guard. Sun who? Who's that? Is it a new or old friend of yours I've never heard about? Nice try, Wu Hong snorted. Wang Wei smiled wryly before handing her a crystal-like object. Is that the nurture core? Yes. It'll be healing and cultivating. So, I thought I would leave it with you to start the study. That's a good idea. Wu Hong nodded as she played with the crystal in her palm. Wait, why did I just realize I'm doing all your work and research for you? First was the 10 to 12 foundations, and now this thing. And here is your payment, Wang Wei said before giving her this existence blueprint technique. However, Wu Hong just stared at him. He'll hand it over even without this project, making this pointless. Now, honey, you'll be going. Remember that I always love you, Wang Wei said before kissing her on her cheeks and disappearing from this place as if he was running for his life. Wu Hong smiled while muttering, Your family is not here to keep you in check, and your reverence for your ancestors won't last once you're at their level. However, don't worry. They'll be here to keep you grounded. Wang Wei's way of acting is easy to understand. The more powerful he is, the less restraint he has, and the more reckless his brilliant mind has him acting. That's what happens when someone who pursues absolute personal freedom gets access to ungodly power and a mind without any cognitive blockades. She disappeared from a room into a hidden dimension of the continent. In this place, a similar situation to the Tao opening sect was occurring, with the revival of her disciples and other members of the continent. Wu Hong raised her hand to fill two people in the front with a small portion of merit. Their bodies and faces became more ethereal, revealing two people with quite similar faces, except one was a man and the other a woman. They were twins. The woman had a red hanfu, and the man wore blue robes. As soon as they appeared, their bodies released the aura of a paragon with a cultivation of 90. Master, the twins bowed. It's good to see you again. Wu Hong nodded with a gentle smile. We're sorry to have disappointed you, the woman said. We did try our best, the man nodded. Don't worry about it. I have just acquired something that should help you, Wu Hong reassured. Song Luli and Song Jiang were the people closest in the Origin Seal continent to becoming a primal. They had developed their ultimate technique and unique Dao skill, but failed to reach the time mark requirement. They did their best in the taboo to reach that realm, but the result was regrettable. However, after Wang Wei reminded her of the absolute killer and having access to the nurturing stone, she had an idea on how to help these two. Master, what did you get? Song Luli asked. However, her brother immediately lightly pushed her with his elbow. Since the master said she has something to help, you don't need to know what it is. Just wait for it. Song Lily stuck her tongue at him in defiance. It's not ready yet, and you still need to recuperate, so don't worry about it, Wu Hong replied, already used to her disciple's temper. Master, we can oversee the return of the others. You don't have to wait here, Song Jiang said. It's all right. It's been a while since I saw them, and I miss you guys, Wu Hong said before waiting for everyone to return. Meanwhile, Wang Wei teleported to a domain outside his sect's territory. He had contacted Si Meiwei to meet and return her artifact, and they agreed on meeting in a neutral location since Wang Wei did not want to enter her palace. And she did not want to appear in the Dao opening sect's territory. They met atop a mountain near a small mortal village in the Dao Song domain. As Wang Wei waited, a portal appeared not too far from him, and Si Meihui appeared with all her sexiness and charms on full display. Still not as good as my Honger. Wang Wei thought, where's Wrath? Where's my weapon? Wang Wei summoned the black orb, and Si Meihui scanned it with her divine sense. You're ruthless, she commented while staring at him. She could tell he had removed all his methods to complete this artifact, including traces of how he did it. Meaning Si Meihui could not even use his repairing idea. Where's Wrath? Wang Wei asked again. About that, there have been some complications, Si Meihui said with a bright smile. You're joking, right? Wang Wei said, his eyes becoming dangerous. Don't think because you're stronger than me that I can't get rid of you. Oh, I know love, Si Meihui replied. She had seen him destroy the lock and understood the implications of his actions and the history behind them. It doesn't appear that you do. Otherwise, you would not be playing with me right now. Wang Wei rebutted. All I said was the situation was complicated, not that something had happened to her. In fact, maybe she should explain it to you. Si Meiwei waved her hand to open another portal. Wang Wei looked at the beautiful Wrath with her and frowned. What's she talking about? He asked. I'm not leaving with you, Wrath said. What are you talking about? Wang Wei's brow furrowed deeper. Wrath looked at Si Meiwei, and after her encouragement, she continued. While you were gallivanting around saving the world, I formed a deep emotional bond with Empress Si Meiwei. So, I've decided to spend the rest of my life with her. Chapter 1498. Yanhai's wisdom, what in the hell is going on? Wang Wei asked incredulously. You heard what I said, Wrath said, her eyes firmer than a divine cultivator's firmament. Wang Wei stared at her before blatantly using his divine sense to scan her body. You, Wrath said with aggrieved eyes, but Wang Wei ignored her. He wanted to know whether she was under control or any kind of influence, so he was brazen and invasive as he checked her. Is this really necessary? Si Meiwei said with a smile. This does not concern you, so stay out of this, Wang Wei warned. She's my new consort, so it does concern me, Si Meiwei countered, but she did not stop him. Wang Wei did not find anything, despite using divination and peeping into her past. Stockholm Syndrome? No, it's more like she wanted a new person to protect her, and Si Meiwei took advantage of her vulnerability, Wang Wei analyzed. Do you understand the consequences of staying with her? The world is about to experience a catastrophe unlike anything anyone has ever seen. Her strength as a primal might make you think she can protect you, but her foundation is weak. She can barely protect herself. You don't have to worry about mine or her security. Si Meiwei butted in, but Wang Wei stared at Wrath, waiting for her answer. I understand, and my choice remains the same, Wrath replied. What about your other brothers and sisters? Gluttony has chosen to build a home for the future ascenders, and the others have chosen to reincarnate for a second chance at the eternal path. Once everybody is settled, Gluttony will also follow the others. We all have our own paths, and this is mine, Wrath replied. Wang Wei peered into her soul through her eyes. He realized this was her choice, which she was committed to following, no matter the consequences. Well, since you chose this path of your own free will, I won't say anything anymore. I've gone above board for the promise I made to your master. And whatever happens to you from now has nothing to do with me. That's what I want. I hope you're happy, sincerely, Wang Wei added. Thanks, she nodded, and he casually threw the weapon to Si Meiwei before teleporting away. There was no hesitation or reluctance in his actions. Wang Wei wiped his hand clean of this karma. Wrath watched him leave, her gaze slightly dazed. What? Already regretting your choice? Si Meiwei teased. Of course not. Wrath smiled. I just feel a little sad since he had such a great influence on my life for so long. That's normal, Si Meiwei nodded. If what Wang Wei said was true, he kept his promise to her master and went the extra mile, forging a deep bond with Wrath. Come, let's return home. Wang Wei teleported home, still feeling absurd by everything that had occurred. Time is advancing, and the people in his life are changing, some to the point of becoming unpredictable by even his brilliant mind. While he was heading to his room, Wang Wei sensed a presence and his lips twitched. Ancestor, don't you have anything better to do? I actually don't, Yanhai replied. Her time in limbo and the merit she received have allowed her to return to the peak of the Paragon realm, meaning she only needed a small retreat to regain her full strength. What brought you here? Wang Wei asked with a sigh. I want to know your progress with my future daughter-in-law. Come, tell me and be honest. Wang Wei was speechless. He did not want to believe in the stereotype that women like gossip by nature, but the current arguments were appealing. Well, what are you waiting for? Wang Wei sighed. Our relationship is closer, can even say we're companions. But I feel there's a small and thin layer between us. He did not say that because they haven't slept together, but because of a feeling after the recent interaction. It's probably because of Nu Liang, Yanhai said. She mentioned they had a short fling, but but she never gave me too much information, Wang Wei said. Nu Liang was a handsome and charismatic man with a golden tongue. During the war, Brother Qiuan tasked him to convince the battle spirit world to side with us, and Wu Hong was his protector. They grew close during that mission and almost became a couple. So what happened? Wang Wei asked. It ended like all her other relationships. He grew envious of her strength and potential, so he tried to bring her down instead of rising to her level, Yin Hai sneered. She had no interest in relationships, but she despised these types of people. I guess I should thank him. Wang Wei smiled. His fake connection with Wu Hong was never going to guarantee their relationship, so he was glad all these other guys blew it. You're nothing like those guys. On the contrary, you challenge her to be even better, so I believe you will succeed. Give her some time, and she'll overcome these insecurities. I will. Wang Wei nodded. Good. My ability to dangle my seniority over her will lie on you. Don't disappoint me. Yin Hai nodded before preparing to leave. Wait, ancestor, I have to file a complaint against you, Wang Wei said as he remembered something. Yin Hai looked at him strangely. Kid, what did I ever do to you that you didn't deserve? You lied to me about the Empyrean taboo battle realm, Wang Wei said, not hiding the dissatisfaction in his face. Oh, you're talking about that. I didn't lie, but used the sect protocol. The sect's protocol is to lie about such an important matter? Wang Wei countered. We usually leave hints for people with talents early on before guiding them to this path. My original intention was to slowly give you hints after you ascended. But who would have thought you would succeed in the lower dimension? Zanhai stood. Wang Wei's lips twitched. Who designed such a stupid system? Who are you calling stupid? Yin Hai appeared next to him and hit him with a bamboo stick, which was extremely painful. Kid, what do you know about educating the next generation? Do you know that the immortal cultivation system is designed to limit creativity and ingenuity? When Brother Qiuan and Brother Li were young, they discussed countless ways to improve the origin system. After a few million yuan epochs of cultivation, Brother Li lost most of his creativity, and Brother Qiuan had to spend years barely getting his back. You were lucky to reach this level at an astonishing speed, but I bet even you have been influenced by the system. After realizing how the system was designed, you probably accepted it as a fact and never tried to find a way around, didn't you? Yin Hai asked with a sneer, making Wang Wei's body pause. He was indeed too quick to accept there was no way for him to make his Empyrean real unique, which was unlike someone like him who likes to break the mold, who likes to rebel. By your reaction, I'm guessing him right. Yin Hai chuckled, her eyes filled with mockery, which made Wang Wei embarrassed. We have long realized this. So we designed the stupid system to motivate our disciples to think creatively while also playing within the rules of Grand Dao's system. Wang Wei coughed to hide his embarrassment. Ancestor, you know young people like me always have the mentality that we know better, so don't mind me. By the way, I noticed you've only achieved the Paragon Taboo Realm. Is there a particular reason? Trying to bring out my sore spot? Yin Hai asked in annoyance. Not all. I'm just curious. Kid, haven't you realized how lucky you are to be born in such a powerful sect? Zanhai sighed. The first time I heard about the Taboo Realm was when I was at the Great Emperor Realm, and it was a hint from the heaven-opening Paragon. However, our relationship was not so good back then, so we did not trust him. The first time I met someone in the Taboo Realm was during the Paragon Heaven battle, and that bastard almost killed me and Qiuan. We would have died if not for our Paragon artifact and working together. After the battle, Qiuan deduced that this person had entered the Taboo Realm and wanted me to delay absorbing the heaven to enter the Taboo Realm while he protected me. But news was released that I still had my heaven will. Brother Qiuan tried his best, but he was just a new, boundless paragon. So many people attacked us. I had to use it. We could only enter the Paragon Battle Taboo Realm after our sect was established, and we had plenty of resources, time, and opportunity. Wang Wei was silent. Sometimes, he forgets the privilege afforded to him by his birth. He forgets all the sacrifices the ancestors made so that someone like him will have the benefits and advantages they did not. This conversation also made him realize how lucky and wonderful his future wife is for all she has accomplished. Thank you, ancestor, for everything you've done for me and the sect. Wang Wei bowed politely. It's weird seeing you so sincere. Regardless, I accept your bow, Yin Hai said before disappearing, leaving a chuckle that echoed in the void. Wang Wei sighed before walking into his mansion. He did not call Xie Huan or Wang Qi. Now that he was alone, it was time to check Heavenly Dao's special reward. Chapter 1499. Heavenly Dao's machination as he closed his eyes. Wang Wei found himself in a white spirit with 3 items: a massive purple cloud, a golden scroll, and an orb with a small moving dragon. He looked at the cloud and smiled. As expected, his reward for this event was immense. There is enough for me to reach the peak of the Paragon realm in 500,000 yuan epic, and cultivate a peak soul in an additional 100,000 yuan epic, Wang Wei thought. Since he'll be using the best time acceleration array, he'll only have to spend 60,000 yuan epic for his soul and cultivation to reach the peak. The only trouble is that rebuilding his body will also take some time. Wang Wei turned to look at the orb with the dragon and immediately shook his head. No, thank you, he refused. It was a pain to be the chosen one in the previous era, and he had no desire to do it again for the upcoming catastrophe. As soon as he refused, this spiritual space trembled, and someone else appeared. It was a woman with jet black long hair, dressed in all white, with her robe leaving a trail behind her because of its length. She was extremely beautiful, almost to the point of appearing fake because of how perfect her features were. However, upon gazing at her, Wang Wei found himself incapable of thinking about her in any disrespectful or sexual manner. Her aura reminded him of the doting love of a mother, and the only thing he wanted was to rush into her embrace. The woman was the epitome of beauty, but her appearance had a major flaw: her icy and indifferent eyes. Heavenly Dao, Wang Wei muttered. I didn't know you could take other physical forms than that eye. I figure this appearance might be more appropriate for negotiation, Heavenly Dao replied, her voice devoid of any emotions, almost mechanical. If you're here to convince me to bear the burden of the upcoming catastrophe, you're wasting your time, Wang Wei said. In my long years of existence, I've blessed many talents with grand destiny, but your family is the only one I choose 3 times, and each time, they've risen to the occasion, and even exceeded my expectations. The upcoming resetting and ascension of the world will be my most outstanding work, and I need someone reliable to ensure success. Name your price, and I will consider it as long as it's not too much. Wang Wei was slightly surprised, not expecting such forthcoming from Heavenly Dao. However, he will not change his decision because of such temptation. The catastrophe will involve too much, and if he's too involved, he'll easily reveal the fact that he's the one responsible for the all-heaven fate calamity. The catastrophe involves whether he can reach the level of half-step transcendent. Although he believes the catastrophe will help him, he can still walk away, and that will only delay the time needed to reach that realm. However, the all-heaven fate calamity involved his path of true transcendence, so he knew which was more important. What if I make you the Heavenly Emperor? Heavenly Dao asked. You will legally be in charge of all the laws of heaven and earth, and blessed with immense power or authority. That is tempting, Wang Wei muttered, but he knew the pitfall of such a title. As a true heavenly emperor, he will have the legal right to rule and establish a court. But these overlords and other lineages would never accept his reign without absolute power. They would do everything to undermine him, and the amount of time Wang Wei will have to spend playing politics to slowly build the strength of his court is a nightmare just thinking about it. I don't want to like the Jade Emperor in all these prehistoric novels, with no one respecting the heavenly court. Plus, unlike him, I can't be running to Heavenly Dao for help like he runs to Hong Jun, Wang Wei thought. My answer is still the same, Wang Wei replied. Anyway, don't you already have someone perfect for the job? Kong has been working hard and planning for this position since the trial. Since he wants the job, give it to him. Kong is talented and filled with immense potential. However, I need someone with experience, someone who has been tested for the upcoming catastrophe. Do you think Wang Qishan will accept this great task? Based on his former behavior, he looks like someone who is retiring, so I doubt he'll accept, Wang Wei said truthfully. True. Heavenly Dao sighed with her icy face. It was apparent she was in distress, but her expression remained monotone. That leaves Wang Hua. While cunning, he pales compared to you regarding strategic abilities or an overall grasp of the situation. What other prospects are there? Wu Hong has not been fond of me ever since what happened with the protective system. Duge Tianbai is too ambitious for his own good, and Ying Zheng is too close-minded and has too many secrets for my liking. Are you sure you don't want this great opportunity? Wang Wei smiled in response. Why was Heavenly Dao mentioning these names before him? Probably to stroke his ego, while also eliciting sympathy, so he can change his mind. Sadly, this kind of tactic is useless for him. Once he made up his mind about something so crucial, the chances of changing his mind were slim to none. It seemed you have made up your mind. How disappointing. Heavenly Dao did not wait for him to say another word before disappearing. The spirit realm collapsed, and Wang Wei found himself in his room, surrounded by his merit cloud and the scroll. I thought she would act in anger and take away the special reward, Wang Wei thought as he slowly opened the scroll. The title immediately caught his attention, Merit Exchange List. Wang Wei furrowed his brow as a few thoughts flashed in his mind. But he controlled himself and continued reading. Mortal Realm, Great Emperor Realm, Empyrean Realm, Paragon Realm, and Wang Wei immediately chose the mortal realm with his divine sense, and the scroll changed, revealing an extensive list of rare resources with a price attached based on merit. He checked on the others, and it was the same. By grand Daos balls, this world's Heavenly Dao really knows how to plan a grand event. Wang Wei smiled. It did not matter whether the upcoming catastrophe was a direct invasion or a simple intervention of foreign powers. Heavenly Dao had already designated these people as karmically negative to the eternal ascension world, which allows the citizen to earn merit by killing or dealing with the threat. Then, the citizens can use that merit to exchange for rare resources to increase their strength, ensuring they survive the catastrophe. It's a brilliant move, especially since there will be transcendent tier resources, meaning that even someone like Methreya will have to do her best, Wang Wei thought. What is one of the fundamental aspects of the cultivation world? Benefit. Heavenly Dao knows this and uses this fact to the fullest. It really planned everything, Wang Wei sighed. From the 81 tribulations to raise the eternal ascension world's destiny, to the golden era that cultivated numerous talents, to the ultimate taboo that made the world the semi-destiny center of the chaos universe. And now, this catastrophe, which will start the transcendent era throughout the chaos universe and guarantee the eternal ascension world status as the center of the universe. The Heaven Cardinal should give this Heavenly Dao a raise, Wang Wei joked before focusing on the scroll. Now that he had early access to the scroll, he needed to take full advantage of it. He scrolled through the Paragon tier resources and immediately complained that these things were too expensive. For example, there is something called the Paragon Heaven Will, which will guarantee someone to become a Paragon, no matter how bad their talents are, with the limitation that it does not apply to people who wish to become boundless. Such an item was worth a quarter of all the merit Wang Wei had received. Wang Wei shook his head before buying two things. The first was an essence reconstruction pill, which would allow him to recondense his body in about 5,000 yuan epochs, which is only 500 yuan epochs with time acceleration. The second item he acquired was something he had never heard of, called the Grand Purification Talisman. Wang Wei planned to use it to remove the residual effects in his existence from using the abomination blood. Although he did his best to isolate the impact or influence from his soul, there were still residuals that he was worried about. And this talisman was the best in the Paragon realm. A portion of his cloud disappeared, and it pained Wang Wei slightly. He complained about Heavenly Dao's greed and the price of these things before inviting the four ancestors and his future wife into his soul network for a meeting. Chapter 1500. The Advantage of Early Access, and I changed my mind. His name is Dugu Batian instead of Dugu Tianbai. A handsome, muscular man with a burn mark on his chest slowly walked out of Blue Pool. With a thought, a silk black robe with golden dragons on the cuff manifested on his body, along with a silver-white hairpin that meticulously and neatly arranged his jet black hair into a bun. A mirror manifested before the man, and he looked at his appearance with piercing, hawk eyes that could easily intimidate anyone. The man slowly stroked his goatee, which gave him an air of nobility and authority. After ensuring his appearance was perfect, Dugu Batian slowly walked out of the revival room. Alliance leader, said an elderly man dressed in blue robes with a scar above his left eye. Ping Daitan, you did a great job in my absence, Dugu Batian said with a smile as he patted his shoulder. I'm only keeping the rein for you, my lord. Ping Daitan bowed deeply. Although he was the alliance leader during the Two Suns, 7 Moons era, he knew his position and never grew too ambitious or forgetful. In fact, he was chosen for that position because of his situational awareness. Dugu Batian nodded. What have I missed? I want a detailed explanation. I have left everything in your throne room. Good, lead the way. Despite his words, Dugu Batian walked in front while Ping Daitan followed. They soon reached a large red room with a black gold throne and numerous books and scrolls on the floor. It seems you haven't forgotten, Dugu Batian said with a smile. When he was young and first started cultivating, Dugu Batian entered the Dugu clan's library in search of a cultivation technique that suited him. He found an old communication jade talisman hidden in a corner, believing he had discovered a rare and ancient technique. Unfortunately, it was a prank by one of his uncles, and the talisman contained countless new drawings and pictures. Ever since then, he preferred using books and scrolls instead of those damn talismans. How could I? Ping Daitan smiled. Dugu Batian sat on his throne and read all the scrolls individually. He took his time since the information presented to him involved everything that had happened since his disappearance. Ping Daitan waited quietly, and Dugu Batian took his time. By the end of this session, he held 2 things in his hand. The first was a picture of Wang Wei in his right hand. After reading everything, he had already decided this man could not stay alive. All signs showed this person would be a primal paragon, which is not a big deal after the ultimate taboo. A few people had fortunate encounters, and there should be a few more primals after a while. The issue is that this man was another brilliant mind like Qiyuan, and he might be even more dangerous. The Dao opening sect cannot have 2 such talents. There's also his connection to Wu Hong, Dugu Batian thought. He still hasn't completely given up on acquiring her. As long as he can reach the next realm before her, shall be his. However, Dugu Batian's primary concern now was a marriage alliance between the Dao opening sect and the Origin Seal continent. These 2 factions are already too close for his comfort. So Dugu Batian's last wish was an official marriage sealed through marriage. Dugu Batian put the picture away and looked at the scroll in his left hand. It was the list of the top 5 contributors in the battle against the Heaven Pre-March. He looked at the list again, focusing on the only name from the upper dimension, Wang Fushuan. Did I make a mistake back then? Dugu Batian thought. One of the turning points in his life was the First Origin War. A few million years after becoming the first primal paragon in the Golden Era, news of Yin Hai's ascension to the same realm as him soon spread. Then, before he could react, the Dao opening sect started an unprecedented war to switch the primary destiny of the world from the upper dimension to the lower dimension. Dugu Batian immediately opposed them, leading to a massive war. The First Origin War was the primary cause of the Grand Sect Alliance's creation. He gathered countless factions who wanted to oppose Qiyuan and his actions. However, near the war's end, Dugu Batian realized he might lose and made a selfish decision. He did not betray his side, but retreated and pledged neutrality. His decision allowed him to recruit many factions from the lower dimension who were fed up with the war, those who also wanted neutrality, and those whom Qiyuan rejected for one reason or another. That single decision allowed him to preserve most of his strength and build the largest faction in the world. However, it also ruined any chances the people of the upper dimension had of winning. Although Dugobatian knew he had made the correct choice, he sometimes wondered what could have been if he had waited and continued his previous course. There is no point in regretting now, he thought to himself before putting the scroll away. What is the situation with acquiring Blackheart? Wang Wei said he's willing to exchange him, but the price is to be negotiated. More importantly, the ambassador was too eager and might have revealed some information. Of course he did, Dugobatian muttered as he leaned on his chair. If he knew in detail what kind of person Wang Wei was, he would have personally chosen the ambassador for the meeting. Dugobatian tapped his finger on the armrest while thinking of his next move. A low-level member of the Heart Desire Palace is the perfect approach to study the item he discovered in the ultimate taboo, but he also did not want to reveal too much information. Right now, he should be recuperating from his injuries, and once that's done, he'll be using all the merit he received for his achievements. We won't see him publicly for a while, so let's wait before sending someone else. As you wish, Ping Daitan nodded. One more thing. We must cultivate more talent for the Alliance. Send words that we will enter war mode. Ping Daitan narrowed his eyes. War mode meant more free distribution of resources and increased training for all Alliance members. Sir, I don't mean to question your decision, but the other Vice Alliance members. Now that the ancestors had returned, the Vice Alliance position would be returned to the other 4 primals. Don't worry about it. They'll agree with me, Dugobatian said confidently. In that case, they'll bring your order. Dao Opening Sect, Wang Wei Soul Network. Kid, don't you understand we are busy people? Yan Hai was the first to complain. He wouldn't call us here if it weren't important, Wu Hong said. So, already defending your man? So what if I am? All those years of friendship mean nothing in front of your man. Huh? I knew you were a snake, Yan Hai sneered. How about we let Wang Wei talk? Qin said after the others pretended to admire Wang Wei's technique in order not to intervene. Wu Hong and Yan Hai looked at each other, sneered at each other, before suddenly laughing. You know, she's right. You better not waste our time, Wu Hong said, making Wang Wei speechless. He did not say much, but showed them the scroll. Do you understand the implication of this? Qin said as soon as he finished reading. I wouldn't be showing it to you if I didn't, Wang Wei replied. We must take full advantage of this early access, Li Ming said. How much merit do we have in reserve? Wang Chang asked. Let me check, Qin said as he connected to his ancestor token and checked the sect's resources. We have enough to cultivate 3 peak paragons and 15 new paragons. That's a significant improvement, especially if you add the improvement from the taboo, Wang Chang nodded. We need to enter war mode to prepare for the catastrophe. And that should also raise our strength, Yan Hai added. What about our allies? Maybe we can allow them to benefit from this early access, Li Ming suggested. But would that provoke Heavenly Dao? Yan Hai asked. Since it didn't prevent Wang Wei from sharing, then there should be no problem. Of course, to be safe, it's probably best to hide the scroll from the public for as long as possible, Qin commented. Fair. On another thought, do you think it would be best to save to buy something on the primal tier? She continued. You saw the exorbitant prices? Qin smiled wryly. It's best to wait for the catastrophe, as there will be plenty of opportunity to acquire more merit. It's really a scam, Yan Hai complained, and the other agreed. Why are you so quiet? Wang Wei asked his future wife, and she sighed. I use most of my merit reserves to train people before the taboo, she revealed. So you're broke, he said, and she glared at him. And I'm guessing you're thinking of some unlawful way to get merit. Wang Wei smiled. Unlike you, I was not born with a golden spoon in my mouth, so I have to sometimes be creative when gathering resources, she replied without a hint of shame. All right, as your husband, I cannot allow you to do things that could ruin your reputation. You have a way? Wu Hong asked. You need to start thinking like a businessman in this type of situation. And business is all about supply and demand. What is it that you have that only you can provide and is extremely valuable? It's also recent and relevant to the upcoming catastrophe. You're talking about news about the gate? Wu Hong said with shining eyes. That's right. You can sell the news and only take merit. I suggest you don't set an exact price and charge based on the faction. That's not a bad idea, Wu Hong smiled. Excuse us, but what gate are you talking about? Qiyuan asked. It's something, don't tell him for free. Even if he's an ally, just sell it at a discount, Wang Wei said, making everyone speechless. Boy, have you already forgotten your origin? Yan Hai asked with gritted teeth. Ancestor, you can't blame me for this. Look at my wife. She's living in abject poverty. She hasn't changed her hair, bought new perfume, rouge, or a new Hanfu in countless yuan epochs. As her husband, it's my job to advocate for her business and ensure she has the prettiest clothes and best makeup. Everyone looked at him, unable to process the words coming out of his mouth. Then, Wang Chong started laughing maniacally. I never thought you were such an interesting person. Eternity can be so dull, but I doubt that will be the case with your presence. I agree, Qiyuan smiled. Don't encourage him, Yan Hai said, and Li Ming just gently nodded. Wu Hong rolled her eyes before telling them about the gate. Wang Wei complained under his breath that she would make a terrible businessman without the mentality of profit above everything. Chapter 1501-1501. The Sacred Chief's Tribal Sacred Mountain. A dozen demons surrounded a few in-chain people with their mouths sealed. Sacred blue flames floated around this gathering, with one golden flame standing above an elevated podium and two people sitting on chairs. They observed the boisterous discussions. It was not my fault, yelled a middle-aged man with fangs wrapped in chains. He was the only one allowed to speak among the captives. I couldn't resist the call of the mother. What about the other people who resisted Heavenly Dao's summon? Why can they resist and you couldn't? A demon with red eyes sneered. I don't know. These Primarchs have always been unreliable. We are not the temple, so I never liked that they were among us. That's not fair. Many of our fellow brothers choose that path since it's better than the immortal and Dao path. So what? We now have proof that if our sacred mountain ever has animosity toward Heavenly Dao, these people will not hesitate to betray us. Like I said, I couldn't control myself, the prisoner argued. That's even worse, as that means you're unreliable. The prisoner gritted his teeth before saying, enough. The room immediately became quiet as everyone focused on the two sacred chiefs on their throne. What do you think? Sacred Chief Heavenly Ape asked. He was a man with dangerous eyes, white hair, two large ears, for sharp teeth, and dressed loosely with only pants and a flowing robe that was not properly wrapped, showing his upper body full of tribal markings. To be exact, he had 43 scars marks. Heavenly Ape's story was interesting. He was from a powerful demon clan called the Saint Battle Ape. The Primarch Origin Temple annihilated the branch of his clan, so Heavenly Ape pretended to be an ordinary animal and hid in the mortal world. During that time, he was turned into a gladiator, forced to fight and kill other humans and animals. Since that period of his life, Heavenly Ape had the habit of scaring or tattooing a mark on his body to represent worthy foes he had killed. And in his long journey of cultivation, including the defeat of the innate demon gods, the Golden Era, the two Origin Wars, and the Ultimate Taboo, only 43 individuals were worthy of being scarred on his body. I don't know, replied Sacred Chief Myriad Star Rabbit. She was a beautiful woman dressed in all white with star patterns on her cuffs and luscious pink hair. Her rise to one of the two primals of the demon race is even more legendary than her companions because she was once a regular rabbit demonic beast. She had no special bloodline, but she slowly crawled to the pinnacle of the demon race, even creating the Myriad Star Rabbit clan. If we kill them, whether we like it or not, our strength will decrease. However, the recent event has revealed them to be unstable variables. The catastrophe is coming, and it seems Heavenly Dao has its hand on it. So, do we preserve our strength or remove this uncontrollable variable? Sacred Chief Star Rabbit said. I ask you because I'm conflicted on the same issue, Heavenly Ape said. Then, let's ask someone who can help us see another side. Star Rabbit said before looking at someone who was remaining quiet on the side. Fan Sui, what do you think? All eyes were on the Star Sage, but she remained calm and composed as she gathered her thoughts before speaking. Chiefs, This may be an opportunity. Oh, their eyes lit up. Their sacred mountain has survived numerous trials and tribulations due to the sage's wisdom. In fact, the two wanted her to participate in the ultimate taboo with them, but Fan Sui felt something was wrong and insisted on staying back to look out for the mountain. The entire world saw the betrayal of the Primarchs. So, we can ruin their reputation and brand them as traitors. We may need to kill our own, but the temple has the largest group of Primarchs. If the pressure of being traitors is applied at a sufficient level, they will have no choice but to eliminate their members. If they refuse, we can start gathering support from other overlords to pressure them. The catastrophe is approaching, and no one wants such an unstable variable as them in their back door. After all, if Heavenly Tao can be corrupted once, it can happen a second time. Heavenly Ape's eyes immediately squinted. Your plan is intriguing, but there are also hidden problems. What if they bear the pressure and refuse to eliminate their Primarchs? We will have weakened our strength for no reason. Even if they resist, the pressure alone is enough to start internal fighting among them. Don't forget the temple's delicate situation between emperors and Primarchs. Star Sage Fan Sui replied calmly. True, Star Rabbit nodded. Ancient Heaven Primarchs created the pre-March Origin Temple. But over the years, the Emperor path has become mainstream, and the two current temple lords are paragons. Despite the Emperor path being the controllers of the temple, the Primarchs have plenty of power, which is why the temple is still named after them. A plan that kills many birds with one stone. I should expect nothing less from you. Heavenly Ape smiled, showing his 4 canine fangs. He glanced at Star Rabbit. Do you have anything to add? No, I'm fine with this plan. In that case, let's proceed, Heavenly Ape said. No, Sacred Chief, The prisoner yelled, but someone immediately sealed his mouth. We still have to return to our peak, so we'll leave the execution plan to you. Fan Sui, Star Rabbit said. I know you also need to heal, but such an important task can only be overseen by you. I understand. All right. Everybody except the sage and this young man can leave, Heavenly Ape ordered, and the other tribal chiefs slowly left. This tribunal judgment session can only be attended by paragons and chiefs. And most of these people had just revived and needed to return to their peak as well. So, this is the talent you spoke of, Heavenly Ape said as he glanced at Ao Shun. He is so young, too young. How lucky this generation was to have access to the mortalhood trial. Ao Shun bowed to them. It appears he wants to walk the path of chaos through bloodline, Heavenly Ape analyzed. In that case, it may be best if he studies under you. Years ago, I failed that path, but maybe he can succeed, Star Rabbit smiled. As a young rabbit, she knew only an excellent bloodline would help her rise to the top. So, she developed a method of absorbing bloodlines after an epiphany while looking at the stars. However, at some point, she became greedy and wanted them all, almost killing her in the process. After so many years, her ambitions have long changed, but through Ao Shun, she hopes to make up for past regrets. Where are the others? Heavenly Ape asked. Fan Sui sighed after hearing this question. Yi Dafu has been stricken with grief, and for some reason, he believes there is a way to revive his wife with her full potential through samsara. Are you saying he wanted to attack the 6 paths of samsara? Doesn't he know the Yama Kings don't play around? I tried telling him, but he refuses to listen. I had to lock him up, Fan Sui said. Our monkey race is innately brash and combative, but we can still be reasoned with, Heavenly Ape frowned. Did you tell him he can revive her after he becomes a peak paragon? I have, but he seemed to have developed an obsession with attacking the 6 paths of samsara, Fan Sui sighed. I try to get to him once I'm at my peak, Heavenly Ape said. What about the last one? You said her potential wasn't on par with the others, but she was still valuable, Star Rabbit asked. Her name is Jinquahua, and she's in retreat, Fan Sui explained. She realized she was not ready and chose to delay her immeasurable tribulations. She secluded herself to prepare as soon as the lock was broken. That's a wise move, Star Rabbit praised. Everyone knows how terrifying the immeasurable tribulation is, especially since it does not care about a person's talent. On the contrary, The more talented a cultivator is, the more careful they must be. Give her as much support as she needs, Star Rabbit said. I will. Fan Sui and Ao Shun soon left, leaving the two sacred chiefs alone. Are you ready? Heavenly Ape asked. Of course, Star Rabbit smiled. The upcoming catastrophe was the perfect opportunity to accomplish their dream of eradicating the pre-March Origin Temple. Whether it's for personal reasons, to end this eternal battle that has been going on for too long, or for the destiny of the innate demon gods, this fight must end, and the demon race must be victorious. These two have been battling and waiting for a long time, and finally, they knew the opportunity to achieve their dreams was coming. Chapter 1502-1502 Soul Network Discussion. This is crucial information, Kiyun muttered while crossing his arms and caressing his chin. Are you interested in a deal? What deal? We'll pay you to delay selling the news, Kiyun said. We can't use merit, but we can use plenty of rare resources for the exchange. Delay? How long are we talking about? Wu Hong asked with a frown. How about 10,000 yuan epics? That's at least 100,000 yuan epic inside a time formation. Can you pay enough for me to delay for so long? She asked. Time was of the essence, and 10,000 true yuan epics were enough to do many things with the merit Shell have acquired from selling other factions. We'll give you 10 million peak third-rank Dao sources, 20 primal soul pills, 10 innate source pills, and 2 boundary-breaking pills, Kiyun said. Wu Hong immediately made a rough calculation. The Dao sources were enough to set up a formation that granted a 25 cultivation boost for 5 paragons. 1 innate source pill granted another 75 boost and had a slow effect on eliminating cultivation bottlenecks. The boundary pills could forcefully remove bottlenecks for people whose talents had reached their ends. 10,000 is too long. I can only do 1,000. Now I know you're not being sincere, Kiyun said. At least 9,000. I cannot go higher than 1,500. All right, let me stop you too, Wang Wei said. Are you going to take her side? Kiyun complained. No, I'm trying to save you money. Oh, do you want to analyze the gate ahead of time and have more time than the others to prepare? Wang Wei asked. That's right. Kiyun nodded. Then, you're wasting your time. Methria could not detect the gate, and she only succeeded because of the Hong protective system. This means whoever designed the gate made sure that no information was leaked by even people of Methria's level. And if your idea is to stop the gate or delay it for an extended period, then I'm afraid it's useless. As you can deduce from the scroll, Heavenly Dao is counting on the catastrophe to fulfill its grand ambition, Wang Wei reminded. I didn't know about Methria, Kiyun muttered. However, you are underestimating us a little. Brother Kiyun can find the origin of all things, Yanhai said. With a little help, we can find the origin of the gate. And even if we fail, we can find some clues. It seems I've butted in when I didn't need to, Wang Wei said. Not at all. Kiyun smiled before looking at Wu Hong. How about we agree on 5,000 yuan epic? That's fine by me. She agreed since that number was her bottom line. They'll have someone send them to you immediately, Kiyun said. And Wu Hong was fine with that since she trusted them. So is that it? I need to return to my retreat. Wang Wei asked. We still need to discuss which allies we can invite to use the scroll and how much to reveal, Li Ming said. I've become close with the barbarian race, so you can invite them. There is also Emperor Kong and the Enlightened Emperor Academy. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be the son of an era for the catastrophe. Maybe we can start building relationships with them, Wang Wei suggested. Not you? Li Ming asked. I refused, Wang Wei replied before telling them about his conversation with Heavenly Dao. Wu Hong immediately sneered, and Qian shook his head. He would also not accept that burden. That may be a wise choice, Kiyun uttered. I understand your choice, but being the chosen one would have given us a great advantage, Wang Chong sighed. It would also put us at the center of the catastrophe, Li Ming added. It's the kid's choice, and since he refuses, let's respect his decision, Yanhai added. That's right, Kiyun said. Thank you, Wang Wei nodded. And one more thing. The Sword Path League came for a visit before the Mortalhood trial, and wanted me to convince you to exchange the destiny of the ultimate sword path with them. Are they crazy, or do they think I'm stupid? Yanhai immediately sneered. Wait, you never do anything without benefit. What do they promise you? They said they could help me find my parents. Wang Wei said truthfully, immediately making the atmosphere slightly depressing. Yanhai took a light breath. What do they want to exchange with? They said they will reveal the secret of why they could use the word path in their name, like the skill path association. According to them, if you can comprehend this secret, your chances of entering the next realm will increase by a minimum of 5 and a maximum of 20. I call bullshit, Wang Chong immediately said. Maybe not. We've never discovered why they could use the word path without any consequences, Li Ming added. There's also the fact that Sword Dao has dominated all other weapon Dao. It's always been weird to me, Qiyuan said. It's nothing weird. We are the best. So we dominate, Yanhai said. Wang Chong was about to say something, but Li Ming stopped him since he knew these two tend to argue over everything. Anyway, I've passed the message, so it's up to you now to decide, Wang Wei said. Why don't you help me decide? Yanhai said, looking straight at him. Tell me your opinion on which I should use. Wang Wei sighed. If you consider on the surface level, their offer is worth the exchange. However, the ultimate sword path should be resurging across all source worlds with a well-developed sword Dao. You have the strength to defeat all the destined ones in these worlds and spread the ultimate sword path. However, in my opinion, the best approach is to have both. There is something in the scroll that can help negate contracts and oaths. You take it, use the League's opportunity, and break your words by taking the destiny back. Of course, if you choose this path, we must prepare for an all-out war with them. Cruel, but I like it, Yanhai grinned. Brother Qiyuan, what do you think? A reshuffle is coming, so the chances of a civil war are high. We don't fear a battle against the League, but must prepare for the Grand Sect Alliance's intervention. They will be occupied dealing with Kong and his academy, Wang Wei said. Oh, Wang Wei then explained the relationship between Lin Fan and Suya and Kong's radical approach of attacking the Alliance's academy. Is he stupid? Even with destiny on his side, does he think he can compete against the Alliance? Wang Chong asked. Unless he's counting on us secretly helping him and even keeping the Alliance at bay, Li Ming said. So, he's got balls. Using the subtle balance of the overlords to plan his rise, Wang Chong said with a grin. So do we help him? Yanhai asked. Depends on whether he's capable enough, Qiyuan said. If he shows potential, I don't see why not. Anyway, he'll be the Alliance's problem as long as he can use his destiny to grow. Then, we can fight the League without any worries. Aren't we getting ahead of ourselves? Whatever enemy we'll be facing in the catastrophe will probably require everyone working together, Wang Chong added. No, we should be prepared, Qiyuan said. If we are facing an invasion, the first waves of attacks will be a test to determine our level of strength. If the enemy is competent, the next wave will be infiltration and destabilization. The 13 of us have maintained a balance for a long time, but that also means we have amassed a great deal of animosity. With a little effort, it's easy to get us to fight each other. He's right. Whether it's the demon race and the innate demon gods, Hunger Continent and the Skill Path Association, us and the Grand Sec Alliance, Qin and Taoism, it's relatively easy to get us to fight each other, Wang Wei added. Not to mention you've offended the Divine, Faith Haven, and Qin, Wu Hong added, making everyone look at Wang Wei. It was all necessary, Wang Wei said. I can't wait to hear your explanation, Yanhai said. Hong-Er is the person with the highest probability of entering the next realm, but her origin seal continent has the weakest foundation. Her situation makes her the perfect target for destiny to choose to be tested in the catastrophe. I need to influence its choice and switch it to the divine, Faith Haven. I can respect wanting to protect your woman, but what about the Qin court? Wang Chong asked. I'm doing it to stop Ying Zheng's transcendent path, Wang Wei said before telling them about his deduction about Ying Zheng's path. He even mentioned the situation with Honghua. You did the right thing, Qiyuan said seriously. Most people think Duga Beitian is ambitious, but Ying Zheng is as bad as he is. When we were fighting for the overlord positions, He once showed his fangs toward Buddhism and Taoism, wishing to incorporate them as the Qin court's national religion and use their destiny for himself. The rapid rise of these two religions stopped his ambitions and almost ruined his court, but I don't believe he ever stopped planning their assimilation. Can I ask you a question? Li Ming said. Me? All right, Wang Wei said. Is Ying Zheng also from the prehistoric world like you? Do you have any relationship with him? His words immediately made the meeting tense. Chapter 1503. The Guardian, how did you come up with the assumption we are related? Wang Wei asked. He knew the ancestors should know about his connection to the prehistoric world. After all, they were the ones who helped him hide it from people of higher cultivation. When we met you in the lower dimension, we observed your growth, Li Ming explained. And there were signs, for example, the name Ying Zheng. Few people know this name, as most people addressed him by his title or by his sovereign name, Qin Shi Huang. The world only knows the name Ying Zheng because the world he first reincarnated in was revealed, and after that, he did not bother hiding it. However, it was kept hidden even after the information reached the lower dimension. However, you knew his name before you had access to the sect's hidden library, and there is the way you were always on guard against him. No, it can even be said you had hidden animosity toward him, but the two of you have never met before. I see. Wang Wei nodded. His behavior toward Ying Zheng has always been odd, and it seems to have revealed a lot of information. If something you're not comfortable sharing, it's all right, Qiyuan said. It's fine, Wang Wei waved his hand. I don't know him personally. He's more of a historical figure who existed more than 2,000 years before my first life. 2,000 years is a short. Wait, you were immortal in your first life? Li Ming asked. That's right. Why are you surprised? We always assumed your first life was a powerful cultivator. And the reason for your excellence was because you were basically rebuilding, Qiyuan added, and the others nodded in agreement. Weren't you the myriad devourer? How come you were saying you were immortal? Something is not adding up, Wang Chong suddenly asked. I was caught in an accident, probably a world collision. My soul entered primordial chaos, and I instinctively started swallowing up these purple orbs, probably world sources. That's how I became the myriad devourer. A mortal soul entering primordial chaos? Even if the world source could sustain you. The sight of seeing primordial chaos for the first time would have overwhelmed your mortal mind, Wang Chong commented. If you add the fear of death you were experiencing, the loneliness of traveling the infinite primordial chaos, no wonder you were born with Paragon-tier willpower. How did you retain your memories? The years spent as the myriad devourer should have taken over your mortal memories? Qiyuan asked. I don't know myself, but I guess I was desperate. I think I may have accidentally created a technique to preserve my memories, and all the worlds I devoured were to fuel this technique. Wang Wei shrugged. You haven't retrieved your memory of the time? Yen Haya asked. Where would I have the time to do that? It hasn't been a Yuan epoch since I became a paragon, Wang Wei sighed. True. Let's get back to the topic, Li Ming said. If you never met Ying Zheng, what's with the animosity? Although there was no cultivation in my first life, the concept of reincarnating into another world and cultivating was prevalent in the form of literature and other forms of entertainment. There is even a prevalent genre with millions of stories about people from our world reincarnating into cultivation worlds, Wang Wei expressed. That doesn't appear to occur randomly, Qiyuan observed. Is the information in these stories useful? They are. I've used many of them in this world. That would explain your unique ways of thinking, Qiyuan said. Someone definitely plans for the world to be like that, Li Ming added. It's almost like they were preparing your people for the possibility. That's probably... Wang Wei stopped himself and reinforced his soul network. If there is someone behind it, it's probably Hong Jun. Why does that name sound familiar? Qiyuan said as he caressed his temple. Now that you mention it, I feel like I've heard it somewhere before, Yin Hao added. Me too, Wang Chong said, and Li Ming nodded. He's the prehistoric world's guardian. Everyone's gaze shifted to Wu Hong. Remember? During the war, we tried to contact and even forcefully enter the prehistoric world, and he showed up, introducing himself as Hong Jun, the world's guardian. Wu Hong continued. He conversed with us for a few minutes before waving his hand and teleporting us away. I remember now, but the entire encounter is blurry in my mind, Yanhai said. Me too, the others nodded. Then, they looked at each other with a somber atmosphere. Hanjun not only modified their memories, but also influenced them not to think of the entire encounter for billions of yuan epochs. How do you remember? Yanhai suddenly asked. I just do, Wu Hong said calmly, and no one questioned her, especially after what happened recently with Mithriya. However, only Wu Hong knows that her perfection foundation has allowed her to remember numerous encounters with transcendent entities. Why don't you continue? Li Ming motioned toward Wang Wei. Oh, right. Where was I? Information. Yes, the information from our world is so valuable that I instinctively was wary of Ying Zheng's presence. However, now that I think about it, he lived more than 2,000 years ago, so he never had access to that period's literature and other media. Your words have increased the validity of the training's theory, Qiyuan said. Ying Zheng was Hong Jun's first test. After he saw success or failure considering his first life, he started training the population through literature and entertainment. Then he picked the best to reincarnate. The world collision was most likely artificially created to make the reincarnations appear random, and you were probably an accident in the process. However, one thing I've learned in my long life is that there are no accidents. Qiyuan looked at Wang Wei in the eyes, but he waved his hand. Let's not get into this. Although he did not mind sharing about his life, some things were left for him and maybe his wife. So he would not mention things about his fate seed status. If you wish, Qiyuan shrugged. Everyone has secrets. As close as he was with his brother and sister, there were things he also kept from them for one reason or another. Can you tell us more about the prehistoric world? Li Ming asked. Based on your words, many of the things you've done were inspired by your experience there. You also mentioned there was no cultivation. Is the cultivation separate from the mortal world? You want to know about my life on? Wang Wei didn't finish saying Earth before a terrifying consciences descended in their meetings, warning everybody present. It seems we've talked too much, Qiyuan said with a wry smile. So, even we're not worthy of peeping into the secrets of the prehistoric world? Yanhai said in an aggravated tone. Didn't we already know we were just bigger ants? Wang Chang shrugged. There will be a day, Li Ming said quietly. Wu Hong was the one with the least reaction. The memory from the other self has granted her plenty of memories and knowledge about Earth and the prehistoric world, so she didn't care, except for maybe the sudden and rude interruption. Well, this is my cue to leave, Wang Wei said. This conversation had gone longer than he anticipated. Ancestor, you're going to be free, right? I need a favor. What is it? Yanhai asked begrudgingly. My retreat should take between 60,000 to 90,000 yuan epochs. I need you to train one member of the Ma clan to the peak of the Paragon realm. How talented are they? Yanhai asked. Depending on these people's talents. This was more than doable. That's the issue. They have terrible talent. However, one of their ancestor was excellent, so if you could revive that part of their blood, it's possible. And I don't just want a peak Empyrean, but someone with potential to enter the Paragon realm. Of course you do, Yanhai snorted. Bloodline purification and modification is slowly and research draining. In other words, a pain in my ass. So, Wang Wei asked, He'll do it, but why are you annoying me instead of your wife? She asked while looking at Wu Hong. He already dumped other responsibilities on me. Wu Hong immediately said. So, this is a pattern? Yanhai stared at Wang Wei. I just want to save time, Wang Wei explained. The Ma clan is the key to the largest soul energy reserves in the entire world. Once it gets it and takes what I need, there will still be enough for the sect to use and gain advantage in the upcoming catastrophe. The largest, you said? Wang Chang asked, not hiding his skepticism. Imagine secretly collecting soul power from mortals and cultivators since before the tribulation era. The others immediately took a deep breath after hearing his words. This world is so old, and mortals have always been as numerous as grass. To be able to gather from such a large pool of people for such an extended period, no wonder he boldly claimed it was the largest. Chapter 1504 Spiritual Perfection. Where did you get such a thing? Yin Hai asked. It's complicated, and I may need your help later if the buyer refuses to pay. However, we first have to fulfill our side of the agreement, which is to train a paragon from the Ma clan, Wang Wei replied. I understand, but this task would have been best left to Brother Li and Wang Chong. Yin Hai sighed. Li Ming led the sect's training, including designing the trials. The sect's motto or spirit regarding training methods, the training manual for any elders in charge of disciples' cultivation, and so on. Meanwhile, Wang Chong was the one knowledgeable about the body and bloodline. We can leave a projection to help you, Li Ming said. You can take this opportunity to start spreading the human fiend god bloodline, Wang Chong added. Now I'm doing everybody's work. Yin Hai yelled, and Qiyuan just patted her on the shoulder. Is there anything else? Yin Hai asked, staring at Wang Wei. That's it. Well, no, forget it. It's not that important, Wang Wei said. Yin Hai snorted and talked with Wu Hong for a few seconds before leaving. The others said their goodbye, leaving the couple alone. Come see me when you leave your seclusion, Wu Hong said before kissing him on the cheek and disappearing. Wang Wei caressed his cheek for a few seconds before leaving the soul space with a grin on his face. Back at his manor, it took him a few seconds to remove that idiotic grin from his face and focus on his retreat. The first thing he did was activate all the arrays in his fate transcending mountain, entering the best cultivation state. The time acceleration array on his mountain reached the peak of 10 times acceleration, and Wang Wei had an entire dimension of third-rank Dao sources to speed up his cultivation. And that's not mentioning the other arrays that helped cultivate the soul, reduced bottlenecks, boosted Grand Mist worlds, and all other matters of assistance. Once everything was ready, Wang Wei started his retreat, beginning with purifying his soul and existence with the talisman he bought from Heavenly Dao. He methodically removed all the hidden dangers in his existence through the talisman and assistance from his acupoint method that allowed him to slowly influence his blueprint. Once his very essence was clean, Wang Wei focused on the next crucial part, recondensing his flesh. With the pill and the endless energy the sect reserved for him, the process was smooth. He recreated his body exactly like it was before consuming the purple blood. Although Wang Wei could have added some minor beneficial modifications from what he learned when he was using the blood, he did not want to risk it. So he chose a perfect replica from before. It's good to have flesh and blood, Wang Wei muttered as he clenched his fist, feeling the power coursing through his veins. He stood up and did a few physical exercises. His cultivation room had the necessary arrays to ensure he could use his strength without annihilating the room or the entire mountain. Wang Wei was satisfied after more than an hour of exercise, and he proceeded to his next task, cultivating his soul. After he was promoted to the Paragon realm, he removed the seal in his mind and accessed all his soul power during his time as the Myriad Devourer. His soul was on par with Paragon 8 Heaven or 98. Wang Wei had the resources ready for his soul to reach 99 as soon as possible. Unlike regular cultivators, he did not have to worry about his talent. His time as the Myriad Devoured ensured his talent for the soul was in a higher percentile, if not the extreme. This also means that bottlenecks only slowed him down instead of stopping him. After reaching 99, Wang Wei took a pill that instantly increased his soul by 1. He waited until now to take the pill, since everyone can only take one in their lifetime. Wang Wei closed his eyes, feeling the changes in his soul. His first sensation was how much his control over his body and other aspects had improved. This change made sense to Wang Wei since his soul cultivation technique was created from studying others to focus on control, with the speed of growth being secondary. Wang Wei's soul technique was to lay down the foundation to use his force control skill as his ultimate skill to become a primal. Once he succeeds, he'll instantly have numerous ultimate skills. After all, the force control skill granted him ultimate control over his body, soul, Dao, and energy. If this skill reaches the level of a primal ultimate skill, he can use his flesh, soul, Dao, and Qi to make ultimate attacks. The second sensation he felt was the imbalance. His cultivation and body were still in the fifth heaven, which was drastically different from his soul, which had reached its peak. Typically, such an imbalance would require him to take time to adapt, but his next focus was raising his realm, so it did not matter. Wang Wei took the time to adapt to his soul before continuing his retreat. His focus was not immediately on raising his realm, but elevating his golden body of merit. Heavenly Tao had long reinstated his second-level golden body after the lock, reversing the sacrifice he had made. Now, Wang Wei was elevating it to the third rank. Wang Wei watched as the physical manifestation of the golden body released intense lights as its aura drastically increased. Then it reached a peak and stopped. It's indeed the peak of third rank, and instead of fourth rank, Wang Wei thought. Although he knew this was the most likely result, he was still disappointed. He absorbed the golden body and felt the changes. Wang Wei was surprised. Besides all the advantages or boosts to cultivation and protection, the third golden body granted him two useful abilities. The first one was one additional life. In other words, the golden body acted as a longevity resource at the third level. However, the one Wang Wei cared the most was the second, which was a protection ultimate skill. The skill is called Sage's Protection, and upon activation, a golden shield will appear around Wang Wei that can protect him from a primal paragon's ultimate skills for half an hour. The interesting part about this protection is even if his enemy has already found his time mark, Wang Wei will be immune from death in that 30 minutes. I should use this carefully, Wang Wei muttered. This protection has limits. The first use is free, but subsequent applications will require a great deal of merit to charge. The next step is to reach the peak of the Paragon realm, Wang Wei thought as he focused on his cultivation. He closed his eyes to access his grand mist world, linking his soul to all sentient beings to use their minds to help him comprehend the Grand Tao source. Wang Wei used the array in the sect that allowed him to increase the size of his world beyond the limit, thus create more sentient beings to help him cultivate. He then activated his Bodhi tree, the borrowed Taoist pear tree, his 3 paths 3 selves art, and his merit to boost his understanding. For the first time in his life, Wang Wei felt the Grand Tao source was simple and even easy. He immediately lost track of time as the essence of fate became an open book to him. As expected, his cultivation increased like a rocket, stopping at 99.999. Have I encountered a bottleneck? Wang Wei thought before taking a pill for the occasion. However, the pill did not help him reach perfection, but revealed the problem. Back in the divine body realm, Wang Wei had fused his goal or ambition into his soul and Tao. So, if he wanted to reach the peak of the Paragon realm, he needed some soul-searching and spiritual achievement to realign his pursuit in life with his cultivation. Luckily, I have the perfect thing for this occasion, Wang Wei thought before taking out the Path Refining Stone. He had acquired this thing after raiding Blood Dragon's treasury. He put the stone on his forehead, which liquefied before fusing with him. Wang Wei's spirit immediately experienced an out-of-body experience. Wang Wei found himself in another world. He did not know whether his spirit had traveled there, whether it was another chaos world, or in the past or future, or whether this was a well-crafted illusion created by the stone. The truth did not matter more than the actual lesson the stone wanted him to learn. Wang Wei observed the world with his divine sense, even being a little brazen about the entire ordeal. He first frowned, followed by showing an unpleasant expression. How is that coward considered someone who pursues freedom? He was immediately annoyed that the main character of this trip was considered the same kind of person as he was. Chapter 1505. Spiritual Practice 2. The world Wang Wei found himself was highly bureaucratic and hierarchical. His current location was the lower realm where mortal stage cultivators lived. After spreading his divine sense, he saw numerous cities and tribes, but no ruling dynasty or sect. The first thing that caught his attention was the control of colors. According to this world's system, mortals were only allowed to wear gray colors. Their clothes can be rough linen or precious silk, but they can only be gray. Tier 1 to 3 cultivators can wear red with a pin on their chest to indicate their tier. Once cultivators reach Tier 4, they can wear orange and move to higher cities with better spiritual energy or resources. At Tier 7, a cultivator can wear light yellow and move on to designated areas. The process of becoming a great emperor is like every other world, using the heaven will battle. There are a total of 3,800 areas in every generation, and great emperors can wear golden clothes. However, they also must ascend to the second layer. Wang Wei ascended to the second layer and calmly observed. The second layer had a bit more freedom. Cultivators could create sects and dynasties, but the color hierarchy remained, with Empyreans allowed to wear blue. The second realm was more chaotic, with factions fighting and competing with each other, but the entire thing was absurd to Wang Wei, especially after seeing the rebellion. There's a group of cultivators trying to revolt against the system by causing more chaos and killing people everywhere. However, Wang Wei immediately did not take them seriously after everyone wore black clothes. A brief scan of their past revealed the reason. Their resistance started by breaking the color code. But this resistance soon realized that they would be wiped out if they did not wear the designated clothes. They can be the resistance and have few limitations in the system as long as they accept their roles by wearing black. Then, after everybody with a true will of defiance was eliminated, the current residence became the shell of its original idea, co-opted by the very system they were trying to overthrow. Wang Wei shook his head before moving to the third layer. This place was full of emperors and empyreans, but only 10 paragons, all dressed in purple. The royal clan comprised half these paragons, and the other 5 created the noble clans. However, all the paragons did not exceed the 4th heaven, except for the sovereign, who was a peak paragon. Wang Wei secretly entered a room where he saw the sovereign, an elderly man with pointy eyes and a lavish purple robe, kneeling before a floating white orb. "I need more souls," said a deep voice from the orb. "Your exalted eminence. It shall be done," said Sovereign Prime Color. The orb trembled slightly, and Wang Wei felt a sight on himself. However, it only paused for a while before the orb disappeared. Prime Color slowly stood up and sent an order. A war of enormous proportions is about to sweep the 3rd and 2nd layers. After receiving confirmation, Prime Color had a creepy smile on his face. The Ling clan had sent him a few maids, and he was about to enjoy himself by indulging in some of his fantasies. Wang Wei wanted nothing but to slap this perverted old man in his face, but resisted the urge. "Aren't you ashamed? Who is there?" Prime Color yelled, releasing his aura. However, as soon as he laid eyes on Wang Wei, he felt a dread he had never felt in too long, and it almost shattered his mind. "Who are you? Answer my question," Wang Wei said. "Aren't you ashamed? Acting as less than a dog before others while proclaiming yourself a ruler? Why should I be ashamed? I stand above trillions of lives and only need to bow to one," Prime Color responded after reining in his emotions. "Hopefully, this powerful cultivator will only be here to talk, or the exalted eminence will come to save him." "One, do you think your so-called exalted eminence doesn't have peers on par, if not more powerful, than him? What about higher entities like Grand Tao?" Wang Wei sneered. "The outside world has nothing to do with me," Prime Color replied. "All I care about is in here. I'm free to do as I want, and I only need to provide souls to the exalted eminence." Wang Wei stared at him. "It irks me beyond the reach of the stars to hear the word free from your mouth. What should I do?" The emotionally intelligent choice would be to accept that everybody has their ways of pursuing freedom, but my freedom is to be able to control and impose my will on others. Prime Color took a step backward. "I can't do anything to you since I'm here due to the refining path stone. However, if this place is real and I know where it is, I promise I'll find you and slap you into oblivion," Wang Wei said before leaving. The stone reacted to his decision, and his surroundings changed. He found himself in a world that instinctively gave him a peaceful atmosphere, and his surroundings further proved that. He saw a peaceful world where mortals and cultivators lived in perfect harmony. Lower-level cultivators used their powers to summon the rain to help farmers, cast healing spells to cure diseases and injuries, teach knowledge, maintain portals for travel, and so on. More powerful cultivators control floods, earthquakes, and all other types of natural catastrophes. High-tier cultivators do not fight for power and resources, but are more like hermits who contemplate the nature of reality. They rarely show up in the world except to maybe publish their understanding or warn of great catastrophes beyond the norms. Wang Wei teleported to one of those hermits. He looked at the middle-aged man dressed in ordinary clothes. You know this is escapism, not true freedom, right? The man slowly opened his eyes and looked up and down at Wang Wei. And you know your path is tyranny, not true freedom. At least I know I'll be free. Whether by achieving my goal or dying, Wang Wei countered. But you live in this illusion world that you crafted, running away from all the problems in the real world. Your method is not that different from the previous coward I just met. What about other people? When you achieve your freedom, what about the people still suffering? The hermit asked. I can save them if I want. I've only met you today, but I can tell you're a selfish person. I doubt you would do such a thing, the hermit said calmly. I want the power and choice to be able to save these people. You don't know me. I might save them, or I might ignore them. What matters is having the choice, Wang Wei replied. So you admit it? That it's all about power for you. Do you think power doesn't matter? Wang Wei asked with a sneer. Without power, can you build this perfect haven? Without power, can you defend it against others? Interestingly enough, power is the fundamental flaw of your ideal. If one day you meet an unstoppable force that wishes to end this beautiful dream of yours, can you stop it? The world is full of what-ifs. What if something suddenly goes wrong with your cultivation tomorrow? What if you suddenly encounter two powerhouses fighting and you're caught in the middle? The world is full of what-ifs, of endless possibilities. I do not let these worries dictate how I live my life, the hermit answered calmly. Interesting way of living, but indulge me a little. What would you do if a catastrophe suddenly destroyed this perfect little world of yours? Wang Wei asked. They'll move on and start over again. Life must move on, right? Even if you had to repeat the process over and over? Yes, the recreated worlds. Would they be an exact copy? Wang Wei asked. I did not create this place as remembrance for the people I once loved. I allow the world to evolve naturally. So even if I restarted, the people would be the same, the hermit said. No need to be so defensive, Wang Wei smiled. But there is an argument to be made about free will. You call my way tyrannical, but the same can be said about yours. These people have no free will, at least not completely. Their happiness and way of life are predicated on the rules you establish for this world. So, isn't it hypocritical to call me a tyrant while you do the same? The hermit looked at him calmly. I've created a world with certain rules and let people live within it, without interference. Do you really believe it's the same as someone who desires to impose their will on others? I do. The people never had the choice to determine the fundamental rules. Maybe they did not want to live in a peaceful world. Maybe they wanted to indulge their violent desires. You never gave them the choice. The hermit shook his head. Your response says more about how you see the world. Have you thought that your definition of freedom is too extreme? Extreme how? There are many things we cannot or did not have a choice to make. We did not decide to be born, who our parents are, and how the world, speaking of the fundamental laws and society operate. We just have to live with it. But we can decide. Isn't that the purple of cultivation? Wang Wei rebutted. It gives us the choice. But what if you didn't have the talent for cultivation? Or worse, born in a mortal world with no spiritual energy? Could you practice your form of freedom? Probably not, Wang Wei admitted. Then, you must admit your freedom is extreme since it cannot be practiced without specific environments and conditions, the hermit said. I never thought of that, Wang Wei said as he pondered. His approach was impossible on Earth unless he had managed to found the cultivation world. I admit your point, but you must also admit that my path of freedom is the best and absolute. Best is subjective, but yes, it is an absolute path the hermit admitted. The ability to bend reality to its whim, create and do things, and not be limited by the imagination, is the ultimate freedom. However, your way of trying to achieve that leaves something to be desired. I won't argue with that, Wang Wei nodded. Chapter 1506. Spiritual Practice 3. The conversation with the hermit was eye-opening, revealing new aspects about himself. However, Wang Wei could feel his spiritual practice was not perfect yet, and he was not ready to reach the peak. The world around him changed, leading Wang Wei somewhere else. He immediately noticed this world had little to no spiritual energy, meaning this was a mortal world. Wang Wei quickly scanned the world and understood its gist. This small continent was ruled by two ethnicities, the Yi people of the north and the Yi people of the south. These two ethnicities have different customs, cultures, and ways of life, and for many small and inconsequential reasons, they hate each other with a passion. About 300 years ago, the Yi people gave birth to a ruthless but military genius of an emperor. The Mad Emperor started a conquest of the continent by killing all the Yi people. In 50 years, he killed more than 70 of the Yi people. Luckily, the Yi were resilient and survived. Meanwhile, the Mad Emperor succumbed to his age. Then, as soon as the madman died, the world's fate seemed to have switched to the Yi people. In just 20 years, they slowly reversed all of the Mad Emperor's achievements. And the Yi people not only reversed their plight of being genocide, but they also conquered the world. So, what did the Yi people do after ruling over this world? If it were up to their leader, Emperor Yi Ling, peace between the two people would have been established, healing all their past and history. Unfortunately, Emperor Yi Ling was betrayed by his brother, who secretly assassinated him, took the throne, and blamed the Yi people. Emperor Yi was nothing like his brother, except for maybe their brilliant political mind. Yi used the death of his brother to enact the vilest revenge on the Yi people. He killed as many of them as possible before enslaving the rest. He then created a caste system, ensuring the Yi people were slaves for life. 300 years later, after countless failed revolutions, the Yi people are still in chains. Wang Wei looked at the place he was teleported to. A group of Yi people had just finished their work on the mines, the fields, or other construction works. Everyone was tired and thin, wearing coarse clothes that smelled or were probably itchy. However, Wang Wei saw something in their eyes: hope. These people were not spiritually defeated. He was intrigued and watched. Soon, more than 100 Yi people gathered and started a fire. People brought makeshift musical instruments, and everyone brought food they had starved themselves to preserve. Some even brought the alcohol they had secretly brewed. The Yi people shared their food with their neighbors and fellow companions before starting to sing and dance. The music was inspiring as it told tales of their ancestry and the time when they did not live in bondage. It told of a better future that awaited not them, but their descendants. The music gave them hope and filled them spiritually. For that single night, every Yi person reconnected to their culture and dreamt of a better tomorrow. Would I be able to accept a single day of freedom? Wang Wei asked himself as he watched these people lose themselves in their music and dance. He did not take this question lightly and pondered deeply. Maybe if I die the next day. Wang Wei answered himself. During world history, he once read about an American politician who said, "Give me liberty or give me death." Wang Wei agreed with that statement. The Yi people's festival of hope ended, and the next day, they returned to their regular schedule. They won't have such an opportunity again until next year, and many of these people knew they would not survive to see the next festival. Wang Wei watched as 3 of the Yi people slowly left this area, and he followed them. As expected, they were part of the revolutionaries. After 300 years, they have not stopped fighting for their people's liberation. In fact, the Hope Festival existed because of a negotiation between the revolution and the Yi people about 90 years ago. The little festival might seem insignificant, but it came at the right time. The Yi people had lost hope, and the rate of suicide had increased drastically. However, the festival allowed them to reconnect with their culture, showing them they were more than slaves. It allowed them to look into the future. Their lives might be bleak, but many hold on just to live until the day of the festival. As Wang Wei watched these revolutionaries plan their next attack, he realized how valuable freedom was. His greatest obstacle to his dream was the Grand Tao, which was so far removed from the current plight of the Yi people. However, he was lucky to be born with many life advantages, lucky to be born in a world whose freedom was not completely restricted, lucky that Grand Tao had no sentience and was not acting like a tyrant. I am indeed appreciative of my circumstances, but this is feeling like propaganda, Wang Wei thought. His suspicious mind made him believe Grand Tao was manipulating this experience to increase Wang Wei's favor toward him, even if it was by a small amount. He had no proof, and he might be wrong, but that's how he felt. Wang Wei shook his head to remove these thoughts before focusing on the presence. He found one of the revolution leaders who appealed to him and entered the latter's dream. They only talked and played chess in the dream, but when the leader woke up, he suddenly realized he was a strategy genius. So, will you be the next Emperor Ling, or another ED? Wang Wei thought before the world around him changed. He was still in a mortal world, but things were peaceful and quiet even. For this experience, Wang Wei found himself following the life of a young scholar about 22. The scholar had just passed the imperial exam and returned home to marry his childhood sweetheart, rejecting all the offers from the nobles in the capital in the process. The scholar had a smile on his face that Wang Wei would never forget, and that's because it followed him all his life. After the marriage, the scholar was assigned to his small village despite how well he did in the exam. The nobles did not appreciate his rejection, so they stuck him in a menial position in the countryside. However, the scholar did not mind and accepted the imperial order with a smile. 40 years and 3 children later, the scholar cared for the village. He never slacked on his job because the village was small or unimportant. He never slacked on his responsibility as a father and husband. The scholar was a model of an official, an exemplary family man, and an overall inspiring human being. The world seemed infected by his smile and good nature, and quickly rewarded him. Someone from the capital noticed his work, and in the next 20 years, the scholar slowly rose through the ranks until he became prime minister. The emperor loved and trusted him because he was loyal and from a civilian background instead of a noble clan. When the scholar was in his 60s, the emperor died, and the dynasty started falling apart as everyone competed for the throne. He held everything together for 15 years, preventing the dynasty from completely falling apart. He held on, smiling, when his son died while defending. He held on when his second son was assassinated, when his third daughter was implicated by her husband's family and was killed. The scholar even held on when his wife died soon after their daughter's death due to the immense grief. In his late 70s, the dynasty finally stabilized as a new ruler finally won the confrontation, and the first thing the emperor did after taking the throne was to fire the scholar. However, the latter only smiled and calmly accepted his fate. The old scholar returned to his visage and continued caring for them until his 90s. On his dying bed, a line stood before his house as all the villagers came to send him off. Many people had already prepared shrines to worship him as a sage. The old man looked at everyone who came to see him off. He told them slowly that they didn't need to, but everyone insisted. So, he smiled before the last light disappeared from his soul. Wang Wei appeared right before his death and asked, "Why smile? Why did you smile through all the pain? All the ups and downs?" The scholar was shocked, thinking the Soul Reaper had come to him. However, he then realized he was at death's door, so it made sense for them to come. He figured the question was a test before entering the afterlife. "It's because I was happy. I was content," the scholar replied. "So, this is the kind of freedom that is achieved by being happy and content," Wang Wei muttered. "It makes sense. If I let my obsession with freedom rule my life, will I be happy once I achieve my dream? With the ungodly powers, I may be able to create everything that makes me happy, but that won't change anything. I must get my priorities straight. I have to be happy and content with myself first before I achieve my dream, and that involves loving myself and cherishing the people around me, like my beautiful wife, family, and sect. This realization completed Wang Wei's spiritual journey. But the effect of the stone was not finished yet. Chapter 1507 Spiritual Perfection Finale. Wang Wei's next experience was not a single world, but the journey of a single man that he called the Liberator. The experience started with Wang Wei battling a dragon in primordial chaos. The Liberator was dressed in all white, including his flowing hair. He had an infectious smile and playful nature as he fought, using his creation Tao and his wild imagination to the fullest. Wang Wei watched with speechlessness as the dragon caught the Liberator, wishing to crush him. But the latter turned into a giant to escape those dangerous claws. Then, the Liberator turned his tongue into an enormous rubber and caught the dragon, trying to drag him into his stomach. The dragon used its power to escape, making the Liberator angry. So he created the most enticing food for the dragon. The creature had to exercise immense restraint to prevent himself from eating that food, but the short distraction was enough for the Liberator to take a bite out of the dragon's tail. The angered dragon fired a powerful breath attack. But the Liberator created an enormous rice bowl that caught the attack and turned it into rice that he ate. The Liberator's aura drastically increased after consuming the rice, which was a sign that the bowl was a similar application of devouring Tao to swallow the enemy's attack to benefit the user. However, the strange usage baffled Wang Wei. The ultimate end of this battle was the dragon turning into sushi for the Liberator's lunch. Then, the handsome young man clad in white continued his journey through primordial chaos. Wang Wei followed him and reached a new world in turmoil. An unknown accident disconnected this world from its source key space, and with the reduction of spiritual energy or Tao Qi, resources became rare. It also did not help that this world's source had been depleted due to the constant fighting, and heavenly Tao had to heal all the damage. After seeing the plight of this world, the Liberator felt terrible for the people and decided to help. He first defeated and suppressed the world's top 5 most powerful factions, temporarily stopping the fighting. He then tried to reconnect the world to the source key space, but failed, so he tried a different approach. He created 1.269 trillion energy pillars for the world that converted the power of primordial chaos into spiritual energy and Tao Qi. With energy available, people can cultivate normally, but the issue of resources was not completely resolved. So, the Liberator created 269 trillion resource pillars that can create resources for people. All they need is to inject their energy into the pillar, and based on the intensity and desire, the pillar will make the necessary resources. In other words, as long as the people have enough Qi, which can be recovered with the addition of spiritual energy and Tao Qi, they will have enough resources. Lastly, the Liberator created a world guardian with similar strength to him to watch over the world and prevent people from forcefully taking over these pillars. Wang Wei calmly watched the latter nod in satisfaction at his work before leaving for another world. The rest of the journey was the same. The Liberator would arrive in another world, help the people, enjoy the food, and move on. He never asked anything in return and always had a jovial atmosphere accompanying him. The embodiment of freedom, not only in his belief, but how he spread freedom to everyone else, Wang Wei thought. This man followed a concept of freedom similar to his own, hence his enormous power and the use of the creation Tao. The main difference is that this man's freedom was more positive. Wang Wei could not even argue this form of freedom was idealistic, since this man had the power to back up his actions and views. Now, you make me feel bad, Wang Wei sighed. The Liberator stopped eating and looked at him. You're the guy who has been following me? I thought you were mute on something. I don't want to talk to you. Why? The Liberator asked, confused. You make me feel bad for not being a good person, Wang Wei said, making the Liberator laugh. You don't seem like the kind of person who cares about being a kind person. I didn't, until I met you. You made me realize I could have turned out differently and maybe chosen another path. No need to blame yourself. One thing I've learned is that our experience shapes us more than we realize. I don't know you, so maybe you had your reason for choosing your path. Plus, if you truly feel this way, there is still time to change. Thanks for the advice, Wang Wei said. He had long known and accepted who he was. Even on Earth, his morality was hanging by a thread called society or laws. But how did he get that way? Well, his great mind had allowed him to see the cracks in society. He always understood that laws, money, and many societal constraints were made-up things, and they relied on a certain trust system to exist or function. After figuring out these things and seeing the cruel nature of the business world, his morality and views of the world shifted. His father also taught him that laws were meant to be understood so he could exploit them for his advantage. Lastly, it did not help that he could not rely on religion for moral guidance. You look like an interesting guy. Do you want to chat while we enjoy this rainbow pork? You have to get your own, though, since I won't be sharing, the Liberator said. Thanks for the offer, but my time has run out, Wang Wei said before the world around him changed. This time around, Wang Wei found himself following a black-clothed youth with a naturally devilish aura surrounding him. He would eventually call this man the Amoral. The Amoral was traveling through primordial chaos when he noticed a chariot traveling to an unknown location. Curious, the Amoral peeped through the chariot and noticed a man accompanying a beautiful woman. So, the bastard approached the man and asked him to hand over his wife. After refusing, the Amoral used his destruction Tao to obliterate the man and attack the women. He told her he did not enjoy her resistance and eliminated her. The Amoral proceeded to a world where he suddenly heard of a recent heist by a famous thief. He had an idea and tracked the thief, killed him, and took her identity. For the next few years, he would enter the vaults of some of the most powerful factions to steal their things before leaving a haunting and crude image as his signature. After having his fun, the Amoral proceeded to the next world. He found the world too peaceful, so he started a massive war that killed trillions of people. Once his bloodlust was fulfilled, the Amoral left for another world, and Wang Wei was speechless by what he experienced. The world was a brand new source chaos world, which hadn't even given birth to its first paragon. The Amoral took an artifact and planted it into the core. Wang Wei watched in shock as the entire world turned into a woman, whom the Amoral took captive. However, he did not kill her, but forced her into his service. Then, the bastard continued his path of chaos and mayhem, eliminating anyone who tried to get in his way. No wonder true devils get a bad name, Wang Wei thought speechlessly. However, this was an eye-opener. I always said my path of absolute freedom meant I'm also free from morality. But ultimately, there are certain things I disdain to do, and I only want to be able to do so. But this man truly does not have any personal restraint. He does as he pleases and as he wants. Wang Wei continued looking at this man's action. If the Liberator's absolute freedom is the positive side, then this man is the negative aspect. As for me, I'm more of the neutral. To be precise, neutral evil. Wang Wei's conclusion was correct because the next person he saw embodied the true neutral of his absolute freedom path. He met a woman who cultivated heaven Tao, and she believes that freedom, whether for mortals or cultivators, can only be achieved by enriching the mind with knowledge. He called her the Keeper. The Keeper spent all her life gathering knowledge, secrets, and truths about the world and spreading them to everyone. She did not care who got her knowledge or what they did with it. Her only criterion for spreading her knowledge was that people should have the desire to learn and an open mind. Wang Wei opened his eyes in his cultivation room, and his cultivation naturally reached 110th heaven. We're finally at this step. Wang Wei exhaled deeply. He took a moment to adapt to his new power before continuing his retreat. He still had some time and wanted to utilize it. He had two things he could tackle. The first was to study the Fiend God's bloodline to complete his 12th revolution, and the next was preparation to battle primals. Wang Wei knew it would take a little while before he could reach that level, but these types of people would be his enemy next. So, he taught about it, and was inspired by the soul ring method he used to return to the soul path. Wang Wei wanted to create a technique based on the soul rings to reduce the burden of using ultimate techniques and maybe even allow him to use them repeatedly, almost as if he were a primal. My flesh is important since it will be my path of transcendence. But I need the bare minimum of primal strength to ensure I survive the upcoming catastrophe, Wang Wei thought. Having made his decision, he no longer hesitated and started to work. However, while he was halfway through the process, he suddenly heard a message in his mind. According to my estimation, you should not be doing something too important around this time. So, come see me now. Wu Hong is already waiting. Mithriya? Wang Wei said in confusion, wondering what was so urgent. Regardless, he stopped everything he was doing and left the cultivation room. And can you tell from his chapter that I like One Piece? Chapter 1508-1508. The 3 steps. Wang Wei left the sect and teleported directly outside of Buddhism's domain. As soon as he arrived, a terrifying power teleported him to an unknown dimension where he saw his future wife sitting opposite Mithriya. Why do you look so pale? Wang Wei asked as he sat next to Wu Hong. Small injury, Mithriya said. Injury? From the gate? Yes. I was trying to seal the thing and buy us more time when a hand suddenly broke through and injured me. Her words immediately made the atmosphere tense. Mithriya is supposed to be the guardian of their world, but she was injured by an attack. Then why are we here? Wu Hong asked. If even you were defeated, there is nothing we can do. I call you here to prepare in advance, Mithriya said before summoning a crystal orb. The two were confused until they scanned the orb with their divine sense. Wang Wei immediately noticed the orb contained a world of runes, and the runes seemed to form a technique. Is this the method you use to achieve your realm? Wu Hong asked. That's right. You two are the people with the highest chances of entering my realm. More importantly, your morality meets my requirements, Mithriya explained, making Wang Wei speechless. He was just complaining about his lack of morality during his retreat, but someone told him they chose him because of his morality. Mithriya seemed to have guessed something from his expression, so she explained, when I say morality, I don't mean good and evil. I mean you two will not have an issue spreading this method to ensure more people work on it and benefit the world. In Mithriya's mind, Wang Wei had the perfect balance of open-mindedness and sect loyalty. He will choose the best for the sect, but he also understood the concept of sharing the cake to ensure that everyone is happy. So, when necessary, he won't mind making this technique available to the public to facilitate the growth of the eternal ascension world, which will, in turn, benefit the Tao opening sect. Wu Hong would do the same for 2 reasons. Firstly, she has a passion for teaching and changing the fate of others. Mithriya is aware that she has the habit of leaving fortunate encounters all over the world, including leaving her legacy to find disciples. Secondly, Wu Hong is confident and arrogant enough that she will not care if people have access to this technique, since she knows no one will be able to surpass her. I'm glad you have such faith in us, but don't you have too much faith? Wang Wei said with a wry smile. However, Mithriya only replied with a gentle nod. You can comprehend it, and it'll maintain the time array. Wang Wei looked at Wu Hong, and she nodded. So, they closed their eyes and started. The technique was detailed. It even included Mithriya's experience. It was a transcendent technique, so it took a while for either of them to comprehend, but once they did, they understood why this method was flawed. They realized that 99 of people who received this technique would fail to cultivate it. The essence of the method was that Mithriya could send her soul across the infinite trichiliocosm and meet her variants. She would confront them before swallowing them. After repeating the process millions of times, she used her knowledge of the past, present, and future Buddha scroll to create a future self with infinite possibilities of growth and evolution. The future self then fused with Mithriya's soul, allowing it to experience endless possibilities until it found the possibility in which her soul elevated to a higher self by embedding the concept of endless possibilities into her existence. After what felt like an instant, Wu Hong opened her eyes with a furrowed brow. The technique was too flawed. and it was evident that it would not have worked if not for Mithria's drastic improvement. In fact, she could tell the original idea of this technique was to swallow enough paragon souls of the variants to forcefully open the gate of transcendence. No, 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 Wang Wei commented with his eyes still closed. You already had the blueprint. Why didn't you follow it? The future self is a brilliant idea, but it's not enough. We need all three: past, present, and future self. The past represents eternity and unchangeability. The present represents change, growth, and self-determination. Lastly, the future is about endless possibilities. After condensing all three, you will have a soul imbued with numerous concepts before elevating to a higher form of existence: transcendence. That is brilliant, Mithria said with shining eyes. This idea can allow her to reforge her foundation and make up for the flaw of her ascension. More importantly, such a method had universal applications. Anyone with a soul can use this path of transcendence if they succeed in creating it. Let's not waste time and finish this, Maitri said, and the three started working together. However, it did not take long for Wang Wei to become useless. Compared to those two, he was too young and lacked too much knowledge and experience. So, he served as the director of the project, ensuring his idea was executed according to how he envisioned it. Wu Hong lasted until the technique was 85, and Mithria had to finish the rest. A complete and perfect transcendent technique. Mithria smiled after seeing the final result. More importantly, it's a universal technique applicable to a large group of people. She sighed at the wonders of the world. This technique was not possible only because of Wang Wei's idea, but due to Buddhism's foundation. The past, present, future Buddha scroll was a unique project from the religion to write a supreme sutra. The three brothers from the lower dimension started this project, but it was refined and completed in the upper dimension when Buddhism finally gave birth to triplets who achieved Buddhahood and became peak paragons. The scripture has helped Mithria achieve her realm, so she has spent countless years studying and improving upon it during the previous era. Today, all the causes and effects behind that scripture have accumulated into this transcendent technique. Thank you, Mithria said to them. No problem, Wang Wei nodded. He had just acquired a transcendent technique, so he should be the one thanking her. Wu Hong nodded in response, but she seemed distracted. What's on your mind? Wang Wei asked. This technique is perfectly suited for you too, since you cultivate Time Dao or deeply understand it, but it's different for me. You want to add your own twist to it? Wang Wei asked, and she nodded. That's not a bad idea, Wang Wei thought. He could add a bit more of his fate, Dao, to make the technique ideally suited for him. Well, this meeting was extremely productive. I even found a direct path to true transcendence, Wang Wei said with a smile. Oh, Mithria asked, slightly distracted as she was still thinking about the technique. The answer is in front of us, isn't it? What is the fundamental aspect of all cultivation systems? Essence, spirit, and ki, Wu Hong replied, having figured out where he was going with this. That's right. So the path of transcendence is obvious. First, the soul achieves transcendence, which is the realm you and supreme unity were. The next is for the flesh to achieve transcendence to balance things out. The third step is for the Tao to elevate itself. And finally, all three are fused into one, and I can detach myself from the chaos universe itself. As soon as he uttered these words, the three felt a slight tremor, not in the eternal ascension world, but throughout the chaos universe. Wang Wei and Wu Hong immediately tried to divine or calculate what had happened, but they could only get vague and useless answers, so they looked at Mithria. She blessed them with their strength, and they understood what had happened. Grand Tao finally made the cultivation stage after the Paragon realm official. It is called the quintessence realm and is divided into 3 steps: soul quintessence, flesh quintessence, and Tao quintessence. The soul and flesh were interchangeable as the first and second steps, but the third was not. The news was made public to all half-step transcendent, who were actually mostly people in the first step of the quintessence realm, but it will soon reach paragons. 3 steps, 3 levels, Wing Wei thought. According to this division, Maitreya and everyone else from the ultimate taboo are first-step quintessence, and 99 of them are probably walking the soul path. The cardinals should be in the second step, with both their soul and body having already transcended. The only third steps I can think of are Ji Dingxian, the founder of the Heart Desire Palace and Ji clan ancestor, and Grand Dao. Ji Dingxian definitely reached the third step and was attempting to become a true transcendent, like the founder of the primeval body mansion and that Genesis Age creature. His last test was a confrontation against Grand Dao, and it appeared he lost and died. This also confirms that there is a difference in strength between each step, and it can be vast, Wang Wei thought. It's one thing to defeat someone and something entirely to kill them, especially at that level of power. Chapter 1509. The Siddhartha Path. While analyzing the implications of this reveal, he realized Grand Dao's actions were all showy and had no substance. While it revealed the name of the next realm, it did not release information on how to enter it. On the contrary, how the realm is named and phrased will have specific adverse effects. Wang Wei stopped receiving the information and looked at Wu Hong. Your 3,800 seals, are they? Probably an incomplete and limited Tao quintessence. Wu Hong nodded. The seals were her life work and a summary of her talent and hard work. But she never knew exactly what they were until now. Even if it's incomplete, their existence will mean you'll have a scary battle prowess in the first and second steps, and your path to the third step will yoke 1,000 times easier, Wang Wei commented. And? Wu Hong looked at him smugly, with something hidden deep in her eyes. Can't you give us lowly mortals a chance to breathe? Wang Wei sighed. Scared you'll be suppressed all your life? Keep dreaming. The day that I will dominate you and regain my manhood is fastly approaching. I can already taste it, Wang Wei sneered. You can keep dreaming. You'll see, Wang Wei countered. And you just gave me an idea. He activated his awakening to summon all 12 of his fate palaces before condensing them into his independent river of fate. One of your seals is fate, right? I want to seal all 3,800 Daos. So yes, Wu Hong nodded. Do you want to study it to create your version of an incomplete Tao quintessence? As always, you can read me like an open book, Wang Wei nodded. My foundation has allowed me to condense a prototype of a Tao quintessence, if you can call it that. His fate palaces were indeed a Tao quintessence, and they only appeared on people with extreme talents, a unique foundation, and whose Tao and ambition perfectly fit together. However, Wang Wei felt this thing was not worth its name since the advantage it gave him to reach higher realms was minuscule. Of course, minuscule was for someone like him with transcendent luck, pseudo, and complete quintessence techniques, and a clear path ahead. That's a good idea. Do you want me to get it to you now? No, I'm not ready yet for that level. Wang Wei refused. He was still focusing on becoming a primal, so there was no point in thinking about things above that for now. Plus, my flesh quintessence technique is about to reach 30 completion after using what I learned today. I can exchange it with you then. Alright? Wu nodded. A technique that was only a third completed will help immensely for her flesh quintessence realm. Oh, I can also give you a copy, Wang Wei said to Maitreya. I will give my thanks in advance, she replied with a smile. It was quite enjoyable watching the seamless rapport between these two. No problem. By the way, how is Feng Hung and Wuji? You should have already revived them, right? They are doing well, preparing to enter the Paragon realm. Oh, your sect has granted me early access to the scroll, and since I felt I owed them, I used my personal merit to buy all the resources they need to become Paragon as soon as possible, Maitreya explained. That's good to hear. I've had this idea on how to achieve soul quintessence that may be perfectly suited for Feng Hung, Wang Wei said before telling her about his idea of a pure spiritual cultivation. You're talking about the Siddhartha Path, Maitreya said, and Wang Wei's eyes squinted at that name. Back on Earth, the founder of Buddhism was Siddhartha Gautama. The what path? It's a secret of Buddhism passed on only to the venerable abbot, Maitreya explained, not caring that she was revealing such a vital secret. The first Buddha, Siddhartha Gautama, showed up during the Essence Age and spread Buddhism and its path of spiritual practice, focusing on enlightening the mind instead of cultivation. However, this path is slow, even slower than cultivating the Grand Tao Source, which meant only people with great patience and intense focus could walk on it. But even then, no one has ever come close to Sir Gautama. After the Essence Age ended, the Buddhist sect saw how Grand Tao limited the body refining path, so they decided to keep Siddhartha's path a secret. Methria shook her head. The path was already difficult, and now the number of people partaking in it has drastically decreased. You can imagine what happened next. It slowly faded into the shadows, Wang Wei replied. In the current era, less than 200 people know of its existence, and less than 5 are practicing it, Mithriya sighed. You? I used to in my youth, but I've long lost my way, Mithriya said truthfully. There is still a chance to return, Wang Wei added. There is no need. I have my own path, she denied. Her path was more of a balance of the two. She would not favor cultivation or spiritual practice, but use the advantage of both. Normally, such an attempt would be futile, but her previous spiritual enlightenment and the new soul quintessence have granted her this opportunity. That's good to hear, Wang Wei nodded. You're right that Feng Heng's personality is suited for this path, Mithriya said before she felt something. It did not help that Wang Wei and Wu Hong were staring at her in shock and worry. She wiped her nose and touched blood. It seems I pushed myself too much, Mithriya said with a smile. The surroundings suddenly trembled, and the time bubble encasing the group dissipated. Wang Wei used his fingers to calculate how long had passed, and he took a deep breath. They spent 500 million yuan epochs to complete the technique, but only 500,000 years had passed on the outside. Even the weakest soul quintessence has such power, Wang Wei thought. The limit of time, accelerated aloud, was 10. But Mithriya easily broke those rules and reached an acceleration threshold of 1,000, albeit she had to push herself to do it. You should rest, Wu Hong said. I will, Mithriya nodded while looking her in the eyes. I know I've said this before, but I'm really sorry for what I did. I know you are, Wu Hong sighed. I just don't understand why you felt this was the best approach. You could have talked to me, and Yanhai to find a better way. There is no excuse except that I was selfish. I couldn't resist the temptation of a higher realm and place my well-being above everything, Mithriya admitted. A choice I've come to regret dearly. Maybe I was too harsh on you, Wu Hong said. Despite Mithriya's status as a nun, Wu Hong never treated her as an infallible Buddha with great moral virtue. It's one of the reasons they got along so well. She has always treated Mithriya as human, as someone capable of making mistakes. Do you want me to give you some space? Wang Wei asked. That would be great, Wu Hong said. But don't forget to come see me once you finish your sect affair. Of course. Wang Wei nodded before standing up and bowing to Mithriya. He cheekily sent an air kiss to Wu Hong before leaving in a happy mood. Wu Hong shook her head while a smile crept onto her mouth. You two are perfect for each other, Mithriya commented. Maybe we are, Wu Hong muttered. Let's not talk about him. How about we drink and eat like old times? Is hibiscus tea still your favorite? Oh yes, please. You have no idea how much I crave your tea. I've stolen from my past self or other timelines, but somehow the taste is never quite right. That's because it's not the same. I prepare the tea based on the mood and atmosphere, and they are perfectly designed for your taste and the moment. Wu Hong explained as she weaved runes to prepare the tea. So that's how it is. You've always been attentive, Mithriya smiled. What's on the menu today? Your second favorite meal. Earthroot cabbage from the White Heaven world, boiled in purifying abyss water from the Howling Wolf world, and seasoned with my own pepper grown from positive emotion. The joyous sea cabbage soup, Mithriya said with shining eyes. She looked at the soup, which was shining with golden light, and could barely restrain herself. Every time I think I've escaped my earthly desires, your food appears to humble me. You don't have to eat it if you don't want to, Wu Hong said, almost rolling her eyes at her friend's exaggeration. She took a bite of her food, which contained meat. Like her future husband, she greatly enjoyed meat and rice. I never said that, Mithria swiftly replied as she used her chopsticks to take a bite out of the cabbage. She closed her eyes as her tongue experienced flavors unlike anything she had felt before. One of the disadvantages of a powerful cultivator is how their sense of taste is potent beyond anything mortals could imagine. However, this disadvantage can turn into an advantage when met with the right chef and food. Your cooking sub-Dao should have reached 100, right? Mithria asked. What do you think? Wu Hong said. When she was young, she spent most of her time on the run and had to eat whatever was available. At one point, she wanted to eat something good, and since she couldn't enter any restaurant because the devil race was searching for her, she decided to learn to cook. Since that day, cooking has become her passion, allowing her to survive some of the darkest times in her younger years. So, when the opportunity arrived, she learned cooking as a sub-Dao and pushed it to the limit. I once tried to learn how to cook, but I didn't have the talent for it, Mithria said. She could make a passable meal with her cultivation, but she knew her dishes were nothing compared to the people who were talented and passionate about this field. We all have our limitations, Wu Hong said, thinking about how a certain bastard said her talent for writing and creativity was mediocre. Chapter 1510. Essence Gate Art. After returning to the sect, Wang Wei did not immediately contact the ancestors since they might still be in retreat. According to his calculation, 72,000 yuan epochs had passed, which may not have been enough for them to return to their peak. So, he requested a meeting, and to his surprise, he received a reply almost immediately. Wang Wei flew to the Elder Council Mountain, where he saw Yin Hai and the other's projection was waiting. Aren't you guys here a little too fast? Wang Wei asked. We had to leave our retreat after sensing the sudden change of heaven and earth. Qiyuan replied. No one is here, so you can sit down anywhere. The arrangement of the room was simple but showed a clear hierarchy. Percussion stood in a slightly elevated position at the front of the room, while the rest were in large clumps in the lower section. However, Wang Wei also noticed there were 45 seats at the front of the clumps while the rest had more than 100. He remembered the information about the sect and realized the front seats were the peak paragons. If I remember correctly, the front row previously had 57. The casualty of the ultimate taboo is not as high as I thought, Wang Wei thought. Losing more than 10 peak paragons was a significant loss to any faction, but considering the scale of the event, this number was acceptable since other factions would lose more. Everyone sat in a circular pattern in the lower section. So Wang Wei sat next to Yin Hai. I'm guessing whatever changes occurred have something to do with you, Yin Hai said. Yes and no, Wang Wei admitted before telling them about Grand Dao's great reveal. The Transcendent Era is already here, Qiyuan muttered. The upcoming catastrophe was just to speed up things. Why? What about us, body refiners? Wang Chong asked. Our soul is fused with our bodies, and we don't have a Dao. Do we have to start cultivating power Dao? You may not have a soul, but you have a mind, Li Ming said. You can also use your willpower for the soul quintessence. As for Dao, you may have to study the power Grand Dao source. Isn't the true power Dao realm the purest essence of the power Dao? You just need to understand the concept of power to a sufficient level for the Dao quintessence. Yin Hai chimed in. You, of all people, have deep insight into body refining. I think I've officially seen everything in the chaos universe, Wang Chong said, not hiding his shock. Shut up, you jerk. Now that I'm refining my body, it won't be long before I can use my flesh body to suppress you, Yin Hai sneered. You could try, Wang Chong fired back. He would rather die than let this woman beat him in a competition of the flesh. So what do you think? Qiyuan asked, talking to Wang Wei. About what? About pure body refiner's path in the quintessence realm. The name of the realm is itself a trap on people's minds, Wang Wei sneered. There is no need to follow the 3 steps. A pure body refiner can probably transcend their bodies 3 times to become a 3rd-step quintessence powerhouse. In fact, my theory is that's how things were in the Essence Age. That would be simpler, Wang Chong said. However, each transition would have to be exponentially more potent than the previous one, and that's not mentioning the resources that each transition would require. If this is what the transcendent path was like in the Essence Age, I understand why Grand Tao limited it. How would that work with the gates? Li Ming asked. Would it require condensing a fifth and sixth gate? Why not? Wang Wei replied before further elaborating. The fourth gate requires the combination of the gate of ascension, gate of power, and gate of flesh. Maybe you need to create 3 new subsidiary gates from the fourth gate and combine them into the fifth gate. No, it would require 6 subsidiary gates for the fifth and 9 for the sixth. Then you combine the fourth, fifth, and sixth gates to create the seventh gate to achieve true transcendence. Wang Wei eyes as this path had great potential. However, his body suddenly paused as he realized the implications. If the seventh gate is already on par with true transcendence, what about the eighth and ninth gates? Was that possible? Wang Wei was not the only one who understood numerology, so the others soon had the same thought as him. Then a chill ran down their spines. They had never considered whether there was a further path beyond transcendence, since they were all focused on that first. But now, they had to think about it, and the implications scared them. No need to think about things beyond our understanding, Qiyuan said, and everyone nodded. So, besides Wang Wei, the others immediately put that thought on the back of their mind, with a spell to remind them when they are more powerful. Interesting. Could Hongmeng not be the end of cultivation? Or do the rules operate differently? But if there are rules, can I still have absolute freedom? Wang Wei did not know the answer to these questions, and he probably won't for a while. However, a seed had been implanted in his mind by this deduction. Your path is viable, Qiyuan commented. However, it won't be easy to create those subsidiary gates. Transcendence was never meant to be an easy path, Wang Chong said, not hiding his excitement. Now that he had a way forward, he could dedicate his time, effort, and talent to this goal. I can give you a copy of my fourth gate technique, but it's only 13 completed now, and it will take me a little while for it to reach 30, Wang Wei suggested. This path might seem useless to him, but it's not. His current plan is to achieve soul quintessence before the flesh. However, after entering the second step, he can still use this path to create a fifth gate, drastically increasing his strength in the second step. In fact, this technique might be the key for Wang Wei to retain his dominance of strength in the quintessence realm, along with the flawed Tao quintess. They'll start with the 13 version, Wang Chong said with shining eyes. It seems his luck was on the rise. Wang Wei nodded and gave him a copy. You should be warned that you must also recondense your gate of ascension. Already in the process, Wang Chong revealed. During the Second Origin War, he encountered people from the primeval body mansion and learned of that gate's importance. That's good to hear. Wang Wei nodded. Do you have any other ideas for the Essence Gate art? Wang Wei's lips twitched. This bastard hadn't even created a fourth gate yet, but he had already named the technique for creating the subsequent gates. Regardless, he thought about it for a moment. The core of the fourth gate is the gate of flesh. The gate of ascension symbolizes improvement and evolution, and the gate of power is the foundation of body refining. They combine to give the flesh the possibility to evolve to a higher state of existence. It grants them higher potential. The fourth gate can be called the gate of evolution or the gate of transformation. The subsequent gates must allow the body to evolve and increase its potential. When I met the people from the mansion, they organized the type of cultivation based on the approach like In-Ki path, Giantification path, or World Body path. Our clan will soon have a human fiend god bloodline, meaning we walk the bloodline path. Maybe the subsidiary gates are based on these paths. For example, the bloodline gate, and since you cultivated the ancient desolate body, refining scripture, you can condense an artifact body fusion gate and a star body gate. A bright light emanated from Wang Chong's eyes. They said a man can die the next day after being enlightened, and he had never understood these words more than today. They'll take my leave, Wang Chong said before canceling his projection. Immediately afterward, the others felt someone accessing all of the sect's key luck to cultivate, but they did not stop him. I'm glad he found his path, Qiyuan smiled. What about you guys? Wang Wei asked. This soul quintessence technique is too biased toward Time Dao, so we'll probably change it to suit me more. Yin Hao said, and Qiyuan nodded in agreement. Mai Hong'er said the same thing. Wang Wei said without a hint of shame on his face. It's the best approach, Qiyuan said. I don't know. Everyone looks at Li Ming. Is something wrong? I have this feeling this may not be the best suited path for me, Li Ming said. As a fighter, his soul and body were in top shape, albeit not the best. However, he felt the standard path might not fit his personality and ambitions. I may have a suggestion. Everyone looked at Wang Wei. Chapter 1511 Unique Skill Path after the performance with Wang Chong. Everyone had high expectations of what he was about to say. However, Wang Wei remained calm and asked a question first. Be honest with me. Throughout the chaos universe, how would you rank your fighting ability? If you're talking about pure fighting skill, then I can say with confidence him in the top 5. And top 3 if I'm being cocky, Li Ming said calmly. That's good. In that case, you could draw inspiration from Mithraya's flaw method, Wang Wei said. You can visit all your variants and fight them to absorb their battle skills. Then, you can slowly and methodically elevate your skill to the level of transcendence. That's an interesting plan, but isn't that a path of condensing a Tao quintessence? Li Ming asked, yes, but your path will be walking backwards. You will condense the Tao quintessence and use its power to nourish your soul and body, Wang Wei explained. Yin Liling had long planned to walk a skill path, and this method was also applicable to her. But Grand Tao said, yes, I can't be limited by its rules, Li Ming said. However, there must be a reason for placing the restriction that the soul quintessence can only be condensed on the 3rd step. Or do you think it's just about control? Control plays a role, but I also think there is some logic to this decision, Wang Wei continued. What do you think the Tao quintessence is? Li Ming frowned deeply, thinking for a few seconds. Luckily, his big brother came to his rescue. An independent Grand Tao source or Grand Construct, Qiyuan said. Exactly, Wang Wei nodded. It makes sense you would need a potent soul and body to contain or control a grand construct as powerful as the one in our universe. Li Ming's eyes shone with brilliant lights. As long as I can control the size of my battle grand construct, it won't be considered a true Tao quintessence and can bypass Grand Tao's rules and not suffer any punishment. Then, I will use its power to elevate my body and soul. Yes, but you should understand it won't be as simple as you stated, Wang Wei warned. Oh, I know, Li Ming nodded. Grand Tao was not a fool, so would not allow such a loophole to be easily exploited. Can I see Mithraya's original flaw technique? Oh, no problem, Wang Wei said before condensing an orb and slowly entering the rune world. The recording process took him 3 hours since he had to do it by memorization instead of just copying an existing version. Thanks, Li Ming nodded. No problem, Wang Wei said before thinking of something. He hesitated briefly before asking, where is the scroll? It's with me, Yin Hai said before summoning it. Wang Wei received it and bought an existence contract. He recorded the terms and handed them to Qiyuan. Before I say anything else, please sign this contract. The information I'm about to share does not belong to me, hence the need for secrecy. We understand, Qiyuan said with a smile. This conversation has proven that his decision was correct. Wang Wei was the future of the sect, and he would bring everyone along with him toward the path of transcendence. There is a saying that when a man is enlightened, even his chickens and dogs will become immortal. And that conversation was the best proof of that ancient wisdom. The contract was straightforward since it was about not revealing any information. So, the 3 signed it without hesitation. If you want to have a head start for your Tao quintessence, talk with Wu Hong and she'll allow you to study her seal. However, you must pay her something worth the exchange or owe her a great karma. Qiyuan squinted his eyes as he put 2 and 2 together about his recent missing memory. No problem. Even if you didn't say, we wouldn't take her stuff for granted, Yin Hai added. Just making sure, Wang Wei said while sending a talisman to Wu Hong to warn her of what he did. I think that's everything for now, right? You're a peak paragon, meaning you have to participate in the Supreme Elder Ceremony, Li Ming reminded, making Wang Wei furrow his brow. I remember the ceremony can be a big deal or not based on personal choice, right? Yes. The standard ceremony is to invite all the overlords and top factions. However, given the current situation, it may be best to keep it in the sect, Li Ming replied. Then, let's keep it simple, Wang Wei said. Don't forget you're also the Wang clan patriarch, Qiyuan added. According to the rules, you're a primal seed, so you can keep the position until you reach that level. However, given your potential, it may be in our best interest for you to keep the position until you've condensed your soul quintessence. That's true, Wang Wei nodded. The feedback the clan will receive should be astronomical if he remains the patriarch. What's Yin Liling and Li Jun's situation? Do you think they have transcendent potential? Yin Hai asked. It would be best if those two had such potential since they can give them the patriarch position for the same reason as Wang Wei. Their status was that of ancestor, meaning they could not retake the patriarch position as that would damage the sect's luck instead of improving it. After all, for an ancestor to retake power would mean they are morally corrupt or the clan situation has reached the point in which there are no viable heirs, all things that will negatively affect the clan's luck. Before I left, Yin Liling had already found a path similar to the skill path I mentioned, Wang Wei replied. As for Li Jun, I have a feeling his time as the Earth Emperor will be an immense opportunity for him. You haven't checked on them? What did I have the time? Wang Wei sighed. That's true, Yin Hai nodded. You better check on them as soon as possible, Qiyuan warned. According to my calculation, Heavenly Dao will probably lock down the lower dimension again once the catastrophe begins. It should have learned from its mistake and know the significance of the lower dimension, Wang Wei nodded. He decided to check the situation of the lower dimension as soon as he got everything situated here. Did we miss anything? Wang Wei asked. I should tell you that Su Dandan has already left for the primeval body mansion, Qiyuan said. So, you agree with my decision? Wang Wei asked. We indeed need a possible way out of this catastrophe, Qiyuan nodded. However, you should understand that even the most surface karma with such an entity will never be simple. I know. That's why I left the ultimate decision to you guys. You know more and understand better than me of the risk, Wang Wei nodded. Based on the current system, the mansion should at least have one second-step quintessence powerhouse, Qiyuan said with great severity. We must also assume their founder left a means to protect them from Grand Dao, so at the bare minimum, a third-step weapon, a ray, or guardian puppet. Why do you think they've never abused that power? Wang Wei asked. Do you think there is something besides Grand Dao that is balancing their power? Are you talking about the first transcendent? Li Ming asked. Yes, it's possible, Qiyuan nodded. It's also possible that at their level, a chaos universe means nothing. Maybe even family affection is pointless. That would be sad, Wang Wei stated. If he became emotionless after achieving transcendence, it would not be worth it. You guys' thinking is too negative, Yin Hai added. I think the most likely cause is they took their loved ones with them, and the people remaining are just the branches far removed from their bloodline. That's possible, Wang Wei nodded. But if that's true transcendence bloodline is on another level. When one clan member reaches a higher level, family members with the same bloodline will receive nourishment or a blessing. This fact is one of the reasons that most clans can remain prosperous for eons. It is terrifying that the current rulers of the primeval body mansion are distant descendants of the second transcendent, but have still reached the level of the second step. There is no need to envy them, Qiyuan said with a smile. Under your leadership, our sect will one day be a transcendent faction with numerous true transcendents. Okay, now you're talking nonsense, meaning it's my time to leave, Wang Wei said as he stood up. He would not readily accept this burden, even if he had such ambitions. At least not now. I have done what you asked, so come to my mountain to check on these people, Yin Hai suddenly said. Why do you people keep preventing me from meeting my future wife? He complained. However, he immediately fled to Yin Hai's heaven-slashing mountain after she stared at him. Chapter 15:12. The Ma clan's heaven chosens as soon as Wang Wei arrived in heaven-slashing mountain. An assembly of sword wills and intents assaulted his spirit. He remained calm since he was not a swordsman and his spirit could take it. But the sight before him was oddly beautiful. The mountain was a sword grave or monument. From the bottom to the top, swords of different shapes and sizes were embedded in the ground. The mountain itself was made of a unique material that could nourish these swords to preserve their spirit, sword intent, or sword will. At the top of the mountain was a small mansion, and Wang Wei sensed 10 terrifying sword wills from inside. He sighed, but couldn't shake his head. Beautiful, isn't it? Yin Hai said as she appeared next to him. I'm guessing these swords are from people you've defeated? Wang Wei asked. Of course. The higher the sword location, the more memorable the swordsman was, Yin Hai said with pride. Only 10 of them are allowed inside my cultivation room. Wang Wei looked at all the millions of swords in this mountain and sighed. No wonder the other swordsmen hate and respect you. A swordsman's sword is a part of themselves. Some even loved it more than their wives. However, Yin Hai would strip that love from them as a form of humiliation after defeating or killing them for her sword monument. It's an honor for them to have their swords here, Yin Hai said calmly.